The sound of steel rang out as Haku and Sasuke traded blows once more, both growling as their kunai and Sunban struggled against the others respectively. Zabuza was slightly impressed to see that a green behind-the-ears genin matching up against his tool. Sakura, Kakashi ordered his pink-haired genin, stay in front of Tazuna. Sasuke will handle the hunter nin. Got it, sensei, Sakura chorused, bringing a kunai in front of her. Meanwhile, Haku blocked Sasuke's kunai with her Sunban needle. Please stand down, I don't want to have to kill you, she calmly said to him. Please, like someone like you could beat me. Sasuke replied. Your confidence will only result in your failure, as I have an advantage over you. As you can see that all around us is water that you so thoughtfully provided earlier, and now I have one of your arms restrained from making seals. However, I'm not as restrained as you are, Haku said as she made a series of seals on her unoccupied hand, making Sasuke look on in alarm. When Haku finished her seals, she stomped on the ground, calling out, 8,000 needles of death. The water on the ground leaped up into the air as if it held life before reforming into 1,000 long needles of ice. The needles surrounded the Uchiha and looked ready to take him out, but the boy was doing something else. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate on his chakra. Remember the training and focus my chakra from my body to my feet, he thought as he did just that before his eyes snapped open. Haku hopped backwards as her technique flew towards Sasuke with quick precision. Haku hopped back far enough to avoid taking damage from her own technique, but once she looked up, she saw the Uchiha high in the air. A burst of chakra alerted her senses, as Sasuke unleashed his signature fireball technique upon the young girl, which she dodged by hopping to the side and threw a couple of Sunban at Sasuke, which went through him and caused him to vanish from sight. A clone? She thought before she felt a second burst of chakra behind her and caused her to hop to the side to dodge a kunai. When she got up, she heard a voice behind her back. You're so slow that it's pathetic. From now on, it will be you that dodges my attacks, Sasuke said before continuing the assault on the ice user. He sent a side slash with a kunai that Haku ducked under and followed it with a kick to the girl's head, which was the same result as last time. Sasuke, however, continued to allow his moves to flow and follow one another, and eventually he hit his mark in kicking her in the chest, causing her to fall on her back. Zabuza couldn't believe that his loyal subordinate was losing a battle of speed. Kakashi told him so too. I can't have you underestimating my team. Now Sasuke's the #1 rookie in Konoha, Sakura's one of the brightest, and Naruto is the hyperactive, knucklehead, unpredictable ninja of the leaf. Zabuza started to chuckle before he laughed and turned towards Haku. Haku, it's time for us to get serious, he said with Haku slowly rising to her feet, knowing what Zabuza last said was a silent command on her part to no longer hold back. Chakra soon began to rise from her body, and soon it went above the level Sasuke was able to produce. Her bloodline began to react to the rise in chakra as water began to float in the air and surrounded her body before becoming ice shards once more and flew at the Uchiha in high speed, which he narrowly dodged. She then made a new seal, planning to use one of her unique jutsus. Sasuke stood prepared for whatever the girl was planning to use against him until he began to notice something. He began to feel the air becoming colder by the second, with Haku remaining completely still and held her hands in the strange seal. The air then began to freeze all around him, with the moisture in the air becoming solid. The ice continued to build before forming 21 solid and reflective ice mirrors. Haku then brought her arms down and simply said, "Crystal ice mirrors." What's with this jutsu? Kakashi asked himself as he examined the jutsu. It seemed familiar to him, but he could not place it. That's not a normal ice jutsu used in Snow Country, is it? He asked the Demon of the Mist. Exactly, Kakashi, but you'll never get to know, Zabuza responded before clashing his giant blade with Kakashi's puny kunai. From within the ice mirrors, Sasuke watched as Haku's image prepared to make a move on him and try to destroy him. Well then, are you ready? It's time for me to show you what my true speed can do, she said as she held up her Sunban needles, with Sasuke standing at full alert for the following attack. But soon as he started to move, a scream of pain left his throat as he was engulfed in a torrent of metal needles. When Haku stopped, she saw that Sasuke was now riddled with needles and covered in bloody cuts on his face, arms, and legs. Sasuke coughed up blood before glaring at Haku. But before a word could be said, Haku prepared to attack again. Kakashi saw that last attack by Haku and tried to assist his student, but Zabuza was continuing his assault on the Jounin as he sent a horizontal slash at Kakashi, making the silver-haired man to jump back. Panting tiredly, he tried to think of a way to defeat him. Sakura, on the other hand, was extremely worried about Sasuke. She was becoming increasingly distressed at seeing her teammate getting beaten horribly and felt the need to do something and quick, or else Sasuke would die. It soon became too much to handle when Sasuke was engulfed in a torrent of needles, and immediately it caused her to turn to the old man beside her. "I'm sorry, Tazuna-san, but I must leave your side for a moment," she said, with Tazuna looking at the pink-haired girl for a moment before he nodded. "I understand. Do what you have to do, Sakura," he said, with the girl nodding before moving towards the ice mirrors before jumping into the air with a kunai in hand. She screamed loudly from all the practice in her years of being a fangirl, throwing the kunai at the cage, inwardly praying that it would somehow in some way assist the Sasuke in his fight. However, her efforts would prove futile as Haku caught the flying projectile with ease and held the weapon in her outstretched arm. She then looked towards Sakura with a disappointed expression being shown from her body movement. "If you kept quiet, you could have attacked me or assisted your friend," she said before she felt something was coming in her direction. Her senses proved itself to be correct, as Haku was struck across her face mask with a shuriken, catching the girl completely off guard. The force of the hit was enough to knock her out from her mirror and caused her to hit the ground with a faceplant. As she got up, a brand new voice spoke all over the bridge that caused both battles to stop dead in their tracks. A blast of smoke, and Naruto stood before them, his hands raised like Zabuza's, as if performing the hidden mist jutsu. "There's no need to fear," he said, grinning. "Naruto Uzumaki is here." "Loud little brat," Zabuza muttered before reaching into his shuriken pouch and chucked them at the blonde. Bringing out his kunai knife, Naruto prepared to block them when they were deflected and fell harmlessly to the ground. Looking at the deadly weapons, he saw they were sunbond needles. "Haku, what is the meaning of this?" Zabuza demanded his accomplice. "Zabuza, I want to fight them my way," Haku answered, her voice muffled by the mask, making her sound like a guy. Raising a non-existing eyebrow at the statement, the demon of the mist sighed. "You're as soft as always." Looking down at himself, Sasuke cursed, knowing it was true. The wounds hurt, that was a given, but they were far from fatal. And what was worse is that he didn't know how to defeat this jutsu. He just couldn't see the reason for it. But Naruto was here now, and while the blonde was an absolute idiot, he knew that he would get serious and distract the false hunter ninja. "Hey, I came to save you," Naruto whispered next to him. And just like that, Sasuke knew he was screwed. "You idiot. What on earth possessed you to come inside the mirrors?" he yelled at his teammate. "What did you say?" "I came to save you, and this is what I get, you ungrateful bastard," Naruto yelled back. Taking advantage of their bickering, Haku merged into the nearest ice mirror, and then started to barrage with a volley of sunbond needles. "Trying to follow with your eyes is impossible. You will never be able to catch me," Haku said, readying herself to attack again. "That's a load of shit," Naruto shouted out, standing straight up after the attack. He brought his index and middle fingers together and shouted, "Shadow, clone jutsu." In a giant cloud of smoke, 20 Narutos appeared, letting out a battle cry. The real Naruto and his small clone army charged at the 21 ice mirrors, intending on shattering them. It was a massacre for Naruto. His clones were absolutely decimated, and the original fell right on his ass with a couple more needles embedded in his torso. "This jutsu uses the mirror's reflection to transport me. From my point of view, you seem to be moving in slow motion," Haku said, with the two looking stunned, seeing this guy's pure speed. Kakashi's head snapped upon hearing that last statement made by the ice user and turned his attention towards Zabuza, a surprised expression on his face. "I knew it, for a kid to modder a jutsu like that," Kakashi said when Zabuza started chuckling. "A jutsu like that?" Sakura asked, confused at what Kakashi was implying. "A bloodline," Kakashi said bluntly. "A deep blood lineage and superior genealogy." It's a jutsu passed down by your ancestors, he continued on, drawing a baffled look from her. So wait, that means... Yeah, you can compare it to my Sharingan. Those two are in deep trouble. In the dome, Naruto heard Kakashi's explanation and smirked hearing it. So what? Big deal, you have a bloodline. That won't stop me from fulfilling my dreams, he exclaimed, his voice never wavering. His exclamation caused Haku's eyes to soften behind her mask as the memory of the day she was found by Zabuza plagued her mind. The day that Zabuza found her after she was on the streets cold, hungry, and soulless, just waiting to die. But then Zabuza found her and gave her a reason to live. She became his tool. He became a father figure, and for that gave her the will to live again. Becoming a true shinobi was difficult me, and it still is today. If possible, I don't want to have to kill you, nor want you to have to kill me. Haku said, her voice shaking a little behind the mask. But if you come at me, I will destroy my kind heart and become a true shinobi. This bridge is a place where we fight to connect our dreams. Me for my dream, and you for your dreams. Tears fell from her eyes and collected at the bottom of her mask. Please don't hate me. I want to protect someone precious to me, to work for that person, to fight for that person, to make that person's dreams come true. That is my dream. Her voice then filled with determination. For that, I can become a true shinobi. For that, I can kill you. Sasuke-kun. Naruto, don't listen to him. You can beat him. Sakura shouted at them, hoping beyond hope that they would prevail. No, Sakura, don't egg them on. Kakashi said, stopping her from saying more, drawing another confused look from the stupid fangirl. Even if they somehow defeat that jutsu, they cannot beat that boy. What do you mean? She asked, making the demon of the mist laugh at her nativity. They don't have the strength to destroy their hearts and kill another person. That young man knows the true pain of being a shinobi. Zabuza said, keeping up the charade of Haku being a guy. A real shinobi can't be created in a peaceful village like yours, because you can't gain the most important thing, the experience of killing. And for what I've seen, only one of your wet behind the ears genin are capable of such a feat. He continued on, infuriating the copycat ninja at such a claim. I'm going to end this instantly, the copycat ninja said, bringing his left hand to his hitate. Sharingan again? Is it the only thing you can do? Zabuza sneered, getting real tired of this trick. As Kakashi started lifting this hitate, the eyebrowless man reached under his shirt and pulled out a kunai. Quickly adding chakra to his feet, the demon of the mist launched himself at him, aiming to take out Kakashi's Sharingan eye. It was too late to dodge, so Kakashi quickly brought up his right hand to defend. The kunai embedded itself in his hand, causing a massive amount of blood to splatter onto the ground. With his normal eye, Kakashi glared at the demon of the mist. You asked if it's all I can do, but you are afraid of my Sharingan, Zabuza. Kakashi taunted, blocking the pain from experience he received in the Third Great Shinobi War. A shinobi's supreme technique is not something that should be shown to your opponent over and over again. Zabuza snarled at him. You should feel honored. You're the only person to have seen it twice. There will not be a third time. Kakashi replied. Yeah. Even if you defeat me, you can't win against Haku. Ever since he was a kid, I taught him all different kinds of fighting skills. Even facing the greatest adversity, he succeeded. Without heart nor fear of death, a fighting machine known as a shinobi. And even his jutsu surpasses mine by his terrifying bloodline. I gained a high-quality tool for myself, unlike the scrap that follow you around, he said, pulling the kunai from Kakashi's palm. There's nothing as boring as a man's bragging. Let's get this started. Kakashi replied, lifting his hitate, his Sharingan flashing. Zabuza jumped backwards to avoid any possible attacks, backing further way down the bridge. Hold on for a second. I'll use your own words and brag about one more thing. The last time you said this to me, I'll tell you this. The same jutsu will not work twice against me, wasn't it? I have already seen through the trivial system of your eye. In the fight, I wasn't just getting beat like an idiot. I had Haku hide in the background and examine every aspect of the battle. My tool told me how to beat your Sharingan, only seeing it once. Ninja art. Hidden misjutsu, he called out. Zabuza gradually disappeared as a thick, impenetrable mist blanketed the area, leaving Kakashi waiting for the next move. This fog is so thick, I doubt even Zabuza could see through this. Kakashi muttered under HS breath. But then he saw some familiar shapes speeding through the mist. He deflected several shuriken with his kunai. Impressive that you could block those, Sharingan Kakashi, came a voice from behind Kakashi. Spinning around, Kakashi saw Zabuza standing with one hand in the controlling hand sign for the jutsu. But what really amazed him was the fact that Zabuza's eyes were closed. But the next time either of you see me will be the end of everything. You have overrated your Sharingan a little too much. What? Kakashi demanded, hoping that Zabuza didn't figure it out. Well, how wrong he was. You acted as if you knew everything, but you can't read my mind nor see my future, Kakashi. The Sharingan is simply a trick that makes your opponent think you can. It's basically an eye technique involving hypnotism and an attention to detail. Using these two abilities together, you can progress from copying the body to copying the mind to copying the jutsu. This is the dance that makes it look like you can predict the future. First, with that keen eye, you copy my movements and shake my mind. Then when I'm confused, you are able to figure out what I'll say and then become me. Then once the worry and confusion is at its peak, you attack with a cleaver trick. You attack my mind with a hypnotic genjutsu, suggesting what seal I should perform next. And then you copy that. Zabuza laughed. So the answer is simple. First, with this thick mist, I render your eyes useless. The demon of the mist proceeded to punch Kakashi in the chest, sending him backwards. Hee, and by keeping my eyes closed, I removed the chance of being hypnotized. Kakashi panted, regaining his breath after that punch. But why? You can't see anything either. Have you forgotten that I am a genius in the art of silent killing, taking down my enemy by just their sound? At those words, Kakashi turned his head on instinct in the direction he knew Sakura and Tizuna to be. Oh no, he thought, his body disappearing as he quickly moved to the pair, appearing between them and Zabuza just in time to barely block an attack. From the mist, Sakura's screams could be heard. Meanwhile, during Kakashi's fight, Naruto was barely holding on to conscious, while Sasuke was busy defending himself from barrages of Senbon needles. He focused chakra into his eyes to see better and ducked out of the way from another barrage of Senbon needles. Unbelievable, but how was he able to see it? Haku thought before she got her answer when Sasuke raised his head to look at her. Within his eyes were no longer the regular onyx black of the Uchiha clan, but were now the famed crimson red eyes, with two tomos in the left eye and one in the right. Haku now knew that Sasuke was now using the Sharingan that was now active. The ice user then knew she couldn't afford to waste any more time. She quickly exited her mirror and went towards a pro Naruto. Cursing, Sasuke pumped the last of his chakra into his legs, hoping to make it there in time. Kakashi clutched at his chest, trying to stem the flow of blood from the new slash going diagonally down his chest. He had managed to come between Zabuza and Sakura and Tizuna in time, but only with seconds to save their lives as a human shield. You were too slow, Kakashi. Zabuza growled at him, ashamed his skills dulled over the years, which was truly pathetic in his opinion. Did your desire to save that cannon fodder cloud your mind and make the mist even thicker? Even with that impressive eye, your ability to read my movements is dimming. Try and hang in there. I want to savor the fun as I return the favor from my defeat earlier. Don't worry about the genin behind us. He grinned under his bandages. Haku has probably already killed them. Plus, I am about to send you to the same place as them. I think you can apologize to them in the next life. Apologize for lacking the strength to protect them. He then went into a mocking laughter. It was Sakura who finally perked up, yelling, Sasuke-kun won't be beaten that easily, completely forgetting about Naruto. Kakashi smiled from beneath his face mask. Exactly. I believe in their strength and Naruto's determination, he said, not hearing her entire screeching. And Sasuke is the offspring of Konoha's most outstanding clans. You mean? Zabuza asked, knowing exactly what Kakashi was saying. Yes, that boy's full name is Sasuke Uchiha, a genius with the blood of the Uchiha clan running through his veins. Kakashi finished his thoughts. An offspring of that tragic clan. But that's the same with Haku. No one has ever defeated that special jutsu, he said, disappearing into the mist again. Sakura, stay here. Kakashi ordered his genin, causing her to stand still. Can you hear me, Zabuza? You seem to believe that I survived in this world with only my Sharingan. You seem to forget I was a former captain of the Umbu Black Ops, and you know what that means. And you know what kind of shinobi I truly am. I can do more than just copy jutsu. I shall show you my own original jutsu, he said, cupping his hand beneath a specific pouch on his jacket. In the ice mirrors, Naruto stirred and saw the hunter ninja on the ground. Geez, all you do is get in the way, Sasuke said above him. Smiling, seeing that Sasuke beat him, Naruto looked up to congratulate him. But his smile faded and his face turned into a mixture of horror and an absolute shock. Because Sasuke was covered in needles, his arms, legs, torso, and especially his neck was riddled with sun bond going through him. Why did you save me? Naruto asked, shocked by the fact that Sasuke did this. Sasuke, smirking slightly as blood leaked from his mouth. I hated you. Then why? I never asked for your help. I don't know, my body just moved on its own. He coughed up a large amount of blood and collapsed, and Naruto caught him before he almost hit the ground. That man, Sasuke gasped out as his eyes began to close. That man I swore to kill my brother. I told myself that I wouldn't die until I killed him. He winced as he looked at Naruto, don't die also, and then his eyes closed, and his body became cold. He landed a blow on me without even flinching and died protecting you. To protect a precious person, knowing it was a trap, he still jumped in. He is a shinobi that deserves respect. Haku said, her voice void of emotion as she stood up. Is this your first death of a friend? That is the way of the shinobi, she said, sadly stepping into the nearest ice mirror. Shut up, Naruto shouted at the fake hunter ninja. I won't forgive you. Still hunched over Sasuke's body, foul demonic red chakra emitted from his body and looked up to face her. His eyes were slitted blood red, full of malice and rage. I'm going to kill you, he roared out, his voice dark and demonic, promising death. Haku watched in fascination and horror as the red chakra surrounded his body. His face became more pronounced as his whisker-like marks becoming darker in color with his canines, turning to small fangs. When he opened his eyes, the evil feeling of the chakra overwhelmed her as she felt her hand shaking in fear and almost the need to run from him and never come back. She felt a multitude of fears going all throughout her body as she saw the chakra veil take on the shape of a fox. She felt even further frightened, seeing as how chakra was supposed to be invisible to the naked eye, and for an instant, she could swear that an image of an evil glaring fox. What is this chakra? She asked herself as his wounds healed, and the needles from his previous attacks popped out of his body. That's impossible for chakra to change like this. It feels so evil and full of malice. And his wounds are healing. Who is this boy? She questioned inside her head, while preparing for Naruto's attack. Kakashi and Zabuza all blinked as they felt the sudden burst of evil chakra. Kakashi looked into the mist desperately as he withdrew a scroll from one of the pouches on his flak jacket. Is that Zabuza? No. This terrible chakra, it can't be Naruto. Knowing he didn't have much time left, Kakashi flipped his scroll into the air with his right hand and moved his left hand up to his chest wound. He stuck his finger in the wound, and in a single practiced motion caught the scroll, opened it, and swiped his bloody finger down the length of the inscriptions. Spinning the open paper around his body in preparation for the jutsu, Kakashi called out to the demon of the mist, Zabuza, I know you can hear me, and you know neither of us have time to waste. This might not be your style, but let's end this fight right here and now, he said, catching the scroll as if rolled itself up in a focusing seal. Sounds interesting. What could you possibly do in this situation? Show me, Kakashi. Zabuza shouted from within the thick mist. In the ice mirror dome, Haku moved quickly and threw 6 sun bond needles towards Naruto. Naruto simply let out a demonic roar that blew them away. He then proceeded to jump up to attack her. She fled the mirror from years of training, and just in time as he punched where she just was a second ago, destroying the mirror. She fell to the ground, completely shocked that her mirror was destroyed, but she didn't have time to think on it when she rolled away as he came down on her. His punch destroyed the ground which she stood on, resulting in her tumbling towards him after trying to get towards another mirror. She tried to get away, but he grabbed her arm, nearly causing it to break. Naruto then brought his right arm back, and with all the strength he could muster, he punched Haku's masked face, forcing her to fly backwards through one of her mirrors and roll on the ground before hitting an iron railguard. As her jutsu crumbled, Naruto roared out and ran on all fours like an animal. As he neared her, her mask started crumbling, revealing parts of her face. He brought his right arm back to finish her off and thrust it forward. As his punch was about to reach her face, her mask fell off. Everything around them stopped. The wind didn't blow. The birds didn't chirp. Nothing. Haku sat there on her knees. "Why didn't you finish me off?" she asked, her voice cold and dead. "What are you trying to say?" Naruto asked, his eyes back to their blue color. Haku was silent, but then she stood, her head bowed. "You don't understand now. You have taken away my reason for living. Zabuza has no need for weak shinobi or a defective tool." "You're not a tool," Naruto snapped at her. "What makes him so special anyway?" Haku bowed her head and told Naruto of her history. She explained how in Water Country, those with bloodlines were seen as monsters and tools, and civil wars in Water Country had resulted in the deaths of nearly all the bloodline users in said country. "My mother was one of them," she said, her eyes lifeless. "And when my father found out, he killed her and then tried to kill me, but I killed him. Then Zabuza found you." Naruto finished for her, his gaze saddened, knowing her life was somewhat like his, unwanted and alone. "Yes." Haku smiled, tears running down her eyes. "I was happy. He took me as his own and trained me to be his perfect tool. He was like a second father to me, but now." She trailed off, looking to the side. "He has no need for a defective tool. So please, Naruto, kill me." Over with Zabuza and Kakashi. The copycat ninja went through 4 hand seals before slamming his scroll onto the ground. Summoning, Earth-style, Fang Pursuit, he thought out as rolls of kanji, symbols stretched out, and the ground crackles with immense power. "It's useless, Kakashi. You can't figure out where I am. Without your Sharingan, you're useless." The next attack will be the Lost Dash. Zabuza's thoughts were interrupted, feeling some rumbling beneath his feet. Opening his eyes, he could hear what he thought was the sound of dogs barking, which was joined quickly by cracking noises. Looking at his feet, Zabuza was shocked to see when several vicious dogs burst from the bridge, grabbing him and holding him tight in place. As the mist cleared, Kakashi saw Zabuza being held by a pack of dogs. A huge bulldog bit into both of his right shoulder, rendering it useless. 2 Great Danes held his hands, 2 Labrador Retrievers held his arms, 2 Rottweilers bit into his thighs, 2 Beagles bit into his ankles, and a pug bit on the long cloth of his atate. All wearing blue capes with smiley faces on them and leafetiates on various parts of their bodies. "Ow!" Zabuza asked despite the pain. "Earlier in the fight, I let you wound me, and your weapons stink with my blood, so my hounds couldn't miss you," Kakashi replied as the fog lifted. "The fog is lifting. I can see your future, and your future is death." "You say my future is death? I've had enough of your bluffs." Zabuza raged. "Zabuza, you've had your fun. You schemed your schemes. The day you deserted the village hidden in the mist and became a missing nin, your name, and your reactions were reported to every village. We all know your failed coup d'etat you and your followers staged, and the attempt to assassinate the Mizukichi. Since then, you've been trying to raise funds for a second attempt, and barely staying ahead of the Hunter Nins, which is what brought you here. It's why you'd stoop to work for scum like Gato," Kakashi said, his voice filled with disgust. He then did 3 hand seals and used his left hand to brace his right wrist. A ring of crackling chakra appeared around him, and small bolts of electricity flowed from the ring into his hand. The bolts eventually stopped, and he now held a large blue ball of lightning, which let out a terrible sound like the screeching of 1,000 angry birds. "You're a loose cannon. The man you're trying to kill, Tazuna, is the heart and spirit of this place. And the bridge you're trying to prevent him from completing is the land's hope. You're willing to sacrifice this place and everyone in this village just to advance your own ambitions," he continued. "Spare me the civics lesson and philosophy. You have no right in my affairs. Do your worst." Zabuza roared. "Then die. Lightning blade." Kakashi yelled as he ran at Zabuza, his right hand at his side, tearing through the bridge. He then brought his hand up to plunge it into his chest. But he saw a dark shape appear before him. Too late to pull back, he surged forward, thrusting his lightning-engulfed hand at Zabuza. Despite the tears, Naruto knew how Haku felt. He didn't want to do it, but sometimes there was no choice. Reaching into his kunai holster, he brought out his kunai knife and ran at her, intending at making her death swift and painless. Thank you, Naruto. Live on and fulfill your dreams. I just wish we met under different circumstances. I know we would have been friends, maybe even... Her thoughts were cut short when she sensed a massive chakra spike where Zabuza was. Just when Naruto was going to take a stab at her heart, she grabbed his wrist, preventing him from the killing blow. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I can't die yet, she said, not realizing she added a suffix to his name. She then proceeded to do a one-handed seal and disappeared. What the? Naruto asked himself, seeing her disappear. Looking in the direction, he knew Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting. He saw her appear in front of Zabuza, her arms wide open, protecting him from Kakashi's lightning-covered hand. He felt his eyes widen, and he growled angrily. It wasn't fair. No one deserved to die like that. That was when he felt something in his legs. Apparently, he unconsciously focused the fox's remaining chakra into his legs. But he didn't care. Squatting down, he flew forward towards them. In a splash of blood, Kakashi saw with horror what he actually hit. Haku had reached Zabuza in time, but Naruto had shoved her out of the way and took Kakashi's prized jutsu through his chest and out his back, splashing the area with his blood. While Kakashi tried to get out the words, but Naruto grinned, despite the pain he was in. I couldn't let her die, he said, as Kakashi pulled his trembling, blood-soaked arm free from his student. Zabuza only scoffed, amazed by Naruto's tenacity. Saved by my enemy student all for a defective tool. Naruto, growling pale by the second, looked at the demon of the mist, his eyes hard and cold. Don't you call her that, he said, trying to cover up the hole in his chest. Ow! Haku put her hands over her mouth, trying not to throw up. I don't know, I just guessed. Naruto smiled at her, before puking up a glob of blood. Now listen here, no brows. She loves you like a father, he managed to yell out, going into a coughing fit, hacking up blood that got worse with each cough, causing him to fall on his back on the hard concrete floor. But he managed to smile through the pain. I'm dying, I know that much. And while I may be an idiot, he snickered a bit as he saw the look on their shocked faces. I know one thing about the 7 swordsmen last rites. Zabuza winced hearing that. It was a tradition in the 7 swordsmen of the mist to honor one request from the dying. That was if they earned their respect, and if it was reasonable. While he didn't want to admit it, the blonde brat earned his respect from their first meeting, being the only one who actually didn't fear him like the others. Fine, what is your wish? He asked, knowing it would to abandon his mission. I want you to abandon this mission and bring Haku and yourself to Konoha to dash. He immediately went into a hacking fit that caused his lifeblood to spill onto the bridge. Become Shinobi of a Leaf, he managed to finally say after his fit, his voice growing weaker and weaker by the second. That was a shocker, the demon of the mist becoming a leaf shinobi. Kakashi thought it was an insane idea. It would take a lot of strings to pull with the Hokage. And Zabuza was wondering if the blood loss was getting to his head. But sighing, he agreed. Last request accepted, on my sword. Zabuza agreed, sealing the deal, and looked at the dying blonde, forever burning the image into his mind in order to never forget. Thank you, Zabuza. Naruto sighed out tiredly before his closed forever. The scene was heartbreaking. Only 4 people cried for the blonde. Kakashi cried for a student that he killed with his own hands. Zabuza actually shed a single tear for the first time since he defected from a mist, leaving behind someone very important to him. Haku started weeping as she looked at this boy. Know this man who gave his life for her. And even Tizuna wept uncontrollably for the deceased blonde who gave his life to save a country that wasn't even his own. The only people who didn't cry was Sakura, because she was tending to a wounded Sasuke, and was because parents told her that Naruto was nothing but a demon. When she was as young as 6, they and the entire civilian council gave her a super secret mission to abuse him for her years in the academy and kill him whenever she got the chance. And Sasuke, because he was unconscious at the time, blissfully unaware what happened to the blonde. However, the heartbreaking scene was ruined. Well, what do we have here? Came a familiar voice. It was Gato in his fancy tuxedo, and he had brought all of his henchmen with him to finish the job. Looks like you're getting your ass kicked, Zabuza. Gato, Zabuza growled, clearly in no mood for the businessman's crap. What do you want? And what's with those men? Sakura, who had brought an unconscious and sun-bond-filled Sasuke over. What's going on? She asked. Haku only grimaced. It's our employer, she replied wearily, tired from using her chakra. Hee hee, Gato chuckled. The plans changed. At first, I wasn't going to pay you and let the hunter Neen from Water Country know where you were. Zabuza grimaced. He knew this wasn't going to end well. But then I saw this fight and thought that it'd be better to kill off you guys and give the girls to my men as part of job well done. Sakura gasped in horror. Haku lifted herself to her feet and glared at the short man who dared to betray them, as the rowdy group of men behind Gato leered at the girls, while the men were looking at them with absolute hatred. Gato saw her and grinned evilly. Actually, as punishment for breaking my arm, my men can have you as their little toy, and I'll keep the pink-haired one. After all, it's not every day that you find a girl with natural pink hair. I find it. He paused to lick his lips at gaining a new toy exotic. You will do no such thing to my daughter, Zabuza yelled out, slowly reaching behind his back with his good arm. Ha! Well, when they're done, she'll be calling us daddy, one mercenary cheered, while the rest laughed with him. Get them all, Gato called out, raising his good arm to point like the stereotypical bad guy. The thugs cheered loudly and begun to run forward, but a kunai sinking into Gato's skull stopped them in dead their tracks as they saw the crime lord fall to the ground with a bewildered look on his face. Nice shot, Kakashi commented, the demon of the mist. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. Zabuza smirked. I owe it to the kid at least. You killed our meal ticket, one mercenary shouted at the ninjas. Now we're going to ransack the village, another shouted out. However, when they were about to charge and ransack the village, an arrow embedded in front of them. Everyone looked to where it came from, and every able-bodied villager was there. While they were only carrying farming tools, their numbers far outmatched theirs, making them a little intimidated. Kakashi, how much chakra you got left? Zabuza asked the copycat ninja. Enough for one last jutsu, Kakashi replied to the demon of the mist. Nodding, Zabuza started going through 44 hand seals with his good hand, with Kakashi following suit with 2 hands until Hei ended on the rooster hand seal. Water style, water dragon jutsu. The two called out in a union as 2 giant dragons made out of water flew up from under the bridge, slamming into the bandits, either sending them over the side of the bridge to their deaths, crushing them on impact, drowning them, or into the boat at the side of the bridge, destroying it as well. Either way, no one survived. There wasn't even a body left to bury. Not that they even deserved one, of course. But the cost was heavy. Naruto was dead, and nothing was going to bring him back. As Kakashi picked up the deceased genin to take his body back to the house, no one even suspected this single moment would change the future, not even the demonic eyes peering at them from another realm of existence and smiling to himself. What am I going to tell the Hokage? Kakashi sighed sadly. It had been 3 days since Naruto sacrificed himself to save Zabuza and Haku. He knew he couldn't procrastinate on an issue like this. After all, it's not every day you killed your sensei's son. Just tell him the truth, that he died protecting his precious person. Sasuke replied in a rare moment of kindness. But underneath his calm facade, he was trying his best to decry in front of everyone. While he would never say it out loud, Naruto was his friend. The blonde always stuck by him during their academy days after his clan was slaughtered. Being an orphan, he knew his pain and loneliness of not having a family. Sakura, on the other hand, clearly didn't give a flying fuck. Her mom always told her that Naruto was the Kyuubi incarnate, and she believed every word like a good girl. And the result was her undertaking a private mission under the civilian council to destroy the blonde-haired demon any way necessary. Smirking inwardly, she took pride in what she did to make him suffer, distracting him from his studies as a shinobi with her beauty, in her mind at least, causing him brain damage by hitting him repeatedly for doing the simplest things. While she was glad she had him wrapped around her finger, his death took a lot off her mind, so she can finally report back to her mom and finally get her beloved Sasuke to finally notice her. Zabuza, meanwhile, stood up, causing Kakashi to glance at him. Sighing, the demon of the mist said to the copycat ninja, "Listen, I'm just heading to the bathroom. I swore on my sword that I would honor the kid's request, and I'm not going to break it." As he headed to the bathroom, the former Mist Umbu member reflected on the last 3 days. And he wouldn't admit it, but he missed the kid. While he was an idiot, he had potential to surpass him. That's right, he was the one he mentioned to Kakashi on the bridge. The kid had spirit and brought Haku and him closer together. He felt like smacking himself for being so oblivious to his his surrogate daughter's feelings towards him. As he opened the door, he swore that if he broke his promise that he would take his own life. Haku, however, was sitting by Tsunami, both still shedding tears. Tsunami's was for the man who saved her and her son's lives, while hers were from what could have been. When she first saw him unconscious in the forest, it pained her to try and kill him, and for that she was glad that she didn't. His eyes looked much like hers before she found Zabuza. While she had no doubt that he was happy with his current precious people, his eyes showed her it just wasn't enough. Drying her tears once again, she made a silent vow to honor his sacrifice by living her life to the fullest. Tazuna drank himself into unconsciousness, unable to bear that a young soul sacrificed his life for a country that was not his own. A part of him died on that bridge 3 days ago, showing what a waste of life these shinobi go through. Naruto was only 12, almost 13, barely old enough to see life to its fullest. That was why he was going to name it the Great Naruto Bridge to honor the life of Wave Country's savior before he passed out. Inari, however, was taking it the hardest. Naruto was the closest thing he had to a brother, but he dared not shed a tear out of sadness. No, that would be an insult to the man who saved his country. The only time he would ever cry was out of happiness, never sadness, that he swore on the grave of Kaiza, the first hero of Wave Country, and his father. None of them knew what would occur in the next hour. Unknown location. Is this hell or is this heaven? Naruto whispered quietly to himself. The sound echoed through the darkness, and he heard his own question repeated many times, distorted in some way. He could feel the vibrations of his own voice rippling through his body. Then there was another voice, and as it spoke, the veil of shadow that had shrouded his senses was banished. No, this isn't hell or heaven. It is the place in between earth, heaven, and hell. It is the connection linking all three. It is the place of purgatory, or otherwise known as limbo. The words came from every direction, and the voice was unlike any he had ever heard. As his sight returned, he could see a figure in front of him. It was monstrous, larger than even the Kyuubi, though it shared many of the same characteristics as a human. Only he had purple skin with horns on his head. His long white hair flowed down to the giant's knees, and a dagger was held between its sharp teeth. The man wore a big, baggy white yuka. He was also slightly transparent and glowed with a strange dark power. A presence hung, not like a killing intent, but rather like death itself was radiating from the ghost-like man. It was so powerful that it made Kyuubi's killing intent seem like nothing. Naruto gulped. He had never felt this much power before. This man had to be a god or demon. Nothing else could house so much power. I am Shinigami, the god of death. Naruto's eyes widened at this revelation. He was dead. He killed me. My sensei killed me. Naruto's eyes dulled with sadness. He knew that something was off, but didn't know what. But what the god of death said practically was a chakra-reinforced punch by Sakura. He looked back at the Shinigami. The god's orb-like eyes were boring a hole in his forehead. What? The god of death seemed a bit taken aback that a mortal would speak so bluntly with him. Well, looks you got a set of kahunas to speak to the divine dash. I know you're the lord of the afterlife. Big fucking deal. Just send me to heaven, hell, or keep me here. Either way, I don't give a shit. Naruto said, crossing his arms in front of his chest, awaiting his judgment. He expected an angry scream and get banished to hell for all eternity. But instead, the god of death started chuckling, right before going into full-blown laughter. He waited for him to stop, but it continued on for 3 straight hours, bringing a bunch of tick marks on his head. What's so damn funny? He finally screamed out, getting tired of his laughter. Wiping a tear from his eye, the Shinigami chuckled one more time. You are a very amusing human, he managed to say, before letting loose a stream of chuckles. What do you mean by that? The blonde asked. While it was easy to confuse him, this was far by the most confusing thing that he ever experienced in his life. Kid, you are the first human to tell me off. No one, and I mean no one other than my family has told me off. And I find that hilarious. Shinigami said, his respect going up a notch, but now on to important matters. I believe you know that you have passed on. Yes, I kind of figured that out since I met you. Naruto said, scratching his head. Cut the lip, smartass. I'm trying to say something important here. Shinigami snapped at him. Now, as I was saying, I'm here to make a deal with you. Wow, wow, wow. Hold up, I ain't making any deal. Not without knowing what I'm in for. Why, you're not as dumb as you look. I take offense to that. Naruto protested. Whatever, Blondie. Let me guess. You aren't going to agree unless I tell you what I'm planning. Shinigami asked him, raising an eyebrow. In the words of the Yondaime Hokage, take it or leave it, Naruto said, bringing out a ghostly image that made the god blink to make sure he wasn't seeing things. You don't know the half of the words you just said, Shinigami thought, remembering those words from so long ago. All right, but listen closely because I'm only going to say this once, he said, making Naruto nod. I have been watching you closely, and I must say you have earned my full respect and more. And that is nearly impossible. So I'm going to offer you a second chance at life. I will send you back to your world. I will repair and enhance your old body to the point that you will be unrecognizable to everyone. He finished, making Naruto's eyes widen in excitement. What about the fox? Our blonde hero asked, wondering if he would be rid of him once and for all. Unfortunately, QB's soul will remain in your body. Now, before you complain I just can't take him out, it is the will of my mother destiny that you two stay bound together. Seeing the blonde frown and bring his head down in disappointment, Shinigami shrank down to the size of a 6-foot-tall human and ruffled his hair in a fatherly fashion. Hey, don't look so down. There's a gift that I'm going to bestow you as my avatar of power that even makes the mightiest demon quiver in fear. Naruto looked at the god in only slight comprehension. What's this power you speak of? He asked, and wondering what an avatar was. It is the power of the darkness flame, Shinigami replied. The darkness flame? Yes, the most powerful fire next to Amaratsu's flames. Powerful hellfire flames that will burn through anything, and I mean anything. The blonde couldn't help but smirk, but one thing came to his mind. What's an avatar? It means you will be my manifestation of death and serve me. You will be my subordinate, the first actually. You will follow my orders like your Hokage and sensei, but what I order you to do is your first priority, Shinigami said, causing the blonde to frown. Don't worry, it's not like you're my slave for eternity. You will still have all your freedoms, but when an order comes up, I expect you to do it. Everything else will come second. Got it? Breathing out a sigh of relief, the blonde relaxed. After thinking it over for a few minutes, he answered one of the highest powers in existence. I accept your deal, Lord Shinigami. I'm glad to hear it, but please no honorifics. You're supposed to be yourself, not some religious nut like those blasted Jashinist freaks. Shinigami sighed, really hating those guys. Jashinists? Wait, never mind, I'll ask later, but I got a question for you, if you'll allow it. Go ahead and ask, I just may answer it. Since you're the god of death, you probably know who my parents were. So, can you please tell me who they are? Naruto asked the question that has been bugging him since he was young enough to talk. I'm afraid you will have to ask your Hokage. Right now, you are not mature enough to handle this touchy information. But since you'll find it out eventually from what I'm going to put you through, I can at least tell you that our mother was of the Uchiha Bello Dash. What? My mom was a Uchiha? Why does Kami hate me? Naruto cried out in disbelief, doing a bunch of exaggerated movements, causing the god of death to sweat drop, wondering if bringing him back to life was a good idea. Kid, my brother doesn't hate you. I know this for a fact, trust me. He lied for the most part, making him stop in an awkward angle. All right, fine. Can I go back now? After all, I can't ask the old man if I'm dead. Naruto asked, standing straight up. Hold up before you leave. I have a couple assignments for you. Fine, lay it on me. Naruto sighed, wanting to get this over with. First, I gotta awaken your Sharingan, and I want you to name it, because it's gonna be a new bloodline, 2. Get rid of that forsaken jumpsuit. 3. I want you to kill 3 men, Orochimaru, Madara Uchiha, and Danzo Shimura. They have been a pain in my ass for far too long. And 4. Don't fawn over that pink-haired bitch. Instead, pursue the Hyuga girl and that ice babe. Shinigami, Wait, why do you care about my love life? Naruto asked suspiciously. Shinigami actually chuckled nervously and scratched the back of his head. Well, for one, I know that you've been secretly training / kind of seeing that Hyuga girl, though it's been too slow for my tastes. And I know that her love runs deep within her for a knucklehead like you. Plus that girl with that ice bloodline, well, she's hot and is developing feelings for you. And before you ask how I know, it's simple. Cupid is a good friend of mine, and he knows that it gets boring in limbo. So he shoots people for everyone's amusement. While it mostly works out on a lot of people, he does make mistakes, like when he seriously fucked up when he shot you for the pink-haired bitch. Take that back, Sakura is not Dash. Silence. The god of death roared at him. She's a total bitch, the worst girl have ever witnessed to date. And trust me, I've seen Countess Elizabeth Bathory and gladly sent that bitch to hell where she belongs. You may be a god, but I know her, and he was interrupted again when the powerful deity punched him in the face. The blonde flew back a few feet before hitting an invisible wall, knocking him unconscious. He stirred a couple minutes later, but he was frowning, and his eyes held a dark look. Is this true? He asked, his voice suddenly taking on a sad tone. Yes, she isn't what you thought she was. She and that damn civilian council of yours have been fucking you over your entire life. That was the sole reason I punched you, to transfer a small part of my memory to show you I wasn't lying. After a long while, our blonde hero stayed quiet. Is there anything else you wish of me? He finally asked, his voice still sad, but happy at the same time in a weird way that only a mortal could do. Yes, I want you to drop your mask, because I'm sick and tired of you making yourself looking like an ass all the time. Don't sell yourself short on anything. If you want it, reach out and grab it, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Shinigami retorted on a mocking tone. Nodding, Naruto accepted Shinigami's terms. I'll do as you say, but I got a few questions, he asked. Ask away. For me, killing those 3 men, isn't Orochimaru the snake Sannin who betrayed Konoha? Who the hell is Madara Uchiha? Isn't he part of my family? And who is Danzo? Listen closely. Orochimaru is trying to obtain immortality, which is a pain in my ass. Just think, if other people were to discover how he gained immortality, the entire balance of life will get fucked up. Plus, that man has been doing a long series of sick and unusual experiments, thus forcing me to send good spirits to hell, because they turned evil because of him. As for Madara, yes, he's part of your family. However, he has gained immortality, but that's not the worst part. He took control of Kyuubi not once, but twice. He was the one who fucked up your life and pretty much cursed you to damnation. And Danzo is as worse as those two, but you're not ready to learn more about him yet. You have to be fucking kidding me. Kid, I'm a god, and gods don't lie about serious stuff like this. Then there was silence, a very uncomfortable silence. So Shinigami decided to break it. Why does this bother you? I know you took your first life before. Don't remind me of that. Naruto grumbled, putting his hand over his mouth to try and not throw up. Kid, it was a life and death situation. You did what you had to survive. But Dash. No buts. The man was a drunk and a criminal. You did your village a favor by getting rid of him. And trust me, he's in hell getting what he deserves. But Dash. I said no buts. In your profession, you're going to take many lives, and while you serve me, you're going to kill a lot more. Sighing, Naruto replied to the god of death. You're not going to make this easy on me, are you? Giving him a sharp, toothy grin, well, as much he could give with a dagger in his mouth, the god of death chuckled at the blonde. Damn straight I am. Now, before I interrupted you, what was the cause of your distress? All right, well, those 3 seem strong. I mean, I'm only at high genin level at best. Do I have to dash? Oh no, they're your primary targets. While I want them dead as soon as possible, they don't have to be killed right away. After all, what use would you be if you died on me? Shinigami said coolly. While it was kind of cold of him, Naruto knew that he was right. But they won't be the only ones. You will have secondary targets when I come up with them. All right, now for naming my bloodline, can you give me some time to name it? I can't really come up with something this important on the fly. Naruto asked, hoping that he could go back now. I'll give you some time. But for now, it's time for me to send you back. Remember, death is your ally. Go forth and be my agent of death to those unworthy of their lives. Shinigami told Naruto as he faded away and the blackness receded. Barely a day after his death, Naruto's body finally looked to be at peace. Due to rigor mortis settling in, he was laying awkwardly on one of the futons within Tezuna's home. His legs were slightly bent in an odd angle, his body looked twisted, and his hands were pitifully trying to cover the gigantic hole in his chest. But his face held a serene look to it, and a peaceful smile to go with it. That was what Kakashi was brooding over. The man was a mess, his hair greasy, unkempt, his visible eye was red and puffy from the amount of tears he shed. Let's not forget, he was still healing from his fight from Zabuza. Sighing behind his mask, he sincerely envied his student. From all his experiences in his life, Kakashi never saw such a serene death face. Not from his fellow shinobi, at least. In fact, he only saw his sensei and his wife smiling upon their deaths. It was like they knew something everyone didn't, and to this day, he still didn't know what they were smiling about. And now their son was giving him that same smile that haunted him in his dreams. Getting to his feet, the copycat ninja brought his hand to his deceased student's cold forehead and brushed his messy strands of hair out of his face. Naruto, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I promised that I would never let anything happen to you or anyone on the team. But just like with Rin, I failed you too, because I wasn't strong enough. I hope you're in a better place and talking with your folks. You definitely deserve it. Turning around, he headed towards the door and opened it up. I will miss you, Naruto. Nothing will the same without you. With one last tear falling from his eye, he shut the door. Barely 5 minutes later, a dark, powerful, and sinister energy transferred to Naruto's lifeless body, wrapping around him in a cocoon-like fashion. The energy started building up until it expanded until it became unstable. The energy expanded until it exploded, blowing the 2 windows in the room out and shattering the furniture, and tearing off Naruto's bloody jacket along with chunks of his flesh so it grew back within seconds. Our hero's body stirred a little before he woke up, breathing his first breath of air. Note to self, don't die again, he muttered to himself. Wait, I'm alive? Yeah, I'm fucking alive. He cheered to himself in joy. He would have jumped around hooting and hollering, but a sharp pain jabbed him in the back of his neck. Hey, brat. Shinigami spoke up after mentally slapping him. Gingerly rubbing the back of his head, Naruto looked around the destroyed room. Shinigami, I can't see you. Where are you? I'm speaking through your mind, and don't talk out loud in public. People will think you're crazy, the death god replied. Oh. Naruto immediately stopped talking and focused his thoughts in his head. Is this better? Perfect. Now listen up, I want you to get out of here now. What? Naruto started to question him. Don't question me, do it now. Shinigami roared, making him shut up and scramble out one of the broken windows. He left just in time because Kakashi and Zabuza started kicking the door down. Shinigami used some of his power to write a message on the wall to throw them off. He finished the last letter when the door was reduced to splinters via Zabuza's giant cleaver. When everyone got into the room, most of them were horrified to see the destruction in the room. The bed Naruto's bloody body was on was gone. The windows were blown out, and any bit of furniture was reduced to splinters. What the hell happened? Kakashi cried out as he frantically started searching for Naruto's body. Kakashi, you might want to take a look at this. Zabuza pointed to one of the walls with the writing on it. Sasuke read it out loud, his eyes narrowing with every word. Dear Leaf Scum, we finally got him. And at the end of the message, there was some sort of symbol showing 2 stones next to each other. Who would do this? Tezuna asked, horrified that someone would do this to the deceased, completely forgetting what the hunter ninja do to their targets. Narrowing his eyes and clenching his fists, Kakashi answered him. Stone Country. They always hated us, especially the blondes in our village. He surveyed the damaged room, seeing parts of his students' flesh and clothing. He clenched his hands harder, drawing blood, and his eyes starting to mist up. It must have been the explosion core. Only they would have the gall to do this. Well, at least we don't have to carry him all the way back to the village, Sakura said, trying to play the part as the naive and optimistic genin. But it was hard for her to try and not smile and cheer that she would never see the QB brat, as her mom called him, ever again. But how did they even know we were here? Sasuke asked, because this scenario honestly didn't add up. They must have been hired by Gato before he turned on us. Zabuza commented, the late crime lord was the type to do it after all. I guess so, Kakashi replied. That was the last they talked about it. Zabuza swore that he would utterly destroy any stone ninja he came across. Tsunami and Haku were holding in their tears to stay strong in front of the men, but Inari, however, ran out the room just because he just couldn't bear the sight any longer. And the two honorable members of Team 7 were silently praying for Naruto's poor soul. The next month was going to be hell for most of them. But then they would be in one hell of a surprise once it ended. Panting heavily, Naruto collapsed onto the forest floor. The Shinigami kept screaming at him to run until he collapsed. That was a few miles ago, which was pathetic in his opinion. After all, he was known to be a stamina freak back in his village. Shinigami, why am I so weak? He managed to pan out. You just came back from the dead. What did you expect? Did you expect to be back at full performance once you came back? The god of death replied, almost in a smart-ass tone. All right, why are you so casual? Aren't you supposed to have a I'm a god, and you should bow to me attitude? Get them out, my brothers, or my parents. They have that commanding attitude. Well, I just like to sit back, relax, and do what I want. Before you ask what the hell I'm talking about, I'll say it, so that even you can understand. This is my attitude, and I'm keeping it that way. Titles, social status, and honorifics don't mean shit to me. You want my respect, you have to earn it. And yet you find a 15-year-old girl hot. Very creepy, you cradle robber. Naruto muttered. Don't you dare compare me to those sick bastards. I may be old, but I'm not going to go all pervert pedophile on anyone. So I find her attractive, big fucking deal. Shinigami shouted at his avatar. And just for that, I'm going to make your training seem like hell on earth. Now get up so we can get started. While Naruto wasn't scared of most things, even though seeing the god of death freaked him out first, hearing Shinigami scream at him brought him to attention. Now I'm going to bestow you the darkness flames. However, this comes with a price. Price? The blonde asked the Lord of Death. Yes, the first is that I'll have to implant the tool into your forehead to awaken the power I promised you. But first I must scan you to see if you will even survive the process. Shinigami said, appearing before him in his 6-foot ghostly form, and analyzed him with his eyes. Impossible, he gasped out. I can never get it, Naruto asked, worried that he wasn't good enough to receive his savior's blessing, and mad that there was something wrong with his body. No, it's not that. You have a seal on you. And not just QB's seal, a suppressing seal. Suppressing seal. Yes, and by the looks of it, it's been on you for years. Shinigami half lied to the blonde. There was a seal on him, but there was something else that he needed to study upon further. One of the great elemental nations is that. It's just as it sounds, it probably has been suppressing your learning skills and making you dumber than now. The god replied, taking a shot at him. Now, I'm not going to lie, this just made the process more complicated. Usually you have a 50% chance of dying, but with QB's chakra and the seal, this increases your chances of death to 99.9%. If you die, your soul will be destroyed with no possibility of coming back. Are you sure you want to go through with this, despite knowing this knowledge? He asked him. Who do you think you're talking to? I'm ready for it, and nothing will stop me. Naruto replied with determination. Don't say I didn't warn you. After Shinigami said those words, he hit the blonde on the forehead and transferred the power he promised. At first, nothing happened until the black flames of hell started to swirl around Naruto, making him scream out in pain. The rest of his orange jacket burst into flames and burned his upper torso. The pain was so intense that his skin ripped off and regenerated multiple times, and he started banging his head on a nearby tree. The agonizing process went on for hours. The blonde destroyed many trees and stones to try and relieve himself of the pain. His bones broke and re-healed, his hair fell out and grew back, and he started bleeding out of every hole in his body. For 3 hellish days, Naruto's body destroyed itself. The entire area around him was nothing but a destroyed wasteland. 10 trees were felled and broken into splinters. Any stone within the area was crushed into fine powder, and the grass was uprooted and stained with an untold amount of his blood. Even after 3 days of torture, Naruto didn't give up all of that mind-racking pain serve a purpose. That purpose was for him to live and become stronger than his previous life. Through the pain, he felt every repressed memory surge through him. The knowledge he so blatantly ignored, the people who wronged him, the exercises that he furiously put his body through, and the emotions he always wanted to show finally came to the surface. When the fourth day finally came, the last thing Naruto felt was his eyes bursting into a red haze and his forehead splitting wide open. After hours of being unconscious, our hero woke up and cringed in pain. He couldn't move a muscle without it screaming at him to stay still. It took another few hours of lying still. The sun began to come up. Cringing in a low amount of pain, he finally crawled to the nearest river to see any changes. When he got there, he was in for one hell of a surprise. Slowly standing up, he saw that he was as tall as Sasuke and lost all the baby fat on his face and body, leaving nothing but muscles. He developed some abs that needed some work to be fully defined to a full six-pack along with his chest. And from what he could tell, his shoulders were a lot wider and his arm muscles were much bigger than before. His face was well defined and his whisker-like scars were darker like a tattoo, and his canines were a little longer and a lot sharper than normal. His blonde hair was definitely longer, that defied gravity with black streaks in it. But the most shocking thing were his eyes. He had the familiar Sharingan, only its 3 tomos were crimson, and the iris was like pure obsidian. Yet that didn't compare to the third eye in the middle of his forehead, its crimson iris staring back at him. Now Naruto did what any normal person would have done at that time. He freaked right the fuck out. "Shinigami, you fucking bastard. What the hell did you do to me?" He was greeted with a yawn and what sounded like scratching. Good morning to you too. What did you do to me?" he demanded, letting out a slight growl. "And here I thought I was doing you a favor removing the damn seal." The god of death yawned again, scratching his ass in limbo. "Wait, what? You removed it? How?" Naruto asked, completely doing a 180 in his attitude. There were a few seconds of silence, and what sounded like an exasperated sigh, what sounded like a facepalm, and the muttering of idiots. "Kid, I removed your suppressing seal. It took some doing, but I did it. Thankfully, it was worn down, which allowed less time for your gift to break it. And now, because your seal broke, I was able to successfully reverse its effects. In the time span you were screaming and unconscious, for lack of a better word, I fixed you." Naruto was at a loss. The freaking god of death fixed him. Not only was he granted with the black flames of hell, but he changed completely, and he felt better than any day in his life. His thoughts weren't cluttered, his body wasn't nearly as sluggish as it normally was, and for the first time in his life, he felt calm. It felt right. Damn, I don't know what to say. I'm not sure a simple thank you can amount to what you have done." He paused for a moment staring at his reflection, "But I gotta ask, why dash? You are undoubtedly wondering why you think more clearly, and you're more calm. It's slight, but it's noticeable, I'm sure. I told you a few days ago, the suppression seal affects absolutely everything about you. This includes your brain, and therefore your mind. Your thought processes are now natural. This means that you can think more clearly, you can be calmer than you used to be, now that you aren't tremendously chemically imbalanced, and you will probably have a much easier time of retaining knowledge. In simple words, you're no longer dumb." He then chuckled. "You're still an idiot in my opinion, though." "How am I an idiot still? I thought I was fixed." "Yet you're wondering why your Sharingan is not like your sensei's or teammates, or why you have an eye in the middle of your forehead." "Well, yeah, I dash. Well, for your information, because of the changes you went through, your Sharingan mutated from the power I granted you. And I told you that gaining the power of the darkness flames comes with a price. Now, before you argue, you agreed without asking what said price was, and the deal is irreversible." Shinigami said, chuckling how mortals always rushed into things without thinking things over. Now, there were a few things that Naruto could have done. He could have screamed in anger, swore at the god of death, fell into some sort of temper tantrum, or even killed himself. But instead, he let a small, true smile grace his lips for the first time in what seemed like forever. Why? He didn't know, but it felt good. Then he was laughing like there was no tomorrow. He was happy. He knew he looked much different than before. It would draw more hate from the villagers if they ever found out. But he didn't care, for he was finally free to be himself, not the idiot everyone came to know because of that damn seal on him. After his laughing streak, he deactivated the chakra in his eyes, something that he remembered from what his memories, until they were the true blue color everyone was familiar with, and mentally sighed in relief that his eyes kept their natural color. He turned to look at Shinigami to thank him, but instead of seeing his shadowy specter of death, he saw what looked like sweatbands, his Hittite with a black cloth on it, and a note. Raising his right eyebrow, he picked up the note and read it out loud. Dear Naruto, I would love to train you, but being the god of death, I have god things to attend to, like sentencing souls to heaven and hell. Yeah, I know I promised, but unlike Kakashi, I'm going to leave you precise instructions. Now what you see, there are special chakra bands that I acquired some time ago. Anyways, first you put 2 on your ankles and 2 on your wrists. They will automatically draw your chakra into them and steadily increase in weight as you get used to it. Now for your training schedule in the morning, I require you to hunt and gather your meals and constantly wear the weights to increase your strength. Now for the hard part, you're to run around this entire area 10 times. Do 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 1,000 punches for each arm and leg, 100 squats, and various chakra exercises that are written on the back of the paper that I learned about. When it hits noon, you'll rest for a half hour before making 7 clones to work on the chakra exercises again, while you work on the Juggin eye in the middle of your forehead. After that, you'll hunt for your dinner and then sleep until 6 o'clock, where we will continue this regimen until further notice. P.S. Use your Hittite to cover up the eye when you're not using it. After reading it out loud, Naruto dropped the paper to the forest floor, knowing that he was indeed screwed. God damn you, Shinigami. He cursed out before he felt a mental slap on the back of his head. All right, I'm going, he yelled into the sky and immediately began his training regimen. When Shinigami said he would be making Naruto's training seem like hell on earth, he meant it. For during the first week, he hunted for his own food by gathering nuts and berries at first. But his demanding regiment was forced to hunt and kill multiple animals, ranging from rabbits to deer, increasing his survival instincts and his willingness to kill. His physical exercises were brutal to the core. It tore his muscles constantly, and due to his regeneration factor, Shinigami had him increase his workout routine every single day just to see how far he could push his avatar. Of course, Naruto wanted to progress even further, so he exceeded his amount of clones from 7 to 50 to get ahead in his training. It ended up with him having the worst headache in his short life and knocking him unconscious for a day. Boy, was Shinigami pissed, because shadow clones could only do chakra and jutsu exercises. He called him a dumbass for even thinking of using them for physical exercises and punished him by tripling his physical regimen for 48 hours straight with little to no breaks, making Kyuubi work overtime to make sure his vessel didn't destroy his body with Shinigami's physical exercises. On the plus side, while he didn't get any physical perks from his botched attempt on the jutsu, he gained a good amount of muscle memory to make things a little more bearable. While his training was absolute torture, Naruto couldn't help but admire the results. His body was now more defined like Ryan Reynolds. Some guy Shinigami compared him to Dash. His weights went from 10 pounds on his arms and legs to 40, and his chakra control was at high tuning for what he could feel when he did water walking, finding it easier to do every time he tried it. Now, on a Kyuubi, their relationship was a love-hate one. When Naruto first met him by an hour of meditating, due to Shinigami's new orders, he saw that his mind was like a prison, iron doors containing various memories that he didn't care for at the moments, and went straight towards Kyuubi's cell. And it was just like that, a giant prison cell with iron bars and the kanji symbol for seal on the door. Now Naruto didn't know what to expect from the nine-tailed fox. Was he going to be friendly, sorry, or evil as hell? Well, he found out when he almost got a giant claw on his forehead, inciting a bundle of rage in the back of his mind from an unknown source. Little to say, the two got into an argument until Shinigami became the mediator by shutting them up with his killing intent. From then on, the two, while not exactly buddies, grudgingly accepted and helped each other. Naruto by imagining up a giant rabbit for the fox to devour from time to time, and Kyuubi by giving him chakra when he needed it and sending him information about the Uchiha clan. The information was disturbing to say the least. He learned that the Uchiha clan was descended from the elder of the two boys entrusted by the sage of the six paths with the power and will of the way of the ninja. The elder believed that might would bring peace. The sage chose the younger as more fitting to be his successor, causing the elder to become vengeful to him. From a younger boy descended the Senju clan, who would be the eternal rivals of the Uchiha clan. Before the founding of the ninja villages, the Uchiha were one of the many mercenary clans for hire. Because of their Sharingan, the Uchiha clan came to be known as one of the two strongest clans, the second being the Senju clan. That was when he learned that his ancestor, or at the very least a distant great-uncle, Madara Uchiha, who was undoubtedly the most powerful Uchiha at the time, was particularly powerful, and upon attaining the Mangekyo Sharingan, he took control of the clan. Under his leadership, the Uchiha grew stronger, conquering whatever clans they came upon, such that whenever the Uchiha clan was hired for a job, the opposing side would hire the Senju clan. To bring an end to the constant fighting, the leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama Senju, approached the Uchiha with an offering of peace. Although Madara never wanted peace with the Senju, the rest of the Uchiha wanted to end the fighting, and Madara had no choice but to go along with their decision. The Senju, the Uchiha, and all the clans they had conquered came together to form the village of Kanahagakure. Against Madara's wishes, the villagers selected Hashirama as the village's Shodame Hokage. Madara feared that Hashirama would oppress the Uchiha and tried to rally support for challenging his leadership, rather than help him. However, the Uchiha turned their backs on him, believing his only motives were due to pride and the desire for more power. Abandoned by his clan, Madara left the village, later returning in order to challenge Hashirama in battle. They fought at the site that would someday be called the Valley of the End, where although Madara called upon Kyuubi, he was defeated but apparently did not die. Naruto, surprised by the information, asked how to beat a man like that, and wondered how he could gain the Mangekyo Sharingan, which resulted in his getting hit upside the head by Shinigami. Naruto, don't get power hungry. The Mangekyo Sharingan is the next level of the Sharingan that curses you rather than blesses you. Curse me? Mind explaining, Shinigami? Naruto asked, still getting used to being smart and having a clan to learn about. Alright, you're still getting used to all this stuff. You see, it has 3 special abilities. One is named Tsukuyami. This jutsu is one of the most powerful Jinjutsu in existence. It's named after the goddess of the moon. This jutsu is generated by the left Manjikyu eye. This highly advanced technique cannot be used extensively because of the toll it places on the user. To utilize the illusion, the clan member will look into the eyes of his opponent and cast a Jinjutsu spell on them. The illusion takes place in the mind of the one affected, while under the jutsu the victim is at the total mercy of the user. The user has full control over space and time in the jutsu, and can place the one affected through any hell they desire for any length desired. The technique itself only lasts for but a second in reality, but the one affected could have lasted through several days of torture. It is said only a natural-born member of the Uchiha clan can overcome the illusion. To counter the technique, however, Manjikyu is not required. A highly trained, normal Sharingan user can break the illusion, causing the Manjikyu user to experience additional weakness from using it. While the illusion is never the same twice, some elements always remain. The first and foremost similarity is the red moon, which hangs in the sky of each illusion. The moon, in turn, casts a red light throughout the illusion, giving the background a blood-red appearance, while the figures within the illusion are solid black with white outlines. The next one is the Amaterasu. This has the same qualities as the Darkness Flame. You see, this legendary jutsu is unique to the Uchiha clan, named after the goddess of the sun. This is a ninjutsu technique which uses the Manjikyu form of the Sharingan eye to create a powerful black fire. This jutsu is generated by the right Manjikyu eye. It has been said that anything within the Manjikyu's vision will burn to ash if consumed by the fire. The fire itself is said to burn for 7 days and 7 nights. Because of the amount of chakra needed to use the technique, it can only be used on a very limited basis daily. Though it is regarded as the strongest of Manjikyu's physical attacks, usage of the ability will degrade the eye further and lead the user to blindness. And the last one is this, named after the god of the sea and storms, is a technique which uses the Manjikyu form of the Sharingan eye to create a sword-wielding spectral form which will surround the user. This jutsu is generated by both Mangekyou eyes. Susanoo will first form around the user as a skeleton. This skeletal form will then generate muscle and armor for battle and become unique to how its user fights. Like other Mangekyou techniques, usage of Susanoo will damage the eyes and health of the user. However, Susanoo varies between users depending on the pureness of their souls. Shinigami explained to his avatar of death, "There are more, but unless you want to go blind, I feel it is moot telling you for now." Thanks, and while I'll admit there are severe drawbacks, these techniques sound very powerful and very badass. But that doesn't explain how you get it. I mean, if I'm going to beat Madara, I need to know the ins and outs on how to beat him. Naruto explained to Shinigami, using his assignment as an excuse to know more about his Kekkai Genkai. And if this guy is like over 100 years old from what you told me, then he has learned a thing or two to keep himself alive by copying and mastering thousands of jutsus. I'll give you credit of thinking that through, but I don't think you can handle the truth with this information. I'm ready for anything. I need to know anything about this guy if I'm going to beat him," Naruto said determinedly, punching his left hand into his open right palm to show he was serious. Sighing, Shinigami knew he had to tell him the Uchiha clan's terrible secret of their cursed bloodline. Not because Naruto asked, but because it was necessary for him to learn about his enemy in order to kill him. "Naruto, from what I've seen, there is only one way to achieve the Mangekyo Sharingan. To acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan, someone close to a Sharingan user must die, and the emotion of the loss is responsible for its unlocking. To expedite this occurrence, most Uchiha throughout history have killed their closest friends or family members in order to meet this criteria." To say that Naruto was surprised was like saying he learned the secret of immortality, but it came with a steep price. His eyes nearly popped out his head. He felt sick to his stomach learning this. But a little voice in the back of his head told him it wasn't over yet. "Yeah, you should be feeling sick, but this isn't over yet, for there is one last and final level of the Sharingan. This final level is called the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara achieved this by taking his brother's eyes, which gave him unimaginable power and made him immortal or close to it," Shinigami said, finishing up his lecture about the Uchiha clan. Naruto said nothing for a long while. After all, how could he? It's not every day you learn that your clan did something this horrific. Take the rest of the day off and think this through. Take a walk and contact me once you're ready to talk. The god of death continued before vanishing from the mortal plane. For many minutes, the black-streaked blonde tried to think on this matter, but he could not, and was tempted to tear his eyes out to free himself from his clan's curse. But it wouldn't matter if he did that or not. The Uchiha blood ran through his veins and would never go away. He had to think this over. Alone. Taking Shinigami's advice, he took off from his training area, but not before dispelling his clones, gaining their memories and experience. That was not a good idea, because it gave him a headache soon after, like it always did, causing him to stumble into a nearby tree. The top of his head scraped against the bark, causing a good amount of blood to seep out of the fresh wound, staining a part of his blonde hair crimson. He laid there under the shady tree, thinking something that now hated doing. After 10 minutes, his headache went away, and the cut on his head was already healed within the first minute. Sighing tiredly, he pushed himself to his feet and continued walking aimlessly in any direction he saw fit in his hazy mind. After hours of wandering, it was almost dark, and Naruto found himself looking at a sight he never thought he would see. The area he quite literally stumbled in showed the beautiful rays of light from the sun lowering itself behind the hills he saw earlier when he was fleeing from Tezuna's home, and its descending light reflected off the wavy waters of Wave Country was absolutely breathtaking. This scene of absolute serenity calmed his conflicted mind. But the peaceful sight was shattered by a screeching noise. A fox's, to be exact. Without thinking for once, since Shinigami fixed him, Naruto ran off to find the sound. He reached the source of the sound a minute later. Upon seeing the sight, he hid behind some bushes, and his blood boiled with rage, seeing two men standing over a mutilated fox family, with one laughing at the sight of this bountiful harvest, or what he said it was. Taking a peek through the bush, he took a good look at them. One was around 6'2", and much healthier looking than his companion, if the healthy shade of skin and muscle definition were any indication. Naruto couldn't his face because of a large breathing device covered most of it. The only this he could see were menacing green eyes. He wore what looked like a light purple Jonin flak vest with a what used to be white long-sleeve shirt. He wore light blue shinobi-styled pants with sandals to match, and the only visible weapon he could see was an umbrella strapped to the back of his flak vest. According to the scratched-out rain symbol on his breathing device on his forehead, showing he was a missing ninja like Zabuza. The second one was 5'9" in height and was pale and skinny, looking like he hadn't eaten in months. He looked to be a teenager around the age of 19, with shaggy neck-length brown hair and coal brown eyes. He wore black cargo pants, black sandals, a black long-sleeve shirt that was missing its right sleeve, and what looked like a brown Chunin flak vest with a katana strapped to the back of his flak vest. Naruto couldn't see any Hitayate on him, but from the way he was dressed indicated him to be a stone Chunin, and if he was in the company with a missing Rain Ninja, then it showed that he too was a missing nin. That was some good hunting, wasn't it, Ishikawa? The Rain Ninja laughed out. It was boring in my opinion, Muka. It didn't stand a chance. The stone ninja named Ishikawa yawned out boredly. Bah, it doesn't matter. We'll skin them, cook up the meat to fatten you up, and sell these pelts after we find this Gado person, the missing nin named Muka exclaimed. However, after his boasting, he heard a slight rustling and stomped over to a nearby bush. Ripping it out of the ground, it revealed two kids, barely 6 months old. Well, look what we have here. Muka laughed as he beckoned his partner over. Sighing boredly, Ishikawa walked over to his unlikely partner in crime. While Scrawny, the ex-stone Chunin, looked at the kits with a small amount of caution, the smaller-looking of the two, probably a female in his opinion, was cowering behind the other one. The one in front was definitely a fighter, if his fiery brown eyes were any indication. Muka, on the other hand, only grinned and took out a kunai knife from a pouch strapped at the back of his belt. He slowly and menacingly inched towards them, ready to slit their throats. The kid in front of his sister wouldn't allow it. Snarling, he leaped at the missing Rain Ninja. Opening his small jaw, he bit down hard on Muka's hand. While his teeth were small, they were unnaturally sharp, one of the few things he prided himself on. As the coppery taste of Muka's blood filled his mouth, the man screamed, not expecting an attack. The Rain Ninja, meanwhile, was flailing around, trying to get the fox kid off his unoccupied hand, but the sound of tearing flesh was greeted for his efforts. Naruto, meanwhile, watched this all in fascination, amazed that something so little would stand up to overwhelming odds. Unknown to him, Kyuubi watched the struggle, proud to see that his kin was fighting the good fight. But he was also enraged to see the piled bodies of an entire family of kitsune were slaughtered. If he knew his stupid Ninjan container, then these two would not make it out of this forest alive. Growling angrily, Muka swiped his kunai at the kit, catching him in the face. The sharp blade cut deeply into the kit's face, causing him to yelp out in pain and let go of his hand. The kit hit the ground in front of the other one with a thud. He growled angrily and shakily rose to its feet, glaring hatefully at the missing nin. Muka roared in absolute rage at the beast and brought his kunai down onto the fox kit. The kit didn't flinch as his bloody crimson gaze showed the kunai's decent. Naruto, on the other hand, couldn't stand on the sideline anymore. He didn't like Kyuubi, but that wasn't going to stop him from saving the two innocent kits. Cursing that he didn't have any weapons on him. How could he? He was dead, after all. So he quickly looked at the ground and found the sharpest rock he could find. Grabbing it in his right hand, his throwing hand, he quickly aimed and threw it at Muka. Now he was only 6 or 7 feet from the two, and he suppressed his chakra as good as he could in order not to be detected. When he threw the sharp rock, he expected the rock to hit his flak jacket and distract him. He didn't even expect the rock to hit at all. But instead, the rock hit its mark. Literally, the sharp end of the rock pierced him in his right eye and burrowed into his brain, killing him instantly. What the hell just happened? Ishikawa asked himself as he saw his partner's body fall to the ground. That would be me. A voice echoed through the area. Instead of freaking out, Ishikawa reached behind his back and took out a kunai knife from a pouch strapped at the back of his belt. He then chucked it in the direction where he heard the voice, enacting a yelping noise. He expected someone to come out, but this isn't what he imagined who would come out. A spiky-haired black/crimson streak blonde with piercing blue eyes came out of the bushes. He was wearing, out of all things, a jumpsuit, a freaking orange jumpsuit. He saw there was a large blood-stained hole in the front of his black shirt, exposing his chest, orange pants that looked ready to give any second, and extremely worn-out blue open-toed, shinobi-styled sandals. All in all, he felt that this guy needed a serious ass-kicking. Or he could just kill him. Either way, that jumpsuit had to go. However, he narrowed his eyes, seeing a leaf hitate proudly displayed on his forehead. "A leaf shinobi, my lucky day," Ishikawa said, grinning savagely as he unsheathed his katana. Naruto narrowed his eyes at that look. After all, he had to live with it for nearly 13 years. But his time, it wasn't because of QB, it was because of his status as a leaf ninja. Not waiting for opponent to ready himself, Ishikawa leaped at Naruto, his sword raised above his head, intent to bring it down on the multicolored blonde's head. Naruto raised his right hand and blocked it with his opponent's kunai. The resounding clang echoed throughout the area as the two struggled for dominance. Ishikawa glared hatefully at the leaf ninja before he kicked him squarely in the stomach. As Naruto flew back, the ex-Nin jumped back a few feet away. Stabbing his katana into the ground and brought his hands up in front of him, he quickly bit his right thumb, drawing blood, and went through 5 distinctive hand seals and slammed his right hand on the ground. "Summoning jutsu," he called out as kanji symbols spread out from his palm. A giant cloud of smoke engulfed the area, making Naruto's eyes widen. He had a good reason to, because the distinctive buzzing greeted him not even a second later. In front of Ishikawa were literally hundreds of bees. "How do you like my pet's leaf scum? Aren't they just beautiful?" Ishikawa asked mockingly, seeing his opponent's eyes widen in fear. "Yeah, if you like getting stingers up your ass," Naruto retorted, trying to put up a brave front. "Well, if that's what you want." With a silent command, Ishikawa sent half his bees out to attack him. Naruto was ready, though. Bringing up his kunai knife, he swiped at the bees. He didn't expect the first one he hit to explode in a golden shower, but it didn't seem threatening, so he kept swiping at the bees. With each one he injured or destroyed, it always hit him with this strange golden substance. As one more came in, he found that he couldn't move his arm, or any part of his body for that matter. "What have you done to me?" Naruto demanded as he desperately struggled to free himself. "My honeybee jutsu immobilized you, you little twit. With every bee destroyed or wounded, it unleashes this sticky honey to immobilize my targets. Weren't you taught this at all?" Ishikawa asked as he willed the surviving bees to his side. "Hell no, I was always kicked out of class. Plus, whatever history classes I was in never mentioned whoever you are," Naruto replied as he continued to struggle in him honey prison. A tick mark appeared above Ishikawa's right eyebrow when he heard that. It was common knowledge in Stone Country, if not the shinobi world, that the Kamizuru clan attempted to lead an invasion force into Konoha during the Third Great Shinobi War, only to be repelled and largely killed by the more experienced Aburame clan. They were ostracized for their failure, when it was due to faulty intelligence that nearly drove his clan into extinction, and that Tsuchikage, despite being part of the clan, swept it under the rug. That had burned him for many years until he defected in order to pursue his secret goal. "Too bad, it could have saved your life," Ishikawa said, bringing his arms in front of him. "I am Ishikawa Kamizu, the Killer Hornet. Tell Yami I sent you." "Bee bomb jutsu." His scream commanded the remaining bees forward into the immobile, multicolored blonde. Just like the technique suggested, when the bees made contact with Naruto's body, they exploded, sending showers of smoke and dirt into the air. The ex-Nin sighed in relief, knowing the fight was over. However, a faint whistling sound alarmed him. He quickly brought his katana up to deflect the kunai, aimed for his heart, looking to where it came from. As the smoke cleared, he saw that Naruto was still standing, but he was shaking real badly. Blood covered multiple areas on his now exposed torso, especially the entire left side of his face, and he was panting in absolute pain. The only bright side to seeing him actually standing was that his hideous jumpsuit was now destroyed, or at least a different color now. However, it infuriated him seeing this cockroach was still alive, and he knew that the only way to get rid of them was to cut their heads off. "Ah, well, what do you know, you're still alive?" Ishikawa said, casually walking over with his sword dragging through the topsoil of the ground. I can do this all day, Ishikawa Kamizura, bring it on. Naruto managed to cough out. Ishikawa knew he was lying, but while he hated to admit it, this person actually gained his respect, if only a little. So he decided for the sake of any honor this kid had he would end this quick. Well, kid, it was an amusing fight, but I'm afraid that your life must end here. Your only mistake was not killing me first, because I was far better than Muka, he said as he got in front of him, and got ready to bring his sword down on Naruto, who was too weak to move. However, Naruto was thinking differently. He knew he was too weak to put up any form of defense. I can't let him kill me. I won't let this be the end. I still have so many things to do. Nothing else matters. I have to live. I need to live. I must live. He desperately thought before he used the rest of his willpower to lift his arms up to his chest area, like he was trying to hold something. Ishikawa brought his blade down to end Naruto's life. He stopped. He coughed up blood. He looked down to see his sword piercing his chest. Naruto was thrown for a loop as he saw his would-be killer impaled on a sword that appeared in his hands. He unconsciously activated his improved Sharingan eyes, drawing a surprised, painful gasp from the ex-stone Chunin. So, I fought against a survivor from that clan. The dying man coughed out, surprising. Naruto didn't know how his opponent could stay so calm when a blade was impaled through his heart. To say he was freaking out was like saying that Sakura would rather nail Choji than Sasuke. That would honestly scare the shit out of him, and anyone else who found out. Ishikawa saw his lifeblood run down the blade and over the guard onto Naruto's hands. He saw his frightened face, unfitting for a Uchiha from what he heard. As he stared into the face of his killer, he saw not a cold-blooded murderer that various stone shinobi always told him, but a frightened child. It was heartbreaking because it reminded him of his sister when she was younger. He knew he was going to die soon, so before his life was taken by the Shinigami, he said these words, not knowing they would have a major effect on the young man before him. Kid, wipe that look off your face. It's unfitting for a shinobi. He coughed out, causing some of his blood to land on Naruto's face, effectively wiping that shocked look off his face. I've accepted my fate. I'll just become a memory, and life will go on. You're going to live to fight another day and do this again, either to protect your loved ones, your village, or yourself. It is your job, but you don't have to enjoy it. He coughed out again and slid himself down the sword until he came face to face with the one holding it. I can feel that you're going to do great things in your life. Don't look back to the past and feel regret for what you've done. Look to it and remember those that were lost, your happy memories, and learn from past mistakes. And after reminiscing for that brief minute, look towards the future for a brighter tomorrow, a future that you create with your own two hands. He continued as he felt his life slipping away. But before I die, may I know your name, so I can tell your tale wherever I may go. After absorbing Ishikawa's speech, Naruto answered his last request before he went to the Shinigami. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the first Kurashigan, Dark Eye user, he said, his eyes copying his victim's face as his soul started leaving his body. Naruto of the Kurashigan. He sounds pretty badass. Ishikawa whispered his last words. His grip finally loosened, dropping his sword onto the ground, and his eyes closed forever. Naruto just stood there for many minutes, too shocked to do anything, until finally he collapsed backwards. Ishikawa's body fell in front of him, still impaled on the blade. He made a choking noise before he puked his guts out. This was his first face-to-face kill. Yes, he killed some drunk civilian, but the man brought it on himself for overreacting when he hit him with a rusty lead pipe. The idiot slipped in a puddle and split his head open on the brick wall. Muko was pure luck and from a distance, but Ishikawa was much different. He suffered through agonizing pain, and he looked into his eyes as the life left him. It was a sight he would never forget, because his damn eyes burned it into him memory. He crawled over to the nearest tree and rested under the shade it provided. He sat under it for what seemed like an eternity, thinking, wondering, knowing something that shouldn't be on a preteen's mind. He closed his eyes to rest, hoping this was just a bad dream. But he felt something brush against his hand that forced him to open his normal-colored eyes. It was the smallest of the two kits brushing against right hand. The multicolored blonde looked up to see the injured one trying to pull the sword out of Ishikawa's chest. You did good, Ninjan. Kyubi's voice echoed in his head. I don't feel the same way, Fox. Naruto responded mentally, just so he didn't scare the kids off. While your last kill was rather odd, almost dash. Divine, if you might say. Shinigami interrupted the great Fox. You put the sword in my hands. Naruto asked, confused as he absent-mindedly pet the kit, causing it to slightly purr. I was supposed to give it to you earlier, but the blacksmith that created it kept having disputes, making it a little late in my opinion. The god of death replied irritably, and this was the unfortunate truth. The two were master sword makers, but they hated each other more than the villagers hated Naruto. It was just good timing that he delivered it before Naruto's life came to an end once again. Well, now that your enemies are dead, and now I'm healing you from your injuries, I just got to ask you one thing. Just what the hell did you think you were doing? You nearly got US killed, you stupid ass. QB roared at his vessel. Naruto actually jumped a little, making him bleed out a tiny bit. But he wasn't going to sit by and get yelled at by a giant fox pelt. Shut up, you hairy ass furball. I did what I had to do, protect your kind. He mentally screamed back at him. You could have used the shadow clone jutsu to flank him in a pincer maneuver and got the two to safety. You should not have engaged an obviously better skilled opponent in a head-on fight. Just look at your condition. If it wasn't for me, you would be dead. I worked my ass off all week trying to mold your body into perfect condition, and you almost ruined it in the span of 10 minutes. I thought you shinobi were supposed to think before they act. I see you have yet to grasp that concept. QB growled out. That was a low blow, and QB knew it. But sometimes it was tough love, or in his case, happily stating the obvious, that was needed to get Naruto's act together. Sure, he may have had some actual decent training, but the simple fact of the matter is his mind was still trying to adapt to his new life. Well, what do you suppose I do? Well, I suggest you learn more jutsu. Demand that stupid god to actually teach you something other than chakra exercises. Because from what you've just witnessed, there are people out there that will not hesitate to kill you. And so you must be prepared. Both Shinigami and I will train you in strategy, so you won't be so stupid next time. And for God's sake, change your clothes and take a fucking bath. Don't you call me a stupid god, you damn fox. I could easily wipe the floor with you. Shinigami screamed at the nine-tailed beast. I can call you anything I want because I'm in here and you can't do shit about it. QB replied, and Naruto could have sworn he saw the giant fox do a chibi, I won and you lost dance in his head. But apparently Shinigami threw a picture of Guy in a bright pink Speedo into the beast's mind, making him roar out in mental agony, and making the god of death laugh at his misfortune. While all this was happening, Naruto, meanwhile, was petting the female kit resting on his lap. The male kit finished pulling his katana out of Ishikawa's chest and brought it over to his right side, and then lay by his leg near his sister. It didn't take a genius to tell this blade was special. From what he could see past the blood, the blade itself was black with a silver, almost white edge. The guard resembled a rectangular tsuba with small sharp edges on each corner, and looked like it was split in half, with one side being black and the other white. The white side showing an angel and the black side showing a devil, and the parts of the hilt showing was white with black thread covering it. However, at the ending on the hilt was a skull that looked like it was made of bone. What's more was that there was a crimson tassel wrapped around the bottom of the jaw with a small hourglass with black sand inside the glass on the end of it. However, it wasn't the look of the sword, but the feel of it. It felt evil, bloodthirsty, and malicious, and yet it felt good, peaceful, and soothing. He patiently waited for the two kids to fall asleep. He spoke to the two powerful entities. Shinigami, why does this katana feel good and evil at the same time? That question caused the two to stop their arguing/torturing each other. They stared at the healing multicolored blonde as he looked at the sword he killed his opponent with. That Naruto is a sword created by priest Goro Masamune and Sengo Muramasa, two famous master swordsmiths who lived long ago. Tell me, are you familiar with the legends of Masamune and Muramasa? Shinigami asked, even though he already knew the answer. No, I'm afraid I don't. Naruto answered him. A legend tells of a test where Muramasa challenged his master, Masamune, to see who could make a finer sword. They both worked tirelessly, and eventually, when both swords were finished, they decided to test the results. The contest was for each to suspend the blades in a small creek with the cutting edge facing the current. Muramesa's sword, the Juchi Yasumu, 10,000 cold nights, cut everything that passed its way. Fish, leaves floating down the river, the very air which blew on it. Highly impressed with his pupil's work, Masamune lowered his sword, the Aokite, tender hands, into the current and waited patiently. Not a leaf was cut. The fish swam right up to it, and the air hissed as it gently blew by the blade. After a while, Muramasa began to scoff at his master for his apparent lack of skill in the making of his sword. Smiling to himself, Masamune pulled up his sword, dried it, and sheathed it. All the while, Muramasa was heckling him for his sword's inability to cut anything. A monk, who had been watching the whole ordeal, walked over and bowed low to the two swordmasters. He then began to explain what he had seen. The first of the swords was by all accounts a fine sword. However, it is a bloodthirsty, evil blade, as it does not discriminate as to who or what it will cut. It may just as well be cutting down butterflies as severing heads. The second was by far the finer of the two, as it does not needlessly cut that which is innocent and undeserving. That is what he said. Shinigami explained to his avatar. Why? Naruto asked as he scratched his head in confusion. Maybe I can explain this better than the old fossil. Kyubi added his 2 cents, drawing a growl from the god of death. Muramasa was a most skillful swordsmith, but he had a violent and ill-balanced mind verging on madness that was supposed to have passed into his blades. They were popularly believed to hunger for blood and to impel their warrior to commit murder or suicide. It is said that a Muramasa blade has to draw blood before it can be returned to its scabbard, even to the point of forcing its wielder to wound himself or commit suicide. Thus, it is thought of as a demonic cursed blade that creates bloodlust in those who wield it. But Masamune, while he had title as priest, he only earned it because his blades were pure and shed the blood of the guilty and not the innocent, thus deeming them holy swords in comparison to Muramasa's demon blades. Looking at the bloody sword, our hero asked, "So what does it make this sword?" "This sword is neutral. You see, the story I told you is just that, a story. The two were real, but lived nearly 100 years apart. I had this idea for a few 100,000 years, and you were responsible for it to come in fruition. As my first avatar, you would need a weapon, the perfect weapon, and trust me, the scythe is too cliché and boring in my opinion. So I pulled these two out of heaven and hell respectfully and commanded them to create this blade." Let me guess, there were complications? Naruto deadpanned a now sweating dropping Shinigami. Yes, they kept fighting how it should be made, slowing the process to a snail's pace. I finally threatened to eat them if they didn't finish it by the end of the week. End of the week? It takes months, sometimes an entire year, to create a sword. Kyubi protested that ridiculous notion. In limbo, time ceases to exist. You could be in there for a few hours, and a few days could have gone by. It took a freaking week equivalent of 7 years because of this sword's design, and then learning how to forge this sword because of its special abilities. Special abilities? Naruto questioned the god. I had them forge it with chakra steel, so you could use your nature affinities and send the souls to of anyone you kill, regardless of how you do it, to heaven or hell. In order to do this, I embedded a little of my judging powers into this sword that will judge any earthbound or newly deceased spirits wherever you go. Shinigami answered his avatar's question, feeling quite smug that he created one of the best weapons in existence. Then what the hell is the skull and hourglass for Ghost Boy? Kyubi growled out, getting annoyed to the point that he could see the god's smug expression on his fanged face. Well, Mr. Fuzzy Pants, the skull is to store medicine to heal any cuts the kid may get. Granted, I didn't supply him with it. He'll learn about various herbs in time. And the hourglass is just a cool ornament that he could scare his opponents with, saying, "Your time is up once the sand runs out." It'll be fucking awesome. The god of death exclaimed, causing the two to sweat drop, wondering if he was on drugs, insane, or just plain stupid. Picking up the blade with his right hand, he rose it as far as his arm could reach above him. The remaining light that remained from today shined off to the edge of the blade. As the sun finally descended over the hill, Naruto whispered, "I'll name you Hin and Ryoku, powers of discrimination," before he fell asleep as the sword fell right next to him. Shinigami overlooked the scene and couldn't help but smile. The boy was at peace after many conflicting thoughts ravaged him today. He wouldn't disturb the boy. No man tonight. He would allow him to sleep and fully heal. Because tomorrow he would take a giant leap in his training to make him better than ever that Naruto's month's worth of training was over. As he sheathed Ryoku and Ishikawa's katana scabbard, he reflected what he did over his last week in his training area. When he first woke up, he noticed the two kids by or on him, and it hit him on what happened the other day. The bodies of the Kitsune family, Muka, and Ishikawa greeted him. He remembered what happened and immediately felt sick. But before he could even dry heave the deceased Stone Chunin's speech rang through his head, and his eyes steeled in resolve. He was going to look towards the future and craft it with his own two hands. After he gently took the female kid off his lap, he gently placed her by her brother and proceeded to clean himself in a river 60 feet away from the scene. When he returned, he got orders from Shinigami to raid the bodies inside and out. That sickened him for obvious reasons. But after a little persuasive/threatening chat from the god of death, he reluctantly dug and committed the deed that killed a good part of his innocence. During his outer search, he found 3 kunai, including the one in his fight, 7 shuriken with 8 blades instead of 4, 3 exploding tags, a sealing scroll, some medical gauze along with disinfectant, and the newest edition of the bingo book showing the rogue shinobi of every nation an expensive book if he thought to himself. Opening the book, he saw that Ishikawa was an A-rank missing Chunin-level ninja who stole the Shodame Tsuchiki's bracers, a treasured item for the Kamizuru clan. Why he did it, he honestly didn't know, and Ishikawa obviously couldn't tell him. However, Muka was a B-rank missing Genin-level ninja. Apparently, he killed his sensei and his 2 15-year-old teammates while they were sleeping and stole the Jonin's vest. And get this, he was 35, which was very pathetic in his opinion. Speaking of Muka, when he searched through his corpse, he only found 5 kunai, some ninja wire, a blank scroll, and a low-level exploding tag. No much in his opinion, but they added to the things he needed. Then came the gruesome part, cutting open the bodies. With help from a recently deceased Mist Hunter ninja that Shinigami persuaded to help him in order to send him to the rightful place for his soul. He followed step-by-step instructions and learned the secrets from their bodies. Due to the lack of scalpel, Naruto used one of the kunais he swiped and started dissecting them. The first target was Muka. After taking his clothing off, the black-streaked blonde started cutting into his chest. He then proceeded to remove his heart, forcing some of his chakra into it. He tried to feel any sort of difference in it. Like Kakashi once said, missing ninja contained their village's secrets. He was hoping to feel some sort of herbs or drugs within it, but unfortunately there was nothing and discarded it to the side. For the next hour, he repeated the process with his other organs, from the lungs all the way to the kidneys. It proved fruitless, however. But then he placed his hand onto the man's head. He forced his chakra into his hand and slowly extracted the information he desired. He was no Yamanaka or professional hunter nin, but he got what he wanted after another hour. To his sheer disappointment, even in death, Muka just showed how pathetic he was. The man only knew 3 C-rank water jutsus, and one that was completely useless to him. But they were enough for Naruto and wrote them down in the blank scroll. Ishikawa was a different story. Due to him actually respecting the man, he prolonged the man's dissection for a few hours until he was ready. He didn't mess with his body due to the fact that he was just unwilling to mutilate him. So instead, he pulled the information from his brain. However, unlike Muka's brain scan, as he liked to call it for his sake, the deceased Stone Chunin of the Kamizuru clan knew a lot about his clan arts. That was completely useless to him, since the man didn't have the beast summoning contract on his person, nor was he even from that clan to that matter. While they were unfortunately useless to him, he found a gold mine when looked at just as that he could actually use. And let's just say the scroll Muka had was filled up with a total of 14 jutsu. That wasn't all. He learned a good amount of information about Iwa's various squads like the Explosion Corps, and a few other things as well. After the gruesome deed was done, he buried the bodies in the woods. While their bounties were impressive, he didn't care about them. He just wanted to pay them their last respects and return them to the earth. He didn't give a shit about the coward Muka, because after he dug their graves, using just his bare hands, he just unceremoniously threw what was left of him into the grave. But he gently placed Ishikawa's corpse into the ground. He placed his katana, without the scabbard which was just the right size to fit Ryoka's blade, on top of him and wrapped his hands on the hilt, giving him the appearance of a true warrior who fell honorably in battle. After saying a quick prayer for the deceased stone chunin, he piled the dirt on their corpses and placed Muka's open umbrella over it to mark it as his grave site. Afterwards, he dug a massive grave for the Fox family after he saw the two, now orphaned kits staring at their corpses. He spent the rest of the day just doing minimal exercises and tending the male kit's wound with what he stole from Muka's body. The next few days, however, picked up as he threw himself into his training. He increased his running laps to 25 and added one more lap every day, steadily becoming faster. For an intense physical challenge, he even swam upstream to increase his endurance, and that was for his physical exercises. For his chakra exercises, he managed to create 10 shadow clones, with Shinigami's permission, of course, to increase his control. Feeling creative, he ordered his clones to do the tree walking exercise, while balancing a leaf on their foreheads with chakra. After he mastered that exercise, he ordered them to do the water walking exercise, while balancing 2 kunais on their palms with the sharp end facing down. That exercise wasn't easy with a supply of 8 kunai, and they kept disappearing due to slight mistakes on his part. But with each failure, he learned after trying it the next day. Then came his sword training. At first, he was clumsy and nearly decapitated himself once trying to do some fancy move. But in the next few days, he just practiced katas, letting it become an extension of his body. He knew it wasn't good enough. If he wanted to advance in his kenjutsu training, he would have to get a teacher, one that didn't hate him. Shinigami told him he could use his shadow clones to progress faster. But Naruto told him that that would be cheating. The katana was forged for him and him alone. It would have been a disgrace to their souls for him to take the easy way out for something that he felt that he needed to do himself. He could have sworn he saw the ghostly images of Muramasa and Masamune, nodding and giving the thumbs up before looking at each other, and then started beating the living or unliving hell out of each other. Truly weird. Then came his Juganai. This happened clearly by accident. He slipped during his kata moves when he first started his kenjutsu training and banged his head on a tree. The force of the impact knocked his itate off his forehead, revealing his Juganai. He heard what sounded like laughing and turned his head to see the male kit rolling around on the grass laughing his furry ass off. He, of course, told him to stop it, which the kit replied, "Make me." Mentally. That was when he figured out that the Juganai granted him mental powers and asked Shinigami why he didn't tell him. The god of death merely replied that he wasn't going to hold his hand all the time, nor was he going to hand him everything on a silver platter. He would help him if he was truly stuck on something, needed some advice, or wanted to learn a technique. He would gladly help. But he was on his own for everything else. Back to the subject, whenever he wasn't practicing his kenjutsu or doing physical exercises, he worked on mastering his third eye. The process was grueling and caused him many headaches in the long run. Apparently, the Juganai was sentient and demanded respect, and that conflicted with Naruto's "I'll give you respect when you earn it" attitude. So in the long run, Naruto only was able to get the basics of mind reading one of its powers, and that was only to the kits. And this is where we find a black-streaked blonde now, looking towards Tezuna's bridge. "Ready, Ichigo? Benaheim?" Naruto asked the 2 fox kits on his shoulders. The 2 only nodded. Putting on his mask Shinigami presented to him a few days earlier, Naruto pumped some chakra into his legs and leaped away from the forest, not once looking back where the old Naruto Uzumaki died. With Teams 7 and company, everyone gathered at the bridge was in a somber mood. Today was the day Team 7 and Zabuza, along with his adoptive daughter, departed. Minus one member. "I guess this is where we depart," an almost completely healed Kakashi announced, for once not reading his perverted book. This was a serious matter, because in less than a day, he would have to tell the Hokage in person that Naruto was dead. He owed the blonde that much at least. "Yeah, I guess it is," Tezuna replied, standing under the sign titled The Great Naruto Bridge. "I guess we'll see you," Zabuza said sadly. "Yet don't be strangers," Tsunami quietly whispered with her hand on Inari's shoulder, who was on the verge of a tearful breakdown. "Don't worry, we'll be back," to see him again. Sasuke whispered out the last part, remembering the day they buried what remained of his former teammate. The group turned their backs to get back to the village, because they knew that this would be the last experience they would have in this country ever again. And now what is everyone so depressed about? You all act as if someone died. A rough voice rang out, causing everyone to the source of it. Standing on top of the sign was an imposing figure as tall as Sasuke. While the sun blocked his head, they could clearly see that covering his dirty, tanned, muscular, and apparently still healing skin was a dirty and torn black long-sleeved shirt that was missing its right sleeve, torn and dirty black cargo pants, and black open-toed, shinobi-styled sandals with white bandages that wrapped his heels and extended into his pants with what looked like 2 ankle bands on each leg poking out from under the torn bottom of his pants. From what they could see behind him were 2 brown shuriken pouches attached to the back of his waist, and his exposed forearm, and probably under his sleeve were a pair of what looked like black lightweight guards that lead to claw-like fingernails on his hands. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, seeing the clothing a stone ninja. Everyone prepared to pull out any kind of weapon. The figure spoke again. Now. There's no need to attack me. With that said, he hopped down onto the ground in front of everyone. What they saw made them stop dead in their tracks. The figure had black streaked blonde hair, wearing a mask that had black razor-sharp pointed horns, black metallic eyes and teeth, and the expression all exhibit the full wrath, anger, and resentment on its face. The coloring on the face was crimson, signifying the full wrath, resentment, and anger of this mask. This was a Hanya mask, a mask that basically showed everyone not to fuck with them. Kakashi once saw one of these masks in the Third Great Shinobi War, worn by a stone shinobi that killed over 500 Leaf Shinobi at Jounin level before he was taken down by the Yellow Flash himself. And even then, the future Yondaime Hokage had a hard time with the beast of a man that day. But what's more was that he had 2 forearm-sized fox kits on his broad shoulders. On the right was a crimson-colored fox with fiery brown eyes, a wicked scar going diagonally down from his right ear to his left cheek. While on his left shoulder was a smaller fox with brown eyes and light orange coat rather than crimson. But the revealing thing was the katana on his belt. For what they could see from the hilt was white with black thread covering it, and on the end of it was a skull that looked like it was made of bone. Along the bottom of the skull was a crimson tassel wrapped around the bottom of the jaw with a small hourglass with black sand inside the glass on the end of it that disturbingly reminded Kakashi of a hangman's noose. The last thing they all noticed on the belt was a beat-up Leaf Hittite proudly displayed to them. "Who are you?" Kakashi demanded, weary and confused by this stranger. The figure put one of his clawed hands his heart in a mock sign of pain. "Ah, Kakashi, I'm wounded that you forgot all about me." "Cut the crap, kid, and answer the damn question," Zabuza ordered him, bringing his right hand to the hilt of his legendary blade. "I'll give you a hint, he died a month ago. Give up? It's me, Naruto." The figure, now revealed to be Naruto, responded. "Don't lie, you stone bastard." Sasuke spat at him, taking out a kunai, his Sharingan eyes blaring at this imposter. "Yeah, the dead can't come back to life." Sakura responded like a parrot after a crush spoke, trying to keep up her act of being sad for her dead teammate. Haku, meanwhile, kept her eyes focused on him. During her travels with Zabuza, she's seen and heard some pretty bizarre stuff. For example, she saw some ordinary guy swallow 3 claymore swords down his throat, a guy who was fatter, bigger than any Akamichi, a shinobi who could control his 5-foot beard to kill a man, and many more weirder things. If this person claiming to be Naruto was the real deal, then this extraordinary event shattered anything she had seen in her young life. However, no one was willing to see it that way, and everyone would rather use their fists rather talk. So being the mediator like she always was when Gozu and Meizu got into a dispute, she got in between the 2 parties, effectually shutting them up. "If you really are Naruto," she started to say, drawing looks from everyone, "then you would have 3 things that only he would know or have." Zabuza realized what she was doing and smirked underneath his bandages. She was right, this kid. If he was Naruto, then he would have to prove it was him. "Lay it on me," Naruto replied, crossing his arms, and waited for her questions. Naruto would have a giant puncture wound going through his chest. "I need you to lift your shirt up to confirm it," she told him. Without any hesitation, Naruto lifted his torn shirt above chest level, causing a twinge of pink to rush up on Haku's face. She couldn't help but stare until Tezuna's voice snapped her out of her trance. "What was that, Tezuna-san?" she asked. "I said there is a hole-shaped wound on his back," Tezuna said again, smirking up a storm when he saw her blushing face, but decided not to embarrass the poor girl. After all, he was young once. Kakashi was also observing the supposed Naruto's body. He noticed that there were various lacerations in his muscled skin, most that were still healing up as well. But he focused on his chest area. Now he never stayed to see the results from his famous jutsu. For all he would know, this individual probably was hit by a lightning pincer maneuver attack from two Cloud Shinobi. So he decided to voice it. "This isn't sufficient proof. He could have been attacked by two Cloud Shinobi in a pincer maneuver," he said, drawing looks from everybody. "Sorry, kid, I hate to admit it, but Kakashi's right. I've seen plenty of wounds like that," Zabuza added, effectively drawing suspicion back at Naruto again, who only sighed and pulled his shirt back down. "Then this is the second one only he would know. What was I wearing, and what do we talk about the day in the forest where I went to pick herbs?" Haku asked, drawing a surprised look from the Demon of the Mist, clearly not knowing about that tidbit of information. "You were wearing a pink sleeveless kimono with a white obi sash, and we talked about our purposes in our lives and those we care about." Naruto answered her like it was yesterday's news. This news surprised a lot of people, Zabuza, because his surrogate daughter actually talked to the enemy. While he wasn't mad at her, he was going to talk to her about this later. Kakashi's jaw would have fallen to the ground knowing his student, if he was a student, actually talked to another girl besides Sakura while stupidly talking to his enemy at the time. Sasuke, however, wasn't all that affected, but he was intrigued all the same. But Sakura and inner Sakura were inwardly fuming that her puppy, as she called him, would disobey her. Granted, she would never claim ownership to him, but she felt mad that her influence over the blonde wasn't as secure as she thought. And she decided to punch a hole in Haku's logic. "While I don't know what exactly happened between my teammate and you, but there could have been another person hiding where you two were. He or she could have reported it to the Tsuchikage, and he could have picked it up," she said, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes behind his mask. While Haku didn't want to agree with the pink-haired brat, and while it could not have happened, she could unfortunately be right. After all, stranger things have happened. So now it all came down to his last piece of evidence that could make or break this figure that could possibly be Naruto. Finally, that last question, "Are you ready?" she calmly asked, hoping beyond hope that this last question will prove her right. "I'm ready," Naruto replied, knowing that he might be in trouble if this last question failed. Naruto had blue eyes and had 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. "If you really are Naruto, I'm going to need you to remove your mask," Haku finally said after what seemed like hours to her. With not a shred of hesitation, Naruto brought his left hand on his mask and parted it to the side. He revealed a part of his chiseled right face that showed his 3 whisker marks, and his blue eye that a good amount of its warmth that sent chills down their spines. "I would show you more, but..." He parted his mask a little more to reveal jagged, still healing cut going across his nose. "My left side is horribly mutilated, and I really don't want to scare the kids." If there was any doubt in anyone's mind, it was blown away. There could be no further denying it. This person was indeed Naruto. Before anyone could say a word, Inari latched onto Naruto's back and let out 2 weeks' worth of emotions all over the back of his shirt. "Inari, I told you not to cry unless they were dash. Tears of happiness, I know." Inari interrupted the resurrected black-streaked blonde. "And these are tears of happiness." Naruto could only smile under his mask and knelt down so Inari could get down. "Naruto, where have you been? We all thought you were dead," Tezuna asked once the black-streaked blonde set Inari on his feet. "I was," he cryptically responded. "But your body was destroyed. Your flesh was all over the place," Kakashi stated, still a little skeptical that this was his student. "Unless your age is getting to you, a lot of stone shinobi, especially the bastard from the Explosion Corps, like to rub it in your face by writing insulting things on walls, and usually fucks with your minds." Naruto then turned his head to regard Tezuna. "And as to where I've been, I'm afraid I can't tell you. I need to report to the Hokage for this," he continued before turning back to his team. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you all soon, he said before jumping off, causing the returning team to stumble before chasing after him. The entirety of Wave Country could only smile as their resurrected hero went back to his home. All one day later. The trip back was uneventful. Okay, that was a huge lie because Naruto kept getting questioned for every little thing. Where were you? Why are you wearing that outfit? Why do you have a sword? It nearly drove him nuts. Haku and Sasuke respectfully gave him some space, but the other three wouldn't leave him alone. Zabuza was acting like a sword otaku, wanting to hold it, caress it, feel it, and cut something with it. He kept saying no, because he wasn't sure what would happen if another person held it, and Shinigami wasn't answering his mental calls, so he decided not to risk anything. Kakashi kept pulling the superior officer routine, demanding him to tell him where he was. His response was always the same, "I'll tell you later." He didn't want to be an ass, but he was under Shinigami's orders not to reveal anything until he spoke to the old man. And a god's orders defiantly overruled everyone's in the shinobi nations. Sakura, meanwhile, kept sweetly asking what happened to him in fake worry. While the Juggin, I, and him disagreed on many things, the sentient tool, and yes, it was a tool, gave him a peek into the pink-haired girl's mind. It almost made him want to maul her with his claws. QB forced him to grow with his demonic chakra during the month. Her thoughts were malicious thoughts about the two fox kits on his shoulders, orders from the civilian council to cripple him in the shinobi arts, abuse him for even the tiniest mistakes, and kill him if he was getting too strong by any means necessary. In fact, he nearly tore her face off when she reached for his mask. But Kakashi, being a mask wearer himself, slapped her hand away and lectured her on personal space, which he broke immediately before questioning him again. That was invading his personal space, in his opinion. Thankfully, it ended when they stood in front of the village gates, where they were immediately confronted by a squad of Umbu Black Ops. Kakashi Ataki, why do you have S-rank missing Nin Zabuza Momochi and two unidentified strangers in your midst? The white-cloaked leader of the group demanded, as he narrowed his eyes behind his tiger mask. Stand down, I'm just returning from a mission, and I'm going to report this to the Hokage about the situation, Kakashi explained to the Umbu captain, knowing that he would listen. After all, he was once his superior. The unnamed captain only nodded in response. He didn't trust the three figures worth a damn, but his former captain seemed to trust them. He ordered his men to place a hand on their shoulders, and they all disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Within his office, the Hokage was waiting for them as the squad members appeared in his office. He could only narrow his eyes at the infamous Demon of the Mist, who single-handedly changed Water Country forever and killed many of his high-ranking shinobi during his days as a missing Nin. A girl who held an air of discipline and a calm aura. And finally, a demonic face stone ninja that brought back many foul memories. However, these three weren't the ones he was concerned about. Naruto wasn't anywhere in the group. Kakashi, why are these three with you? And where's Naruto? Sarutobi demanded the cycloptic Jounin. However, instead of Kakashi's answer, Naruto was the one who stepped up. I'm right here, old man, he said, drawing the aged Hokage's gaze. Don't lie to me, Naruto is Dash. Your full name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, nicknamed the Professor and God of Shinobi. Your teammates were Hamura Mitokado and Kohor Udatain. You became the Sandaime Hokage after the Nidaime sacrificed himself to allow you to survive in the first Great Shinobi War. You have never lost a battle. You have been recorded as the longest living and longest reigning Kage with the Sandaime Tsuchikage following behind you. You trained Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Senju, who later became the three. Legendary Sannin, you have two sons, Asuma and Sinnoh Sarutobi, with the latter giving you a grandson by the name of Kinomaru Sarutobi. You have a contract with a monkey summons. You pay for my academy intuition because I couldn't pay it myself. And you keep your Ica Paradise book in your upper right-hand drawer. Naruto interrupted him as he listed off the things the old Hokage told him in his younger years, causing said Kage's jaw to drop onto his desk with a loud, thumping noise. Naruto, is that really Dash? Of course, who else would interrupt you and disrespect you and actually get away with it, old man? The black-streaked blonde interrupted the old Hokage once again, proving his point. Naruto, I told you to respect Hokage. Sakura screeched out and swung her left fist at him, knowing he would take the hit like always. Oh, how wrong she was. In an instant, Naruto raised his right hand and blocked her punch. This surprised the occupants of the room, because it was no secret that the former full blonde let the pink-haired girl hit him. This was especially surprising to said girl. The Naruto she knew would let her abuse him. He was her puppy, an idiot, an orphan who would always be grateful to be in her mere presence. And yet he defied her right in front of the Hokage, the Umbu, and even her own team. The old man and I were talking. It's considered unladylike to interrupt two people, ain't it? Naruto stated, not even looking at her, hell, not even addressing her by her name. Naruto's right, Sakura, it's rude to interrupt someone. Sarutobi mentally smirked, seeing her face. It was absolutely priceless. Now, Naruto, what happened to you? And why do you have the infamous Zabuza Momochi traveling with you? He asked the black-streaked blonde, not knowing this story would nearly give him a heart attack. First, I would feel better if your guards left, Naruto said as he glanced at the masked ninjas. Sarutobi only nodded and waved them off. Out of everyone who trusted in this room, Naruto was at the top of the list, and he knew that these Umbu members trusted the former blonde as well. After all, they protected him since he was a baby. He could also tell them on a later date. After the elite team exited the room, Naruto told him what happened, of course leaving out a few key details. He used Ishikawa's cache of information regarding operations in Stone Country. From what the deceased man remembered, there were rumors of secret experiments occurring somewhere in the mountains that made the country famous. And he used that to his advantage. During the remaining 3 weeks of getting dirty and tearing his clothes up while training, he contacted Kyuubi. He used his increased smarts to formulate a plan that his body was taken to said lab, brought back to life, and experimented on. In order to make it convincing, he told Kyuubi not to heal his wounds from his fight with Ishikawa, to look like he fought his way to freedom. It was a low blow to the only stone ninja he respected, but it was necessary to make his story more believable. And it was working if the look on the Sandame's face was any indication, and the small killing intent from Kakashi showed he hit a sore spot. So what you were telling me is that you died, were brought back to life, and experimented on. You believe you were trained in secret, then later escaped after seeing red and ran for what you described as a week straight, finally meeting up with your team? Sarutobi clarified after hearing the preteen story. He knew that there was such a lab during the last Great War, and it proved effective from the berserkers they created, which Naruto ironically wore one of their masks. But after Stone's defeat, it was closed down. That's what the reports were, at least. Yes, that is correct, Naruto responded. But my question is, where is it? And I heard that it was closed down after the last war, Kakashi demanded, knowing that if that lab was truly open, then they were in big trouble if Stone Country decided to attack them again. Naruto inwardly cursed his sensei for opening his big fat mouth. He of course didn't know where it was, nor did he know if it was open. All of his information were just rumors at best, and he honestly couldn't say, sorry I lied. I'm now the Shinigami's avatar, and I have to kill your old student, Uchiha that should be dead, and a guy named Danzo. Oh, and guess what? I'm Sasuke's cousin. That was when something clicked, and he almost stopped breathing. Sasuke. Sasuke was family. He was blood-related to Sasuke Uchiha. He couldn't believe it had taken him this long to realize this. For the first time since he became smart, he felt like an idiot. He realized with the start that Sasuke may very well be the only blood relative he had alive in all of Konoha. But he wasn't exactly sure if he liked that or not. I mean, Sasuke was an okay guy, but he could be a real asshole at times. His musings were brought to a halt as he heard the Sandame's voice. What? He questioned him as he snapped out of his trance. I said, do you remember where it is? The Sandame repeated. Quickly taking advantage of the question, the black-streaked blonde replied, no, I'm afraid not. All I remember was an uncomfortable bed, hearing them mutter about losing their benefactor, feeling lots of pain, and seeing red. Everything else is just a blur. Sarutobi only nodded. He remembered Guy going through a similar experience during the Third Great Shinobi War. The event was known as the Crimson Forest that earned him the title, the Green Beast of Konoha. Sakura, however, had to burst the Hokage's thoughts. Then why do you have those beasts on your shoulders? She demanded in a commanding tone. It's simple. Once I escaped, I found them all alone. And being the nice guy, I adopted them as my own. Naruto casually replied, once again not addressing her by name, and not even turning around to acknowledge her presence. Zabuza couldn't take it anymore. While what Naruto said was informative, it didn't change the fact that his and Haku's fates were on the line. And his agreement with the former blonde was still solid as iron. Yes, he was alive now, but he died, and the Seven Swordsmen's last rites were too serious to be broken. It's been that way since the group was created, and it would remain that way until the end of time or Water Country was wiped off the map and all her shinobi, missing ninja, or not permanently killed. Hokage-sama, I hate to interrupt, but what is going to happen to us? The Demon of the Mist asked the old Kage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, while an old man long past his prime, looked at the infamous Demon of the Mist. His eyes, old and slightly dulled over the years, still pierced their souls like a sharp kunai in his soft, tender flesh. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the old Hokage replied to him, Zabuza, your crimes are extensive, especially your failed assassination of the Yonde Mizukichi. Plus, you are wanted in killing Kamei Torichi and a few other of my leaf shinobi. He then directed his attention over to Haku. And Haku, you are still technically a citizen of another country, and your bloodline, while outlawed, is still registered until the last of you die. Both of them looked down, not liking where this was going. They knew they were going to have to fight their way out, or die trying. However, the old Hokage smirked. However, he started out getting their attention. I never liked that brat of a Mizukichi, and this would help us in the long run. So, we can stay? Haku asked, her voice filled with hope. Yes, you can stay. However, he shouted out before they could do any type of celebrating, both of you will be under house arrest until I judge you are trustworthy. I'll send a few of my elite Umbu squads to make sure that you behave. That deflated their spirits, but it was better than losing their heads. You're all dismissed, and Naruto, I want a full report from you tomorrow at noon. Sarutobi then dismissed the members of Team 7, while the Umbu members waiting outside the door took Zabuza and his surrogate daughter to their temporary home. Once outside, Kakashi bid them farewell before waking off to do whatever Kakashis do, and Sasuke nodded at the two before heading to his apartment, leaving Naruto and Sakura alone. Giving the girl a blank stare behind his mask, Naruto turned away and headed to his rat hole of a home. While he was heading to the poorer districts of Konoha, he pondered on what to do with Sasuke. While he was his cousin, he wasn't sure if he could live with him. While he seemed to change after his death, Sasuke still needed to mature a little in his opinion. The guy was still too broody, and he still acted like he had a stick shoved up his ass. He was about to turn a corner that leads straight to his apartment. He heard a voice behind him, and it was a voice he didn't want to hear at that time. Naruto, you got a minute? I want to ask you something, said the pink-haired howler monkey by the name of Sakura Haruno. What do you want? Can't you see I'm trying to go home? He replied, still not facing her, nor addressing her by name once again. Sakura barely managed to keep her cool when he said that. It wasn't amusing the first 2 times, and it wasn't amusing the 3rd time. Come talk with me. It's important, she demanded before she began to walk down the nearest alleyway. Whatever you have to say, you can say it right here. Naruto growled out, showing the girl he was not in the mood to be dealing with this. That stopped her in her tracks, causing him to inwardly curse him for putting a hitch in her plans. Naruto, I know that we've had our differences dash. The differences, he spat at her. Anyways, the last mission made me think about life, and I realized it's too short, so I'll go on a date with you. And hopefully things will progress further with us. She giggled shyly, giving Naruto her cutest and sexiest pose, knowing that he would be putty in her hands once again. It, however, did the opposite. While Naruto would admit Sakura was exotic looking, she was a wilted flower on a magnificent tree. Such a pity. That's it? You pull something like this? Sakura, there is no us. During my time away, I've seen things you could never comprehend. I learned the hard way that his world is not all good like I thought it was. Instead, I find that there are no heroes, and that everyone will do anything to hurt you. If that is all you have to say, I bid you good day. Naruto said as he turned to walk back until Sakura grabbed his arm and tried to take his mask. He responded by rearing his masked head back and headbutt Sakura right in the forehead. The last thing pink-haired felt was pain and an overwhelming sense or irony before she fell to the ground in an unconscious heap. Taking a breath and smiling behind his mask, he pointed and yelled at her prone form. "Bitch, you got knocked the fuck out." Cracking his neck afterwards, he muttered, "Shinigami, that felt fucking good," and walked back to his apartment, with Ichigo laughing his furry ass off, while Benaheim just sighed at their antics. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, Sasuke saw the whole thing and was stunned, possibly even more so than the unconscious Sakura. Never in the entire time that he had known the former full-headed blonde had he ever heard him speak or do something like that, and Sakura was certainly the last person he expected him to verbally and physically abuse. Sighing, he picked up the unconscious girl and left to drop her off at her house, and to try and solve the mystery that was Naruto. Little did he know that it would forever change him for life. A ringing sound blared in Naruto's ear. It was the most evil thing, second to paperwork. It was the alarm clock. Groaning tiredly, Naruto lifted his right arm and brought it down on the evil thing. Naruto Uzumaki hated, despised, and absolutely abhorred alarm clocks. One day, he would hold a grand alarm clock bonfire. It would be the greatest day in the history of Konoha that everyone would enjoy. Yawning, the black streak Bond threw off his covers and sat himself upright in his bed. That's when he started feeling a headache coming. He looked at his katana, fully knowing that it sent someone who died to the afterlife. This recently departed soul was that of an old man. Apparently, he died of natural causes at the age of 79. He worked hard to provide for his family as a carpenter until he retired, and while he did a few bad things in life, he automatically felt that he was in heaven now. While the sword was cool and totally badass, he was a little annoyed that he had to know the information about them. He mentally noted to ask Shinigami about it later. Bringing his feet over his bed, he nearly stumbled. After all, how could you blame him? He was too used to being short, and for 2 weeks he slept on the ground. Sleeping in a bed was a whole new experience for him with his newfound height. It would take some getting used to, but like every situation that he encountered, he would overcome it. After regaining his balance, he stood up and looked around. That's where he laid his eyes on the sleeping forms of Ichigo and Benaheim curled up at the foot of his bed. He let out a true smile seeing the brother and sister duo sleeping peacefully, but Ichigo looked to be ready to wake up any second. Blamed the Bleach manga he read during his academy days, but that was why he gave Ichigo his name. He protected his little sister even when he knew he couldn't win. As for Benaheim, well, she was a crimson princess to him, even if her fur didn't show it. After staring for another minute, Naruto went into his small as hell bathroom and stepped into the shower, performing the various acts that one performs in the shower, not minding the icy coldness of the water because his damn landlord kept his water cold. Over the years, he found it soothing and toughened him up. That was probably the only thing he liked about his apartment. Stepping out of the shower, he quickly dried himself off and then positioned himself in front of the sink to brush his teeth. Now fully awake thanks to his shower, he stared at his reflection. It wasn't pretty. While he thought he looked like a grizzled, feral badass, he missed his old face. He honestly wished it didn't come to this, but sacrifices had to be made to keep up his charade. Last night, he wrote out his report on his experience in Stone Country, and in the report was that he was subjected to brutal physical exercises, tortured to endure pain, and injected with something that inadvertently fucked up his healing process, which of course made QB pump his chakra into him to make sure he didn't die. He made sure to make it as vivid as possible, though, to keep up his act. Or, in Shinigami's words, he just put the biggest load of bullshit on paper. Shrugging the sight off, he brushed his teeth and went to put his clothes on. When he opened his closet a second later, he smacked the side of his head in stupidity. Orange greeted his vision. He loved the color orange, he really, really did. But these just wouldn't cut it in his career anymore. These have got to go, Naruto muttered to himself. He quickly gathered the monstrosities into his arms and tossed them out the window. Sighing, he looked back to his closet to see he only had a few black t-shirts left, along with 10 pairs of orange boxers. There was no way in hell he was going to let go of all his obsession for that color. Looks like I have some shopping to do, he sighed out, honestly hating the mere thought of clothes shopping. After getting dressed in Ishikawa's extra clothing he found in his scroll, looked over to the 2 fox kits, and created 2 shadow clones to keep guard. Before leaving, he strapped Henden Ryoku to his waist, stuffed his report in one of his back pouches and placed him Hanya mask over his face before leaving. Once outside, Naruto headed toward the Hokage Tower first. It was around 7 in the morning, and there were a few people out, but those few were giving him new looks. For once, the looks he was getting were completely different. They were ones of awe, curiosity, and his new favorite one, fear. Oh, that was a sweet emotion that he secretly wanted to see for a very long time. Any further thoughts on it were interrupted by two people shouting. It wasn't shouting like an angry shouting, but he couldn't describe it. It was so fast and contained the words youth he couldn't make them out. He turned around to see who the hell was screaming, and immediately wished he didn't. Running towards him were two figures. The first was a man who looked to be in his late 20s. He had black hair that was in a bowl-shaped hairstyle, black eyes, and massive black eyebrows. He wore a dark green spandex suit, the standard forest green Jounin flak vest, orange leg warmers, blue shinobi-style sandals, and wore his Leafetai as a belt. The second was a teenager at least a year older than him, but was the carbon copy of what Naruto believed was his Jounin sensei. The first one he already knew. He was Guy Mato, the green beast of Konoha. But the second one seemed familiar, but it eluded him for the moment. The two weren't a threat, he knew, but his instincts to him to run, and that's what he did. But that clearly turned out to be a mistake, because the two spandex freaks sped up to him until he was sandwiched between them. Guy-sensei, looks like we have a new participant in our morning runs, the guy look-alike screamed out. Yes, Lee, let us shower him with our flames of youth. Guy shouted at the teen named Lee. That caused Naruto to stumble and hit the ground with a thud, causing the two to stop and look at him funny. He looked up to see the two spandex-clad shinobi with disbelieving eyes. Lee? As in Rock Lee. Naruto asked the younger of the two. Yes, my creepy masked friend, who are you? Lee asked the black-streaked blonde. It's me, Naruto. If possible, Lee's already bug-like eyes widened even further as he stared at his friend from their academy days. Naruto, is that really you? He asked as he extended his right bandaged hand. Accepting the hand, Naruto lifted himself up onto his feet and dusted himself off. In the flesh, my friend. What happened to you? You're all different, Lee asked after seeing all the changes in his friend. I could say the same to you, Naruto responded, looking at his spandex form. Haha, touche. Lee, you know Naruto? Guy asked after listening to their conversation. Yes, he and I trained together during our academy days. Lee replied Guy's question. Guy only grinned and gave him the nice guy pose. Well then, a friend of Lee's is a friend of mine, he hollered out and ended it with a smile that shined brighter than anything Naruto ever saw in his life. The mask-wearing blonde couldn't recall what happened after that. All he remembered was a bright, shining light, and the next minute he was on the ground, exhausted as hell, with Lee beside him and guys standing above them congratulating them for lasting as long as they did. QB, what the hell just happened? Naruto asked his tenant. Apparently you went under some sort of trance due to the ugly ninja's teeth. Ran with them around the village 5 more times. Thankfully, you didn't shout whatever the hell these flames of youth are. And then you sparred with Lee for an hour. And then Guy invited the two of you to fight him in a 2-on-1 fight. I must admit you both displayed amazing teamwork, but in the end you got your sorry asses handed to you. QB responded impressed, but pretty displeased that Naruto participated with the two freaky humans. Note to self, watch out for Guy. Naruto mentally noted to himself. Grunting in pain, the black-streaked blonde lifted himself to his feet. He looked at Guy through the holes on his mask and saw, while the man was slightly dirty and bruised, he didn't have any cuts on him. That relieved him, knowing he didn't use his sword on an ally. Wait, where was his sword? He looked to his waist to see it wasn't there. Nearly panicking, he looked around to see it was on the sidelines, in the hands of a girl a year older than him, her right hand just about ready to unsheath it. Stop! He screamed out, stopping her in her tracks. The girl in question only looked at him funny. When she first got to her team's training field, she noticed 2 green figures sparring with each other. That wasn't unusual because Guy and Lee always spar with each other. She, however, did not notice the person with the mask with them, because her eyes were drawn to the sword on the ground. Now, while she kept herself busy training, she was a secret weapon otaku. After all, her dad owned a weapons shop. Picking up the sword, she nearly hyperventilated at its design. While the scabbard was ordinary and unappealing, The guard, however, was unusual because the tsuba, while it looked regular with its normal rectangular shape, it had small sharp edges on each corner that looked like it could cut someone, and looked like it was split in half with one side being black and the other white, the white side showing an angel and the black side showing a devil. The hilt was ordinary like many she saw in the shop, but the skull on the end of it disturbed her very much, especially when it felt like bone to the touch. The crimson tassel wrapped around the bottom of the jaw with a small hourglass with black sand inside the glass on the end of it intrigued her a little bit, but not by much because it looked like a noose around a person's neck. But the feel this sword gave off piqued her curiosity. It felt evil and yet good at the same time, and giving into her curiosity, she was about to unsheath it to see what it looked like and how it handled. But she heard someone scream at her, completely stopping her in her tracks. Looking up, she saw a mask-wearing black-streaked Bond running at her. Panting out of exhaustion, Naruto stopped in front of her. After taking a few breaths, he finally spoke to her. "Please, whatever you do, don't unsheath my sword." Blushing in slight embarrassment, she handed his sword over to him. "I'm sorry, I just dash." "Tintin, it's so nice to see you." Guy bellowed out, revealing the girl's name. "Yash, my teammate. I see you meet our friend." Lee followed in pursuit of his sensei. The girl, revealed as Tintin, could only sigh at the two embarrassing her, causing Naruto to get a good look at her. He noticed she had brown hair tied into two Chinese buns that made her look like a panda, with two short bangs that came over her Hittite and chocolate brown eyes. She was dressed in a sleeveless pink Chinese-style blouse that was trimmed in red around the neck and arms with dark green pants that came to about mid-calf and open-toed blue shinobi sandals. Her kunai holder was strapped to her right thigh, while her shuriken pouch was on the back of her left hip. Still analyzing her, he noticed she was only an inch shorter than him, and that her hands had many calluses that showed countless hours of weapons training. From what he could analyze, he knew she took her career as a Kanochi seriously, unlike many others that he didn't want to think of at the moment. He was brought out his thoughts when she cleared her throat, causing him to look at her. "My eyes are up here, buddy," she said, almost waiting for him to stammer an apology, which gave her an excuse to beat him down like the pervert he was. Now Naruto wasn't unfamiliar with the opposite sex. Heli created the now 2S rank forbidden sexy jutsu and harem jutsu, for God's sake. And he was glad the mask was one-sided, making him look out but no one could look in, because he was staring at her assets, if only for a few seconds, and would not doubt that would have brought down her feminine fury on him if she caught him. And unlike Kakashi the open pervert and Ebisu the closet pervert, he knew the safe boundaries of pervertism and normalism. "Your hands have calluses on them. I see that you take your job seriously," he replied, totally surprising the three around him. Guy and Lee, because he was actually focusing on her in general and not her womanly assets. And Tintin, because he noted the result from her training. She didn't know why, but her respect for the masked black-streaked blonde went up a notch, leaving him at notch 1. "Oh, thank you. For a minute there, I thought you were a dash. A pervert." Naruto finished her sentence. "Yeah, sorry. I've dealt with enough to almost have a sixth sense." Tintin apologized for her mistake. "Anyways, I'm sorry for handling your sword. It was just so. That was where the bun-haired girl for once in her life couldn't define a weapon. "Divine," the black-streaked blonde summarized for her. "Yes, divine, that's the word. Where did you get it?" she asked, wondering where he could find something like it. Minus it looking spooky, of course. Naruto seriously didn't want to answer that, because frankly he didn't have an answer for it. So at the risk of looking like an asshole, he quickly changed the subject. Wait, what time is it?" he asked randomly. "It's 12:53. Lee answered, looking up at the position of the sun. A horrified look crossed Naruto's masked features. How he did that no one would know. Realizing that he was late to turn in his report, he panicked. "Shit, the Hokage is gonna kill me. Sorry guys, I gotta run. Let's do this again sometime, bye." With that quickly formed sentence said, he sped off in the direction of the Hokage Tower. "Who was that guy?" Tintin asked the two spandex-clad shinobi. "That was none other than my good friend Naruto Uzumaki." Lee bellowed out excitedly after hearing that the black-streaked blonde would train with him again. "Yash, Naruto-kun's flames of youth shine brightly. I cannot wait for his next visit," Guy screamed out after his student. Then after that, the two started screaming each other's names, and went into their infamous scary as hell hug that somehow created their unbreakable jinjutsu. Thankfully, their revelation about the stranger made Tintin's eyes widen in shock. That was Naruto? That tall, black-clothed, mysterious, muscular-scarred, mask-wearing, sword-wielding, black-streaked blonde. Was the hyperactive, orange-wearing blonde that always shouted that he would be Hokage during their academy days? What was going on here? Meanwhile, while this was happening, the most unpredictable person in Konoha was running like his life depended on it. The old man told him to at his office at noon, and he was almost an hour late. Seeing that he wasn't getting near it anytime soon on the ground, he jumped onto the roof. Pumping some chakra into his legs, he leaped higher and faster than he ever thought possible. It felt amazing, the wind blowing through his hair, the sense of freedom, and even the view. But unfortunately, all good things had to come to an end. Naruto landed onto the top of the Hokage Tower and was about to get down and enter through the front door, but realized the secretary, who always was a bitch to him, would try and turn him away. Unknowingly doing a Jiraiya action, he opened the window to the Sandame's office. That honestly did surprise the Sandame Hokage, so much that he fell out of his chair. "Kami Naruto, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Sarutobi gasped out as he got to his feet. "Looks like I'll have to try harder next time, old man," Naruto jokingly replied after he said that he reached into one of his back pouches and pulled out his report. The Sandame narrowed his eyes, seeing that he was late. While he let Naruto get away with a few things, being tardy was an issue for him. He only let Kakashi be tardy was because he was still carrying mental scars from the last Great War, and even then it gritted his patience. "You're late," he simply stated. Not used being on the receiving end that one, Naruto merely scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, sorry about that. I was going to turn it in early, but I kind of ran into a guy in Lee." Sarutobi merely sighed at the mention of those two. He honestly wasn't surprised Naruto was late now. Those two were persuasive at times, especially Guy with that shiny hypo teeth jutsu of his. "Just make sure it doesn't happen again. Now, if that is all, dash. Actually, I was wondering if you could recommend a weapon and clothing store. As you can see, I kind of need it." Naruto interrupted the old Kage, indicating his torn and now more dirty clothing. "Oh, of course." Sarutobi agreed with the former full blonde. Once he wrote down the address, he handed it to the person he thought as a grandson. Weapon shop a few minutes later. As Naruto stood outside the shop, he couldn't help but wonder if the Hokage was going senile. The shop, while it wasn't extravagant, it wasn't run down either. It was average. Sure, there were a few shingles missing and looked like it needed a new paint job, but other than that, it was in pretty good shape. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Pushing open the door, Naruto saw the store was nothing flashy. There were no sale signs or advertising gimmicks, just rows of shelves and racks that had mostly darker colored clothing. The lighting was kind of dim, probably something wrong with the circuits, but the dressing rooms had bright fluorescent lighting so that people could see just how they looked in their new attire. But the weapons section was something completely different. Weapons of all shapes, sizes, and colors adorned the shelves of the store. And not only that, but they looked to be crafted tremendously well. If he didn't already have hand in Ryoku, he knew he would have bought one from this store. "Hello, is there anything I can help you find, Shinobi-san?" Naruto turned around to face an imposing man at the cash register. He looked to be in his late 30s to early 40s with short, spiky, chestnut brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard. The man was around 6'4" and muscular, indicating his years of work at the forge. He wore a dirty white t-shirt, dirty brown blacksmith gloves, and a dirty brown blacksmith apron, showing he was probably working on his latest masterpiece. But that was unfortunately all he could see, since his lower half was obscured by the counter. But if he was to guess, he was wearing sandals like everyone else, along with dirty pants of some color. However, what unnerved Naruto was the scarring on him. 2 deep scars went diagonally down his right cheek and into his beard, and there were also some deep to lighter scars on his exposed arms. This showed him his man was a shinobi who saw plenty of battles in his lifetime. I said, "Can I help you, dash?" The man opened his eyes, revealing them being dark brown, but they narrowed in hate at him. Growling in anger, he leaped over the counter, revealing dirted brown pants and sandals in the process, and attacked the black-streaked blonde. Naruto got on his guard and blocked a punch from the giant man. The punch numbed his left arm. If it wasn't for the bracer absorbing most of the punch, he wouldn't doubt that his arm would have been broken. This man was dangerous, and he knew he had to be very careful. Ducking another punch, Naruto took aim and hit him in the stomach. The man grunted a little bit, but showed no signs of being hurt in the slightest. In fact, it was the opposite for our hero, because his hand felt like he hit a rock. He felt trapped. He couldn't do any jutsu at this rage. His taijutsu was mainly brawling, and he could not unsheath his sword. Any thought he had on what to do was interrupted by a kick to his stomach that sent him through several racks, scattering the dark clothing all over the store and knocking the wind out of him. Growling angrily, the cashier walked over to him menacingly and pounded on the wall. From what Naruto could see, a part of the wall opened up, and the man casually pulled an axe from it. He saw the man drape it over his shoulder and saw the axe was sinister, almost demonic looking. The axe itself was around 3 feet in length with a wickedly, yet beautifully obsidian serrated blade, the reverse of which was barbed and spiked, made to shred and tear. He didn't have to know that this man killed many people with it. The man roared in fury like a barbarian and jumped the full distance, intending on splitting his victim's head open. Naruto would not give him the satisfaction. Bringing his right hand to Hanrin-ryoku's hilt, he unsheathed the magnificent blade and blocked the menacing axe head. The two struggled for dominance, both in a deadlock. Grunting in frustration, the cashier spoke. "You're strong for your size, berserker scum, but I'm going to kill you." "I'm not a dash," Naruto protested. "Don't you dare lie to me. I'll dash." He didn't get to finish because of a shattering sound, and then he fell on the floor, completely unconscious. "Dad, you stupid idiot, look what you've done," a feminine voice screamed at him. Groaning a little, Naruto looked up from the cashier's unconscious body to see the familiar form of Tenten, with a broken vase in her hand. "Tenten," he asked, still trying to regain his breath. "Naruto, oh my Kami, are you all right?" Tenten exclaimed, reaching down, dropping what was left of the vase, and lifted him to his feet. Coughing a few times, the secret Kurashigan user regained his breath. "Yeah, I've endured worse, but what the hell was that about?" Sighing, the bun-haired girl answered. "My dad suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder. During the last war, he was nearly killed by a berserker. He won, but was forced to retire because of his wounds. Since then, he has sudden war flashbacks from time to time. You were unfortunately the target because of..." Naruto knew what she was talking about. While the clothes were surprisingly comfy, they weren't exactly the best choice to wear in the village. "Tenten, what unyawfulness has happened here?" Guy's familiar voice screamed out, causing the two conscious teens to groan. "It's nothing, Guy-sensei. Dad just had a nasty flashback after seeing Naruto's outfit," Tenten replied. "Which I'm going to change out of," Naruto announced as he picked up a random set of clothing and went into the changing room. A few minutes later, the black-streaked blonde walked out, and immediately sweat dropped when he saw Tenten ordering the 3 males to work. She had a whip in her hands, lashing at her dad, sensei, and teammate. He could only stare in disbelief as the shop was spick and span a minute later. Right then and there, he made a mental note to not piss Tenten off any time in the future. "Okay, dear, the store's cleaned up, and I locked Shiketsu, Bleeder, back up again. Now, can you please put the scary whip away?" Tenten's dad begged as she kept making those accursed cracking sounds. "I will once you apologize to Naruto," she snapped back at him. "There's no need. I'm the one who set him off," Naruto said, trying to defuse the situation, which scared him dearly. Never piss off a woman, folks. It never ends well. The 3 turned around and were stunned to see him in his new outfit. His new outfit consisted of a pair of black cargo pants with a black kunai holster strapped to his right thigh, and a black vest with several pouches for scrolls in the front of it. He was still wearing his black sandals and ankle bands. Underneath the vest, he wore steel fishnet chainmail armor that came around his biceps. Over his forearms, he still wore the Shodaime Tsuchika's knot that they knew who they once belonged to, black lightweight guards, with his clawed hands that were now covered by fingerless gloves with steel plates on the back of them and around each knuckle. Around his waist was a black belt that now held his hitayate as a belt buckle, and the 2 brown shuriken pouches attached to the back of his hips. Strapped to his left side was his beautifully made katana, However, still on his face was that damned mask that still made Tintin's dad's blood boil. Hiroshi calmed down, Guy said, putting his hand on the man's shoulder. The man only sighed and visibly calmed himself. Kid, I'm sorry I attacked you, but I must ask that you please take that mask off. Naruto's eyes widened when he was asked that. Mentally, he was panicking, wondering what he should do. Even with his improved mind, he found no way to get out of this one. Go ahead, take it off. And if they ask, just bullshit them on your mission. That sounds reasonable. And make sure to buy a half mask once you show them. Shinigami ordered, in almost a yawning voice. Now, either the god of death overslept, or was a lazy bastard in general. Naruto would figure out later, though he expected it to be both. He only sighed in response, and responded, Are you sure? It's not a pretty sight, he said to the four. Hiroshi only gave him a scowl indicating that it was his way or the highway. Sighing, he took off his mask, drawing horrified gasps out of them. His face was chiseled, which would normally make a girl blush, but his left side completely ruined it. He had a deep cut going across half of his face, along with one going horizontally down his left eye that ended above his jaw, and 5 deep cuts on his left cheek, obscuring his whisker marks. Then there was a light line going across his forehead, indicating that his juggin eye was sleeping. Thankfully, in his opinion, that made it look like another scar. Along with his coldish blue eyes, he looked like a seasoned warrior. Holy shit, kid, what happened to you? Hiroshi questioned the scarred, black-streaked blonde. It looks like you fought an entire army. He continued, indicating the other scars on his body. Naruto only scratched the back of his head. Well, I kinda did. You see, during my last mission, I met some misfortune with some stone neens. And while my former clothes, mask, and these scars are the result from it. Guy and Hiroshi visibly frowned hearing that. They fully knew Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki and saw that any injuries that he suffered healed completely. But whatever happened to him must have been horrific to make him look like a Biki. Guy would have to speak with the Hokage about it later, while Hiroshi could only ponder since he was retired and really couldn't do anything about it. Meanwhile, Lee and Tintin were horrified that a person only a year younger than them went through all that. They had a few close calls themselves and experienced their first kill during a mission gone wrong. But what he went through was something they just couldn't comprehend. How many? Tintin asked in a slightly scared voice. 15, maybe 20, possibly more. It's all a blur, really. Naruto answered her from what he wrote in his report. A pregnant silence filled the air. No one spoke in what seemed like hours. Clearing his throat, Naruto broke the silence. So how much? Slightly shaking out of his funk, Hiroshi spoke up. For 5 sets, plus a mask, it comes up to 997 Ryo and 50 Ryo cents, he said, knowing that he would be needing one. Ouch, that was pricey, but Naruto knew picked out a black half mask that covered his face from the nose down for more pairs of clothing and pulled out his trusty wallet Gamachan. Before paying the man up front, he realized that he needed some new supplies. I also need some supplies, he said to Hiroshi, noticing he was limping a little. Getting behind the counter, Hiroshi brought up his walking stick, silently cursing at the long, dead berserker who shattered his right leg. He looked up at the black-streaked blonde. What do you need? Not missing a beat, he answered. I need a set of kunai knives, a dozen exploding and flashbang tags, 2 dozen makabishi, some soldier and blood pills, a sword cleaning kit, and a set of shuriken. Nodding, Hiroshi brought his hands under the counter and brought out his order. Naruto, however, furrowed his eyebrows, seeing the shuriken. The 4-sided was okay, but the 8-sided had more speed and sides to damage a person with. Hiroshi saw that look and frowned, not liking that look at all. Is something wrong? Yes, it's the shurikens, I was wondering. He trailed off and reached into his right pouch behind him and brought out one of the 8-sided shuriken, placing on the counter. If you could make this. Tintin was absolutely stunned seeing a stone weapon up close and grimaced seeing the look on her father's face. She knew anything involving Stone Country really got under his skin, whether it be their politics, shinobi, the war in general, and most importantly, their weapons. She knew that he could attest to the damage they could inflict. After all, it was because of a few well-placed shuriken hits that her father had to walk with a limp now. Guy and Lee stood on the sidelines preparing themselves to restrain the man, if necessary. You want me to forge stone tools? Hiroshi growled out, his eyes narrowing at the weapon. I know you hate Iwagakure. I honestly can relate to you. But don't blame the weapon for your misfortune. A weapon is as deadly as the user. As a weaponsmith, you forge hundreds, if not thousands of weapons for the shinobi of a leaf. He then looked at him, his slitted eyes boring into his soul. You, however, seem to have forgotten it's not the weapon who kills, but the person who uses it. With that said, he took 500 more Rio, believing that was the asking price, and placed it on the counter, quickly bagged all his items, placed his half mask over his face before his Hanya mask, and left the store. No one did anything for several minutes. No one dared to say anything, how they were afraid to breathe. Finally, Hiroshi sighed and got to his feet. Looking at the shuriken for a few seconds, he picked it up and went to the forge. Dad, you're actually going to do it? Tintin gasped out in surprise. How could you blame her? Never in her life did she think her dad would ever forge anything created in stone. But Naruto somehow convinced him to do just that. Letting out a defeated sigh, Hiroshi turned to his daughter. That young man had the balls to say something that was so plainly obvious. Yet I've been too damn stubborn to listen. He then grumbled about stupid idiots and something about kicking his own ass before disappearing into the forge. Unknown to them, this event would forever change this shop. Not bad, Naruto, though I personally would have said something more memorable, but not bad. Shinigami commented his avatar. It doesn't matter what I said, I got what I wanted. Naruto replied before taking a breath. How the hell does Kakashi wear these things? They're almost impossible to breathe with them on. Years of practice is my guess. Kyuubi shrugged, not really getting the one-eyed ninja's fashion sense. Whatever, the Kurashigan user replied. After minutes of aimless walking, Naruto pondered on what to do. His team had the week off, and he couldn't do any just to training without drawing attention. Maybe he could bond with Sasuke. Now it was too soon. He was still getting used to the fact he was a Uchiha. Sakura was definitely out of the question. Kakashi, while he respected the man, he couldn't really communicate with him on any level. Maybe hanging with the other teams was something he could do. He honestly missed Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. Maybe they could hang out sometime during the week. Any other thoughts were literally slapped out of his head. What the hell was that for? He shouted at the fox in his head. Instead of thinking about your social life, you need to concentrate on your training. Kyuubi roared at his vessel. Listen, just because dash. You got your ass kicked by a cripple on an adrenaline rush. While I respect you for keeping your cool and defending yourself, you still need more practice. From what I could see, there were a dozen potential strategies in that fight. Now what you need to do is study strategy, go to that fucking library, and learn a thing or two. Shinigami imputed his opinion. But Dash, I know your teammate's mom on the library, but so does her sister. There's a 50-50 chance there. But for Pete's sake, you're a shinobi. Use that damn transformation jutsu to hide yourself, if you have to. Use that fucking improved brain I gave you. Hearing that, Naruto mentally palmed himself. Of course, his chakra control was way better than it was before, so he could do that jutsu without any difficulty now. Smirking under his mask, he created a shadow clone to take his stuff back and to provide extra protection for his place. After his clone left, he had to restrain himself from skipping to the library for two reasons. One, it was unmanly to skip, and Kyuubi would mentally kick his ass if he did. And two, his right leg stung a little. Thanks to Handen Ryoku's creators, he couldn't sheath it without drawing blood. He honestly tried to sheath it, but it was being too damn stubborn. So he cut his right leg and had Kyuubi heal it while he was changing. Of course, after he did that, he wanted to beam himself with a blunt object, because he could have simply used his thumb. It was just as Ishikawa told him, look back to the past and learn from past mistakes. That was a lesson that would really come in handy in the future. But now he was heading towards the library. Not knowing this would change his views on his grandfather figure. The library, an infinite place of knowledge and wisdom, a sanctum for those who want to learn, and a place of dread for idiots. Either way, it held a lot of good and bad memories for Naruto. After creating a shadow clone, and had it use the transformation jutsu to turn into a brown-haired, brown-eyed teenager. He then told it to go inside to see who was working. After 15 minutes of waiting in the shadows, he saw him stroll out. After waiting a few more minutes for him to go into a random ally, and disappear. He grinned after receiving the information of who was working and a few books that he needed to read. Taking a deep breath, he casually strolled in and saw the two who taught him most of the things he was denied as a child. His blue eyes settled on the taller of the two, Akira Haruno, Sakura's aunt. She was a very beautiful woman, with long, deep pink hair that flowed down her back like the waves of an ocean, fair skin, and beautiful green eyes. Standing at 5'6", she was around the average height for a woman her age and a little taller than him by a few inches. At the age of 40, she still had the figure she had when she was in her early 20s. He remembered seeing her picture once before when they invited him into their home that was always sought after. And best of all, she was quiet. And when she did speak, it was with a soft yet strong voice that commanded attention no matter what the volume. And then he set his eyes on the youngest, Sakari Haruno, Sakura's sister. Unlike her sister, she had short, shoulder-length pink hair, fair skin, and jade green eyes. She stood around 5'4", but Naruto knew she would grow a little taller. After all, she was only 14. And unlike her sister, she actually had a curvy figure and B-cup breasts, due to the right dieting, and he knew from experience that she was much nicer than his teammate. He knew a lot about the two standing before him, and they knew almost everything about him. Akira was the unfortunate sister of Hibari Haruno, the mother of both Sakura and Sakari. Hibari was the exact opposite of Akira. She was overweight and tall, flat-chested, lazy, haughty, shrewd, used too much makeup to cover the ugly face, arrogant, and oftentimes had to shout to be heard. It sickened him to know and that he used to think she was pretty, but that was because she was a washed-out genin and used the transformation jutsu to make herself look desirable in public. And once he saw her true form, secretly of course, he honestly couldn't eat a thing for a week for fear that would come up on him. Naruto knew both Haruno's sisters were married, both being the exact opposite of each other, of course. While married, Akira, unfortunately, was unable to produce life, but her devoting husband, Kurega, stayed by her through thick and thin. Her sister's husband, Kasabi, however, was a sex hound that cheated whenever he found the chance, not that he could blame him, of course. That was where Sakari came in. She was rescued. I say rescued because her bitch of a former mother abandoned her in a dumpster. If it wasn't for Akira's sneaking suspicion that her sister would pull something like that, he could only shudder thinking of how he could have turned out without their combined guidance. Anyways, after she was taken home, she was officially adopted with the Hokage's signature to make it official. Naruto knew that Sakari knew she was adopted, but he knew that she didn't care. As far as she was concerned, Kurega and Akira were her real parents. He would have reminisced further, but the two women turned towards them. Smiling behind his masks, he waved to them, "Akari-chan, Sakuri-chan, long time no see." Raising her delicate pink eyebrow, Akari replied to him, "I'm sorry, sir, but I honestly don't know who you are." Stifling a chuckle, Naruto responded, "Well, of course you don't recognize me. After all, I am the most unpredictable person you've ever met." "Naruto, is it you?" Sakari gasped out, seeing his completely changed appearance. "The one and only," he responded. "My goodness, what on earth happened to you?" Akira asked, coming closer to see if her eyes were deceiving her. "It happened on my last mission. Don't worry, I'm Dash." Any other words he would have said were muffled when he was pulled into a bone-breaking hug by Sakari. The sight made the god of death sweat drop. How the hell did that happen? For a civilian, she sure has Chunin-level speed. Geez, every time I think I figure them out, mortals continue to amaze me. However, it was a different experience for the black-streaked blonde. While it was nice to feel the warmth of another person, it wasn't the best to feel his back breaking under Sakari's illogical strength. "Sakari, I think Naruto-kun has been through enough," Akari said, inwardly smirking at her daughter's affection to the QB container. Blushing a little bit, Sakari released the former blonde and instantly apologized. Naruto only rubbed his back, feeling it pop back into place thanks to QB. No, it's quite all right. It's not every day something like this happens." "What exactly happened?" Sakari asked after she brought her blush down. Mentally sighing that he had to lie to two of the people he trusted most, he told them what happened. His encounter with the demon brothers, Zabuza, his training with Kakashi, and his death. Two women could only stare in horror when he unbuckled his vest and showed them the wound he received from Kakashi through his fishnet chainmail shirt. And with bitter reluctance, he recalled his vivid experience in Stone Country, saying that they brought him back to life, experimented on his body, his escape, and his horrendous wounds. Showing that he meant it, he took off his Hanya mask and pulled down his half-mask to show his scarred face. Before his tale ended, he found his face buried between both the woman's breasts. Both Kyubi and Shinigami laughed at the lucky bastard seeing him struggling to breathe. "Oh, Naruto-kun, we're so sorry that happened to you." Sakari nearly sobbed out after hearing the preteen story. "I can't even imagine the pain you went through." Akari continued for her daughter. As the blonde struggled to breathe, he heard a distinct laughter behind him. "Naruto, not only are the talk of the village, but you're also seducing the two women in my life." The two women blushed in reply to the voice and broke apart embarrassed. After coughing a few times, Naruto turned to see who the voice belonged to. A man standing at 5'10" was smirking at him. He wore his smooth brown hair in a ponytail like Iruka's that matched his brown eyes, which were hidden behind some black wire-framed glasses. Crossing his arms over his chest, the former full blonde noticed he wore a dark blue turtleneck sweater over a light blue Yakuta robe with a leather briefcase hanging over his shoulder. And below him, he wore tan pants along with brown, open-toed sandals. "Kurega, it's been far too long." Naruto greeted Akari's husband. "Same here, it's been nearly 3 months," the joking man responded. "Meh, give or take 3 months," the black-streaked blonde replied. "So did you just get back from the tower?" "Oh yes, the Hokage unfortunately didn't have too much work for me. He just told me to bring my work home. And on the way there, I decided to check up on 2 gorgeous women in the library." He then smirked looking at him. "And this is where I find you, you little player." Naruto could only give a stiff chuckle. He knew the man well enough to know he was pulling his leg. While both the Haruno women just sighed at the man's antics. While they love him to death, he could sometimes be very immature. However, his joking visage instantly disappeared, setting into serious mode, as he called it. "I see that the reports were true. You have changed a lot since that mission," the brunette said, making the air seem thick around him. "You know already?" the secret Kurashigan user asked, sincerely surprised that information got out so fast. Kurega just tapped his head with his right index finger. "No, I briefly saw it and remembered every detail. Remember, I'm the one who taught you how to easily remember things." Naruto couldn't hold back a shudder. The man was a joker and sarcastic asshole at times. But he swore that he had some Nara blood in him if his knowledge and photographic memory was any indication. "Honey, if you're done scaring Naruto-kun, I believe he came here for a reason," Akari stated, her soft but powerful voice breaking her husband out of his serious state. Seeing his scratch his cheek sheepishly at going overboard again, the kind woman spoke to the black-streaked blonde. "Now what do you need exactly?" "Akari-chan, these are the books I'll be needing for the day," Naruto replied before listing them off. "The latest book on the history of the Shinobi nations, if you have it. A book that has anything to do with plants and strategy for dummies," he said while mentally cursing the fox and God respectfully, if their snickering was any indication to their cruel teaching methods. Blinking in surprise at the unusual books, the two women calmly went to the selected books he requested. And 5 minutes later, they came back with 2 books, one being big, old, and heavy if Akari's struggling was any indication, while the other one was smaller and brand new. Panting a bit, Akari settled it on the wooden desk while Sakari checked them out. "Sorry, but we don't have any books for plants, but you might have better luck at the Yamanaka flower shop," Akari said after she caught her breath. Inwardly, Naruto seethed hearing that he would have to go there. While the Yamanakas weren't particularly cruel to him, they weren't the most helpful neither. He remembered Inochi, who was mentioned by Shikamaru's dad, once treated him neutrally for the most part, but his wife was a bitch, and Ino's treatment towards him in the academy was still fresh in his mind. Nodding reluctantly, he packed his books under his arm with ease and slipped both his masks on. "Thank you, as always. I'll see you again soon." The preteen thanked them before heading out the door. If he looked back, he would have seen Sakari's worried expression. Once he got out to the library, the black-streaked blonde jumped on the roof and created a shadow clone to take the books back. While it was lazy of him, he clearly admitted to himself he would need both hands for his next task. Because he clearly didn't know who was manning the shop that day, It could have been Inochi, his wife, or Shinigami forbid Ino. After sending his clone back to his apartment, he headed off to the Yamanaka flower shop. Nearly 5 minutes later, he arrived at the flower shop. It honestly wasn't hard to find, with its walls being painted yellow, its orange roof, two giant glass windows between a giant door that was always open during the day, along with various plants on the outside of the shop, and the giant pink sign that spelled out Yamanaka Flower Shop in big red bold letters. What a fruity shop. QB shared his thoughts to the other two. Oh yeah, Naruto thought to the great beast. Damn right. Shinigami agreed. I'm no building expert, but shouldn't the man of the house get the final say in the design? He's obviously whipped. Both the Demon Lord and God of Death said in a union. Now quit stalling and enter the damn shop. You have a lot of work to do. Sighing behind his two masks, the preteen reluctantly took a step forward, and a few strides later, he entered the shop. Just like the outside, all fruity and full of plants, the inside was no better. It was yellow like their traditional blonde hair and had shelves full of beautiful flowers. Seeing that no one was at the counter, Naruto rung the bell for service. When no one came a minute later, her rung it again several times. I'm coming, a woman's voice screamed out. Oh fuck, all three of them screamed inside their heads. They had a reason to swear, because barely a few seconds later out stumbled a girl around Naruto's age. She looked exactly the same since he saw her the last time. The same pupil-less blue eyes, the same long blonde hair, always seen in a ponytail with long bangs covering the right side of her face, and always wearing that revealing purple outfit with white training tape wrapped around her stomach and thighs. The only thing different about her was that she was wearing the shop's yellow apron, had her white arm warmers rolled up, and had both her ears pierced. What do you want? I was busy, Dash. The blonde-haired girl then took a look at the customer's face before letting out an ear-shattering scream. You know what's going on? A male voice hollered out. Looking where the voice came from, a man emerged from the other side of the store. He stood around 5'9" and looked to be around in his late 30s. His hair was blonde like Ino's, only darker in contrast with a mullet-style haircut with his hair being shorter on the top, finishing in a long ponytail. He also had bright blue eyes with the pupil unlike Ino. He was wearing the standard green Jounin flak jacket over a black outfit complete with tan handguards and a sleeveless red coat that reached to the back of his knees. He was Inochi Yamanaka, the father of Ino. What is going on here? He demanded, seeing his daughter shivering on the floor. Ino whimpered out as she closed her eyes in fear. Looking up, Inochi saw the so-called demon. His face automatically went into a scowl, seeing the mask. He, like many other Leaf shinobi, knew the horrors of the Third Great Shinobi War, and that mask made even the mightiest warrior want to retreat at the sight of it. However, he looked the figure over and saw that he was no older than Ino. He had nothing that identified himself as a stone shinobi, and most importantly, he saw the Leaf Hitayate on his belt. Ino, go to your room. I'll deal with this, he told her. Seeing she didn't have to be told twice, the genin sprinted away and locked herself into her room. Seeing her daughter safe and sound, Inochi looked back at the figure and stared at him with his piercing gaze that showed years of shinobi experience. Who are you? He demanded. Just a shinobi seeking to buy a book. Naruto cryptically answered him. You scared my daughter, Inochi stated, clenching his fist. That was unintentional, the black-streaked blonde said, mentally adding, not in his head, I just want a book, listed with various plants that I can create creams and poisons with. Nodding, the Yamanaka clan head turned away and went into the back room. Emerging a few minutes later, he brought out a medium-sized green book and what looked like a mixing kit. Gently setting them on the counter, he rung them up on the cash register. The total is 400 ryo, Inochi said. Again, visibly flinching at how expensive the day was getting for him, Naruto paid the man, leaving him with more than enough to get by until his next mission, thanked him for his kindness to leave a good impression, took his stuff, and left. Inochi only breathed in a sigh of relief once he left. You really are the #1 surprising ninja. Once he got his needed items, Naruto headed towards his apartment. After that tense encounter in the Yamanaka business, he needed the rest of the day to relax and read up on the things he ignored and was denied during his academy years. With a small push of chakra, he leaped into the air again and relished the wind flowing through his hair. Oh, what a feeling it was. Shinigami once compared it to riding a motorcycle with your helmet off, whatever the hell that was, and he agreed that the feeling was enjoyable. That was about the time he felt himself land on his roof. He then walked a few steps towards the edge of the roof before lightly jumping onto the floor. He winced a bit, hearing the horrible creaking sound as his feet connected with the worn wood. Steeling himself as he stood to his full height, he went to his door that the owner graciously assigned as apartment 666 and opened it. He smiled, seeing that both Ichigo and Benaheim were still asleep on his bed, and that his 4 clones were standing guard over them. All right, guys, it's time to get to work. He then pointed towards the nearest clone and talked to him about his most recent purchase. I want you to start reading up on the poisonous and healing plants. Get through at least 5 chapters. Read more if you find it interesting. He then proceeded to set the mixing kit onto a shabby table and tossed him a book. What about us, boss? One of his clones asked. I want you to study up on the strategy book. Pay close attention so you don't miss anything, Naruto said before turning to the other 2 clones. And I want you two to practice the kunai balancing. Don't worry about the water. Just balance them as long as you can. And what about you, boss? Another clone asked the original. I'll be reading that giant history book. Now get moving. He responded before taking the gigantic book and went to lay on his bed. Hours went by, and Naruto found it to be more productive than Iruka's lessons combined. His first clone dispelled 3 hours ago, and he learned about a few plants that could close up wounds in an instant, which oddly enough reminded him of Ikiku's healing ointment from the Bleach manga, and also leaned about a plant that could kill a man in less than a second. He would get to practicing making them at another time. Right now, he was finishing up Stone Country's history. While I'm impressed that Stone Country has an interesting history, Naruto mused to himself as he finished off the last sentence. Now, why did you read up Stone first? QB asked, honestly confused that his vessel read up on his enemy's country. I owe it to Ishikawa. He taught me the most important lesson I would have never learned here. He then closed his eyes, remembering his fight with the deceased Stone Chunin. I feel honored. A voice rang out, causing Naruto to leap up and Ichigo to spring into action. The Fox Kit leaped at the voice only to fly off the bed and land in the laundry basket. What the hell? Who's there? The black-streaked blonde demanded, pulling out one of his new kunai. Oh, come on, Blondie. I haven't been dead for even a month. And I've already been forgotten? The voice replied, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Ishikawa Kamizuru? He asked. Yep, that's my name. Don't wear it out. The now identified Ishikawa replied, appearing in front of his killer. Naruto was just flabbergasted seeing the Stone Chunin again. He was more healthy than when they first met. His body was fuller, like he actually ate, and much more powerful looking as well. Instead of seeing his cold brown eyes, they were now filled with inner peace along with the laziness of a slacker. No way, no fucking way, you're supposed to be dead, the officially freaked preteen screamed out. Ishikawa only laughed, seeing his reaction. Relax, Blondie, I am dead, and I'm here to wreak my horrible vengeance, mahaha. He crackled evilly as his face became demonic as Yami himself. The ghost descended on the Kurashigan user, effectively making him roll out of the way as the spirit phased through the bed. Ichigo managed to crawl out of the clothes hamper and lunged at the ghost once again, but the poor kit phased through him, hitting the wall. While Benaheim sprinted to see if her brother was okay, Naruto forced some chakra into his eyes, activating his Kurashigan behind his mask. Ishikawa only hissed and rushed at him as if intending to possess him. Naruto was ready to somehow deal with the vengeful specter, but instead the dead Stone Chunin stopped in front of him and blew him a raspberry. Just fucking with ya. Ishikawa smirked at the freaked-out kid before crossing his arms. What the hell was that for you, asshole? Naruto bellowed at him. Geez, kid, lighten up. I was only having some fun. I mean, being dead is super boring. You gotta pass the time somehow. The spirit replied. Why are you here anyways? I thought you were sent to the afterlife after I killed you. The black-streaked blonde demanded. Well, you see. Flashback. All right, Kaiza, everything is set. Step to your right, and heaven awaits you. Again, I am so sorry for the wait. Shinigami told the fisherman. Smiling happily, the hero of Wave thanked the god of death and went to the right. As the pearly white doors opened, he was enveloped in a warm ray of light and disappeared into his brother Kami's realm. All right, next. Shinigami ordered over his stacks of paperwork on his black marble desk that held many mechanisms, and cursing himself for falling behind on his work. The next time Susanoo, Cupid, Fujin, and Raijin told him to take a break and relax, he'd better make sure it wasn't for an entire year. The barrier that separated Kaiza disappeared, and the next person was a short, pudgy man with wild gray hair. And behind him was an army of 500 mercenaries. All of them were deathly pale and looked like they would shit themselves if they had anything to shit out. Gato, your life has been revolved around greed, lust, and envy. You've enslaved hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent women and children, selling them in underground sex trafficking after raping them. Also, you've sold nearly 500 million pounds of drugs, murdered various business rivals and their families, along with other innocent people, and most recently tried to take over Wave Country for a private island of all things. Shinigami narrowed his already hate-filled eyes at the mercenaries. And you 500 are no better. The list of your crimes are staggering. But Lord Shinigami, Gato tried to plead with the mighty god, only for him to be blown in half by his sheer power and reformed again. I will not hear your excuses, you pitiful mortals. You all had a choice for doing good in your life, but you went and fucked it up. The god then gave him a big, evil grin that was partially obscured by the dagger between his teeth. Enjoy your time in hell. He then brought his hand to a lever beside him and pulled it down. Almost immediately, the floor below them opened up, and all 501 men fell screaming into the fiery pits of hell. Shinigami smiled, hearing their screams of pain as the fire burned them, and for once he was glad to hear his other brother, Yami's voice roar in cruel laughter. Pulling the gate shut, Shinigami ordered the next pair to come in, and mentally sighed in relief that a quarter of his work for Wave Country was completed in that instant. That just left roughly 55.3 people left for every other country. But once he set his eyes on the pair, he narrowed them and pulled out their papers. Muka no name. You were born an orphan and graduated at the academy at the age of 18, 3 years above the normal standards. Through the years, you made no attempts to train, always failed at the easiest tasks, was booted from 10 genin teams, failed to complete the Chunin exams several times, and you didn't even kill anyone until you finally grew some balls to kill your helpless teammates who just graduated from the academy for barely a week in their sleep, and the Jounin sensei, when he was dead tired, even put up a fight due to severe insomnia and constant fights with his wife. For the next few months, you killed several innocent men before raping their wives, girlfriends, and even their daughters of all ages. And after you were finished, you slit their throats. Shinigami didn't say anymore, seeing the man was guilty beyond all reason. He just pushed a button at his desk, and Muka fell screaming into the fiery pits of hell. Now, Ishikawa Kemizuru, you were the third son of Kai and Iburai Kemizuru, and named after your great-grandfather, the Shodaime Tsuchikage. You were a model sibling to your little sister, graduated the IWA Academy at the age of 10, spent a few years out in the wilderness to perfect your clan's arts and to communicate with nature. You returned at the age of 14 and became Chunin a few months later by literally wiping the floor with the competition. From the age of 15 to 19, you killed approximately 800 people in the line of duty, earning your nickname, the Killer Hornet. But then you went rogue by stealing one of your country's most treasured items. For a few months after that, you literally starved yourself from lack of food, even though you could clearly hunt, until you met with that bumbling idiot and was finally killed by one Naruto Uzumaki. That is correct, Ishikawa said, his voice showing no denial in his life story. Now the Dead Stone Ninja expected to be sent to hell like his companion, but instead the god in front of him placed his mighty hand on his chin. And what's more, he made a humming sound like he was thinking. After a few suspenseful minutes, Shinigami spoke to him. Ishikawa, your soul is tainted, but from what I sense, you aren't evil like the other souls I've damned over my entire lifetime. What are you getting at? The clearly confused Stone Chunin asked. Due to this unusual circumstance, I can't send you to either heaven or hell. Your soul is completely on the ground between good and evil. Seeing Ishikawa's look that bordered on confusion and disbelief, Shinigami had to think again. He would never admit it, but this was the first time this happened. For a second, he thought what his family would do, but quickly dismissed those thoughts. Yami would send him to hell. His stuck-up brother Kami would also send him to hell. His mother Destiny and his father Creation would also send him to hell as well. Smirking in a way that suited him, along with a way to spite his family, the god of death knew exactly what to do. Ishikawa, Kamizuru, I have a deal for you. Do you accept? Do I have a choice? Ishikawa asked. Unless you would rather be dragged to hell or eaten by me, Shinigami casually replied, sending a shiver down the spirit's spine. I'll accept. What will you have me do, Lord Shinigami? The god of death smirked before telling him his plan. Tell me, do you remember Naruto, Uzumaki? So Shinigami told me that I have to shadow you, so to speak, and guide you through life, and, well, I zoned out once he rambled on about stuff. Ishikawa said to his stunned killer. Shinigami actually told you to do that. Naruto asked him. Yep. And you didn't tell me why? He shouted at the ceiling. I wanted it to be a surprise. Shinigami simply replied. Geez, you could have given me a heads up. You scare the hell out of me and the kids. Naruto retorted, picking both Ichigo and Benaheim off the ground and brought them back on the bed. I thought it was entertaining. QB added his 2 cents. Up yours, Fuzzy, the black-streaked blonde retorted before realizing that he said that in front of Ishikawa. Oh, relax, Blondie, Shinigami already told me about the fox inside you and the blood in your veins. I honestly don't care. How you remind me of Han, only less hate-filled. The dead Kamizuru said, calming the Jinchuriki, but also confusing him. Yes, Han. He stones current Jinchuriki after Rashi left to better master his beast's powers dash. Wait a second. Naruto said, stopping the spirit from continuing. Wait a damn second. He then went over to the book again and went to the index. Scanning from A to J, he found the section he was looking for. Quickly flipping through the pages, he finally got to the end of the book where there was only 1 page left. Jinchuriki, he read out, surprising those in hearing range. The Jinchuriki are humans that have a tailed beast sealed within them. They exhibit extraordinary powers, and in some cases are more powerful than their tailed beasts, because they have the intelligence to use the beast's powers effectively. For the past 100 years, after Hashirama Senju gained control of several tailed beasts, he spread these beasts to other, newly formed villages in an attempt to maintain peace and equalize the powers between the nations. In order to prevent the Jinchuriki from turning traitor, it is tradition for the host to be selected from the family of the village's own Kage. In this way, the Jinchuriki not only has strong ties of loyalty to village and their leader, but they also serve to show off the Kage's might. Naruto slowly set the book down, realizing what he just read. He now knew who exactly his father was thanks to this book. Slowly, he stood onto the floor of his apartment and turned to his 3 remaining clones who stopped once the commotion started. Stay here and guard the kits. I'll be back soon, he ordered before picking up his sword and weaponry. Without a word, he stepped out of the door and marched off to the Sandame's office, fully ready to raise some unholy hell on the old man. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed in relief. He entwined his hand together, bent them around so they weren't facing him, and pulled. The resounding crack of his fingers brought the old man a little relief to his old bones and a feeling of accomplishment as well. For the first time since he got reinstated to be Hokage, he dealt with half of his paperwork load in a single day. Sighing in relief, he brought his hands back and they went to his upper right-hand drawer. Nearly a second later, he brought out his Ica Paradise book and brought his trusty pipe out of his long sleeve. Bringing the pipe to his mouth, he filled it with its rich tobacco and lit it with a minor fire jutsu he created a long time ago. Taking a few puffs, he inhaled the sweet nicotine that filled his lungs. He sighed in relaxation and brought his book up to read its dirty context. It was a joyful moment in Hiruzen Sarutobi's opinion, and nothing could change it. Oh, how wrong he was. Go away, you little brat. The Hokage is busy, he heard his secretary scream out. What's going on? She doesn't normally yell at kids. Probably that time of the month again. Sarutobi thought to himself before going back to his book, but several dozen loud, stomping noises coming upwards was making that extremely difficult. Move it, you bitch. I have to see him now. a disrespectful voice shouted at her. So it's Naruto. I wonder what he wants. I don't care. Lord Hokage has no need to see a little demo dash. She was cut off when she suddenly came crashing through the door, surprising the Hokage and making him drop his book on the desk. Moaning in pain, the woman fell unconscious, and Naruto stepped through the ruins of a shattered door. From his entrance, Satobi was surprised at his choice of clothing, but he filed that away for later when he saw his surrogate grandson stride into his office. The way the black-streaked blonde was walking, the Hokage didn't doubt that he was mad, no beyond mad. He was furious. Slamming his hands onto the oak desk, Naruto stared long and hard at the old man he used to call grandfather. He wanted to tear into the old man with his claws for lying to him for nearly 13 years of his life. But despite his old age, Sarutobi could kick his ass, so instead he was going to hurt the man another way. Sarutobi, you have some serious explaining to do, Naruto bluntly said, smirking eagerly when the old man flinched as his name was spat with venom. What do I have to explain, Naruto? Sarutobi asked, trying to be as innocent as possible, though deep down he probably knew why he was so angry. You need to explain why you've lied to me for 12 years, and I'm not leaving until I get my answers, the secret Karashigan user said, drawing a frown on the man's face. I have not lied, the old man started to say before he was struck with massive killing intent. Bullshit, you know what I'm talking about. Didn't you tell me my father was the fucking Yondaime Hokage? Naruto raged at the pathetic man he used to respect. Sighing tiredly, Soryobi inhaled from his pipe one more time before setting it on his desk. Opening his eyes again, he stared long and hard at his surrogate grandson. He fully expected the preteen to back down like he usually did, but to his surprise, he didn't. He stood his ground, and his killing intent even increased somewhat. How did you figure it out? He asked, fully knowing that denying it was pointless now. It is tradition for the Jinchuriki host to be selected from the family of the village's own Kage. I read that in a book and came to two conclusions. Either I was related to the Yondaime from a relative, or someone from the Senju clan, or someone from your family. But since I have no blood relation to you, or the founding Kages, I can only conclude that I am his son. And taking a look in the mirror, I look almost exactly like him. Plus, other than the Yamanakas, he's the only person who ever had blonde hair in this village. Naruto said to the old man, there was no need to beat around the bush in this discussion. Naruto, I did it to protect you from a Wagakure. They are still very hostile towards the Yondaime. And after Kyuubi attacked, there was no way we could defend ourselves from another invasion. The Sandaime tried to explain, but apparently Naruto wanted to hear none of it. I once told you what I hated most, and what was that? He demanded. Sarutobi barely held in a wince when he said that. What was it? The black-streaked blonde demanded again. Liars, the Sandaime sighed out. And you told me that liars are scum. You said you would never lie to me, but you've been doing that for 12 years. Naruto said, digging his claws into the oaken desk with ease. Scum, he rasped out at him. What do you want me to do about it? Sarutobi finally snapped at him. I did it to keep you safe, to keep the village safe. I did everything to keep all of us safe. And you're going to demand something of me? Well, too bad, Naruto. I don't owe you a thing. You don't owe me anything? Naruto screamed at him. You owe me a lot of things, Sarutobi. I've fought, bled, sweat, and cried tears for this village. I have a fucking demon in my stomach to protect these ignorant bastards. And what do I get in return? Neglected, beaten, starved, ripped off, denied a childhood. I've even died for this village. I brought back the infamous demon of the mist, and a woman with a very rare bloodline. He took a few haggard breaths and took both his masks off, effectively making Sarutobi stiffen, seeing his once fiery blue eyes as cold as a glacier, along with his brutally scarred face, the closed juggin, I included, and realized he made a great mistake in saying he owed Naruto nothing, especially when his eyes morphed into the mutated Sharingan. I know what I am now, Sir Toby. Ironically, thanks to Wagakure, I realized who I am exactly. He peered his eyes into the old Kages, almost into a hypnotizing stare. I know that my mother was of Uchiha blood after I realized the truth when I stared into the mirror. And I know that my old man was a powerful ninja. Know this, Sarutobi, I'm not the weakling that anyone can push around anymore. And my loyalty is on the breaking point for this village. So what's stopping me from taking Zabuza and Haku away from this place that I love so much? He continued with a massive amount of sarcasm at the last part. You wouldn't. Hiruzen rebutted. Try me. After all, I'm the most unpredictable ninja in this village. I'm sure that Sam will welcome me. Maybe grass. Hell, with Kyuubi's power and Zabuza's training, we could take over Kirigakure in 1 or 2 years tops. Naruto replied, grinning his fox-like grin. And after I'm gone, Wave will surely catch wind and cut off their newly trade routes with you. And you'll be open to attack from any hostile nations when they learn that your Jinchuriki is gone. Weighing in the possibilities, Sarutobi measure that fact that Naruto was undying loyal to the village. But at the same time, he could very well leave and become a possible enemy. Narrowing his eyes at the decision, he was about to make the old man's side in defeat, because the risk was just too great. What do you want? Smirking that he was finally getting somewhere, Naruto answered him. I want 3 things, and 3 things only. Nodding sadly, the Hokage brought out agreement paper. First, I want the Demon Brothers out of the maximum security prison. They're to be placed with Zabuza and Haku with the same punishment of house arrest. He demanded, making Sarutobi's eyes widen at the outrageous demand. Naruto, are you serious? They are master assassins and would kill anyone in a heartbeat without a shred of remorse, the old Kage exclaimed. Exactly, Naruto simply stated. Seeing the professor's look, he made it easy to understand. While mocking him at the same time, they will take any job that involves killing their target. Plus, they are masters in poison creation, and they worked with Zabuza. So if you ask the man to make them cooperate, they'll probably work under you without much hesitation, he said to him very slowly, making the old man scowl at him. I'll do my best for that one. He managed to grit through his teeth, clearly not liking the fact he was getting talked down to by a genin of all things. Smirking again, seeing the Sandaime write down his request, he went for the second one. Second, I want full rights to my old family stuff. That is impossible right now, Naruto, Sarutobi said. Bringing a hand up, he stopped the Jinchuriki from speaking. The Yondaime created a very special seal for you, and you weren't to open it until you reached Chunin rank, and the same goes for your mother as well. The old man barely hid a smirk as he wrote down Naruto's wasted request. Narrowing his eyes that the old bastard got him when a juggin, I whispered something in his mind. What was that? He mentally asked the sentiment tool. I said the old fool isn't lying. And how do you know? And how are you talking when you are closed? I can read minds, you stupid ninjin, even when closed, and I can keep myself closed because now is not the time to reveal myself. Anyways, the old monkey isn't lying about this. He may have fooled you for 12 years. But he can't block his mind from me. Why are you helping me? I thought you said I'll help with you once you give me the respect I deserve. You made the Hokage bend to your will through words, guilt, and emotions. While it's not a big thing in my mind, it's good enough to help you for now. Don't think I'm doing this at the bottom of my heart. Deciding to not say what heart to the eyeball on his forehead, Naruto merely thanked it and sketched out the possibilities of what he could do with the juggin eye on his side now. Seeing that the old man was done writing, he went in for the kill. And lastly, once I become a Chunin, I want it to be announced that the Yondaime was my father. I'm not afraid of assassins or anything. If they come for me, they'll return home in a body bag. If the Sandaime Hokage was drinking or eating something at that instant, he would have either started choking or spat it out. He tried to find the right words to protest it, but instead he stayed silent in order not to babble like an idiot. Finally, after 2 minutes, he only sighed. The guilt he felt over the years of lying to the boy was already getting to him. But now Naruto placed much more on it. He felt trapped, and his relationship with his surrogate grandson was on a very thin line at best, or completely shattered at worst. Sighing one last time, he wrote down the last demand. His old heart was becoming heavy with every word until it felt like iron when he finally put the period. Finally, he put the Hokage stamp on it, making it 100% official. Snatching it from the old man's hands, Naruto placed his mask back on, turned away, and didn't look back as he headed out the broken door. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed a very sorrowful sigh. He placed his hands on his head, feeling a major headache coming on. In the silence, he heard a small hissing noise. Opening his eyes, he saw an exploding tag where Naruto's right hand used to be. His eyes widening, he ducked under his desk, knowing that the desk could survive an exploding tag, which it did when a cloud assassin tried killing him during the Second Great Shinobi War. The explosion wasn't big. In fact, it was actually small, almost deliberately. Peeking his head from under it, he started sobbing, not just because he broke Naruto's trust, but also that his prized authorized first edition Ica Paradise book was destroyed, along with all his finished and unfinished paperwork, and his favorite pipe had to be repaired. Sighing, the Sandaime wiped away his tears, picked up his broken pipe, and left the office. He was going to call in some Chunin to take his assistant to the hospital and fix up his office. But in the meantime, he was going to take a well-needed break. After all, he had more things to do to make it up to Naruto, and it wasn't going to be easy. The next day was intense for our hero. After Sarutobi signed his demands, he went straight home and packed his stuff, stuffing his library books and clothing into Ishikawa's sealing scroll, making sure he had all his equipment on him, and making sure his stash of Bleach manga was secured in its secret hiding place that no one other than him could find. He picked up both Ichigo and Benaheim, placing them in his backpack, dispelled his clones, and headed off to the forest. Arriving to some sort of fenced area that said Area 44 Keep Out, Naruto only scoffed at it and jumped right over it. Immediately after going 100 feet in it, he was attacked by a giant tiger. Smiling under his masks, he fought and defeated the giant creature. He didn't kill it, but it sure was one hell of a good fight, especially when it was claws against claws. After giving the tiger 3 claw-like scars going down his right eye, the beast admitted defeat and ran off to lick its wounds. Sighing in relief that he actually beat the beast, he looked in his backpack to see if the kits were all right. They were fine, but Ichigo looked kind of mad that he wasn't involved in the fight. Benaheim, however, was different altogether. She was shaking in absolute fear. That brought a frown to Naruto's face. He honestly didn't mean to scare her, but he needed to blow off some steam, and he honestly didn't trust anyone right now to leave them alone with some clones. After reassuring her that nothing bad would happen to them, he took off deeper into the forest. It was many miles until he found himself near a majestic waterfall. Smiling, he set his pack down and got right to training. During that day, and through most of the night, he worked on the jutsus he stole from Muka and Ishikawa. Over the month that he worked on them, he oddly found that the earth and water techniques came easy to him. He would figure it out eventually, but now it was time for his next technique. This one he deliberately put off using for quite some time. Walking over to the stones on the left side, near the waterfall, he brought his hands up into the snake's seal and whispered, "Earth style, hidden in stone's jutsu." Raising his hand up, he pressed it against the hard surface. He then started phasing through and into the stone's surface. Using his other senses, he moved to the right, getting used to the feeling of his body being encased in stone. Finally, after 5 minutes, he came out on the right side of the waterfall. His body looked like the stone for a minute until he fully brought himself out into the clearing. "Not bad, Blondie. It took me nearly 10 minutes to do that." Ishikawa praised the preteen. "Yeah, thanks for the tip on that one. I honestly did not know what I would do if it failed." Naruto thanked the spirit after panting a bit. "You would have died, that's what. While it rarely happens nowadays, it's still bound to happen." "I'll make sure to remember that," the Kurashigan user remarked before laying on his back. "Could I believe it's time to head back?" Ishikawa suggested. "Hell no, I'm not done training. Besides, I don't want to see Sarutobi for a long time." Naruto angrily replied. "Dude, no need to be too harsh on the old guy. I mean, sure, he lied, but he feels bad. Doesn't that count for anything?" "Hell no. And what's with the change of personality? When we first met, you were cold and sadistic, but now you're as lazy as Shikamaru. Dude, if you knew me in stone, then you would know that I'm the biggest slacker out there. All right, granted, in my younger days, I was a hard ass, but once I spent years in the wilderness, I learned to chill. But there's a time to chill and a time to fight. You were just unlucky enough to meet me in battle mode." The dead Kamizu boredly remarked his life. "And that I was a leaf ninja," was Naruto's retort. "Ai swime. I was taught to hate the leaf with a passion. Stone has always been a military village from day one, and that has been drilled into our heads. But now that I'm dead thanks to you, I can finally chill for eternity once I fulfilled my purpose here. Ishikawa casually replied as he laid in midair and stared at the clouds. What is your purpose anyways? Beats me. Before I left purgatory, Lord Shinigami cryptically said I would know when the time came. The dead stone Chunin replied before falling asleep. Lazy ass, Naruto muttered before bringing his hand behind his head. Not like it matters I'm staying here. The hell you are? Shinigami piped up. Oh, come on. Can't I do something for myself for once? The mask wearer protested. Not while I'm here, the god of death replied. Listen, I know you're peeved at the old man, but he is genuinely sorry for what he did. And on the bright side is that you have him under your thumb. Seeing his avatar raise an eyebrow at him, he continued. Hiruzen knows what you are. He would be a fool to continue denying your rights. Geez, the way you say it. It makes me sound like a spoiled brat. Naruto replied before turning his head to see the fox kits heading towards him. It does sound like it, but in reality, you deserve it. Like you said, you fought, bled, and died for the village. You earned your power and didn't take the easy way out like Kakashi or the other Uchiha. You have practiced those skills until you made them your own, and for that you deserve what was denied to you. Are you smoking something? His sweat dropped, feeling like the god was out of his damn mind. And it confirmed it when he heard an inhaling sound and a satisfying sigh of satisfaction. Fine, whatever, I'll leave, but I'll be back here eventually. Yeah, you do that, Kyoh, my god, a giant pink elephant. Naruto only sighed before picking the kits up and placing them in his backpack again. Putting his hand in the tiger hand seal, he whispered, Chameleon Jutsu. Concentrating, he focused the usage of the jutsu around his body until he disappeared. Smirking under this invisible technique, he was glad that he learned this from Ishikawa's body. For what he experienced, this ninja escape technique allowed the user to control how light is reflected around their body with chakra inflections. And from further practicing, the technique also erased the user's scent and shadow and was usable on any terrain. Leaping over the river, he headed towards the fence where he entered. However, before he got to it, he came to a sudden stop, seeing two leaf jonin patrolling the perimeter. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered why this area was fenced off. Sure, it looked spooky, and a giant tiger tried to maul him, but he faced much worse when he was younger. Seeing the two jonin starting to converse, he strained to hear what they were saying. Why did Hokage-sama assign us to guard this shit hole again? The first unremarkable one asked. For the 10th time, it was our turn to stand guard. The second one, wearing red-framed sunglasses, replied irritably. I don't see why. No one ever goes into the forest of death besides that crazy snake slut. Snalk is slut. Naruto questioned. Will you quit ragging on her? It's not her fault, Dash. Yes, it is. The first one bellowed angrily. That vile student of Orochimaru deserves to die for her traitorous actions to the leaf. Her and the Kyuubi brat both deserve to die for their Dash. He didn't get to finish before he was punched in the jaw by the second one, who had an angry look on his face. I told you time and time again not to mock those two. Just because your wife left you after your failed attempted pursuit of her, and you lost your home to the Kyuubi attack, does not justify for your actions towards them. The first jonin only glared at him before wiping his mouth. Shut your damn mouth, Aoba. Just because you're a special jonin doesn't mean you are better than me. The man, now revealed to be Aoba, only sighed at the man's stupidity. Reaching to his turtleneck sweatshirt, he gently pressed on it and said, Target acquired and is ready for transport. The jonin only looked confused before two Umbu Black Ops members suddenly appeared beside him. He started sputtering as they drew their katanas and crossed them over his neck. Aoba, what is the meaning of this? The jonin demanded. You broke the Hokage's law, you moron. And you also insulted one of our most highly respected interrogation experts. I had hopes that you would look past your prejudice for the two. But looks like I was wrong. Aoba stared at the man hard after finishing his sentence. While you couldn't see his eyes, you could feel the anger from them. Take him away, boys. I'm sure Ibiki would love to have a chat with him. The last thing Naruto saw of the man was him screaming in denial before he vanished with the two elite shinobi. Everything was silent for the moment before the man, named Aroba, looked towards him. Nudging his head, the black-streaked blonde knew he was busted. But seeing that there was no use hiding anymore, he undid his jutsu and leaped from his tree perch, Doing a few acrobatic tricks in midair, he landed next to the special Jonin. The man only clapped a little bit before saying, "I give the hiding a 6 out of 10 and the landing an 8 out of 10. How did you notice me?" Naruto asked him. Aoba only smirked at him. "I've used that just enough times to know when it's being used." "You know it?" he asked him. "Of course I fought in the Third Great Shinobi War. I killed a stone ninja and took it from his corpse." "Wait, there's no way you could have done that. Except if you were in the Umbu Black Ops." Naruto reasoned out, unfortunately remembering how to actually retrieve the information for a corpse. Aoba was stunned to say the least after hearing that. This kid, who was undoubtedly the QB container found out on his first try. He kept his past experiences as an Umbu ninja hidden for many reasons, mostly because his work was grisly and hard on the soul. That was why he quit straight after the war ended and became a special Jonin for his skills and the knowledge of the human body. "How did you figure out?" he asked the mask-wearing preteen. "Kakashi-sensei once told up what hunter ninjas do during our last mission, and I heard the Umbu do the same thing. Once I got back, I decided to look it up to see if it was up my alley." Naruto replied truthfully, for the most part at least. The special Jonin just shook his head and looked back at him. "That job is not glorious. Listen, Naruto promised me that you will not pursue that position." Raising an eyebrow behind his mask, the black-streaked blonde only shrugged his shoulders. "Okay, I want as long as you let me go back in that forest every so often." Aoba looked skeptical when he heard that. Only high-level shinobi like himself, Kakashi, and Anko were allowed in there. He was going to object, but he saw that there was no scratch on the preteen. From his experience, as an Umbu operative, he observed his clothes. There was a good amount of dirt and sweat coating his clothing, and from his calculations, he was in there for a little over a 24-hour period. Pretty impressive for a genin. Not an ordinary genin, of course, but a genin nonetheless. While every ounce was being screamed at him to say no, he instead replied, "All right, but stay safe, all okay?" Naruto only smirked under his mask in reply. "Who do you think you're talking to?" "That's what I'm afraid of." The man deadpanned before the preteen only shrugged at him before running off. Once he was gone, the man let out a shudder he was holding in ever since he started talking to the kid. "That damn mask," he sighed remembering it, and all the horrors that caused him to lose sleep at night. While Naruto sped away from the special Jonin, he noticed that the village seemed quieter than usual. No, wait, it still was pretty noisy, but something was missing. Straining his ears, he heard a soft noise, but a few seconds later, it kept getting louder by the second. He didn't know what to think of it before a bell rang in his head of alerting danger. Thinking on his feet like he always did, Naruto jumped away and onto the nearest roof. Almost immediately, he saw Sasuke running past him, and behind him were his ever-loyal fangirls. Naruto shuddered, realizing why Sasuke always ran from them before he was too dumb to understand, but now it made complete sense. Sasuke wasn't gay like most of the guys thought, but he wasn't interested in girls who wasted their time. If they trained to be stronger, he might have approached them with a romantic interest, though in Naruto's mind, he knew Sasuke would rather train than do that. While he hated to admit it, Sasuke didn't deserve what was happening to him, so he decided to do something about it, if nothing else than to get scare the fangirls. So with a devious smile, he brought both his index and middle fingers into a familiar cross seal. Sasuke, meanwhile, wasn't enjoying himself. All he wanted to do was buy some tomatoes. That's all he wanted. But then Sakura showed up out of the middle of nowhere. By the time he realized it, he was being chased by 20 fangirls. Kami, he hated fangirls. They were pathetic and useless. Okay, maybe not useless, because someone had to be cannon fodder. In his desperation to get rid of them, he turned down a nearby alleyway, but his eyes widened in horror when he saw he came to a dead end. Turning around, he saw the evil faces of his fan club slowly approach him. If he was thinking clearly, he would have just climbed up the wall using chakra, but instead his thoughts were distracting him. Breathing heavily, he closed his eyes as he wished for something, anything that would get him out of this mess. And he got that wish with a barrage of balloons. The girl screamed in horror when the first balloon hit Sakura's oversized and still massively bruised forehead. They looked around and wondered who would dare strike them with paint, but only got hit again and again and again. Pretty soon, they were bombarded with literally hundreds of balloons. Through the screaming and crying at their ruined outfits, Naruto's clones took out their smoke bombs and threw them in front of Sasuke. The real Naruto took action barely a second later, bringing his hands into the tiger hand seal, and a small cloud of smoke enveloped him as he descended into the smokescreen. Stepping out a second later, scarring the girls for life, was the Shinigami himself. His long flowing white hair and yukata blowing in the wind, his hollow black eyes pierced into them, and his malicious sharp teeth were grinning behind the dagger in his mouth. "Flee mortals, the boy's soul is mine," the monstrous god growled out. The girls, while stupid, weren't dumb enough to try and fight a god of all things. So with a scream that nearly deafened everyone around them, they ran as if their lives depended on it. As the smoke cleared, Sasuke coughed. He opened his eyes to thank the person who helped him, but once he took a look, he fell straight on his ass. Eyes widening in fear that the Shinigami himself came to take his soul. It wasn't fair. He never got to kill Itachi, nor would he get to revive his clan to their former glory. Deciding that he was going to take it like a man, he closed his eyes and waited for the inevitable. "Hey Sasuke, are you okay?" That voice. Sasuke opened his eyes to still see the imposing form of the Shinigami himself. But the mighty deity smiled, and in a burst of smoke, he vanished. And in his place stood none other than Naruto Uzumaki. At first, the Uchiha didn't know what to do. The first emotion was relief, quickly followed by disbelief, then anger. Getting to his feet, he said the first thing that came to his mind. "Dobe, what the hell are you doing here?" he demanded. The black-streaked blonde only blinked behind his mask. "So this is the thanks I get for saving your sorry ass?" Sasuke only humphed in response. The Uchiha didn't want to admit it, but he was right. Who knows what would have happened to him when they get their claws on him? For years, there have been debates about what happened to the poor souls that were caught by fangirls. Some said they devoured your soul. Others said they devour you whole once they turned into their true form. Or in Kakashi's case, he just thought that you got your brain screwed out before being devoured mentally. In any case, he didn't want to know or find out. So burying his Uchiha pride for now, he lifted his right arm towards the former full blonde. Naruto only nodded before bringing his left arm out and shook Sasuke's hand. It wasn't much, but it was a start. But from reading a book when he was as young as 8, he remembered that to create a friendship, they had a bond. Now what did Sasuke and him have in common? Well, they had a rivalry going on, but what else? Mentally thinking, he found a perfect way to actually help both himself and Sasuke at the same time. "Hey Sasuke, you want to learn how to avoid them forever?" he asked him. Looking up, Sasuke's face told him exactly what he thought about it. He had never really realized until now just how depressing the Uchiha compound was. Naruto followed Sasuke back to his compound so he could actually make a deal. When he first told him of a way to avoid fangirls, he told him that they would need a private place to practice. Through his masked face, he saw his cousin have conflicting emotions. What was going on in his head that made his stoic look almost falter? But the Uchiha only told him to follow him after a minute later. Now he realized the cause of Sasuke's emotions. This place that was once his home were the reminders of the Uchiha massacre that pervaded the Uchiha compound to fuel his cousin's desire for revenge. The entire compound was a total wreck. There were several destroyed houses. Others looked like they were in desperate need of repair. Old bloodstains littered the walls in and outside the many homes where bodies once lied. And the entire place just seemed to reek of anger and despair. He had to truly wonder if this was actually the place his mom grew up in. As the duo continued trekking through the ruined compound, the Kurashigan user settled his eyes on the Sharingan user. He was still finding it hard to believe he actually had family in this village. While it was not an unwelcome thought, he honestly had to wonder if this would work out with his long-lost cousin. As they continued, walking, his mind drifted back towards his academy days. Things were relatively simple back then. He wasn't burdened with all these emotions swelling up inside him. All you had to do was stay awake during Irika's boring lectures, spar and train a little, but in his case a lot. Any further thoughts were halted when they arrived at the biggest, yet modest house in the compound. Sasuke unlatched the front wooden gates and swung the small door open, making its rusty hinges give off a loud, squeaking noise. "Follow me," was all Sasuke said before continuing towards the oaken door. Frowning behind his masks, Naruto wondered what was getting Sasuke so sad. Normally, the Uchiha boy was good at hiding his emotions like he used to, but since he arrived at this gloomy place, his mood plummeted to a whole new emo level. Staying quiet, he just followed him. Once inside, the black-streaked blonde looked around. The house was ordinary, completely filled with dirt and dust, but ordinary. Slowly following the Uchiha, he calmly looked around the place. Still, it was covered with dust, and a few things were broken once they got further in, like there was a sign of struggle. Sasuke, however, kept moving ahead, his onyx black eyes looking straight ahead. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto just couldn't figure out what was so special about this place. Turning his head, he saw a fireplace, and atop of the mantel was a picture that was covered with a thick layer of dust. Seeing Sasuke was in a trance-like state, the Shinigami's avatar decided to take a quick detour. Since he could find Sasuke anytime he wanted, on the account that his footprints could easily been seen thanks to the thick layer of dust on the floor, he silently jumped towards the fireplace. Landing without a sound, Naruto gently picked the picture frame up and was careful to not break it. Wiping the dust away, he was shown what was in the picture frame. The first person revealed was a man with short, brown hair that framed the sides of his head and onyx black eyes, with visible creases below them. He was wearing a blue robe with gray pants and brown Geta sandals. While he didn't know who he was, Naruto had a very bad feeling about this man. Wiping more dust off revealed the second figure, this one being a woman. She had a gentle heart-shaped face that was framed by her long raven black hair that almost perfectly matched her dark gray eyes. Her outfit was pretty modest because she wore nothing but a nice form-fitting gray dress and a tan apron. Whoever she was, she actually made the former full blonde smile. After wiping away, some more dust revealed a male teenager. He, like the woman in the picture, possessed dark gray eyes, black hair that hung near his cheeks to frame his face, and a long ponytail in the back of his head. However, his most distinguishing characteristics were the long, pronounced tear troughs under his eyes. The teenager was also wearing a black, loose turtleneck t-shirt and some black pants that went to the middle of his shins. Naruto studied this person closely. A faint voice in his head was telling him to keep alert. And finally, wiping the rest of the dust away, he nearly dropped the picture in shock. The last person was a younger Sasuke. Taking a small breath, he knew exactly why Sasuke seemed to be zoning out when he entered this place. This was his old home, the place where he lost his family. With a sad sigh, the former full blonde placed the picture back on the mantel and quickly jumped away and landed back, or at least near his footprints. The instant he landed, he went into a strong and fast power walk. Scanning the floor for Sasuke's footprints, he easily followed them. With several seconds going by, he reappeared behind the brooding Uchiha and wondered if he noticed that he was gone. Sasuke, however, just opened the damaged paper door and brought him outside. Seeing that happen, Naruto let out a small sigh of relief that he didn't even know he was holding. He honestly didn't know if Lady Luck loved him at the moment, if Shinigami's chuckling was any indication, but whoever it was, he thanked before following his cousin out to what looked like the backyard. Just like the rest of the entire compound, it was damaged in some way and was overgrown with weeds. Finally, Sasuke stopped and turned towards him, indication this was the location he wanted to train at. "All right, dope, tell me what I gave to exactly do to avoid them," he demanded. Narrowing his eyes at the demand, Naruto was starting to question doing this. "The thing I will teach you is a jutsu." He trailed off when Sasuke activated his Sharingan on two conditions. That threw the Uchiha for a loop because he honestly thought he was going to learn something useful. But then the dobe of all people stopped him cold. Inwardly, he was seething, but at the same time curious. So, keeping his mouth shut, he asked what they were. "The first is to learn this on your own, so turn your jutsu off," the former full blonde commanded. Seeing Sasuke about to explode in anger, he raised up his hand to stop him. "Sasuke, while your jutsu is extremely powerful, it's not without its drawbacks." "Drawbacks?" Sasuke asked, confused. "Yes, you see, the Sharingan can't keep up with extreme speed. Unless you're just as fast, that powerful dojutsu of yours is useless. Also, you have to keep full eye contact with your opponent, but unless they're wearing a mask like me, or trained to somehow keep the Sharingan useless like Zabuzi, you're screwed. And finally, the longer you keep it active, the more chakra you waste to keep it active. Plus, if you use ninjutsu, genjutsu, or even enhancing your speed with chakra, you'll be left vulnerable and exhausted, thus making you easy pickings for your enemies. Plus, it's not wise to get dependent on it. After all, look what happened to Kakashi during the bridge battle. Naruto lectured his cousin from personal experience and what Shinigami explained to him. Sasuke, meanwhile, was stunned that Naruto, of all people, said that. And actually made sense too. As he could feel his chakra slipping away, he deactivated his eyes. Seeing Sasuke taking his advice put a small grin behind Naruto's masks. Finally, they were getting somewhere, but he honestly hoped that Sasuke wouldn't take this the wrong way. And the second condition, seeing his cousin pay attention, he continued, is to learn this jutsu. I would like to learn something in return, say, a fire jutsu. The Uchiha visibly narrowed his eyes at that. What was his teammate up to? Never before did he wish to learn anything for him. He kept thinking about it until the mask wearer spoke up. The longer you stall, the faster those fangirls will plot to capture you. All right, I'll do it, Sasuke blurted out without thinking. But once he realized what he said, he covered his mouth as if to bring the words back. It's a deal then, Naruto replied, smirking his foxy grin. So ignoring Sasuke's heated glare, he took off his backpack, brought his hands into the tiger hand seal, and thought the jutsu in his mind. And after a few seconds of concentrating, he focused the usage of the jutsu around his body until he disappeared. Sasuke was stunned, just completely stunned. He moved his head every which way to try and find him. But unfortunately, while he was distracted, Naruto crept up. Grinning his famous prankster's grin, he brought his hands to the back of Sasuke's shorts, hooked his hands on his boxers, and yanked them up, effectively giving the Uchiha a wedgie. Sasuke screamed. Oh, how he scream at the unpleasant sensation that he found himself in. He felt mental pain from when Itachi showed him the slaughter of his clan with an advanced genjutsu, and he felt physical pain when Haku barraged his entire body with Senbon. But neither of them compared to both the physical and emotional pain he was experiencing right now. He felt embarrassed, humiliated, angry, and knew he wouldn't be able to sit down for several hours because of this. And it honestly didn't help hearing Naruto rolling on the ground in laughter behind him. That was not funny, the Uchiha screamed at him. I'm sorry, but I honestly couldn't pass it up, Naruto replied as he continued to laugh his ass off. Sasuke was about to go over and pound some sense into the former full bond until he heard a few yipping sound behind him. Turning his head, he saw the fox kit with a nasty scar on its face laughing, or what he thought of as a laugh, while the other one looked like it was sighing at the situation, raising an eyebrow, seeing them again. So, soon he wondered why Naruto brought them along, and how was it that they were doing human emotions. Naruto immediately stopped, seeing his cousin look at both Ichigo and Benaheim. Tapping into the powers of his Juganai, he focused its power into reading his thoughts, and sighed in relief, seeing that he was just curious and didn't hold any animosity towards them. Deciding the joke was over, the mask wearer got to his feet and headed towards them. That Sasuke was called the Chameleon Jutsu. This technique bends the environment around you, so you're practically invisible, he told him. Now it's time to hold up your side of the bargain. While Sasuke was stunned to hear that such a technique existed, he only nodded and went to the pond that they used to own. Once there, he thought about what technique to show the creepy mask wearer. He couldn't exactly show him any high-level techniques, because he didn't know them either. He could possibly show him a weapon. Nah, it didn't feel right to rip him off, much to his surprise. Plus, there wasn't a jutsu that turned a weapon into fire. But finally, after a few minutes, he decided to show him the technique his father showed him that allowed him to carry the Uchiha crest on his back. Watch carefully, though, because I'm only going to show you once, Sasuke told him. Before bringing his hands up, he slowly showed Naruto the 7 hand seals until he landed on the tiger hand seal. Then bringing his right thumb and index finger around his mouth, he roared out, fire style, fireball jutsu. He then took a deep breath and then expelled from his mouth in a massive orb of roaring flame. The fireball roared over the pond, making the scummy water sizzle and evaporate until the big ball of fire dissipated. Naruto stood off to the sidelines and watched his cousin do his jutsu. And he did remember everything Sasuke showed him, but he didn't activate his Kurashigan. During his 2 weeks of training, he promised himself he would never copy an ally's techniques. Whoever said that shinobi had no honor was full of crap, in his opinion. While they did work in the shadows and did various work for the highest paying client, he denied doing that sort of action. He learned from experience that it took hard work to achieve your goals. Take Rock Lee, for example. He was incapable of doing any ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Instead, he made up for his lack of those two areas and focused on taijutsu. And throughout the years, he pushed his body to the breaking point and beyond to become as good as he was today. That was the sole reason that he would never steal from an ally and master Handen Ryoku with his own two hands without the help of shadow clones. After Sasuke cut off the supply of chakra to cancel his jutsu, he turned to look at the black stare-wreaked blonde. While he couldn't see past his mask, he knew Naruto paid close attention to how he did his technique. Nodding towards him, he ushered him by the pond before he walked off to practice his new jutsu. After the two passed each other, Naruto immediately went for his Hanya mask. Pulling it up enough to the point where his mouth could be seen, he brought his fingers to his half mask and pulled it to below his chin. While he wanted to try and perform the jutsu with his mask on, he honestly couldn't risk setting his face on fire, at least until he perfected the technique without it, of course. Suddenly bringing his hands up, he flashed his hands through the hand seals. However, he messed up on the third one before stopping himself. Now, it wasn't the time for flashy hand seals. He had to take it slow and steady. So taking a deep breath, he tried it again slowly this time until finally he landed on the tiger hand seal. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he screamed within his mind before bringing his right thumb and index finger around his mouth and opened it. The only thing that came out was a giant flume of smoke that severely burned his throat. Hacking up the black smoke along with a bit of saliva, he gasped, clutching his chest. By the love of the Shinigami, that hurt. It honestly felt like he was forced to swallow magma, and it went down his lungs. After another minute of hacking and coughing up something gross, and ignoring Ichigo's laughter, he steadied himself and tried again. Meanwhile, Sasuke was having the same problem. While the hand seal was easy to remember, he honestly had trouble blending in with the surroundings. Every time he focused his chakra around his body, he could feel himself disappearing. But as suddenly as the feeling came, it vanished in an instant. Panting a bit, he narrowed his eyes. How did the dope do it? While he would never admit it, Naruto had outclassed him in this area. But from hearing the former full blonde hacking, he knew he was having the same problem as he did once he started learning that jutsu. After 15 minutes, and two frustrated preteens later, they decided to call it quits. And while one was arrogant and the other stubborn, they both knew that it was pointless trying to practice a jutsu while they were frustrated. So with Naruto putting his masks on and nudging the kits in his backpack, and Sasuke dusting himself off, they proceeded to walk back through the deserted house. As they trekked through the house, Naruto was staring straight ahead. He mentally decided that if he was going to eventually live here, there had to be some drastic changes. Of course, that meant that Sasuke would have to learn that he was in fact a Uchiha like him. This plan involved weeks, maybe even months of planning, and of course building a friendly relationship up with Sasuke so that he would get used to the idea that there was another Uchiha than himself. Sasuke, however, was observing his former home with little interest. Not long after the Uchiha massacre, he was given his apartment in order to relieve himself of any horrid memories he had of this place. And in his youth, he thought this was absurd. But after heading back to his former home to find out what Itachi meant in the Uchiha meeting place to uncover the true power of the Uchiha clan. But once he set foot into the compound, the vicious memories flashed through his mind. And after he discovered the great secret of the Uchiha clan, he vowed to never step foot into his former home again until he avenged his clan. But now here, he was 4 years later breaking his vow. And he had to ask himself why. Why did he break it by bringing the dobe just to learn a new jutsu that was going to be a pain in the ass to learn? Sure, he desperately wanted to get rid of his annoying fangirls. That definitely was one reason, but there was this nagging feeling that absolutely demanded that he do this. Scanning his eyes around the place, he spotted his old family picture. While everything else was dusty, the picture was clean. Was this some sort of divine intervention telling him something? Any other pondering he would have done was abruptly halted when Naruto and himself outside of his house. Hey Sasuke, what do you usually do during the day? Naruto questioned the Uchiha. I train dobe, nothing more, nothing less. Sasuke answered the former full blonde. Not today, you're coming with me. The mask wearer responded before grabbing him by the back of his shirt and jumping away. Sasuke, of course, protested this action, from trying to kick his back to screaming at him. Naruto, however, just ignored him and jumped towards the direction he was heading. "Damn it, Doe, where are you taking me?" the raven-haired preteen demanded. "We're going to visit the academy," he responded as he continued jumping towards it. Irika Yumino was honestly not having a good day. While he loved teaching the next generation of shinobi to protect the village with all their hearts, sometimes some days were just terrible. After his last class graduated into the shinobi ranks, while only 9 graduated and the remaining students were sent to a different class for further training. He took on another generation of future shinobi, but they were just evil little bastards. They hardly paid attention to his lessons. They practically shouted over each other to hear themselves, and his big scary head jutsu was only a temporary solution that lasted an hour. Clasping his hands together, he prayed to any merciful being out there to help him with his class. "I don't want to go in there," a voice shouted behind his door. "Oh, come on. You honestly don't want to see your former sensei?" Another one replied to the first one. "That class was ungodly boring. All he did was teach us history that had absolutely nothing to do with killing a man with a kunai." Yes, it was ungodly boring, but the man at least deserves to see his old students. Who knows, your skills might rub off on the next generation. "I don't want them to rub off on me," the first voice whined. "Don't whine, it makes you look bad," the second voice said to the first one before the door was kicked open. For the first time today, the entire class stopped screaming at each other and looked towards the disturbance. Immediately, a figure was thrown into the classroom, stunning every occupant in the room. "Sasuke," Irika asked the very familiar figure on the floor. "The one and only Irika sensei," Sasuke replied as he got himself off the ground. "And don't you dare forget about me, sensei," Naruto said, walking through the door. As expected, Irika freaked out seeing him. While the man didn't fight in the Third Great Shinobi War, he certainly read about the famous berserkers that terrorized their shinobi during that terrible war. However, his former teacher looked him up and down. Seeing the familiar beat-up leaf Hittite displayed as a belt buckle, the familiar spiky if slightly different blonde hair, and seeing the sublity of a caveman this person held, he knew who exactly person was. "Naruto," he questioned the figure. "Wow, you're actually the first person to guess right the first time." Naruto answered his former teacher. The scarred-faced Chunin couldn't believe his eyes. That was Naruto? What happened to the short, scrawny, orange-wearing, hyperactive youth that he remembered from his academy days? Barely 2 months ago, the Naruto he remembered practically demanded a C-ranked mission. But now standing right in his doorway plain as day was a tall, muscular, black-wearing, sword-wielding, and calm preteen that was just the opposite of the Naruto he knew. "I see you're having more trouble with this class than you had with us," the mask wearer stated, as both Sasuke and himself heard the screaming from outside the hall. And sure enough, the class full of brats erupted into their useless conversations. It made both Naruto and Sasuke narrow their eyes at their disrespectful behavior. Granted, Naruto was no saint to being disrespectful towards Irika or any other authority figure, but that was just his lovable personality. Looking at the Uchiha, the two nodded towards each other in complete agreement for what they were about to do. Using the scary memories of Irika, using that jutsu that controlled them through fear, they did his infamous big scary head jutsu. It was rather simple, really. All they had to do a partial transformation jutsu to their heads and enlarge them to scare the living hell out of everyone, and of course yell with all their strength in order for it to be really effective. "Shut the hell up, you little brats!" Sasuke screamed at the top of his lungs as his head grew to enormous size. "Or we will devour your souls." Naruto finished as his head grew to the same size as Sasuke's, and for an added effect, he added a tiny amount of Kyuubi's chakra into his vocal cords, giving him a demonic voice. Much to Irika's surprise, the horrid little demons completely ceased their chattering, and all looked at the two with their eyes wide in absolute fear. Cracking his knuckles loudly, Naruto grinned evilly under his masks. "So you little brats don't want to learn from Irika, huh?" Sasuke crossed his arms and glared at them. "While I loathe my teammate for bringing me here, I believe I could spend a few hours teaching you brats what a real shinobi can do to you." So, I suggest you run before we destroy you, the former full blonde told them. Right now, the raven-haired Uchiha calmly said before pulling out a kunai. The bratty students that were making Irika's teaching duties an unholy hell looked at them like they were pulling their legs. But when Naruto took out his own kunai, threw it into the crowd of youngsters, and watched it sink into the desk, they screamed in horror before bolting out of the classroom like a bat out of hell. Naruto, Sasuke, what is wrong with you two? Irika demanded his former students after he realized what on earth just happened. Teaching the little heathens a lesson. Sasuke casually replied. Sorry, sensei, but we'll have to get back to you later, Naruto said before both Sasuke and himself disappeared through the open windows. Normally, Irika would have gone after them, but if he was being honest with himself, he was glad they were gone. Slumping down into his chair, he sighed tiredly when he looked at the empty classroom. He liked kids. That was why he decided to become a teacher, but now he was wondering if it was truly worth all the gray hairs he knew he was getting. Closing his eyes, he soon found himself asleep, completely exhausted from all of it. It would be half an hour later when the door slammed open did he awake from the well-needed nap. Opening his eyes, I glanced up to see several of his students stumble into his class with wide eyes and completely exhausted bodies. They slowly went to their respective seats before collapsing face first on the desks. The last two figures stepped through the door, revealing them as none other than his old students. What did you do to my students? Irika demanded. We convinced them to listen to you from now on. Sasuke answered the scarred-faced Chunin. And what did you little skid marks learn? Naruto questioned the students. That Irika-sensei is a way better teacher and will behave from now on, the students chorused in reply. Good, you little demons. See you around. Irika isn't afraid to call on the two of us, the mask wearer replied, stifling a chuckle as their eyes widened in fear before walking out of the classroom. That was enjoyable, Naruto said to Sasuke as they left the academy. But did you have to turn into the Shinigami to scare them? Sasuke questioned. Oh, come on, they deserved it. I know we didn't exactly treat Irika-sensei the best, but none of us was as bad as that. Sasuke only nodded in response. So what should we do today? It's only 4:30. Naruto asked his cousin. Why do you want to hang out with me all of a sudden? Sasuke asked. Never before have you wanted to be in my presence. But suddenly, after our wave mission, you want to suddenly hang out. What going through your head, dope? He continued. Well, team, after I died, many regrets went through my head. He replied, not missing a beat. I regretted not eating more ramen, not going back to the village, having my first kiss with a girl. He continued making a jab as Sasuke, who scowled at him in return. But my biggest regret was not connecting with my team. Yes, I tried that with Sakura, but as you can see, that was not to be. Sasuke only winced a little bit, because frankly, even Naruto himself didn't completely deserve all those punches to his head. So you're the last person I can actually bond with. Like it or not, we're practically family when we're together. Kakashi being the lazy father figure, Sakura always being the bitchy PMSing sister that we all despise, and we're the older brothers of the group. So with this second chance at life, I'm not going to screw it up. That makes little sense, yet it actually does at the same time, the Uchiha commented. I'm just that good. Naruto smirked under his mask. Whatever, let's go to that ramen place you were always bragging about. Sasuke grunted in response. Little to say, the two went to the ramen stand, and after in shocked and confused Tucci and I am Ichiraka later, the two chowed on some ramen for several hours. Sasuke had to admit this stuff was pretty good, and he got a small glimpse under Naruto's mask, seeing around 2 deep scars on his left cheek when he took them off to eat his ramen. While it was odd that he was talking to someone with his demonic mask covering his nose and up, the Uchiha found himself starting to like hanging around with the former full blonde. Hell, he was even starting to like the fox kits that popped out of his teammate's backpack and gorged on some ramen, much to Iam's delight, and to his and Naruto's confusion to why girls liked cute little furry things. They surprisingly had many things in common, actually. Both were orphans, both liked to get stronger, they had a few foods they both liked, and most importantly, they both hated fangirls. In fact, they spent the last 2 hours devising ingenious plans to torment them, just like they tormented the poor Uchiha. But unfortunately, all good things had to come to an end. It was nearly 8 at night, and both had to get home. Hey Sasuke, if you want to get stronger, you should wake up around 6 and train with me at Training Ground 11. I know two people that would help both of us get stronger than we are now. Naruto suggested to the Sharingan user. You know I'll be there, but until then, see you later. Sasuke replied before heading off to his apartment. That wasn't too bad, Naruto. You scared off a horde of fangirls, emotionally scarred 26 children for life, and spent time with your cousin. That's what I call a productive day. Shinigami commented his avatar. Yeah, I believe I opened Sasuke up a little bit. Naruto agreed. Well, remember, dude, it's still going to be a long road. You'll have to tell the broody dude that you're his long-lost cousin. Ishikawa reminded him. Weren't you just asleep? Dude, that was like 8 hours ago. The ghost replied before yawning loudly. Man, am I tired. Lazy ghost, the mask wearer muttered. As he walked back to the poorer districts of the Leaf, he was lost in his thought that he usually found himself in. He thought about his day with Sasuke. While awkward at first, it turned to be one of the most enjoyable days of his life. Both were kindred souls. At least that's what he thought, at least Dash. And they both understood each other to a good degree. As he walked up the stairs to his apartment, he knew nothing would ruin this day. Well, if it isn't the little demon. A slurred voice broke him out of his happy thoughts. Looking over, he saw two men that he honestly didn't want to see. Their names were Kame and the other Gimp, at least that was what he called them. Both were local bums wearing the same dirty and ratty gray clothing that tormented him during his childhood, always breaking into his home, stealing or destroying what little he had. But last he heard they were in jail for some petty theft, but that was months ago, and he guessed they were out on parole or something. We hears yous came back. Came slurred again, obviously drunk. But this time we is going to finish yous off, Gimp said as he brought a broken sake bottle up. For the love of the Shinigami, why don't you two get a life? Naruto said to them, very annoyed that they disturbed his happy thoughts. I'm a shinobi now, and I'm being paid to protect your sorry asses, so why don't you go to your cardboard box, screw each other in the ass, and leave me the hell alone. The two honestly didn't like the little brat's tone with them. Obviously, they were too used to seeing him beg them not to hurt them when he was little. Kim reached into his dirty breeches and pulled out a rusty knife. You quiet your face, ye funkin' demon, he hollered at him. Fuck you, Raggy, Naruto responded as he casually flipped him the bird. The two finally had it with his blasphemy towards them and ran at him. They were not warriors by any standards, because frankly they stumbled a few times to try and get to him. The mask wearer only sighed in annoyance and jumped over the charging duo. They stupidly ran past him before tumbling over their own feet. Go sober up, you pathetic drunks, the former full bond said to them before walking away from them. Both not liking the way the little demon was talking to them growled angrily. How dare that little cretin mock his superiors? He was their whipping boy, their outlet for their anger. Kame was the first to get to his feet and roared like a drunken maniac, and ran at him promising to take his little whipping boy to the grave. Naruto only sighed hearing the idiot run behind him. He quickly turned a 180-degree angle and brought his palms on his chest to stop him. When the drunk impacted him, the sudden force made the Kurashigan clench his fist to throw him back, but suddenly he felt warm blood spurred onto his hands. Kame looked absolutely horrified as he looked down at his bleeding chest. The man fell backwards onto his back, and two sharp blades slipped out his chest. Looking at his hands with wide eyes, Naruto heard Gimp scream, "You's killed me, buddy. You are in for it now, demon." Turning his back, he was about to run and scream for the nearest official. But suddenly a black ray collided with his back, and a man turned into nothing but ashes that were blown away by the wind. What the hell was that? Naruto asked himself. That would have been me, boy, the Juggernaut replied in his mind. You? No, it was the fox. Of course it was me, you idiot. What on earth did you do? Naruto demanded the eye. I like to call that the darkness beam. One of the first techniques in the darkness flame abilities that you'll eventually learn. Juggin replied. However, feeling its host's emotions, he mentally smacked him. Don't go feeling bad for the pathetic ninjin. He deserved what he got. No one will miss him, and so one will miss the other ninjin either. It's not that. I'm feeling their memories seep into me. They're in hell, that much I know, but I'm not looking forward to seeing their rancid memories. Relax, that is just a minor side effect that will wear off after the first soul passes through it. You will only experience one person's memory, the rest will try to get in, but they want I made sure of that. Shinigami reassured his avatar. The former full bond only nodded in response. At least he wasn't going to retain their memories. Looking at his blood-soaked hands, he saw the blades that took Kame's life. Just one in the 9 hells was this weapon. Ishikawa, what in the world are these weapons? Naruto asked the dead stone Chunin. My grandfather's bracer's blondie. You need to know nothing else. The grandson of the Shodame Tsuchikage replied before vanishing to who knows where. Shaking his head at the man's stubbornness, Naruto looked at the dead body at his feet. Hey, Juggin, you got enough power for one more strike? Who do you think you're talking to? Juggin replied arrogantly. Nodding, Naruto took off his mask first, pulled his hitayate off his belt, and unrolled the black cloth. Placing it directly on his forehead and tying the cloth tight around his head, he stared at the body. Immediately, he saw the black ray shoot out of the middle of the swirl on his leaf symbol, and it impacted the body, turning it into nothing but ash, and scattered any trace of its existence to the wind. That man is a monster. Sasuke groaned out as he laid on his couch, an ice pack firmly placed on his head. What did you expect? The man is known as the Green Beast for a reason. Naruto responded as he sat on a chair, with an ice pack of his own against his back. It was unfortunately true for the two preteens. After the day they spent together, Naruto decided to introduce the Uchiha to Guy. Their first meeting was hilarious on his opinion, because when Sasuke first set his eyes on both Guy and Lee, he froze like a statue, his right eye twitching and him muttering about monstrosities. In fact, he sounded like some guy in a mental institution. It took a literal kick to the ass to snap him out of it, so they would get to the actual training. Boy, did he regret listening to his teammate, and he believed said teammate was regretting it himself. 50 freaking laps around Konoha, 200 push-ups, 200 squats, punches, kicks, jump ropes, leg lifts, sit-ups, and chin-ups. And that was only a warm-up. After that, they then sparred each other for an hour straight. And then they met up with Tenten at noon, ate lunch, and then did several more training exercises. And they continued to do it for the rest of their week off. Little to say, they both agreed that Guy was way different than Kakashi. And ironically enough, they both knew each other, or, as Guy called them, eternal rivals. How their sensei knew the spandex-clad Jonin, they would never know, nor did they want to know. Thanks for inviting us to rest here for the night again, Sasuke. Naruto thanked his secret cousin as Ichigo and Benaheim were curled up on his aching lap. Better than your place, no offense, Sasuke replied as he pushed his ice pack into his head. None taken, the mask wearer said to the unfortunate truth. The other day, he invited Sasuke over to his place, and never again would the Uchiha set foot into that hovel called a home. Squeaky and broken floorboards, chipping paint, a damaged ceiling, moldy and damaged furniture, rusty pipes, extremely cold water that bordered on frostbite in his opinion, and much more the Uchiha didn't wish to remember. That was nearly 2 days ago, and he unselfishly invited this creepy, mask-wearing teammate to his place anytime he wished to come over, much to both their surprise. But it wasn't a bad thing. The apartment was clearly big enough for 2 people, and while Sasuke wouldn't admit it, he was starting to enjoy having Naruto and his 2 kids around. They were actually starting to rub off on him. He actually found himself talking more, forcing himself to not smile, and found himself getting stronger training with his teammate than training all by himself. Sasuke, how far have you gotten on the chameleon jutsu? The Kurashigan user asked. As far as you have on the fireball jutsu, the Sharingan user replied. Damn, have you done that water walking exercise? Yeah, it helped a bit, but I'm still having a hard time maintaining it. Shifting his ice pack a bit, Naruto only nodded. He wasn't having too much luck on the fireball jutsu either. And so far, he could make a tiny fireball fly out of his mouth. It wasn't like Sasuke's by a long shot, but he was no longer blowing smoke or burning his throat. I just can't believe we have to meet with Kakashi again, Naruto commented. Yeah, this week went by fast. Sasuke agreed. We both have undoubtedly gotten stronger. We both learned a few new taijutsu techniques from Guy, and I'm even starting to get interested in swordsmanship thanks to that Tenten girl. You know, we should have invited Sakura Dash. Both of them couldn't take it when the Uchiha said that. They both laughed at the mere thought of Sakura training with them. Guy didn't pull any punches, he literally trained them into the ground. The gigantic eyebrow man punched them, kicked them, and practically broke them like horses when they sparred against him. Even with Lee and sometimes Tenten joining them in a 4-on-1 match, the Taijutsu master beat them without too much of a problem. And if Sakura saw the Jonin punch Sasuke, she would have done her damn best to have the man stripped of his rank. It would have failed, but they didn't want to put the man through that. After they were done, they both sighed in content at the much-needed laugh. And weird enough, his team will go on active duty tomorrow as well. Naruto remarked, finding it odd that they were off duty the same week his team was. Well, Guy did say their third teammate had clan business. Sasuke replied, knowing full well about that sort of stuff. Well, let's not dwell on it. We need to see Kakashi-sensei tomorrow. The mask-wearer said, knowing that it was getting late. Nodding, the Uchiha took the ice pack off his head and headed off to his room, leaving Naruto and the two fox kids alone. Well, not completely alone. Haha, dude, you made the stick up his ass, Uchiha laughed. You truly are a miracle worker. Ishikawa laughed after Sasuke went to his room. It wasn't that hard. All I had to do was bring up Sakura. Naruto replied to the deceased Kamizuru Chunin. Still, man, usually it would take months, if not years, to make someone of his emotional stability to do that. Now you should get some sleep. You are still mortal after all. Don't remind me. The black-streaked blonde muttered as he took the ice pack off his back and got onto the couch, with both Ichigo and Benaheim cuddling up at the foot of his bed for the night. The next morning, Naruto and Sasuke woke up, ate a light meal consisting of cereal and apples, dressed in their regular attire, and left for their training grounds. As the two walked, they both completed on what they've done and what they've learned this past week. Naruto now knew why Sasuke seemed so haunted and so angry all the time. He read the history of the shinobi nations and learned why he turned into a broody asshole. Once he got to the history of Fire Country, he read how Hashirama Senju formed an alliance with the Uchiha clan, used his ability to control the tailed beasts, and that he spread these beasts to other, newly formed villages in an attempt to maintain peace and equalize the powers between the nations, but did not stop the outbreak of the First Great Shinobi War. He also read about him becoming the Shodaime Hokage, causing Madara Uchiha to be the first person in history to defect from his village, and later the famous fight between the two powerhouses with Hashirama coming out on top, though how he defeated Kyuubi was not written, and the Fox would not comment on it either. He would later die during the First Great Shinobi War, but not before training Hiruzen Sarutobi and passing the title of Hokage to his younger brother Tobirama Senju. Naruto then learned that Tobirama was like his brother in every regard. He was primarily known for his mastery of water-style jutsu, being able to make use of powerful water-style jutsu in areas where there were no bodies of water, making him known to be the greatest water manipulator that ever existed. He could manipulate it to form projectiles or tentacles, and could even perform the most complex techniques with only one hand seal. Also, he learned that he wielded a legendary sword called the Raijin, a blade with electrical abilities, and was said to have mastered its use despite the lethality. The black-streaked blonde also learned that during his reign, he was responsible for establishing Konoha's organizational system by setting up various organizations, such as the Academy, the Umbu, the Chunin exams, and the Konoha military police force, which he created as a sign of trust towards the Uchiha clan. He also learned that during a mission in the First Great Shinobi War, on which Team Tobirama performed with one of his targets Danzo Shimura, Kagami Uchiha, and Torufu Akimichi, they found themselves surrounded by 20 elite cloud ninja, known as the Kinkaku Force. Tobirama realized that the only way any of them could escape alive was for one of them to be a decoy and sacrifice themselves. Therefore, having faith that he had trained his students well, he chose to sacrifice himself after he selected his prize student Hiruzen for the position of third Hokage. After giving the title of Hokage to Hiruzen, Tobirama went off to fight the enemies where he died a noble death in battle. He completely skipped Hiruzen's section because he knew more than enough about him, and landed on his father. There he learned just what his father was like, and it actually brought a smile to his face. From the tales of his single-man rescue of his mother Kushina Uzumaki, the last name confused him, but he would figure out later, to the war stories of him literally decimating Iwa's army during Third Great Shinobi War, and his team consisting of his sensei Kakashi, a girl named Rin Noera, and Sasuke's probable cousin Obito, Uchiha, and his eventual demise against Kyuubi. But all of that aside, he learned why Sasuke was the way he was. He read the short biography of his brother, Itachi Uchiha. The man was praised by all as the best of his generation, a genius above all others. Even by the standards of the battle-adept Uchiha clan, Itachi's prowess far outshone them. At age 7, he graduated from a ninja academy at the top of his class after only 1 year, mastered the Sharingan at the age of 8, passed the Chunin exams at the age of 10, and became an Umbu captain at the age of 13. Reading over his profile in the bingo book, he learned the man was a master in the art of Jinjutsu, extremely proficient in both fire and water techniques, the latter being a rarity in the Uchiha clan and a master with the Sharingan bloodline. But then things didn't start making sense for the secret Kurashigan user. After he joined the Umbu, he started acting strange, hostile even, and then committed the infamous Uchiha massacre, leaving only his brother Sasuke alive before traumatizing him. It made sense for Sasuke to want to kill him, but many things still didn't add up. Sasuke, meanwhile, was also deep in his thoughts. After spending a week with Naruto, he felt better than he has been in 4 years. Not only did he help him get stronger with no strings attached, but he also was lightening him up. The laugh last night disturbed him greatly. Never before did he ever laugh like that. I felt nice, and if was being honest with himself, he was enjoying their bonding time, as Naruto put it. And thanks to him, he felt stronger than when he was training by himself. Thanks to him, he was learning a new jutsu. He learned a few new taijutsu skills from Guy and Lee. He felt his chakra reserves increase, and most of all the empty feeling in his very being was disappearing. Any further thoughts the two preteens were thinking were interrupted with Sakura screeching. Looking up, Naruto saw his former crush yelling at him, and Kakashi looking a little baffled. "What are you screeching about now?" Naruto demanded the only girl on the team. "You made Sasuke-kun late," she yelled at him. "Sakura, my alarm clock died, causing me to be late, and I met Naruto on my way here." Sasuke rebutted her. While training, they made several plans of deceit to throw off nosy fangirls. Right now, they were using plan number 2, lying. And like a loyal fangirl, Sakura ate it up, but Kakashi wasn't buying it. "Besides being a minute late, what's on the agenda for today?" Naruto asked. "Today we're going to work on our teamwork skills and get a D-rank mission," Kakashi replied, much to the boy's displeasure. "Now come at me when you're ready." The two preteens slightly nodded to each other and bolted at Kakashi with surprising speed. Kakashi, however, anticipated this and raised his arms to block their fists. Naruto used his other fist to try and punch the man in the face, with Sasuke following suit. But Kakashi simply moved his hand back, allowing the two's fists to collide. Sasuke winced a bit as his unprotected knuckles began to bleed, but he took revenge as he kneed Kakashi in the gut, and Naruto kicked the man in the Charlie horse. Kakashi's eyes widened at the unpleasant feeling of getting kicked in the stomach and Charlie horse. Quickly thinking, he pushed the two away from him and jumped 15 feet away to plan his next attack. Naruto and Sasuke weren't going to let him. Last time they learned the hard way if they allowed Kakashi to think. So going through his list of hand seals, Sasuke brought his right hand over his mouth and thought, fire style, fireball jutsu, causing the massive orb of roaring flame to shoot out of his mouth. The fireball tore through the ground, setting the surrounding area on fire, fully planning on incinerating Kakashi. The copycat ninja fully saw it coming and easily dodged out of the way. But once he landed, he felt his ankles getting grabbed. Soon enough, he found his head above the ground. Rising up from the ground, Naruto smirked behind his masks. How delightful it was to have a little payback for the humiliation their sensei gave them nearly 3 months ago. Sasuke came beside him, a clear and pleasant smirk on his face. His knuckles may have been torn open in the attempt to slug him, but it was well worth seeing his sensei knock down a peg. But their joyful moment was instantly shattered as the person they were fighting was replaced with a log, and they soon found their heads above the ground. "Well, you two managed to lay a hit on me. You both improved." Kakashi congratulated Naruto. "But you both still need improvement," another Kakashi said above Sasuke. The two preteens deadpanned before muttering, "Clones." Both Kakashis eye-smiled at the two before getting them out of the ground, while the real Kakashi walked towards them with a stunned Sakura in tow. The pink-haired girl couldn't believe what just happened. The love of her life, and the dead last left her in the dust, teamed up and attacked their teacher. When did they start working as a team? Barely a week ago, they hated each other, but now they were as close as teammates get. This cannot be allowed. Both Naruto and Sasuke brushed the dirt off their clothes. While they were both bummed that Kakashi beat them, it was a refreshing feeling. Sasuke gritted his teeth before covering his bleeding knuckles, honestly not liking that he now had dirt in his wound. Naruto saw it and pulled out a small water vial from one of his pouches. Since he failed to get a canteen, he just used a small vial for now. Grabbing his wrist, he poured the water over the wound. The Uchiha winced a bit as the blood, water, and dirt fell to the ground. Kakashi looked on seeing the two interact, glad seeing that his sensei's son and the relative of his long-dead teammate were finally getting along. Seeing that the wound was still bleeding, the copycat ninja reached into his back pouch and pulled out a roll of white medical tape. A minute later, Sasuke's fist was nice and snug in their wrappings. Well, with Sasuke's fist incapacitated for the moment, I believe we should call it a day, Kakashi said to the three genin. No, Kakashi-sensei, it's just a small cut. I can easily do a D-rank mission. Sasuke protested. All we have to sew is pull some weeds, walk a dog, or paint a house. Easy stuff that we can handle with ease. Naruto agreed. Sakura looked like she wanted to protest, but she was clearly outnumbered. So with great reluctance, she nodded her head, but inner Sakura was chalking down revenge schemes. Shrugging his shoulders, the last surviving student of a Yondaime motioned for them to follow him. It took 10 minutes to reach the Hokage Tower, but that wasn't long enough for Naruto. Even after an entire week, he was still pissed off at the old man. Both Shinigami and Ishikawa tried to make him understand, but you know the old saying, you can lead a jackass to water, but you can't make it drink. When the team entered, they were greeted by the secretary, a middle-aged woman with no redeeming qualities. But they saw that her right eye was as black as night, and by her glaring looks at their certain demon-masked wearing teammate. Kakashi filed that information away for another time, since, after all, that woman could grate the nerves. But his two teammates filed it under a simple question and demanding respectively. Naruto, however, paid no attention to her and headed towards the stairs. Climbing up the spiraling staircase took barely 3 minutes for them, at least. But Naruto halted them. Sorry guys, but I gotta use the bathroom, he said to them. Hurry up, Naruto. It's impolite to keep the Hokage waiting. Kakashi replied before pulling out his perverted book. Should have went before you came here, dope. Sasuke commented. Sakura would have spoken her mind, but Naruto already dashed towards the men's bathroom. Furrowing her pink eyebrows, he repressed the urge to grit her teeth. During the last week, she reported to her mother, who reported to the civilian council, and little to say they were unhappy with the results. The short, idiotic demon child they forged through painful years of allowing him to live was perfect, but then he died during his first C-rank mission. But in an unexpected twist, the brat was alive. And what was worse, their hard work was completely destroyed. No longer was he short, weak, idiotic, and screaming for attention. Now he was the polar opposite. After their secret meeting, Sakura's mother ordered her to strike when she could, and to do anything to rid the abomination once and for all. After 3 minutes of waiting, the former, full blonde finally emerged, refreshed and satisfied. Soon enough, they arrived in front of the Hokage's door. Raising his right fist, Kakashi knocked on the hard oaken wood. Moments later, he heard a ringing noise, and that soon made him stop at his tracks. Why did the Hokage buzz him in? And more importantly, why did he have a buzzer at all? Using his exposed eye, while not as powerful as his Sharingan, was still keen from his Zanbu days. And he noticed that there were slight cracks where the hinges were. There was some chip paint showing that these were new ones. And when he looked closely, Kakashi could have sworn he saw a small metallic light coming from the door. Seeing his sensei observing the door, Naruto knew that he could very well get busted for what he did a week ago. So being his typical self, he brought his right hand to the doorknob, twisted it, and opened it. Stopping his sensei's investigation, he bought himself some time to make up an excuse, if he was questioned at all, on the slight changes he made to the Hokage's door. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi was frantically working on the evil paperwork that built up for the passing week. Not only did he have to redo the papers Naruto destroyed, but he had to complete the ones that kept coming in. He was frustrated both mentally and sexually. The two things that gave him any sort of relief were either destroyed or still in need of repair. When he took his pipe, a family heirloom he might add, in for repair that, the owner that maintained it for years said that it would take nearly a month to fix the darn thing. So he had no nicotine fix for him. And since his loving wife Buwako died during the QB attack, he had to stick to porn to satisfy any urges, while rare, he needed to take care of. Hearing a knocking on his door, the old Hokage reached under his desk and pressed a button. While he was initially upset with Naruto destroying his most prized possessions, he was grateful for giving him an excuse to get a new door. It cost a pretty Rio, but with an automatic locking system that allowed him to buzz someone in chakra-enhancing steel that was expertly disguised as an oak door, now all he needed to do was install a secret camera above it, which would arrive in a few days, and he would be all set. He greeted his guests with a smile to welcome them, but when he saw that it was Naruto, it quickly turned into a small frown. Mentally palming himself and cursing that he forgot that Team 7 went back on active duty today. When Naruto barged in, Kakashi and the rest of his students followed, so that meant that the former full blonde was going to demand a mission. But to his absolute surprise, Naruto stopped near the door as his teammates strolled in. Instead, Kakashi was the one who stood in front of his desk and kindly asked for a mission. Lord Hokage, Team 7 reporting duty, and are requesting a D-rank mission. The copycat ninja saluted the old Kage, much to his male students' dismay that he was actually going through with it. Nodding his head, Sarutobi shifted his weight to the right, causing his comfortable reclining chair to easily turn to the mission shelf. Bringing his liver-spotted hand to the top of the shelf, completely bypassing the S, A, B, and C rank missions, he reached into one of the D rank cubbies. From his years of experience, he separated them into 3 categories from easy, medium, and hard. So bringing his hand in the left side marked easy and pulled out a scroll. Carefully unrolling it, he skimmed the writing and handed it to Kakashi. Taking the scroll in his hand, the one-eyed ninja looked it over and nodded. All right, team, we have to pick weeds. Suppressing their groans, the team headed out the door. Kakashi was about to join them, but the Hokage held up his hand to stop him. Kakashi, I have a favor to ask of you, he said to the man he knew since he was a child. I need you to keep an eye on Naruto. That came as a surprise to the last surviving student of the Yondaime. Out of all the people the Hokage mistrusted, he would never suspect that Naruto would be one of them. Sure, he was different now, darker even, and maybe a little ruder, but he was one of the most trustworthy people in the village. He's changed too much, Kakashi. You and I both know it. He's gotten too violent and too strong too fast. Either it's because of all the drugs they pumped into him, or it's his real personality coming out from all the neglect and abuse from the village. I'm just worried about him, and since I can't always look after him, it's your job to do so, Sarutobi said to him. So he was the one to force you to get a new door, huh? Kakashi commented. Just report to me if he displays any unusual behavior. With that said, the Hokage dismissed him. A few minutes later, Team 7 were heading towards their destination. Usually they would jump on the roof, but this was a major job they were going to do. From the mission reports, they were to assist an old man pick a few hundred weeds from his vegetable patch. Apparently, he shattered his right foot when the head of his hoe fell off its stick, and now he was incapacitated for the moment. So it was their job to pick hundreds of weeds that grew in the last month or so. Sasuke yawned boredly, knowing that this was going to be useless grunt work. Looking over at his team, he saw that Sakura had some sort of glazed look over her eyes. Probably because of him. Kakashi was in front of them reading his perverted book, but Naruto looked calm, too calm in his opinion. His further thoughts were interrupted when he started to pass by an alley, when a gloved hand shot out and covered his mouth. He went to struggle, but then he saw himself staring straight at his face and holding his finger in front of his mouth to shush him. With his eyes widening, Sasuke watched his lookalike quickly dart out of the alley and merge with his team. Keep quiet, Sasuke, we don't want to get caught, a familiar voice whispered to him. Naruto, Sasuke managed to mutter out. Who were you expecting? Zabuza, Naruto questioned him before taking his hand off his mouth. What in the world are you doing? We need to be on a mission. No, we are playing hookah today, plus it's only weeds. The clones I created will do the work for us. They will suspect something when I don't act like myself, the Uchiha hissed at him. All my clone has to do is keep quiet, brood, and shy away from the other during the job. Besides, you hate doing these crappy D-rank missions as much as I do. Naruto stated the truth. And it was the truth for Sasuke. Ever since their first C-turned-A-rank mission, he was restless. He wanted danger. He wanted to prove himself against multiple foes, and most of all, he wanted to fight. So a regular, boring D-ranked mission wasn't going to cut it. With Naruto, there was at least a chance for excitement, if not seeing something entertaining or getting stronger. So with a reluctant sigh, he said to him, "What do you have in mind?" "Well, first off, I'm going to pick up my order, and then we'll get your hand healed. It's just a flesh wound. Now, lead the way." Nearly 15 minutes later, the two preteens stood outside the Higurashi weapons shop. But Naruto wasn't so sure that this was the shop he saw last time. Last time he visited, it needed a state of repair, but now it had a whole new roof full of shingles and a brand new coat of white paint. However, this had to be the weapons shop, since it clearly said Higurashi Weapons Shop on the sign. Shrugging his shoulders slightly, he brought his hands to the doorknob and immediately knew that this shop changed quite a bit once he stepped inside. The lighting was brighter, there were more clothing on the racks and shelves, and a few more items were hanging on the walls. "Naruto, Sasuke, it's good to see you two again." Guy's voice boomed out, causing the two to wince. "Hello, Guy-sensei." Sasuke answered first once his ears quit ringing. "Geez, Guy, couldn't you greet people normally for once in your entire life?" An unknown woman's voice remarked. Turning towards the voice, the two customers turned to see a woman. She appeared to be in her late 30s, but she was still a sight to see. She had fair, pale skin that complemented her chestnut brown hair, which was tied up into a bun, which was held together by two ornamental chopsticks that looked suspiciously sharp. Standing at 5'8", she looked to be graceful and sturdy, looking for a civilian. Like Tintin, she was wearing a Chinese-style blouse, only this one was blue and trimmed in white around the neck and arms, and wrapped around her waist was a long blue dress that reached to her ankles with a long slit along her right leg. And finally, finishing the look off were a pair of white foot-fitting slippers. Now Tomoko let Guy be himself. No one has successfully made him quiet down, Hiroshi said to the woman, opening her eyes, revealing them to be a light brown color. She lightly laughed in response. "Oh, one day, he will learn his lesson, dear." "Unyouthful people," Guy bellowed as anime-style tears flowed down his face. With both sweat drops running down the back of their heads, Naruto and Sasuke sighed. Guy was an okay guy, but he really needed to act like an adult every once in a while. They weren't ungrateful, far from it actually, but the man could grate the nerves. "Anyways, Naruto, what can I do for you?" Hiroshi asked, though his left eye twitched a bit seeing his mask again. "I came here to—" "Oh, sorry about that." Naruto apologized before removing his Hanya mask and revealed his half-mask. He already had one bad experience with the man over the mask, so he didn't need another. So setting it on near the cash register, he continued what he was going to say. "I'm actually here to get that set of shuriken." Visibly relaxing, the retired shinobi nodded. "Actually, want to thank you for that." "Thank me?" Naruto questioned. "Thank him?" Sasuke asked. "Of course, Naruto-kun." Tomoko answered for her husband. "Ever since you convinced my stubborn husband to forge it, business has increased by 15%. Now you may be wondering how that happened, are you not?" she questioned. Nodding dumbly, he let her continue. "Well, after he forged the first set, he accidentally left them on the counter to attend to his other duties. And believe it or not, it was Guy here and a couple of jonin who stumbled in. I won't bore you with the details, but his friends got interested and asked for the price. And after he sold them, the jonin told their friends, and now we've got this month's bestseller, all thanks to you." She then gave him a grateful smile that slightly made his cheeks flush a little pink. "In fact, we're so grateful that whenever you want a pair, you'll get them for free," Hiroshi said before tossing him a box set, which he caught with surprise. "Now what else can I do for you?" Setting his shuriken set onto the counter, Naruto asked for something that was quite surprising. "Well, actually, I was hoping if you could help my teammate out here," he asked, pointing a thumb at a surprised Sasuke. "All right, let me see here," the heavily scarred man said. Getting off his stool, he clutched his sturdy wooden walking stick and limped over to Sasuke. Sasuke was frozen stiff. Even though he knew this man was an ally, he knew he was extremely dangerous. With the size of a great bear and hands that could undoubtedly crush his skull, he knew that this man deserved respect. When he stood in front of him, his eyes practically pierced his soul. It was like he was searching within his very being to make sure that he was worthy. Why he thought that, Sasuke honestly didn't know, but whatever compelled him to think that cased the man to chuckle after a minute of staring at him. "I think I know what you need," he said before grabbing the collar of his shirt and dragging him away to the back room. While Sasuke was getting outfitted, or whatever Hiroshi was doing to him, Naruto turned to Guy and Tomoko. "I thought you said your team went to active duty today," he remarked. "We are on active duty," Guy replied, "but I remembered that my weapon was repaired today, so I told them to spar until I got back." "Didn't take you as the weapon type," Naruto remarked. "I don't use it as much, but my last mission required me to use it. However, it reached its limit and broke after felling my last enemy. So I came to Hiroshi a few weeks ago to get them fixed." "May I ask what your weapon is?" Guy only smiled in response, reached behind his back to his pouch, and pulled out a pair of nunchaku. But these weapons were different. Each handle of the weapon was intricately carved into the shape of a Chinese dragon-like creature, with scales engraved along their length and a head near the handle's base, while appearing to be linked together by a length of twisted cord. "Nunchaku?" Naruto questioned. "That is correct, Naruto-kun. Guy here has incredible stamina, speed, muscle coordination, and flexibility. So it makes perfect sense for him to use this type of weapon. With his fast movements and careful timing, he can make these more lethal than a sword." Tomoko answered for the bowl-cut Jonin. "I'm sorry, but I have to disagree. A sword can cut a person in half. Nunchaku are more of a blunt and strangling weapon," the former full blonde replied. "Oh, one day you'll see what I'm talking about," Hiroshi's wife said in an all-knowing voice. "Wow, dude, this chick is sassy," Ishikawa's voice said within his head. "What the hell are you doing in my head?" Naruto questioned the spirit. "It wouldn't look good to see you taking to empty space and have you thrown into the loony bin. So I decided to pop into your mind and make sure to speak my mind at any point I wanted to." "And he never shuts up," Juggin complained. "Oh, lighten up, eyeball. I'm only going to be here for a while," Ishikawa replied before yawning. "Just don't disturb my rest, Ninjin," Kyubi growled out before he laid his head down on his paws. "Will do, Fuzzy, will do." Any response Naruto would have thought up was interrupted when Hiroshi shoved Sasuke in front of them. Gone was Sasuke's old outfit that he wore since the academy days. Now he was wearing a long-sleeved, dark blue shirt with milky white vambraces on both his forearms and black full-finger gloves with metal covering the back of his hand and all 5 fingers. He now wore white cargo pants with his kunai holster strapped to his right thigh, but his blue open-toed sandals were still the same. Around his waist was a black belt that held his ninja pouch, but there was also a kuzurigama, or better known as a chain scythe with a light weight attached at the end of the chain. "Well, that sure is an improvement," Naruto commented. "It feels kind of weird," Sasuke remarked as he strapped his blue clothed Hittite back on his forehead. "You look like a pedophile's wet dream," the former full blonde deadpanned. "At least I didn't look like a traffic cone," the Uchiha shot at him. Soon enough, the two were throwing insults back and forth at each other, many of them being smart-ass remarks or simply insulting. But it was entertaining for the 3 adults watching it. Unfortunately, all good things had to come to an end when Hiroshi cleared his throat. "Arguing aside, do you like it?" "Actually, I do, but I'm a little uncomfortable not having my family crest on my back," Sasuke replied. "Oh, don't worry about that. Tell you what, come back tomorrow with a few crests, and I'll personally sew them onto your shirts," Tomoko replied to Sasuke, giving him an assuring smile. "And don't think I'm giving you that kuzurigama as a decoration," Hiroshi piped up before limping to the counter. Reaching under it, he pulled out a scroll and a black leather holster to cover the sharp blade. "This will teach you how to use it to its full capabilities." "How much do I owe you?" the raven-haired preteen asked. 850 Ryo. Nodding, Sasuke reached into a bag Hiroshi provided him with, which held his old clothes. After moving his hand around a bit, he pulled out his wallet with his family crest on it. Pulling out the sum of cash he owed the man, he handed it to him, which was deposited into the cash register. And the preteen easily slipped the holster over the extremely sharp blade and dropped the scroll into his bag for later. Naruto wasn't idly standing by as Sasuke paid for his items. There were 2 pieces of clothing that he needed to get before he left. So after Hiroshi finished placing his teammates' hard-earned money away, he asked him a question. "Where do you keep your pieces of armor?" "Looking for what your teammate has," the man asked, pointing to Sasuke's vambraces. "And greaves if you have them." "Oh, I definitely have them," he replied before going to the back room once again. Barely a minute later, he came out and tossed Naruto the gray pieces of lightweight armor. Easily catching them, he got to one knee and places the greave on his right leg first. Carefully placing it on his shin, he placed the strap in his free hand and brought to the area where he snapped it in. Easily snapping it in, he repeated with the strap below it. Moving his foot around to make sure his foot movement wasn't restricted, he found it satisfactory and went on to his left leg. After repeating the process, he strapped the vambraces over the Shodan Tsuchikage's lightweight guards, concealing the deadly hidden blades within them. Satisfied that they were a perfect fit, he headed back to the counter to pay for it. But to his complete surprise, Hiroshi tossed something that hit him smack dab in the face. "Gotta be quicker, Dobe." Sasuke managed to suppress a chuckle. Rubbing his face, Naruto bent down and picked up what was thrown at him. To his complete surprise, it was a belt buckle, but this one was of a white skull with an angry or the classical psychotic look with narrowed black eyes. "Consider that a gift, Naruto," Hiroshi said to him. "For real?" the mask wearer asked. "I bought 5 of those things 10 years ago, and not a single one was sold," the Scar Man replied before grumbling about a waste of 50 Ryo. "Thank you." Naruto thanked him before undoing his belt, quickly attached the skull to the buckle, and tightened it once again. "Now, how much are the pieces of armor?" 1,000. Hiroshi answered in a second's notice. Nodding, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki pulled out Gamachan and saw that he was extremely short. A sweat drop forming on his head, he turned towards Sasuke. Sasuke, mind loaning me 1,000 Ryo? I'll pay you back as soon as I can. I promise." Sasuke knew that his teammate would keep his promise, and so he handed Hiroshi what was owed. Happily grinning, the retired shinobi deposited his newly acquired profit into his bulging cash register. "Anything else I can do for you two?" "Not at this time," Sasuke answered. "Well, I'll see you two later." Hiroshi bade them farewell. "I will be back while I get some income flowing, and tell Tintin we said hi." Naruto said his goodbyes to the 3 in the store and strolled out. "Naruto, you forgot your shuriken set," Sasuke yelled at his retreating form. Palming his face, he grabbed the shuriken set and raced after his teammate. "Those two are interesting," Tomoko chuckled after the door closed. Shifting her eyes over to Guy, she remarked, "I can see why you helped train them." Giving her his shiny smile, that was not his hypnotizing jutsu, he replied, "Who am I to deny 2 powerful use the right to learn? As long as you don't put them in spandex, they'll do fine," Hiroshi remarked. "Don't mock the spandex," Guy hollered at him. Outside the shop, Naruto and Sasuke sighed at the man's unhealthy obsession with his spandex outfit. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," Sasuke roared out as he unleashed his gigantic fireball from his mouth. "Water style, water fong bullet," Naruto countered, willing the water behind him to rise up from the stream. Forming 4 large spinning drills, he sent them forward. The 2 attacks collided and canceled each other out with a violent hiss. A thick layer of steam filled the area, did not deter the 2 opponents when the sound of metal ringing against metal rang out over the area. The sound of metal suddenly hit flesh, sending one of them out of the steam cloud. Sharply hitting the ground, Sasuke quickly maneuvered himself to his feet and panted sharply as blood freely ran down from his busted lip. Immediately, Naruto burst out from behind him and attempted to rake him with his claws. Acting on reflexes alone, the Uchiha ducked to the left and then to the right. Then, with a sharp jerking movement, he turned his left hip sideways, sending his right leg upwards. With a sharp impact, the person he was dispersed in a small cloud of smoke. Swiftly turning at a 150-degree angle, he focused his chakra into the hilt of his Kusarigama. The chain came alive, and with intense focus he lashed it to the right, hitting Naruto square in the mask with the weight on the end of the chain and dislodging it from his face. Sasuke grimaced a little bit seeing his teammate's face in that condition. For what he remembered seeing in the Higarashi's weapons shop, the day they went out for ramen multiple times, and his revival, as he called in Wave Country, the Sharingan user mentally put together exactly what his teammate looked like under that half mask of his. Bus seeing the black-streaked blonde shaking off his sudden dizziness, Sasuke immediately went in for the kill. Pumping a small amount of chakra into his legs, he sprinted at his downed teammate and raised his Kusarigama up high. But the former full blonde wasn't going down that easily. Using his bent stature to his advantage, he ran forward at the raven-haired preteen. Suddenly bending his right leg, he crouched down and swiped his left leg forward, kicking Sasuke's grieveless shins with his covered one, sending him forward into the unforgiving dirt. Spitting the soil out of his mouth, Sasuke smirked. Leaf whirlwind, huh? Well then, let's add up the ante. Throwing his weapon to the dirt, the Uchiha pulled two what looked like light blue sweatbands from his wrists. Dropping them on the ground, the formed several cracks where they landed. Smirking under his mask, Naruto raised his left clawed hand and responded, "You have read my me dash." A loud ringing sound within the area interrupted him, and he swore out loud. Damn it, it's already been a half hour. Visibly frowning, Sasuke picked his weights up and went over to the rock the damnable clock was resting on, and then turned it off. Yep, a nice full 30 minutes. What a shame. The fight was just getting interesting. Sighing, Naruto wiped the sweat away from his forehead. Muttering a curse to the clock, he picked up the Hanya mask and stared at the black leaf symbol painted on its forehead. For the past 3 weeks, the two of them have been beating the living hell out of each other. Thanks to Naruto using the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Sasuke and himself skipped out on a bunch of boring D-rank missions, while the poor clones worked for up to several untold hours a day, earning up to 5,000 to 50,000 Ryo per job. They were training to get much stronger. After the first day of playing hooky, the two of them returned to Hiroshi's shop so Tomoko could sew the Uchiha crest into the back of his new shirts. And while they were at it, she also painted the leaf symbol on his mask's forehead, just so he wouldn't get in trouble with any leaf officials. The best part, was all free of charge. Then immediately after their business was done, the two preteens went off to train. Naruto, being the nice guy, he was brought Sasuke to the Forest of Death where they could train unrestrained. It seemed to be working since the two mostly demolished several areas where they sparred and practiced their ninjutsu. After pushing the alarm clock into his ninja pouch, Sasuke picked up his Kusarigama. He hated to admit it, but while learning Kusarigama Jutsu was a pain in the ass, it definitely had its uses. Learning from a scroll Hiroshi gave him, the Uchiha memorized every bit of information from the scroll thanks to his Sharingan. But utilizing it was a whole other matter. He couldn't count how many times he fell flat on his ass or cut himself trying to swing it the right way, let alone the chakra manipulation to control the chain. Cracking his neck, Sasuke also reminisced about the ninjutsu he managed to learn. So far, he had a good number of his clan's fire jutsu under his belt, and he nearly mastered the chameleon jutsu. The things he needed to work on, however, were simply increasing his strength, speed, and muscle memory. But as much as he hated to admit it, those paled in comparison to his teammate. Every day, the creepy mask wearer seemed to get stronger, faster, smarter. His jutsu revenuer was slightly larger than his. He did something with that shadow clone jutsu of his, something he was determined to find out. He accidentally or purposely created an attack with those claws of his, and his kenjutsu was progressing to a good degree for being self-taught. But the only bright side he could visibly smile at was that his progress with the fireball jutsu sucked. Dear Kami, did it suck. Hey Sasuke, we need to get out of here. The sun is going down. Naruto shouted at him. All right, I'm coming, he hollered back at him. Jumping into the giant trees, the two preteens moved in relative silence. Though it was clearly shown that they weren't exactly happy with the outcome with their daily fight, 30 minutes was never long enough for these two. But Aoba, who frequently guarded the gate, urged them to fight for only 30 minutes a day, just so they wouldn't beat each other into a coma right in the middle of the deadliest place within the leaf. Jumping over the fence, the two landed outside the danger zone, as most shinobi called it, and immediately heard the familiar clapping hands of one Aoba Yamashiro. I see you two had fun. Master any of your techniques yet? He asked them. Not yet, Aoba, I'm close to mastering the fireball jutsu, Naruto boasted. Mastering? You can barely let out a small burst of flame. Sasuke drawled out, dampening on Naruto's parade. Well, excuse me, but breathing fire isn't exactly easy. I bet even Aoba here can't do that. The mask wearer pointed at the special jounin. Actually, Naruto, I can use that jutsu. The former hunter ninja replied, immediately drawing baffled looks from the two boys. While the two genin were sending baffling looks at Aoba, Sarutobi, and Kakashi were currently watching the two from the crystal ball within the Hokage's office. They're getting stronger, Kakashi. Sarutobi commented with pride in his voice. I still don't approve them sneaking off during team meetings. Kakashi replied in a disappointed tone. I'm glad they are bonding, but I do not know how long I can keep the ignorant act up. It was amusing to see them doing it after the first day, but now I think we need to put a stop to it. I guess you're right. The Sandame agreed with him. Tomorrow I have a mission that will include you joining up with Team Guy. Does it have to be Guy? Couldn't it be with Asuma's team? Maybe even Kurenai's? The copycat ninja complained. It wasn't that he didn't like Guy. In fact, he was probably one of his living best friends in the entire village. But the man just made you want to snap at times. Developing a smirk, Sarutobi told him his reply. Kakashi, the reason I'm only sending you with Guy is because I want the other teams to be in the dark. I always like seeing the faces when people get surprised, and Naruto is the biggest surprise of all. So, you want to keep them away from each other until the Chunin exams? Kakashi's sweat dropped a bit. Exactly, I'm all for comradeship, but I need to see how this all plays out. I feel that the rookies will not mind the changes. But there is just this uneasy feeling in the air, like something will change soon, and he will be the cause of it. Nodding in response, the Jonin said his farewell to the leader of the village and disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. A loud knocking abruptly awoke Naruto from his peaceful slumber, bringing the back of his right hand to his face. Feeling the hard material of his mask, he groaned a bit and slowly rose out of the couch he was sleeping on. His first view was the peacefully sleeping Fox Kits at the foot of the couch. Smiling at the scene, the black-streaked blonde gently got his legs out from underneath him and slowly went towards the door. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he swung it open just in time for a fist to bash him in the face. While it didn't even remotely hurt, it did, however, bring a tick mark above his right eye. It didn't matter that it was Kakashi at the door, cradling his right hand. He growled like an angry animal. What the fuck do you want? Well, someone is not a morning person. Kakashi responded half-heartedly. Squeezing his right hand a few times to try and dull the pain, he spoke the message he came to deliver with some of his words thrown into the mix. Well, I'm glad you're living somewhere other than the slums. Can you please bring Sasuke out here? Grumbling about a bossy sensei, Naruto turned his head to the left side and barked out. Hey Sasuke, wake up! Kakashi-sensei is here to see you. Immediately, he was answered with several choice words. The raven-haired Uchiha survivor stumbled out of his room, openly glaring at the two of them. Too tired to even utter another word at the two, he arrived at the door. What is it? He asked with a yawn. I just came to inform you that I accepted a mission from the Hokage. We always accept a mission from the Hokage. Naruto droned out in annoyance. Of course we do, but this one requires yourselves and not your clones. Kakashi replied, causing both his students to gain shocked looks on their faces. I expect to see you both in the tower in 30 minutes tops. There you will receive the details along with your teammates. Waving them a lazy goodbye, their Jonin sensei disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. He knows. Sasuke deadpanned. Naruto absent-mindedly nodded. We need to get dressed, or we're screwed. If there was a record for getting dressed, these two broke it. Disregarding their armor pieces, their weapons, minus their kunai and shuriken pouches along with a few other things, the two of them bolted out of the apartment and shut the door with a slam. Bolting through the rooftops, they ignored the howl of the wind, the gawking nature of visitors who never saw shinobi before, and the odd faces of small children. Currently rampant thought were racing through their minds. How did Kakashi know they were ditching team meetings? When did he find out? And most importantly, for how long? He didn't seem to be upset about it, but like he said, look underneath the underneath. So they quickly came to the conclusion that he was pretty mad at them. Son of a bitch. Naruto suddenly shouted out. What's with you? Sasuke demanded. I think I know how he figured us out. Ow. The Sharingan user implored. The Hokage's crystal ball, the Karashigan user replied. I remember when I was little, the old monkey used it to spy on what I suspect was the woman's hot spring section. Sweat dropping and his right eye twitching, Sasuke asked the obvious. So the Hokage dash is a pervert and has probably been spying on us since day one. Naruto responded, I can't believe that little detail slipped my mind. You're busted, dude. Ishikawa busted out laughing within his mind. Not helping Ghost, the former full blonde snarled out at him. Sasuke was about to respond when they arrived at their destination, but Naruto seemed to be too far gone to do any sort of listening for the time being. So after walking past the secretary, the two of them bounded up the stairs and sprinted towards the Hokage's office. Naruto grabbed the doorknob and tried twisting it. Only the thing would not budge. He tried putting chakra into his hand only to find to his horror that it was literally sucked away. Repressing a snarl, he brought his right hand up and started rapping on the door. A loud buzzing sound and one open door later, the two were confronted by the pink-haired fangirl that was supposed to be their teammate, whose expression took on a shocked look at seeing Sasuke's new outfit, their eye-smiling Jonin-sensei, a spandex-wearing Jonin along with his mini-me carbon copy, a Kanochi they seriously thought had a weapons fetish, and an amused Hokage. The only person they did not recognize was a Hyuga, who the guest was Team Guy's third teammate. He didn't look all that special while wearing a tan khaki shirt and brown shorts combo, but what the two found odd was that his entire right arm and leg were covered in white training tape. Are we late? Sasuke panted out. Actually, you are right on time. Sarutobi smiled at them. Then the smile disappeared and the god of shinobi reared his head. Bringing his right hand into the Birang cubby, he pulled a scroll out and firmly placed it on his desk. Now here's the mission outline. You eight are to travel to the east until you reach a town called Tanamaki. It's a small trading town with a population of about 216 people. They have been encountering bandit troubles for nearly 3 weeks. So far, there have been 4 deaths, and 3 women have gone missing and are presumed dead by now. I want you to gather as much information as you can on them, and then you will take care of them. Gulping at the implications the Hokage just made, Sakura shakily responded to the order. H. Hakitsuma, surely you don't may a dash. Yes, Sakura, I am ordering you to kill or capture any bandits you come across. I do not care on how you do it, but I want it done. Sarutobi firmly said to her, I want all of you to leave in exactly 1 hour, no later. Tossing the scroll to Guy the old kid ended his talking and waited for a response. Understood, Hokage-sama. Our business should be done within a week tops. Kakashi said to him, seeing the powerful shinobi nod. Both Guy and himself ushered their respective genin teams out of the tower and onto the streets. All right, I need all 6 of you to listen up. Guy barked out, completely freaking out his on-again, off-again students who were not completely used to this side of the green beast of Konoha. I want you all to go home and pack a week's worth of supplies. I don't want any of you dilly-dallying. You're to get what's needed and wait for us at the eastern gate. Is that understood? Receiving several vigorous nods, the Jonin dismissed them. 10 minutes later, both Naruto and Sasuke entered the apartment building and immediately went straight for their gear. The raven-haired Avenger went straight to his bedroom and grabbed his backpack, leaning against his bed. Setting it on his covers, the Uchiha dived under his bed and retrieved 2 Demon Wind shurikens. Quickly inspecting them for any damage, he nodded in satisfaction and stowed them into his pack. Going in his closet, he pulled out a few pairs of shirts and pants and threw them onto the bed. Immediately after doing that, he went over to his dresser and equipped the things he really needed. First, he snapped on his arm guards. Then he slipped his chakra weights on his wrists and ankles. Immediately feeling 40 pounds heavier, he honestly wondered how Naruto could stand wearing them 24/7. But he also thanked the heavens that Hiroshi had them in stock. It cost a pretty Rio, but even he could not deny its usefulness. After getting used to the weights, Sasuke placed the metal cestus on his hands. Flexing his right hand, first he felt the restriction of the tight black leather and the clinking of steel. Flexing his left hand, he nodded in satisfaction before grabbing his Kuzurigama. Wrapping the 2-foot-long chain around his waist, sheathed the covered blade into the special loop on his belt. After he quickly stuffed his clothes into his backpack, he walked to the living room and was greeted by Naruto fully dressed in his battle gear, tinkering with the skull of his sword. Raising an eyebrow, Sasuke was only glad he had that deadly weapon sheathed as it scraped against his floor. Finally, the former, full blonde sighed in relief and actually started unscrewing the top cranium of the skull off. He then proceeded to bolt to the fridge and pulled out a small jar with big, bold black letters that read medical cream on it. Taking a spoon with his from one of the drawers, his teammate then sat down on the couch and began to scoop the healing cream into the skull. "Well, that's gonna haunt me for a few days," Sasuke dryly commented. "I'm surprised your face doesn't haunt you every day," Naruto cheekily replied. "Very funny, Dobe." The broody preteen managed to growl out. "Are you sure you're going to need all that stuff? It's just a simple bandit camp." And our last ranked mission involved us simply guarding a bridge builder, and remember how that turned out. The mask wearer retorted humorously. Wincing a bit, Sasuke brought his right hand to his left shoulder and rubbed it. Even now, he could feel the phantom pain from Haku's unmerciful Sunbon needles riddling his body. That was something he didn't want to go through ever again. After all, if a simple C-ranked mission could turn into an A-ranked one, then what are the chances this B-ranked mission could turn into an S-ranked one? That very thought brought shivers down his spine, though he could not tell if it was from excitement or fear. He was brought back to reality when his teammate threw several ration bars at him. "Damn it, Dope. Warn me next time you throw stuff at me," the brooding Avenger barked at the mask wearer. "Now, where's the fun in that?" Naruto asked as he scooped the last of his herbal cream into the skull. Tossing the empty container and spoon behind him, he heard the telltale sound of them clattering into the sink. Without missing a beat, he put the top of the cranium onto the skull and twisted to the right, firmly locking it in place. "All right, we got weapons, spare clothing, and our rations. Is there anything we're forgetting?" Sasuke asked. Bringing his right hand to his masked face, Naruto hummed several times. He then felt a sudden weight pounce on his lap and looked to see Benaheim's innocent brown eyes staring at him. "Oh crap, who's going to look after the kids?" Palming his forehead, Sasuke mentally berated himself for forgetting about the fox kids. "We could hire a Genin team to look after them." "Like hell we're doing that," Naruto quipped. "Have you seen any foxes around Konoha?" Hearing no answer, he elaborated exactly why there weren't any. "That's because many of them have been hunted because of a certain gigantic fox that nearly destroyed the village 12 years ago. Now imagine a Genin team in here while we are away for an entire week." "I get it," Sasuke irritably growled out. "But then what are we supposed to do? Irika-sensei is always gone during the day. Oba is guarding the eastern entrance to the Forest of Death for 24/7. And while the Higarashis were nice people, they just didn't seem to be the pet-owning type." Absent-mindedly petting Benaheim on the head, Naruto nodded with each example his cousin gave him. There's just simply no one they could trust them to unless, using the power of the Juggin, he mentally asked her to go find her brother. "Unless what?" the Sharingan user asked. "I know who to ask, and I think I know where they're at." "Where?" 15 minutes later, Sasuke's right eye was violently twitching. The reason for this was they were standing in front of a medium-sized building with absolutely no distinguishable characteristics. Normally, this would not bother the Uchiha, but from his memories of Itachi, he recognized this place was the Umbu headquarters. That wasn't the only reason either. Before they got to their destination, he figured out exactly who they were leaving the kits with. "You have to be kidding me," he said to the black-streaked blonde. "Out of all the people in the village, you're choosing Zabuza?" "Koretson, I'm choosing Haku. Zabuza is an okay guy, but I'd rather leave them in a woman's hands," Naruto replied to his teammate. "The problem is I don't know where they are located. They're in an apartment near the Umbu headquarters, that much I do know. But as much as I hate to admit it, I will need permission to see them, even if it's just for a minute to entrust these two to them," he continued before petting the purring bundles of fur resting on his shoulders. "But what makes you think they are even going to take them?" Sasuke asked him. "Because Haku's a girl, and teenage girls, no matter who they are, or how much they deny it, absolutely love cute little fuzzy creatures." The mask wearer chirped happily, causing the Uchiha to fall flat on his face at his logic. Laughing at the expression on his teammate's face, Naruto opened the door and walked up to the counter. Seeing nothing but a few pins and a bell, the black-streaked blonde rang the bell and was immediately greeted by an old woman who seemed to have been in her late 60s with the thickest-looking glasses he ever saw in his entire life. "Hello, ma'am, I would like to know where Zabuza Momochi is currently being held. What do you want with him?" The woman's professional voice responded to him. "I just want to ask him. Well, I want to ask Haku a favor before I leave for my mission." "Oh yes, the B-ranked bandit control mission." A surprised look came on Naruto's masked face. "How did you?" "I've been working with the Umbu since I was 18, young man. You would be surprised what I have to file in here." Giving him a small smile, and the woman took out a small piece of paper, quickly scratched several things down, and handed it to him. "Memorize the address and destroy it afterwards. You don't want me to lose my job, do you?" "And no, never. I promise it will get destroyed in 5 minutes." Naruto stammered, though it didn't help that a certain deceased Kamizuru was laughing at him. "Good. I'll inform the squad guarding them to let you through. Complete your business with them to take care of your fox kids, and run to the eastern gate. Your mission barely begins in 30 minutes. "What the?" Remembering that he had the two on his shoulders, he repressed a sigh at his absent-mindedness. "Oh, never mind. Have a good day, ma'am." Waving, he made his way out of the building as the old woman smiled approvingly at his back. "What a nice boy he is. Even despite what's happened to him, he's made leap and bounds since he graduated. Already he has stopped a traitor, saved an entire country, got 4 unique people to soon join our ranks, came back from the dead of all things, and is bringing Sasuke-chan out of his shell. That boy is going to do great things. Don't you agree, Kurohyu? Panther-chan?" The woman fixed her glasses on her nose as she turned towards the darkest corner of the room. "Yes, Captain," a man wearing a panther mask agreed as he emerged from the shadows. "I honestly can't believe you fell flat on your face." Naruto held his sides as he laughed at Sasuke's angry expression. "You seriously think I would believe that type of logic?" The Uchiha retorted. "I will admit that girls seem to love cute things and the mysterious type, but there's no way she will be able to convince that monstrous man to keep them for a week. Sasuke, if I have ever learned anything from Sakura, it would be one thing. Women are scary." Letting his words settle with his cousin, the two made it to their former enemy's place of holding. The place looked like an average-looking building. It had no distinctive features other than white walls with brown trimmings. Walking up to the door, the two preteens loudly knocked on the door. After the third knock, the door flew wide open, revealing a snarling man wearing a pair of gray pants and a black shirt, with wild shoulder-length dark brown hair that suited his fair face. "What the hell do you want?" he screamed at them. Naruto had to mentally pat himself on the back for controlling his reflexes, and a silent thanks to Shinigami for his mask, because his face definitely had the "I'm the scared the fuck out" expression on his face. Sasuke, however, was not so fortunate. He let out one of the most unmanliest screams and jumped 5 feet in the air out of fright. The angry man opened his mouth to continue screaming, but then a man looking exactly like him, only with smoother hair, beamed him upside the head. "Shut up, Meizu. These two are obviously here for a reason." "Damn it, Gozu," the man revealed to be as Meizu barked out. "So, the Hokage did take you out of prison, and here I half expected that you two were already on Kirigakure's chopping block." Naruto interrupted the twins bickering at each other. "You can thank me later, but right now I need to speak with Zabuza and Haku." Thank him later, the demon brothers and Sasuke thought to themselves. But quickly snapping out of their thoughts, the two brothers only grunted and let them into their home. Just like on the outside of the house, the inside was plain and dull. The walls were a dull white, and whatever furniture they saw was made out of steel. All in all, the place had the feel of a prison. "So the two of you finally decided to grace us with your presence." A rough voice alerted the two that they reached their destination. In what they, though, was the living room was none other than Zabuza Momochi. Sitting on a couch, they saw that he didn't change much over the last 3 weeks. The only difference was that he was not wearing the training tape around the bottom half of his face and neck. But what he wearing was a white wife-beater shirt that showed the bite scar on his right shoulder and blue pants. "Hey Zabuza, it's been a while. How has life been treating you?" Naruto greeted one of the most infamous shinobi with a casual demeanor. "Oh, it's been just perfect. The minute we leave the Hokage's office, we were taken to Toombu headquarters. Got all our shinobi gear confiscated, given these crappy clothes, and shoved into this goddamn prison. Then days later, these two bozos are thrown in with us." The man angrily spat out his displeasure. Oh, don't mind him. He's just upset that he's been separated from Kubikurabocho. A soft female voice announced herself. Turning towards the source, both Naruto and Sasuke saw Haku walking towards them, wearing her sleeveless pink low-cut kimono. Once again, the Kurashigan user was glad he had his Hanya mask. Otherwise, he would have been doing an excellent imitation of a fish. This was something he was going to curse his awakening hormones for. Anyways, what are the two of you here for? Zabuza demanded. Sasuke slapped his teammate on the back of the head. He has a favor to ask of you, while Haku at least. Glaring at the Sharingan user, Naruto cleared his voice before turning towards Zabuza's surrogate daughter. Sasuke and I are going on a long mission. The problem is that this was so sudden and well. Trailing off for a few moments, he plucked the two kids from his shoulders and held them out toward her. Would you mind taking care of them? Barely a second later, the two fox kids were snatched up into Haku's arms. And like any girl who was holding a cute and cuddly animal, she was petting their fur, making cute noises at them, and pretty much going nuts. Haku, we can't dash. Before Zabuza could get one more out, she slowly turned her head towards him. Immediately, the entire room dropped 30 degrees. Killing intent erupted from her entire being, and her normally sweet face slowly became twisted and evil. Okay, Haku, I think he gets it. Meizu screamed from the corner of the room. We'll keep them for as long as you're gone, we swear. Gozu continued from his own corner on the other side of the room. Good then. Haku smiled in return, and the entire room went back to normal. Gulping loudly, Sasuke placed his right hand on his chest, feeling his heart racing from the fear he felt. Naruto was right. Women love cute, fuzzy creatures. And here I thought fangirls were scary. I cannot believe a woman like her could become so evil. Thank you, Haku-chan. I knew it was the right choice for you to do this. Naruto thanked her. Hold up, hold up. Zabuza barked out before the two of them could even begin to back away. We will keep them, but we have to know how long you will be gone, and what we should feed the little rodents. Before Naruto could even shout out something stupid, Sasuke decided to play the peacemaker and spoke up. We will be gone for a week on a B-ranked mission to take care of some bandits, and we've been feeding those two some strips of meat with water and some milk at times. He got a smack in the back of his head for his troubles. Too much information, Sasuke. They only asked how long we will be gone, not the damn rank of it. Shut up, dope. I just got a little carried away. Yeah, you did. Did it escape that duck-ass head of yours that we were being watched? We are in the building with the demon of the bloody mist and the demon brothers. Let's not forget Haku with her bloodline to make ice out of nothing. Did you even think that the Umbu are bugging the place? Sasuke opened his mouth in response, and then closed it in resignation. Please, who are we going to tell? We can't even take a piss without those masked bastards listening to us 24/7. I know you're listening. Meizu shouted within a room. Closing his eyes, the former seven swordsman of the mist hummed for several seconds in thought. A B-ranked bandit control, huh? Speaking those words got everyone's attention. Snapping his eyes open, he continued voicing his thoughts. Normally dealing with bandits is a high C-ranked mission. For it to be a B-ranked one tells me that this is not normal. What do you mean by that? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. It could be nothing, but keep your eyes peeled. If this is what I think it is, then you could encounter a missing ninja. He's more likely a C to B-ranked shinobi, and could be others on the same level as well. Taking a moment to drum his fingers against each other, he continued his thoughts. If what I believe is correct, I advise the two of you to attack at night to catch them off guard, and be as silent as death. After a few more minutes, and a few more pieces of information from both sides later, the two genin bolted towards the eastern gate. But their minds were far from being peaceful until Zabuza spoke up. They honestly had no idea what they were in for. Normally, they wouldn't worry too much about it, but after the wave mission, their simplistic views were completely shattered. It continued to bug them after they made it to the gate on time. It also didn't leave them when they stopped for the night at the halfway point, and even now it wasn't leaving them while they both were sitting near the campfire. Naruto himself was half listening to the conversations around him. Sakura was trying and failing at getting a date with Sasuke. Guy and Lee were shouting about youth. Tintin was busy examining for any defects in her kunai and shurikens. Kakashi was clearly ignoring everyone around him while reading his book. Sasuke was ignoring Sakura's pointless questions about his new choice of clothing and his weapon. And finally, Niji was angrily staring into the fire. Letting out a low sigh, he reached into his back into his ninja pouch and produced the black-covered bingo book. The genin flipped it to the first page and saw that it was the grass country section. Shrugging, he activated the Kurashigan to sear the words into his mind. After all, he honestly didn't know what was going to happen during this mission, so he might as well prepare for the worst. Nearly 5 minutes later, he realized that it was too silent in the camp. Deactivating his eyes, the black-streaked blonde looked up to see everyone staring at him. A select few were giving him curious glances. Another few were giving him curious glances, while one was not giving him a very nice glance. Okay, I'll bite what's with the stares. Being the first one to talk, Guy pointed out the obvious. Naruto, what are you doing with a bingo book? Isn't it obvious? I'm reading it, was Naruto's smartass reply. Naruto, the bingo book is issued by the Hokage once you reach Jonin rank or join the Umbu. Kakashi was the next person to speak to him. When I escaped Awagakure, I found this in my ninja pouch dash. Don't lie, Naruto. Throw that thing into the fire or give it to Kakashi-sensei. Sakura interrupted him with a loud screech. It was detailed in the report I gave to the Hokage. Besides, this thing will probably save our lives someday. Naruto continued without missing a beat. How so? Lee asked. We could very well run into a missing Nin. Honestly, aren't any of you freaked out about the prospect of running into someone like Aoi Rokusho or Orochimaru? He was bathed in silence after his rhetorical question. I thought so. Now, lead me to my reading. There's this man named Kakazu that seems interesting. Damn, he's old as hell. Naruto dash. What? Naruto snapped at the masked Jonin. Just give me the book, Kakashi kindly asked. I'm sorry, sensei, but how about you kiss my ass? If you're worried about me trying to hunt these people down, then don't worry about it. They're dangerous as unholy hell. I'm not that crazy enough to go after them, Naruto said with a little bit of contempt in his voice. Before anyone could rebuke him at insulting his sensei, Sasuke got up from his sitting position. Quickly crossing the camp, he sat next to the former full blonde and let out an impressed whistle. This man's 89 years old and still has not been caught. Guess he deserves the 350 million Rio bounty. It's that high, Tintin loudly questioned before bounding over to them. Looking over the masked wearer's broad shoulder, her delicate eyebrows went above her hairline. What did he do to earn that bounty? Apparently, after he failed a very important mission, he was imprisoned, and after breaking out, he killed the village elders, took their hearts, and stole their most prized forbidden jutsu. Plus, with him being on the run for nearly 70 years, it's no wonder it's that high. Can you believe this guy? Hearing no outbursts, Kakashi moved his head to where Guy was last seated. He could have sworn he saw a blinking outline form for 3 seconds before looking back to see the spandex wearing Jonin with the bingo book in his hands and flipping some pages, and then to his surprise handing it back to Naruto. Look at Kirigakure's section. They have more of their shinobi going rogue than any village, the super bushy eyebrow man said. Guy, Kakashi shouted out in disbelief. Kakashi, stop being so unyouthful and lighten up. That book is causing no harm to them. Looking downwards, he let out a shining smile at seeing them eat this information up. In fact, I'm thinking of asking the Hokage to add something like this to the academy. Seeing his old rival about to sputter something out, he asked, why are you so keen on denying them? Do you hate the thought of them looking at the crimes of other men and women that much? It took several long seconds to answer, but Kakashi finally sighed and explained his reasoning to all those there. It's just that I want them to keep their innocence as long as they can. The life of a shinobi is not glamorous. Before they reach our age, they will see the atrocities and the soul-breaking experiences that we have done for our village. Kakashi, I hate to break it to you, but out of everyone here, only one is innocent. Naruto piped up from behind his book. Tintin told me that her entire team took their first life when a mission went horribly wrong. Both you and Guy, as you said, have experienced and seen far too much. Sasuke here saw far too much carnage when he was 8, and you fully know about me. After flipping to the next page, he saw the picture of Kisame Hashigaki and began reading up on his crimes and known skills. So please, don't baby us. It's insulting to think you think so lowly of our maturity. He wisely didn't comment on Sakura's lack of maturity, because that wouldn't get him anywhere in life. I think it's time for us to go to bed. Niji spoke for the first time that evening. I'll take the first watch. Naruto offered before closing his book. I'll relieve you in 2 hours then, Kakashi told him. After waking up around 8 in the morning, the two teams headed off again to Tanemaki. The sun was still high in the sky by the time they made it to their target. The town was what they expected it to be: small, filled with unsold goods, and slightly depressing. Before they entered, the two teams stopped on the edge of the tree line and came to a standstill. So this is our destination? Sasuke questioned. It certainly doesn't look like much. That may be Sasuke, but this small town is just as important as any other within Fire Country, Guy said to his semi-student. Everyone, I need you to listen up. Kakashi spoke up. The first thing we need to do is intelligence gathering. Ask what you can about the town and see what reactions you get. If you encounter any bandits, do not engage. Also remove your Hitaites. I'm going to need all of you to act as civilians on this one. Yeah, a man with a half mask and another man wearing bright green spandex aren't inconspicuous at all. Naruto gave out a sarcastic retort. Giving his student an eye smile, Kakashi brought his hands into the tiger seal. And a small cloud of smoke later revealed him as a brown-haired civilian with average features and gray clothing. Barely a second later, Guy joined him in disguise, appearing as a shorter, bald, and obese man wearing green overalls. Several members of the team had to suppress their laughter at the ridiculous look Guy was supporting and a shocked look on Naruto's masked face. But then they removed their Hitaites, though Niji just took the metal part from his black headband. Immediately following their respective sensei's demonstration, they brought their hands into the tiger seal and did the transformation jutsu. After the smoke died down, it revealed Sasuke with sky blue hair, gray eyes, and all his weapons, armor, and Uchiha crest missing. Tenten looked a little taller and older with a red Chinese-style dress. Niji's eyes were now a brown color, wearing a pure white kimono, and looked to be around the age of 17. And Sakura had black hair and a fuller-looking chest. Lee, however, reached into his backpack and pulled out a yellow jacket and a pair of orange sweatpants. Inconspicuous indeed. Naruto sighed before putting his hands in the tiger seal. After the smoke cleared, it revealed him in his sexy jutsu form. However, unlike the clothes he was wearing, he went with a violet kimono. Naruto, you dare use that perverted jutsu? Sakura angrily hissed out, causing the members of Team Guy to raise their eyebrows in confusion. It's a disguise, Sakura. Unlike all of you, I'm actually going to try and not stand out. Plus, it's a known fact that many people underestimate women, and that's what I'm going for. The disguised blonde hissed back. The two got a slap on the back of their heads for their troubles. Knock it off, you two. Kakashi commanded them. Guy and I are going to let whoever is leading this town know that we're here. After that, we will start gathering information as well. Meet us back here at sunset so we can find out what we are up against. With a nod of acceptance from Genin, the two bounded off to their objectives. The Genins soon scattered in different directions. Tenten went to explore the eastern side of town with Lee. Niji took the north side. Sasuke, who was definitely going to kick himself later, went to the west side with Sakura to find anything out under the pretense of a date. That left Naruto himself to the south, a heavily wooded area. As the disguised teen walked towards the woods, he strained his ears to hear the whispers of the locals. His female form only formed a cute pout when he heard nothing but useless talk, rumors, and gossip. What really irked him were the perverted leers and wolf whistles from the random males. Some even tried to hit on him, which took all his self-restraint to not do anything to them. Hey, Ishikawa, you got a minute? Naruto asked his residential ghost. Hearing a yawning sound that made his right eyebrow twitch, the deceased Kamizuru answered him. Of course, Blondie, what's up? Oh my, you're looking good. First of all, I'm not a complete blonde anymore. Second, shut up, and then unshut up. And third, you've probably been on a few bandit control missions. Got any pointers for a rookie? Well, first of all, I'm calling you Blondie because I want to, and there is nothing you can do about it. Ishikawa casually responded with a jackass grin. Now for the second, I've been on a few of those missions. Ain't you lucky to have me? Don't be an asshole. Can you please just give me some useful advice so none of us die on this mission? All right, all right, little dude, there are a few things that I did. On my first mission, I stayed in that village that was being hassled for a week, gained enough trust to learn what I needed to know, and then I commanded my bees on the entire bandit camp to wipe them out. That is one option, but what about something that is more useful and faster? Well, there was one mayor on the border of Earth Country and Waterfall Country, a real douchebag who I would have punched if the mission wasn't so important. Uh, Anyways, I summoned my bees and had them spread out a good 15 miles out. After I got the location, I went under the cover of night and eliminated them. Frowning in response, Naruto gave an important update to him. That's good and all, but I do not know how to summon. Do you got another dash? Hello, beautiful. A nasally voice broke him out of his conversation. Snapping his head upwards, the disguised preteen realized that he was too far from the town and wound up in the forest. Now in front of him were two men, one short and scrawny-looking with a hawkish nose, the other stocky, dumb-looking, and wielding a club in his right hand. "Why? Taka, my turn," the brutish-looking one asked. "Don't take too long. I gotta get back to the camp," the man revealed as Taka told him. Clapping with glee, the simpleton stomped forward the disguised shinobi. With a hidden grin, Naruto did what any normal civilian woman would do. He screamed and ran, all the while calling for help. While the hawkish-looking man scoffed at the typicalness of a civilian woman looking for a knight in shining armor, the club-wielding man bounded towards his target. After 3 minutes of hard running, Naruto decided that the charade was over. Finding the nearest tree, he tripped over the most exposed root that he could find. While he did twist, his ankle QBE was already healing the sprained muscles. Putting his acting skills together, he skillfully played the role as the frightened maiden as his aggressor came towards him. The brutish-looking man had a big, slobbering grin on his face as the disguised genin scooted away. Tossing his club aside, he brought his meaty hands out in front of him to grab the front of the kimono. Suddenly, the woman in front of him grinned. Bringing her hands in front of her, a good amount of smoke erupted around her body. Then the sound of metal piercing flesh hit his ears. Feeling funny, the imbecile brought his eyes downwards to see a crimson demonic mask, and then nothing more. Sighing in relief, Naruto pulled Henden Ryoku from the deceased bandit's neck and watched his body fall to the ground. "Fucking assholes, I will never forgive them for doing this," he growled out in anger. Swiping his katana downwards to rid it of the blood dripping down the blade, he sheathed it in its scabbard and put both his index and middle fingers in a cross position. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Puffing into existence, the clone stood ready for orders. Transform into that bastard and find the hawk-nosed jerk. Seeing that this guy is pretty much an idiot, just act like an idiot and dispel once you get to the bandit camp at a later time, but make another clone before you do, it just not to arouse any suspicion. Got it, boss. The clone nodded in understanding. After transforming into the brute, he picked up the man's club and went bounded off towards his companion with a stupid grin on his face. "Well, that certainly is a first in my book, Blondie," Ishikawa commented. This time his spirit was outside of the Kurashigan user's body for now. "It was not the way I wanted to do it, but now this mission will end sooner. And hopefully no one will suffer a fate like those before them." Naruto angrily clenched his fists at the mere thought of what these people did. "Calm your angry young Padawan. Remember, you're with a team to take them down. Unlike me, I was a Chu/Yunin when I took those camps down, and even then I had help with my summons. So I suggest you head towards town and transform into a different person this time," the dead Kamizuru told his killer. Slamming his hands together into the tiger seal, Naruto muttered out, "That doesn't change the fact that these people will meet their maker." Meanwhile, in town, Sasuke was absolutely miserable. Once he got to the west side of the village, he asked why the prices were so high and listened around for any information regarding the bandit issues. So far, he only got depressing sighs and nothing but rumors and speculation. But that wasn't making him brood in anguish. No, it was his other teammate. Instead of treating this mission seriously, she was treating it more like a real date instead of the false one like he suggested. Currently, they were at a small restaurant and was just picking at his dumplings, absently nodding at his teammates babbling about nothing. Suddenly, he heard a dull, screeching noise of a chair being pulled out. Looking over, he saw a red-haired teenager with violet eyes and wearing a complete black outfit sitting near them. "Hey, this table's taken, bucko," Sakura shouted at him. "Yelling on a mission is not recommended, Sakura," the redhead said to her. "Naruto," Sasuke whispered out. "What happened to that other version of you?" "I had to ditch it due to some complications," Naruto quietly answered. "I will tell you all the details at the ravenous point, but right now continue what you're doing. Enjoy your date," he snickered out, leaving behind a disgruntled Uchiha. It would be a few miserable hours later when everyone met up at the entrance. No words were spoken when they all canceled their jutsu to report their findings. The leaders of the group spoke first. "This is what Guy and I have gathered from the leader of the village. For nearly 3 weeks, these bandits have robbed around 20 merchant caravans, and there is an estimated 30 of them somewhere around the area," Kakashi reported to the genin. Niji was the next to speak up. "In the northern part of the village, I went to the graveyard. I spoke to the men who care for the place. The 4 they buried were taken out by bladed and blunt weapons, so we can probably assume that some of them were former mercenaries." Tintin spoke next, just to save everyone from Lee's report. "We found nothing. Everyone was so depressed and refused to talk to us." Sasuke added in his own report, "I heard nothing more than gossip, and the worries of what will happen to the town if this keeps up." Hearing nothing but silence, everyone turned towards Naruto, who was standing still as a statue. His body rigid, his breath steep, he seemed to be sorting something out. "I know where they are," he announced, and watched in delight as everyone's eyes widened. "You encountered them? Naruto, what were you thinking?" Guy barked out. "It was not my intention to confront them, Guy-sensei. That was a mistake on my part." Seeing his original sensei raise an eyebrow, he elaborated and did what he did best. He lied his ass off once again. "I was patrolling the south, but after receiving nothing but perverted looks and catcalls, I decided to patrol the forest to find anything useful. Well, I found something useful an hour out. In the middle of the road, I encountered 2 bandits. They weren't in the bingo book, if you were wondering," he said to calm any worries the Jonin were showing in their eyes. "There was one man wearing a gray yakuta and a hawk-like nose named Taka. He's a co-leader of the bandit group. His bodyguard was named Bruno, an idiot man-child who only followed his orders alone," he continued. "How do you know this?" Niji demanded. Peering into the Hyuga's eyes, Naruto answered in the unimaginable coolest tone possible. "It's quite simple, Niji." The simpleton asked Taka if it was his turn. The shocked looks told him they knew what he meant. So acting like the stereotypical scared civilian girl I ran, Bruno took off after me, and after about 5 minutes I tripped myself over a tree root. That lumbering bastard began slobbering and reached out to grab me. Suppressing a chuckle, he dropped the bomb, so to speak. I canceled my jutsu, blinded him with smoke, and then stabbed him through the throat with my sword. "You killed him," Sakura gasped out. "No one gets back up after that, Sakura-chan," Lee responded, remembering Tintin's first kill being very similar. "With his death, I learned more than all of you combined," Naruto boasted. "After killing him, I created a shadow clone to follow Taka back to the camp. He was mad that Bruno killed the woman, but that's not the point. They are exactly 10 miles to the southwest with around 70+ inhabitants, not the 30 the mayor of the town told you to. It's defended well enough with 10 men patrolling the perimeter to make it a little difficult to get in undetected, but that's not the only thing I found out." Seeing his student clench his fist, Kakashi put his hand on his shoulder. "Deep breaths, Naruto. Deep breaths. Tell us what you saw." "Before my clone dispelled itself in the woods, I saw their leader. I saw the 3 women the Hokage reported as missing. He was..." Gritting his teeth in anger, he stopped beating around the bush and bluntly told them what he saw. He was raping them. With immeasurable glee on his face, he fucked the living shit out of them, and completely unaffected to their cries of pain or their begging for him to stop. The 2 women placed their hands over their mouths in horror, and the men clenched their fists in anger. "Then there's no time to waste. Let's move out," Kakashi ordered. The sky was dark as they leaped through the treetops. For the members of Team 7, it was a little different than their trip from Wave Country. The trees seemed to be closer together between Wave and Konoha, but here the trees seemed farther apart and not nearly as thick in most areas, causing them to at times proceed on foot more often than not. In other areas, they were thicker and erratic, Naruto could have sworn that some higher power was messing with him, and hearing a silent grumbling from Shinigami wasn't helping matters. Niji signaled for them to stop as they came up to a less dense section of the forest. Thanks to his Byakugan, he could see the first sparks of a few bandits starting fires. Okay, we're a good distance from the camp, and most of the bandits are still asleep. I see 10 guards about 50 feet away. They're armed and wide awake too. Guy-sensei, do you or Kakashi have a plan? Give us a minute, Niji. This can't be rushed, especially if they're captives. Guy whispered to his student. Ishikawa, you got any ideas? Naruto asked his haunting spirit. Sorry, Blondie, but you gotta learn on your own about this sort of thing. While I'm here to help guide you through life and all, I'm not just going to hand you something on a silver platter. You gotta use your noggin. Just think, man. The slacker replied to the demonic mask wearer with a yawn in his voice. Scowling a bit, Naruto brought his right hand to his masked chin and thought. While Ishikawa was a lazy bastard, so much so that he actually compared him to a certain Nara classmate of his. But he had a point. He wouldn't grow as a shinobi by constantly asking for help. He needed to do things on his own, and this was one of those things he needed to do. He thought up on any situation that would end in success. Most unfortunately ended up as horrific failures. He knew that a frontal assault was impossible. His clones popping into existence was completely noticeable. Setting fire to the camp would kill the women. An air assault was ridiculous. There was nothing that he could even think of. Naruto then looked at Kakashi formulating a plan within his mind. Apparently, whatever he was thinking was going to be sneaky. Wait, sneaky? His tactics book for dummies gave him an idea. That's it, he whispered in sudden realization. Kakashi-sensei, I think I got something. Snapping out of thought, the copycat ninja looked at his former hyperactive student. What do you have? Something stupid, Sakura inwardly sneered. My idea is simple but effective, and I have to thank you for it. With everyone now listening, and Naruto continued. You and I will use the hidden mole jutsu. Thanks to the magnetic forces, we can detect where our enemies are even above ground. Then we will use the headhunter jutsu to pull the sentries all the way underground. It's quick, silent, it won't leave a body, and virtually undetectable. The silence was deafening within the group. Some of them more or less expected him to say, I'll make a shit ton of clones to distract them, but instead the plan was virtually flawless. Even Sakura had to agree that it was brilliant coming from him at least. But there left one question for most of them. How do you know those jutsus? And how many more do you know? The Jonin sensei asked. Why does everyone keep forgetting that Earth Country kidnapped me? Naruto sighed out. I wrote it in the report for Pete's sake. If you're really curious, ask the Hokage. And for the ones that I haven't seen, that's a secret. You always told me a shinobi keeps some secrets. Shaking his head in exasperation, Kakashi sighed in response. Okay, Naruto, we will go with your plan. Just be prepared for any consequences. I will, sensei. Naruto responded in a serious manner. He then placed the palms of his hands on the ground and channeled his chakra into it. Then, to surprise of the ones who had little knowledge of earth ninjutsu, the very ground where demonic mask-wearer placed his hands on became fine sand. Without even pausing, the former hyperactive member of Team 7 began to dig like a mole until he completely disappeared underground. Kakashi soon followed after him, leaving the others to sit and wait. Minutes went by and Sasuke began to drum his fingers on the ground impatiently. Niji, do you see what's going on? He asked. With his Byakugan still on, Niji slowly moved his head to the right. He saw one dozing bandit yawn out in exhaustion before he was suddenly dragged underground. With a sudden look of alarm, the Hyuga looked downwards to see Naruto swiftly breaking his neck, and to his surprise, Niji found his legendary eyes unable to see through his scary-looking mask. He then saw his fellow genin move towards the next one and easily pulled him quite literally 6 feet, unlike the last one, and broke his neck. Well, the Uchiha impatiently asked. Uzumaki just took out 2. Make that 3 bandits. He pulled them approximately 6 feet underground and snapped their necks. Looking to the left, the Hyuga continued. Your sensei just dealt with the last of his targets and is in the process of coming back towards us. Barely a minute later, Kakashi dug himself out of the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Well, that was unpleasant, he sarcastically commented. At least you got the job done, my longtime rival. Guy whispered out. What's taking Naruto so long? Tintin whispered. He's just about to take out the last century, Neji announced, and there he goes. After Naruto took out his last man, he tunneled back to the two teams. With one hand going in front of another, he felt the magnetic forces underneath him. Again, he thanked the use of the Shadow Clone Jutsu for practicing his ninjutsu until he more or less perfected them, because without them, he would have probably died in the process. However, that still didn't mean it was hard as hell to breathe underground. He crawled his way up a few feet away from his team, gasping for air. He didn't overreact or be melodramatic as he calmly breathed in and out the precious life-sustaining oxygen. Pulling himself out of the hole, he dusted himself off and headed over to the two teams. Sorry about the wait, everyone. Are we ready to do this? You sure you're up to this, Naruto? You've already done more than enough. Kakashi asked. I need to do this, Kakashi-sensei. I need to see this through. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Sasuke sighed in exasperation. You heard the dope. The sun is going to rise in 20 minutes. Silently nodding in reply, the two Jonin senseis ordered their genin to move out. Everyone silently crept into the camp. Kakashi and Guy were the first to take the half-asleep cooks as they began to start breakfast with cold efficiency. Bringing his right arm out, the copycat ninja waved Naruto and Sasuke into a group of tents. The two nodded in response and quietly snuck into the nearest tent, leaving everyone else behind for the time being. Once the two pulled the flap back, they recoiled at the smell, because apparently tents did not have proper ventilation. Seeing two bandits sleeping in awkward angles, the two of them pulled out a kunai each. Thanks to Shinigami's sadistic training methods, Naruto's resolve was steeled as he tightly clutched his kunai in his right hand. Sasuke, however, was suppressing his shaking. In front of his was another human being. He didn't know him, but he had a life load of memories just as him. On the outside, Kakashi and Guy were observing the camp. Lee and Neji were busy in a tent on the left, leaving Tintin and Sakura as additional overseers. The panda-haired teen's sharp eyes tried to see through the darkness, but the inexperienced Sakura kept moving her head back and forth. Already she had a kunai out in her hands just in case anything went wrong. The shifting of fabric alerted the pink-haired girl. Turning to the right, she saw a medium-sized bandit stumble out of his tent in a daze. Panicking, she reared her right arm back and threw her kunai. The deadly projectile easily pierced his throat. The man's eyes widened in horror and fell backwards into the tent. He just came out, causing the entire thing to collapse, making its occupants yell out in surprise, causing what was supposed to be a simple takedown mission to turn into a full-blown, full-scale assault. Screams of alarm alerted the two genin of Team 7 within the tent. Two bandits immediately jumped to their feet. Opening their eyes, they saw the two preteens within their tents and screamed in alarm. Naruto silenced the first one by throwing his kunai, striking him between the eyes, and Sasuke, out of reflex, let his kunai loose, watching it sink into the man's neck, officially marking his first kill. Exiting the tent, the two saw the remaining bandits start to pour out of their tents. Both Naruto and Sasuke drew their shuriken and took out the ones that seemed to be the greatest threats. Afterwards, they drew their respective weapons and bolted into battle. Readying hand in Ryokan, Naruto waited for an assault on his person. He wasn't disappointed. A large-sized bandit rushed him, snarling, and the black-streaked blonde twisted, letting his instincts and muscle memory take over, raising his katana to meet the giant man who came bearing down upon him fast and hard, his broadsword slamming into the genins with a clash of steel. But Naruto was braced, his feet planted apart, the line of his body perfect, and the bandit's attack barely moved him. He swept his katana aside, using the weight of the man's huge broadsword against him. The bandit's arm flailed uselessly for a second. A second was all he needed to step forward, plunging his deadly blade into the man's bare stomach. Kicking the dying man off it, he spotted Sakura kneeling with vomit in front of her. It was obvious that she was horrified that she made her first kill that was going to cost her life when he saw a heavily scarred bandit bolting towards her with a war hammer high above his head. Naruto may have disliked her with an intensity of 1,000 suns, but he was not going to let her die. Pumping some chakra into his legs, he bolted at the man. Swinging hand in Ryoku outwards, he cut into the man's throat, which opened, spraying the right side of his mask and clothing a fine crimson as he fell to the ground, clutching his throat. Looking down at the crying girl, Naruto clasped his free hand in front of her Cheongsam dress and lifted her up to his eye level. "Don't sit there being useless," he barked at her. "I don't care if you call me a monster after this, and I certainly don't give a shit if you tell your whore of a mother that I treated you this way. Just do something. Run to Kakashi-sensei, kick a band in the nuts, or do your fucking job and quit being so damned useless." Throwing her away, the demonic mask-wearer pivoted on his left heel and flashed his katana across a husky bandit's belly, splitting it wide open, letting his fat and entrails fall to the ground. Turning to the east, he bolted away towards a large, fancy-looking tent that held the man he wanted dead. Meanwhile, Sasuke was standing back-to-back with Lee. With his Kusarigama clenched in his right hand and his Sharingan active, he saw two men with impressive-looking swords. Bringing He-Chain in his left hand, he poured his chakra into it and waited. Lee looked over his shoulder and saw what his fellow comrade was doing and waited for anything to go wrong. When the Uchiha's target got near, he struck. He lashed his chain at the bandit on the right. Controlling the chain with his chakra, he wrapped it around the man's sword and yanked it towards him. The man soon found himself completely caught off balance and fell flat on his face. Not wasting any momentum, Sasuke cartwheeled once, somersaulted twice, and landed on the man's back, plunging his Kusarigama into the bandit's brainstem. Enraged at seeing his buddy killed by a simple kid, the second bandit raised his sword to strike the brat down. But the cry of "Leaf Hurricane" momentarily stopped him in his tracks. Looking over, he saw a green freak literally flying at him. Then he felt a powerful kick to his chest, his breastplate shattering into over a dozen pieces, and blackness engulfed him for the rest of eternity. Landing on his feet, Lee immediately lashed out with his right fist, striking a thin man in the jaw. The loud snapping of bone from his neck signified his demise as he limply fell to the ground. Immediately falling to one knee, the green-clad genin swept his left leg in a 360-degree angle, knocking another bandit onto his back, where Sasuke swung the weighted end of his chain onto the man's cranium, cracking it open and letting brain matter ooze onto the grass. "Thank you, Sasuke, but I had it covered." Lee thanked his on-again, off-again sparring partner. "I didn't want to take any chances," Sasuke replied before facing towards the tents. Dropping his weapon for the moment, he immediately went through his favorite hand seals and shouted, "Fire style! Fireball Jutsu!" Placing his right thumb and index finger around his mouth, he expelled the massive orb of fire at several unfortunate bandits in his way and ignited the tents along with part of the woodland. The fire easily spread through the flammable tents, catching whoever was still inside them on fire. About a dozen men screamed in pain, running around, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Both Lee and Sasuke dry heaved for a second when the smell of burning flesh filled their nostrils. They didn't notice a large man with a double-sided axe swing at them until it was too late. Lee was the quickest and grabbed Sasuke by the scruff of his shirt. Jumping out of the way, he didn't receive any damage. But Sasuke wasn't so lucky. The left side of his head caught a decent amount of the deadly axe head, slicing a deep gash that went along the side of his head. Gritting his teeth in blinding pain, he hit the ground and tumbled with Lee. But the man would not relent. Chopping his axe downwards, he nicked Lee across the stomach. Lifting it up again, he roared like a barbarian going in for the kill. But then the man suddenly jerked and fell forward, revealing a kunai in the back of his shaved head and a crying Sakura, shaking at what she just did. Behind her, a man that towered at 7 feet even and looked to be related to the man she just killed raised a claymore over his head. The cries of "Two! Great Leaf Flash!" stalled him for a moment, and that was just long enough for both Sasuke and Lee to kick him in both sides of his head. The force of the attacks was so powerful that it quite literally popped the top of his skull off. Landing squarely on their feet, the two genin sighed in a bit of relief when they saw no one else in their area. And after realizing that the danger had passed, he immediately fell on his knees and threw up as the realization that over a dozen lives ended tonight because of him. Further away, bandits fell left and right as Naji slammed his palms into their chests, while Tintin sniped behind him, her kunai and shuriken hitting their marks when anyone tried to get too close or were just unlucky enough to be in her line of sight. Then they saw a blonde-black blur run past them and slammed into 6 tightly packed bandits. One of them was immediately cut in half at the waist, while another one got slashed across his face, blinding him, and the figureback flipped away from them. Stopping for a moment, they saw that it was Naruto. What on earth is he doing? Tintin demanded. With his Byakugan active Niji saw chakra gathering into his fellow Genin's left fingertips. I think he is Dash. Iron Reaver, Soul Stealer. Naruto's shout interrupted whatever the Hyuga was going to say. Sweeping his left hand to the side, his blue chakra flew from his fingertips. Sharpening to the exact likeness of a sword, the 4 streams of chakra hit the 5 remaining men dead on, cutting them into bloody pieces. Giving off a feral smirk under his mask, he clenched his hand together and thanked Kyubi for forcing him to grow these monstrosities with his demonic chakra, and he also thanked a manga he used to read so he could steal the idea for this useful attack. Without looking back, but giving his 2 team members for the mission a thumbs up, Naruto continued on towards the extravagant-looking tent. After throwing up her lunch tin looked over at her teammate. Niji, please tell me we did not just see that. We just saw 4 men get cut into ribbons. Tintin. Live with it. Niji replied before narrowing his eyes. Get yourself together. We still have a job to do. You don't have to be a jerk about it. The panda-looking girl bitterly thought as she wiped the vomit away from her mouth. After he left, Tintin and Niji behind Naruto continued towards his destination. But to his chagrin, several more bandits got in way. Only unlike the barely clothed and half-awake bandits that he killed, these men were wearing leather armor with some iron plating. Their faces varied in between either decent-looking to ugly as sin, but each held a great amount of battle experience. The leader, a man of great brawn with a brown beard and a bulbous nose, narrowed his black eyes at him. Slamming the butt of his naginata on the ground, he spoke in a rough voice. The town must have hired a few shinobi to deal with us. Boys, let's take care of him. If you die, take him with you. At his order, the bandits rushed forward as one with a battle cry. Naruto readied his katana, flexed his left hand, and leapt at the charging man. Bifurcating one and slicing another's throat out, he pivoted on his right heel. He watched as the 2 collapsed. The others turned towards him and followed. A lithe man swung a long sword at the former full blonde, who blocked it with Henryoku, followed by a slash with his left arm's hidden blade, splitting another bandit's stomach open. Then lashing out to the side, Naruto raised his right leg, unconsciously shouting out, "Leaf, rising wind." His foot caught a bandit in his left arm that held a saber. It disabled him and launched him high into the air. Never one to waste any movement, the demonic mask-wearer leaped high into the air with him. After reaching the same height, he continued his combination attack, followed by severe leaf hurricane. Naruto continued with a series of kicking attacks, starting from a low kick to the man's stomach and linking into a middle kick to his chest, and finally a high kick to the man's before he finished him off with a heel drop, sending him limply to the hard and unforgiving earth, where he did not get up again. Landing squarely on his feet, Naruto began back flipping away when he saw 6 more undeterred bandits nearing him. Gritting his teeth, the mask-wearer wished he didn't have to resort to ninjutsu to take out some lousy bandits other than the sentries, of course. When he landed several feet away, he slammed his hands together into the tiger hand seal. It appeared he had no other choice, lest he let the bandit leader get away. Earth-style, Great Mud River. Turning 25 feet of ground in front of him in a mud, the jutsu flew at the bandits, knocking them off balance. Not stopping, he quickly did 3 hand seals. Landing on the dragon hand seal, he announced his next technique. Earth-style, Mud Dragon Bomb. Immediately, a giant dragon-like head formed out of the Great Mud River and fired multiple concentrated mud bullets at his opponents. One would think that mud bullets wouldn't hurt, let alone kill. While the victims of Naruto's collaboration, jutsu, now knew otherwise. When the first mud bullet hit, it was a 6-foot-tall and heavily muscular man in his barreled chest. It went straight through him, and he fell into the mud dead as a doornail. The barrage didn't stop until the last now headless bandit fell to the ground with his now hole-filled comrades. But the leader was not deterred. While he didn't want to see his boys dying in front of his eyes, Their distraction was enough for him to sneak up behind the demonic murderer. Bringing his mighty arms outwards, he swung his naginata at the preteen's head. It was only thanks to Juggin that he ducked just in time, his only casualty being only a few lost hairs. Growling in anger, the black-streaked blonde turned towards the bearded man. An instant, I fired the darkness beam at the man. When the beam hit, he didn't have time to scream in pain. In fact, he felt absolutely nothing as his entire body was turned to ash and blew away with the wind. Sure, you little bastard. Naruto spun around to see the rest of the bandits glaring at him with tears in their eyes. Apparently taking out this sure person was the wrong thing to do. He saw the respect in their eyes they had for their man. That kind of caused him to feel bad for killing him. Sighing, he stabbed his bloody katana into the ground and placed his index and middle fingers in a cross position. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Summoning 10 clones, the black-streaked blonde raised his right arm. Sicken boys, make it rain blood. Getting a grim nod from all of them, each and every one of them let out a battle cry. The bandits, with tears in their eyes, let out a roar that would have made an alpha lion proud. The two forces clashed, and the clones blew up, taking the remaining 7 warriors with them, literally making it rain blood. Shaking himself to get as much blood out of his clothing, Naruto pumped some chakra into his legs to make up for his lost time. Whoever crossed his path was ruthlessly put down. As he continued to pump chakra into his legs, he saw the large tent. It was a crimson-red color, a disturbing reminder of the red light district where he used to live near. The lights were on, and he saw a good amount of movement at the entrance. Pumping one last burst of chakra into his legs, he clasped Handan-ryuka's hilt bent his arms so he could hold his katana like a spear. As the movement came to a stop, Naruto saw the tent flaps begin to open up, and he struck like a viper. His divine sword pierced through the figure's chest as he fell through the tent, and landing straight on his back. The demonic mask wearer used him as traction as he skidded on the ground before coming to a complete stop. "Boss!" Naruto heard a familiar voice scream out. Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw Taka with a tanto in his hand, and Bruno with his club out. Taking several deep breaths, the blood-covered Kurashigan user emitted a high amount of killing intent at them. Thrusting his left arm out, he pointed his bloody clawed index finger at the hawk-nosed man. "I suggest you surrender this instant. Your camp is done for." Growling, Taka pointed his tanto at his enemy. "I don't think so, you little freak. Go get him, Bruno." Instead of following orders, Bruno beamed the second in command on the head with his club, making him fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes. "Good job, you can go now." Naruto congratulated his clone, who smiled in return and disappeared, leaving the real club to fall to the ground. Then looking down at the monster who dared to call himself a human being, he finally got a good look at him. He looked to be around 35 years old, with wavy brown hair that framed the sides of his face and toxic green eyes. His face was twisted in a mixture of a snarl and pain. The man opened his mouth to try and most likely scream something, but instead he found himself without a head. Rearing his head back, Naruto added a small amount of Kyuubi's chakra into his vocal cords and let out the first and probably not the last roar of his life. Now, why did he roar, you ask? It was the only way to let every surviving bandit that it was futile to continue fighting. On the outside of the gigantic tent, everyone did stop when they heard the demonic roar. Both Kakashi and Guy, who were in the middle of the camp finishing off their roles in the massacre, snapped their heads up when they heard the unholy sound of Kyuubi's roar. Snapping their heads towards the sound, they immediately forgot their remaining opponents and rushed off towards the tent. When they arrived, the sun was rising into the sky, revealing the blood-stained, killing grounds the camp became. When they arrived at the gigantic tent, to their shock and horror, they saw the young Genin covered in blood. In his right hand was his katana that seemed to be spewing blood itself, and in his left hand, he was holding what looked like the leader of the camp by the hair. They both saw brief flashes of red from the eye holes of his masks and cautiously approached him. All in all, he looked like the embodiment of death. "Naruto, are you okay?" Kakashi calmly asked. "Yeah, I'm okay," Naruto panted out. "On the inside of the tent, the co-leader is unconscious. I'm going to get the rest of these bastards to give up. Please don't wait up." After Naruto ran off, Barely 5 minutes later, he had around 15 disarmed bandits in front of him and the other genin. Apparently seeing their leader's head, they more than likely gave up out of fear. Getting a close look, they saw that their hands were bound in wire, and more than a few looked like they were limping. But then they saw Sasuke and Lee. Both looked worse for wear and immediately inspected their injuries. "Dear Kami, what happened to you two?" Guy asked them. Wincing, Sasuke clutched the left side of his head. "We both got careless, and that's what happened." Taking their canteens from their belts, along with some cloth, the two Jonin wet them down and began damping the wounded areas. They both winced in pain as the water got into their still tender areas. "Geez, you two, you're gonna need stitches for this," Kakashi told them. "No, they won't. I had a feeling that somebody was gonna get injured." Naruto spoke up. Casually tossing the head on the ground, he sheathed his katana before coming near his fellow genin. Twisting off the top of the skull, he dipped his right index and middle fingers into the skull, swished it around, and pulled out a thick cream-colored goop. "Okay, you two, hold still, this might hurt," quickly swabbing it on Lee's stomach. Immediately, Lee gritted his teeth tightly in pain. He tried moving his bandaged hands to his stomach to wipe it off, but they were immediately slapped away by Naruto's hand. "Relax, Lee. It will hurt for only a minute. Then it'll stop the bleeding and numb the pain," he boredly said to him before reaching over to Sasuke. After swiping it on his head, a yelp of pain, and of course a sigh of relief, Naruto looked at the two Jonin senseis. "Is Taka all tied up?" "Yes." Naruto, what are you going to without answering his student, picked the dismembered head off the ground and headed into the tent. "Naruto," Kakashi barked out. They're standing over a tied-up Taka. Naruto appeared to be glaring at the man. "Where are the girls?" he asked the hawk-nosed bandit. "I'd rather let them die before letting you know," Taka screamed at him. Clenching his fists, the demonic mask-wearer took several deep breaths. He was not an interrogation expert. Beating him to a pulp, no matter how tempting it was, would do him any good, and of course killing him was clearly out of the question. Almost immediately his forehead began pulsing. "The Juggin, I was attempting to speak with him." "Yes, Juggin," he answered to the pulsing. "What would you do to find those girls, boy?" the sentient I asked him. "What are you getting at?" "It's a simple question, boy. I can give you another skill. Know a set of skills that I was specially designed for other than just communicating mentally and helping you out with those darkness flame powers of yours." "What's your price, Juggin?" "It's really simple, boy. Just kill, and kill some more. If you get the urge to kill, just do it. How about you go fuck yourself? I'm not your puppet of mass destruction. I kill because it's of necessity, just like what I've done tonight. And yet you're Shinigami's pawn. In order to continue on living, you have been ordered to kill 3 men, and you're always on call to kill someone by Mr. Skull and Bones." Juggin argued his case. "A deal is a deal. Shinigami apparently took a big risk by tampering with the laws of nature. And if he wants me to kill 3 men who deserve to die, or take out some sort of target from time to time, it's fine with me. After all, it's not like I'm going to be in his service forever." "But what if you're wrong, boy? A god is truly unpredictable. He could very well turn his back on your deal whenever he feels like it. He will keep his word, Juggin, and whatever you offer me, you can shove it. I'd rather earn my power than have it served to me." Juggin laughed in response to his host's reply. It wasn't an evil laugh. It was more of an amusing laugh. As expected from a ninja like you, even with automatic power dangling in front of you, you're still keen on earning everything. Heh, as much as I hate to admit it, Shinigami was right, you were set in your ways. I mildly respect that. Was that just a compliment? Naruto wondered to himself, but then suddenly and without any warning, he was hit with a blinding headache that forced him to keel over even outside his body, gritting his teeth to the point where a few of them chipped, but then it just stopped without any explanation. "What the hell?" he barely managed to ask. "Never say I never did anything for you," Juggin retorted before his tenant was booted from his mind. No thanks to an irritable fox whose sleep was disturbed because of them. After blinking a few times to regain his bearings, Naruto was hit with a barrage of information. He saw what he would describe as a training video for his Juggin eye. In a span of seconds that felt like hours, he saw lessons on how to perform telekinesis, much better telepathy than what he was doing with the Fox kits, mind control, that included on how to erase memories and resistance against mind control and remote viewing. Barely containing an evil smirk behind his mask, the former, full blonde, began formulating a quick plan. While Naruto was thinking, he was completely oblivious to the gathering crowd that consisted of 2 Jonin and 5 genin. Soon after he barged into the giant tent, Kakashi and Guy properly secured their surviving captives and followed after him. The more experienced shinobi took note of what looked to be an attempt at an interrogation. However, unlike Ibiki, Anko, or even Inochi, the genin just seemed to be having a staring contest with the co-leader. Hachi Dokapura. The preteen suddenly spoke up. That was the name of your leader, was it not? Taka only glared in response, but his mind said yes. Holding up the man's dismembered head, he pushed it nose to nose against the co-leader's face. He was a B bordering on A-ranked missing nin from Kusagakure, Jonin rank, a master in the art of poison-based ninjutsu, and of course a major contribution to his village's poison lab. Of course, he went mad with arrogance, tried to rape a fellow scientist, and fled with the secrets to their highly prized poisons. What's your point? Taka spat at him. Raising his right arm back, Naruto backhanded the insolent bandit across the face, much to the surprise of the occupants in the room. My point is that I took him down in a heartbeat. A Jonin was taken down by me dash. Because you got the drop on him. With all the chaos and confusion, you outright assassinated him. You mother dash. He didn't get a chance to finish when Naruto backhanded him on the left part of his face, busting his lip open. I still killed him, regardless of how I did it. He's still dead. Now use your head for once, if a mere genin like myself could kill nearly. I would like to say 34 bandits. That includes your idiot bodyguard before I even came here, 5 of your sentries, an assload of half-naked and defenseless idiots who stood in my way, a bearded man named Sure and his entourage of warriors. I still had enough energy to kill a Jonin. So tell me. Lowering his voice, Naruto dropped Hachi's head and pressed his masked nose against Taka's hawk nose. What do you think I will do to a man that's already been bound? Sakura loudly gulped when she heard her teammate say that. Barely half an hour ago, she saw him as the monster her mother claimed him to be, but then she screwed up and nearly ruined the entire mission, and nearly lost her life because of it. It was only thanks to the boy that used to have a crush on her that she was still alive, and now she was conflicted. A demon would never help her. Yes, he berated her, but it did snap her out of her funk. And for once, Inner Sakura was silent in agreement. Sasuke, Lee, and Tenten were practically thinking the same thing. Though it was brief, they both saw him kill with ruthless efficiency, after seeing him covered in the blood of his enemies while carrying a dismembered head like a maniac. And let's not forget walking through his path of destruction, which was littered with corpses. They honestly couldn't believe what they saw that night. They honestly couldn't believe that a sarcastic, still prank-happy, and hard-working friend could simply turn a switch and become a machine of death and destruction. Neji, however, had his eyes narrowed at his temporary teammate for this mission. He was far from being naive. For years, he listened to the various women within the Branch family and their gossiping whenever he was forced to do something with them. He pretended not to listen, but there was usually one subject that casually came up at least once every time he was there. The no-secret crush Lady Hinata had on one Naruto Uzumaki. He clearly remembered him from the academy. Short, stupid, hyperactive, loser, untalented, and the dead last. He even half expected him to die on a simple D-rank mission or get kicked out of the shinobi program. That was over a year ago, but now he was defying fate, something that was pure heresy in his opinion. The 2 Jonin, on the other hand, were putting their experienced minds to use. Like any decent shinobi, they read the bingo book cover to cover. They even memorized them after the next issue came out, which was once every 3 months. So they fully knew who Hachi was and the full extent of his crimes. While they were proud of Naruto for sending a menace to society to hell, they honestly didn't like the fact that he so casually spoke of his crimes, who he killed during the assault, or what he would do to the captured bandits sitting in front of him. Now tell me what I want to know. Were those 3 girls you kidnapped? Using his newly powers of the Juggin, I was a risky move, and if Naruto was honest with himself, one of the stupidest things he was going to do since he was granted with it. But drastic times call for drastic measures, so he used his first attempt at mind control. Taka immediately felt a probing in his mind. Gritting his teeth, the co-leader of the camp thrashed his shoulders as if trying to escape. Then his head slumped down and his eyes became glassy. "The girls," he began in a low, robotic tone. "They're here in this tent. The entrance is underneath the bed." Mentally sighing in relief, Naruto silently looked towards the bed. Once again, he thanked the usefulness of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, but he also blamed its flaws as well. This clone he created blinked far too often and had clearly not paid attention to the entrance he was looking for. After reaching the small, iron-framed bed, he tore the mattress off and flipped the bed frame away to reveal a small wooden hatch. Naruto, feeling a strong hand on his right shoulder, the mask wearer saw Guy opening his mouth. "You don't have to continue on, you know that, right?" Giving the man a small smile under his mask, Naruto was touched by his and Kakashi's concern once he felt the masked ninja's hand on his shoulder. "I know, but I need to see this through. I need to see what I can do for them." The two Jonin looked at each other with a good amount of skepticism, but reluctantly nodded. Guy tore the entrance off and looked at the genin. "If you're bold enough to see the horrors, then I won't stop you." Sakura immediately shrunk back. She already saw more than enough to last her for a good long while. Lee and Niji also stepped back. The former wasn't ready to see anything like that, while the latter saw no point in it. The only two that chose to follow were, of course, Sasuke and Tenten. While Kakashi was skeptical on this tough experience, but went with it by jumping into the hole first. Naruto followed, second, while Sasuke and Tenten followed right behind them, leaving Guy on the surface to watch over the captives. The four immediately began to follow the wide tunnel that was clearly created by an earth jutsu. They followed the artificial lighting, which they all assumed was another odd ninjutsu, until they reached another wooden door. Naruto immediately grabbed the handle and pulled the door open, and immediately recoiled at the sight in front of him. Tenten covered her mouth in horror, while Sasuke winced and resisted the urge to gag. Kakashi, meanwhile, clenched his fists and hung his head down. Even after all these years, he would never get used to seeing something like this. In front of them were the missing women. They wore nothing but rags that didn't even hide their nude forms, covered in old and crusty semen, and each were chained by the neck. "Dirgami." Sasuke managed to gag out as he smelled all the misery and sex. "There is no kami here," Naruto growled out. Boldly stepping forward, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki went to the nearest one. She looked to be about 15 years old. A beautiful thing she was, hourglass body, luscious black hair, but her gray eyes were soulless, broken, and dead. The woman took notice of him and reached her arm out. Her right hand grasped his blood-stained skull belt and tugged on it. Naruto immediately placed his left hand on hers, halting her actions that she was broken for. "We're getting you all out of here." It was around dusk when the shinobi arrived back in Tanemaki with 16 captured bandits and 3 broken women wearing scraps of mismatched bandit clothing. They were all immediately greeted with cheers of applause, pats on the back, and tearful thank yous from the immediate family members of the missing girls. Sasuke, Lee, and the women were taken to the town's doctors for a check over regardless when the former wanted it or not. Naruto was almost forced to go, if not for him explaining that it was their blood and not his. Satisfied with their answers, and their concerns gone for the time, being they were lead to the town's inn. The girls were given their own room, while the men of Team Guy were forced to share a single room, like Wise with Team 7. Naruto and Kakashi got into their room. The copycat ninja immediately left to conduct some business with the mayor of the town, leaving his remaining student alone. With his sensei gone, Naruto immediately bolted for the bathroom, tearing the Hanya mask off and pulling down his half mask. The black-streaked blonde flipped the toilet lid up, fell to his knees, and threw up everything in his stomach. Tears poured from the corners of his eyes from the force. After dry heaving a couple of times, he fell to the right side of the toilet and let out several coughs of disgust. "Dude, that was the biggest barf I have ever seen in my life. Oh man, what on earth did you eat?" Ishikawa whistled in an impressed voice. "Now is not the time, Ishikawa. Dear Shinigami, I cannot believe I did that." Naruto miserably groaned out as he held his stomach. "Naruto, don't be such a pussy." Shinigami spoke up for the first time in a very long while. "You did your job, and you saved those girls when everyone else thought they were dead. And most importantly, you saved me a good amount of time, by judging their souls for me. I know I did my job, Shinigami, but I let my rage take control of me after what I saw. I didn't just kill them, I butchered them. It felt so wrong. But placing his hand against his forehead, he let out a sigh of frustration. I was just so mad. What they did was completely unforgivable, and I lost control. Swiping his right fist at the former full blonde's head, Ishikawa's hand went right through it, causing him to violently shiver in discomfort. Blondie, quit moping, it's so not like you. Settling his brown eyes on the shaken preteen, he ghost slapped him again, causing another shiver to crawl through the young man's spine. You were pissed off, I get it. Hell, I was pissed off as well. But what's done is done. You didn't make them all needlessly suffer like they deserved, and you prevented more mindless slaughter by using their leader's severed head as a scare tactic, and you saved those girls who everyone gave up for dead. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he finished his comforting pep talk. But most importantly, you felt bad for doing it. Unlike Han, who would have loved nothing more than to feel their blood on his armor, you still have a conscience. Never forget that, okay, Blondie? Naruto let out a small smile after his haunting specter said that. He honestly didn't know why, but he felt much better. Ishikawa was absolutely right. Even amongst slaughtering the bandits, very few died in absolute agony. He prevented any more needless casualties, saved the women, and was planning on helping them even more before they all left. But most importantly, it was the comparison to another Jinchuriki like him. Speaking of which, thank you, Ishikawa, I needed that, but something has really been bugging me. What is it? You keep mentioning this Han person. All I know about him is that he's a Jinchuriki like me, somehow related to the Tsuchikage, and from what you told me hates humanity. Is he really that bad of a person? Rubbing the back of his neck, the dead Kimazu nodded in response. He's not the happiest person I've ever met. And well, let's just say, I'd rather not talk about him right now, okay? Just flush the toilet and take a shower. Kami, forbid you look like you need it. Seeing the spirit float away, Naruto looked down at himself. His clothing and skin caked with dried blood, and smelling like copper wasn't exactly pleasant. So after flushing his dinner, he stripped his clothing and entered the shower to rid himself of the gore from that night. In the girls' room, it was quiet, disturbingly quiet. Sitting on their opposite beds, both Sakura and Tenten were deep in thought. The weapon mistress' thoughts were nothing but professional. With already a full year of active duty under her belt, she fully knew that not every mission would be flawless. There was always one instant that could jeopardize everything. That's what happened the other night, but as always, it could have been worse. But out of all of the chaos in that camp, there was only one thing that disturbed her, was the brief 30 seconds she saw Naruto. In the low light, she saw a good amount of blood coating his right side. Thinking back to her academy days, he remembered the short, orange-wearing idiot that made her laugh at several of the pranks he played on the teachers. Tintin frowned when she remembered a teacher that took over for Irika when he had one of his extremely rare sick days. The man's name was Raijuda, and was a total sexist prick. For 3 days, the man disregarded the Kenochi to be as common annoyances, shot down their answers even though they were 100% right, and gave SOSO marks even though they were exceptional. In fact, the first day that rat bastard gave her 6 out of 10 on her kanai throwing practice, even though she hit the bullseyes every single time. But soon her smile turned upside down when Naruto popped up. The little blonde annoyance defended a good amount of the Kenochi by pranking them, man, with ruthless vengeance. On the first day, he tarred and feathered him, made him trip himself, and thumbtacked his seat. On the second day, he somehow switched the gradebook so everyone would receive A's for the day and stink-bombed the teacher's lounge. Then finally on the third day, he pranked Raijuda right out of the school. The blonde at the time first made the man slip on marbles and banana peels, somehow dyed his hair neon pink, and turned his skin bright orange, pans him, laced all his food with laxatives, and somehow out of all of that got the man a vasectomy at the hospital. Comparing the prank-happy academy student to the full-fledged genin, it was just hard for Tintin to picture the two being the same exact person. She liked the old Naruto, but the new one, she was absolutely conflicted. He was more serious now. He was still thick-headed, but he was more deadly than she ever thought he would be. Naruto Uzumaki was certainly a mystery, and Tintin Higurashi loved a good mystery. Sakura, however, was in complete and utter turmoil. During her academy days, she pictured her beloved Sasuke-kun rescuing her from an enemy shinobi like a knight in shining armor. The two would then walk off into the sunset and live a happy life as husband and wife. But last night completely shattered that fantasy. There was no glorious victory, there was no brilliant sunset, and being saved, it completely disgusted her. First, it was Naruto who saved her. When he sliced the heavily scarred bandit's throat, screamed at her, and then killed another before bolting away. She was outright stunned from his hurtful remarks, but then when she saw Sasuke and Lee taking damage with the axe-wielding bandit, she killed him without a moment's hesitation. But then she was about to get killed again, and it was both Sasuke and Lee who saved her life. Never in her entire life did she ever feel so useless. She froze up when she killed the sleepy bandit and caused the whole massacre. And when Naruto screamed at her, she couldn't bring herself to hate him because he was absolutely right. She was useless, practically cannon fodder. But most importantly, her views on him were completely shaken. Did he fight like a demon? Yes, but he did save her. Even after her mother said he would gladly let her die. Even after all the verbal and physical abuse she put him through, he saved her sorry ass. Hearing a muffled voice, Sakura snapped her head towards Tenten. I'm sorry, what was that? I said, are you okay? These were your first kills after all. Tenten repeated herself. How did you dash? I was the same way, the weapon's mistress admitted. I was reflecting my first kill when a mission went wrong. I would like to say it gets easier as time goes on, but it honestly doesn't. You just have to shoulder it, and if it gets too much for you, I would recommend talking to a therapist. They can help you to a good extent. You weren't the one who started it all, Sakura blurted out. Covering her mouth, she saw Tenten raise an eyebrow. So hanging her head in shame, she continued to tell her tale of woe. I'm sorry, but while you were all busy doing your duties, I was helping keeping watch. A bandit came out of his tent and yawned. I panicked and threw my kunai into the man's throat. Then he came crashing down onto his tent, waking his bunk mates up and causing the chaos within the camp. Tenten continued, causing the Pinkette to gasp in reply. Sakura, no one will blame you for what happened. It was a gigantic rookie mistake, but you will learn not to make the same mistake again. You get what I'm saying? Pausing for a moment, the pink-haired genin processed what her fellow Kanochi was saying to her. Then for the first time since her blunder, she smiled. It was a small one, but a smile nonetheless. Yes, I do. Thank you, Tenten. I will benefit from this experience. Giving her own smile, Tenten patted the girl on the shoulder. Good. I'm sure that you'll do great things after this. With her good deed said and done for the day, the weapons Kanochi went to take a shower. After the door to the bathroom clicked shut and the sound of running water hit her ears, Sakura dejectedly slumped her shoulders. I'm sorry, Tenten, but my mother has something else in mind. While all of this was happening, Kakashi, Guy, and Niji were reporting to the mayor of the town. The Hyuga was stationed outside of the building with his eyes glaring at nothing in particular. For all his life, Niji was a big believer in fate. Fate destined him to be born into the branch family. Fate allowed his father to die, and fate deemed him to be a prodigy within the Hyuga clan, thereby making everyone inferior to them. However, there was one thing that was eating away at his stoic facade. Naruto Uzumaki, the so-called demon brat of Konoha, the blonde pranking prince, and the one person Hayashi Hyuga hated the most. It honestly confused Niji why his uncle exactly hated the former full blonde. Yes, he was a loser, the dead last, and the not-so-secret crush of his cousin Hinata. That aside, he remembered him from the academy, from his lack of talent in the shinobi arts to his low grades, and even his Kill-Me orange jumpsuit showed him to be destined as a failure. That was what he thought at least, but after seeing him for the first time, he was not happy to see something he fiercely believed in being from his point of view trampled on. He couldn't officially take action on him. He couldn't test him without his clan's knowledge either. Clenching his fists together, Niji figured he would have to wait for the right time to prove himself right at a later date. On the inside of the building, Kakashi handed the mayor a sealing scroll. This is everything we took from the bandit camp of value. From your village's stolen merchandise to any other stolen items of value. Smiling at the jonin, the mayor of the town sighed in relief. Thank you, good sirs. Our village thanks you from the bottom of our hearts. We were just doing our job. Now, can you please sign our mission scroll showing we completed it? Guy said to the balding man as he handed him the mission scroll. But of course, the mayor tooled a small scroll and began signing his name on the dotted line. By the way, what did you do to the camp itself? We burned it and the bodies in it to the ground. Kakashi responded to him. Gulping loudly, the mayor feverishly nodded and began signing his name. And the bandit leader? His head is in a sack within one of Kakashi's sealing scrolls. We're taking it back to the village for a proper identification, just to confirm it's him, and send his head back to his original country for his bounty. Guy said, snatching up the scroll after the mayor signed it. After watching the two Jonin walk out, the mayor sighed in relief and slumped into his chair. Shinobi are scary, he muttered out. After an hour to get clean, Naruto stepped out of the shower feeling much better than before. With a towel wrapped around his waist and the other drying his hair, the Kurashigan user deposited his head towel into the basket, placed both his masks on his face, and walked out of the bathroom. And was immediately greeted with Kakashi walking right into the room, with Sasuke following with gauze wrapped around his head. The three looked at each other in awkward silence for several seconds before Naruto broke the silence. Is Duckhead going to be okay? Yes, that cream of yours stopped the bleeding. He won't even have a scar. Kakashi replied while Sasuke glared at his teammate. That's good to hear. Quickly grabbing his sealing scroll, Naruto immediately returned to the bathroom. After a few minutes, he re-entered the room wearing his now usual outfit, minus the steel fishnet chainmail armor for the time being. However, Kakashi was gone once again, leaving Sasuke alone with him. Scratching his head, Naruto asked where their sensei went. Kakashi-sensei went out for some air, the Uchiha answered. Now that he's gone, I have a question for you. Peering at his teammate's mask, Sasuke asked what was probably on everyone's minds. What the hell happened in the camp? It's quite simple, Naruto answered without missing a beat. I did my job. I killed those rapists and their boss, and brought the rest of them to justice using fear and intimidation. Seeing Sasuke raise an eyebrow, he elaborated. Sasuke, what did you feel when you did whatever you did in the camp? Feeling a lump in his throat, Sasuke swallowed it as quick as it came. I killed over a dozen men. I honestly didn't like it. But after some time passed, I felt better knowing that these men will never be able to harm another person again. The same as me, Naruto confirmed. I honestly hate the thought of killing, but if I can make the world a better place by taking one life, I believe I can bear with it. Once again, his mask formed a face. This time it took on a form of playful seriousness. Kill one, and maybe you can save 1,000. A scene from Wanted. Nice touch, Naruto. Shinigami gave his avatar the thumbs up. Wanted? What is that? Never mind. Sasuke took a good long while to let his teammates' words to sink in. First, he wondered how in the hell Naruto's demonic mask could switch from an expression of absolute rage and fury to the other expressions that he would normally give off, like a shocked expression and at times a smile. Seriously, it was creepy, but then he figured that some answers were better left unanswered except what both he and Kakashi looked like underneath their respective masks. Then he just shrugged in acceptance. As much as he wanted to deny it, Naruto was right. He may have killed over a dozen, but those people would never harm another person ever again. He may have hesitated the first time. He may have hated himself afterwards, but next time he would perform much better. He wouldn't like it, but he would live with it. Hearing the familiar sound of a doorknob clicking, Sasuke looked over to see his teammate swinging the door wide open. Where are you going? I'm heading out for some air, and I guess to see how many shops are still open. I owe Haku and the others for watching the kits. Naruto replied before shutting the door on his way out. Looking at the nearest clock, the Uchiha saw that it was 7:30. Most of the shops were probably closed, but who was he to pop his teammate's bubble? Getting to his feet, he figured that he should get himself a decent shower and headed toward the bathroom. But when he opened the door, he developed a tick mark above his right eyebrow. In front of him were Naruto's clothes. Even on a mission, his teammate left his dirty, smelly clothes on the kamadamned floor. And the worst thing was that they smelled of dry blood. Damn you, Naruto, he barely muttered out. After leaving the hotel, Naruto took in the sights of the trading town. It definitely wasn't anything like Konoha, but it had a peaceful, small-town atmosphere to it. The people were nice as well. Many of them hardworking individuals. It filled him with pride knowing that he actually made their lives better in one fell swoop. "Hey, little one." Naruto heard someone shout out to him. Quickly turning his head, he saw a red-haired man waving at him from a booth. Raising an eyebrow for a brief second, he headed over to him. Once he arrived, the man latched both his hands onto the former full blondes and vigorously began shaking them. "Thank you, son, thank you so much." The man cried out in joy before pulling the genin over the booth and crushed him in a back-breaking hug. "Thanks to you, my little AI-chan is back. If you need anything while you're here, I'll gladly do it." Then, while it be possible to let him breathe, Naruto barely managed to gasp out. The man immediately gained a shocked look and let the preteen go. Coughing out, Naruto realized two things. Even though the man looked average, he was freaking strong. And the second was that the four beings that he unfortunately had going in and out of his head were complete assholes because he heard their loud laughing within the contents of his mind. Letting out a laugh of nervousness, the vendor scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Sorry about that, lad. Sometimes I forget my own strength. Ahem. Anyways, before you leave, I hope to assist you in some way." "Thank you, mister." "Oh, how rude of me. My name is Gene, the manager of this small but humble stand." "Gene-san, I thank you for your kindness. But I'm good." Stopping himself for a second, he corrected himself. "Actually, I would like to know where those three girls are being kept." Suddenly, Jin's cheerful mood immediately darkened, no doubt from the information concerning their horrible experience from the camp. "I know what you're thinking, I honestly do, but I believe there is something that I can do to get those three women back to normal." "Are you sure you can help AI-chan?" "Just point me where they are supposed to be, and I'll help all three of them to the best of my ability." After he was given directions to the doctor's office, he hastily ran towards it. Passing the smiling villagers, the closing shops, and an occasional carriage, he arrived at the building. Seeing the lights on, he knocked on the door and patiently waited for a nurse or a doctor to answer it. A minute passed, and he knocked again. Then another minute passed, wearing his patience thin. Raising his right fist, he violently banged on it. "Hey, open up, damn it. I'm here to help." Bringing his fist down again, he was unfortunately unable to stop his fist from colliding on top of the doctor opening the door, sending the unfortunate man to the floor. Immediately freaking out, Naruto fiercely apologized and picked the man to his feet. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen." No, it's okay, kid," the average-looking doctor, who looked to be in his early 50s, said. Holding the bald spot where Naruto hit him, he winced a bit in pain. "Cammy boy, you sure hit hard. I'm sorry about that, but I'm here to help with those three girls." Naruto apologized once again. Continuing to rub his bald spot, the doctor turned the right side of his head to show the genin 4 deep and still bleeding scratch marks on his cheek. "I'm sorry, kid, but that's impossible. Those girls just suddenly went out of control once I tried to examine them. I have chi in there with them to calm them down." "What made them go batshit crazy?" the demonic mask wearer asked. "Traumatic memories," the doctor announced. "Their minds are basically stuck in those hellish weeks at the camp. Their trust in men are basically non-existent. That's why I've denied all family members to see them for the time being." "It's that bad?" "It's bad, boy, real bad. It could take years to rehabilitate them, and that's the best-case scenario. The worst is that they will lose the will to live and eventually die, taking the little ones with them." Naruto's eyes bugged out, or at least his mask did the expression in shock. "They're Dash. They were in a bandit camp. They most likely are." Clenching his fists together, Naruto let out several haggard breaths of fury. "Let me in, I need to dash." "I'm sorry, but you can't dash." "I said let me in," the Kurashing user growled out in anger as he looked at the man's eyes. Activating Jugin's mind control ability, the doctor's eyes became vacant for a remote second. Quietly nodding, he led the genin into the sterilized building. Following the doctor, Naruto kicked his conscience aside for the moment as he was led to the girls. He knew what he was doing was wrong, and no doubt illegal, at least in his mind. But he needed to do this for those three. He couldn't live with himself if he didn't try to help them. After the doctor arrived at their destination, he swiftly knocked on the door. A woman with long blonde hair and honey-colored eyes immediately opened it. She made the mistake of looking right at Naruto and immediately fell under his Juggin Eyes mind control ability. "I'm sorry to do this, you two, but I have to do this." Go over to the nearest chairs and go to sleep. Wake up in 30 minutes and take the credit for helping the girls, and you won't remember any of this. Also, doctor, before you do this, please fix your face. Understood. Getting slow, robotic nods. The two doctors obeyed their orders and went off in different directions. Sighing at what he just did, Naruto opened the door and entered the room at his own risk. After silently closing the door, the black-streaked blonde quietly looked over to see the girls. Thankfully, they were cleaner than when he first saw them. They were in hospital gowns, and they seemed calm, at least until they turned towards him. But instead of attacking, they each withdrew into themselves and futilely tried to conceal themselves under the covers of their beds. Bringing his hand to the scabbard and loudly pulled it out to alert them. The black-haired one that tugged at his belt the night before peeked from underneath her covers to observe him calmly and slowly setting the deadly weapon against the door. She also saw him take his kunai holster off, his hip pouches, and even his gloves off. After Naruto took everything off that made him look threatening, he slowly raised his hands where she could see them and calmly took one step forward. When she didn't recoil, he took another step towards her, and then another one, until he eventually was at the foot of her bed. Despite trying to not look like a threat, he could still see her gray eyes holding much fear in them. Honestly, not knowing what to do next, he softly spoke to her. "Is your name AI?" Seeing her violently shake her head, he looked at her chart at the foot of her bed. "Natsum," seeing her slowly nod, he continued, "My name is Naruto. Can I come closer?" After a few minutes, the young woman hesitantly nodded. Slowly nodding, Naruto stepped closer to her and watched her body language. She was extremely tense, but she didn't show any signs of retaliation. Soon he was at her bedside and spoke to her once again. "I'm here to make you forget, to make you all forget. But you will have to trust me for this." When she violently shook her head, he continued to try and persuade her. "What will I have to do to get you to trust me?" When she brought her hands to his belt once again, he brought his hands to her wrists. "I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm way too young to be doing that type of thing. Is there anything else?" Mentally patting himself on the back for keeping a calm voice while he was inwardly freaking out at her advances, he was 12 for Shinigami's sake. Natsum put on a cute, thoughtful look before her slender hands went to the sides of his mask. When she didn't see the shinobi resisting, she pulled the demonic mask off to reveal, to her confusion, a black half mask. She noticed his deep scarring and brought her left hand to his half mask and pulled it down. After seeing his deep scars, she placed the Hanya mask on her lap, gently raised her right hand, and traced her fingers into the deep crevices of his face. "Hurts?" she quietly questioned him. "Not at all," Naruto replied before he activated the power of the Juggernaut. He felt the back of his head throbbing from the strenuous use from yesterday. Honestly, this wasn't the smartest thing he was doing since yesterday. The training video recommended that new users to not overuse the abilities and to rest up to a week after using them once so their mind could get used to doing it. So after he was done, everything was going to suck for a while. That aside, he felt Juggin doing his work of erasing Natsum's memories from her camp, from the day she was captured to the second she was rescued. After the process was complete, the black-haired woman fell unconscious. Clutching his head, Naruto rubbed his temples to soothe the pain. QB's regeneration ability, or not that shit, still hurt. After the pain subsided for the moment, he tucked Natsum under her covers, moved a few stray locks of hair away from her face, and moved on to the other two women. AI, the girl who looked to be 16 years old with red hair and blue eyes, was his next patient. Apparently, she was the first person who was taken and held captive at the camp. It took a little longer to rid her of those horrid memories, but he did it. Then the last person, a green-haired and eyed woman named Anzu, was the easiest to take care of. With his conscious ease, Naruto looked over the three sleeping women, each having a peaceful look on their faces as they slept. This may not be the happy ending I wanted, but at least I could help them by wiping their memories away. Suddenly his vision went blurry. Naruto clutched his head in pain and fell to one knee. I probably won't be able to use Juggin or see straight for a while, but it was worth it. After pulling his half mask up to his nose and placing his Hanya mask on his face, Naruto stumbled towards his weaponry. Unfortunately, he fell flat on his face and automatically realized this would be harder than he thought it would be. Slowly getting to his feet, he grabbed the doorknob to steady himself. He first reached for his kunai holster. Grabbing it by the straps, he carefully snapped the straps together and properly secured it to his right thigh. He then grabbed his hip pouches and placed them on his belt, resting them above his hindquarters, and finally grabbed Hanarioka's hilt. Using his trusty katana as a makeshift walking stick until he got outside, he exited the room, past the two sleeping doctors, and went straight out the building. Pretending that nothing was wrong, Naruto waved to the few civilians who were still out at night. Saw for the most part that all the stalls were closed for the night. Jean was gone, thankfully in his opinion, and the streets were pretty much empty. He didn't know how long it took him to get back to the inn, but he did his damned best to not draw any attention to himself. Clambering down the hallway, the mask wearer found the room he was staying in. As he was about to bring his hand to the doorknob, the familiar sound of a door opening alerted him that he had company. So spinning on his right heel, he saw a double vision of Tintin tilting her head in a cute way if he was honest with himself at him. "Hey Tintin, how are you this evening?" he greeted her. "I'm doing pretty good. And yourself?" she asked him. "Oh, pretty well. Just went out for a walk to relax a little bit." Crossing her arms under her bust, the bun-haired teen gave him the famed critical stare that all women were famous for giving men when they were lying. "Oh, really? Tell me, did that walk happen to take you to the doctor's office?" "No, imalai." Naruto blatantly lied. "Okay, my powerful ass. You're doing your damned best to not fall flat on your face." Shinigami barked out. "Shinigami, you're not helping. Don't lie to me, Naruto." Tintin narrowed her brown eyes at him. "Your posture is showing me that you're exhausted. In fact, I can almost see your knees shaking." Knowing that he couldn't keep the charade up for long, Naruto relented. Okay, you caught me with my pants down. During the raid on the camp, I took a nasty hit to the head with a war club. After taking my shower to look somewhat presentable, I went to the doctors. They saw that I had a lump on my head. So after icing it and given some aspirin, I was sent back. Just in time too, because I was getting pretty tired. Worst lie ever, Naruto. Tintin thought to herself. She honestly didn't see the point in him lying. He was always truthful ever since the academy. He never told a lie. That just added to her curiosity even more. But before she could call him on it, the sound of someone shouting "youth" interrupted her thought process, and a door opening alerted the two of them that they had company. The person was none other than Niji Hyuga, who no doubt was relieving himself from one of Lee's and Guy's youth rants. "Dear Cammy, if I have to listen to their rant of youth one more time," he barely managed to growl out in annoyance. "I can't hear a thing. Guess these walls are pretty thick," Naruto commented as he leaned against the door to his room. "Uzumaki, I honestly didn't expect to see you this late at night. While that sounded rude, it honestly wasn't. But I'm glad you're here. There was something I've been meaning to ask you." "Ask me slash him?" Naruto and Tintin asked at the same time. "Correct. Normally I would not ask this sort of thing, but that attack. Iron Reaver Soul Stealer. I must know how exactly did you create it?" Niji asked. Chuckling sheepishly, Naruto scratched the back of his head with his left hand. "Actually, Niji, I kind of stole that technique." Seeing their eyes narrow at him, he frantically reworded what he meant to say. "What I mean by that is that I used to read a shit ton of manga when I was in the academy. I remember it was called Inuyasha, and well, the main character had this badass attack. So after I grew my fingernails out, all I did was add some chakra into my fingernails, and, well, he brought his right hand up and lamely brought it down in a sweeping motion. Iron Reaver, Soul Stealer." After his explanation, both genin, despite themselves, face-faulted. Tintin, being the first to recover, frantically waved her arms up and down. "What are you, crazy? That's copyright infringement, Naruto-kun. The author is dead, and the series is done and over with. I honestly doubt that I would get in trouble for it," the demonic mask wearer replied. XXX. Cutscene. After Naruto said that a black leather chair twirled around, showing a dark figure facing the readers. A light shined on him to reveal an average-looking, black-haired, scruffy-looking 20-year-old male revealed himself wearing a black Metallica t-shirt, light blue jeans shredded from years of wear and tear, and plain white sneakers. Placing his left middle and index fingers on the bridge of his glasses, forcing the light to shine brightly to obscure his eyes. "Hello, my faithful reviewers. I won't bore you for long, but this is important. Copyright infringement is not cool. I cannot stress that enough. You give credit where credit is due. Also, Rumiko Takahashi is not dead. She's still alive and well. And for the record, I was a fan of Inuyasha until they stopped showing it in America. That said, let's get back to the story, shall we? Clicking his fingers, the fifth rider of Armageddon was enveloped in darkness. But actually, it was the apartment complex losing power due to a freak lightning storm outside. Damn it, that would have been so cool. Triple X. After leaving his two comrades, speechless Naruto bid them goodnight and entered his room to collapse onto his bed. Naruto-kun. Niji questioned his female companion with a raised eyebrow. Shut up, Niji. Naruto. Sasuke screamed his teammate's name for the sixth time, grabbing his teammate's shoulder and violently shook him to the point where the bed shook. Come on, you lazy bastard, wake your lazy ass up, when he only got a loud and obnoxious snore from his masked face. Resisting the urge to punch the pain in the ass that was his teammate, the Uchiha stopped trying to wake Naruto up the normal way someone would get woken up and thought what would have been a better way to do it. After a minute, an evil smirk came to his face. It was out of character for him, but he was going to enjoy it. Oh, Naruto, is that Hinata, Haku, and Tintin wrestling in a large pool of ramen? Like a sucker, Naruto immediately bolted up and frantically searched for what was said to him. Immediately, he heard the sound of loud laughing alerted him and saw his teammate on the ground laughing his ass off. Sasuke, you asshole, he roared at him. Composing himself for the most part, the Uchiha got to his feet, a few chuckles still escaping his mouth. Well, at least I know your preference. You damn know my preference, the black-streaked blonde growled at him. Thankfully, he wasn't seeing double anymore, but he had the worst headache imaginable. You being an ass bag aside, what do you want? Clearing his throat, the Sharingan user told him the reason why he woke him up. Kakashi-sensei said we were going to leave in 2 hours. I put those bloody clothes in that scroll of yours. Now hurry up. With that said, he left the room. Grumbling about raven-haired douchebags, Naruto lazily got out of his bed and got into his usual routine for the morning when he wasn't interrupted at least. Falling to his fists, he began a series of quick push-ups to get his blood flowing and 50 sit-ups to further strengthen his core. It took him 10 minutes, but he was awake, and after grabbing his scroll and any other objects of his that were in the room, he headed out into the village. Finally awake? Sasuke asked as his teammate once he stepped outside. Seeing his cousin leaning against the building, Naruto responded without a beat. Yep, so what are we supposed to do to pass the time? Well, Kakashi said to meet up at the entrance at 11, so I guess we just keep track of the time and do whatever we want for the time being. Sounds good to me. Without a word, the two genin began to seek out the stalls. Naruto immediately spotted a stall selling some trinkets and was drawn towards it. He was greeted by a hefty bald man who was pretty jolly in his opinion. Welcome, friends, I got everything you need, stuffed animals, balloons, and many other goodies you may want. He greeted the preteen. Putting his right hand to his masked chin, Naruto observed several of the trinkets on the shelves. There honestly wasn't much that looked good to him. The masks that he saw were cheap-looking, the sweets would not last around him. Zabuza definitely wasn't a snow globe person, but then he saw something that piqued his interest. It was a rabbit, just a simple chibi white rabbit plushie with wide blue eyes. I'll take the white rabbit, he said to the store owner. Oh, good choice, my boy. The girls love this little critter. Pulling the bunny from the shelf, the man placed it on the shelf and said, Now who are you giving this to? The bun-hired girl? Because she would probably like this thing. He pulled down a small crystal ball and placed it next to the stuffed bunny. Thanks, but the rabbit is dash. What cha doing, Naruto? A female voice echoed in his ears. When he felt lightweight and two soft mounds pressed in his back caused him to freeze. Just getting dash. He honestly didn't know why he panicked or why he did what he did, but he blurted out, I was just getting you this crystal ball. How did you know fortune-telling was my hobby? Receiving a hug from the weapon's mistress, he felt his face heating up when her breast pressed in his back. You're so sweet. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Once Tendon took the crystal ball and left, Naruto's brain returned to normal. What the hell just happened? He asked as the shopkeeper let out a deep belly laugh. After reluctantly paying for both the rabbit, the crystal ball, and honestly wondering what came over him, Naruto continued to look at various other stalls. since Sasuke disappeared to Shinigami knows where, and Jin's shop was unfortunately closed, he just took some time to himself and picked up 3 more other things for the male residents that were forced to care for the Fox kids. Naruto Kun. The all-too-familiar voice rock Lee caused his ears to ring. Yes, Lee. Naruto sighed out once the green, spandex-wearing teen reached him. Guy-sensei sent me to get you. It's almost time to leave. With the insane strength his fellow genin had, he grabbed Naruto by the arm and literally dragged him towards the entrance. Once Lee arrived, he finally let go of Naruto's arm and beamed at his accomplished mission. Must not strangle Lee. He's a friend and comrade. Must not strangle Lee. He's a friend and comrade. Oh, fuck it. It's for the good of all mankind, Naruto thought as he got himself off the ground and brought his hands out in a strangling motion towards the spandex-wearing genin. Chuckling to himself, Kakashi spoke up before his student went through with his plan. Now that you're here, let's move out. Mentally groaning in displeasure, the demonic mask-wearer brought his arms to his side and followed his sensei's orders for now. Pumping some chakra into his legs, he leaped in sync with everyone and started leaping through the trees. Because they were shinobi, they easily cleared an entire mile in less than 3 minutes. However, unlike everyone who were looking ahead, Naruto looked to the side for just 1 second, and 1 second was all he needed. Time seemed to stop when he saw a clearing, and what he saw stunned him. From the various lower tree branches were 15 bodies, each hung by a hangman's noose on their necks. The last one standing on a chair was none other than Taka. The bandit rose his head up and snarled at him with the most intense hatred he ever saw in his entire life. Then, before the man could even open his mouth to let out some kind of curse, the chair he was standing on was kicked out from under him by Jin, and he fell to the forest floor. As a tree blocked his view of the bandit's death, Naruto couldn't help but feel relieved that justice had been served. One day later, the 2 teams found themselves walking out of the Hokage Tower. Kakashi said he would handle it from here. Leaving Sakura and Tenten headed to return to their respective homes. Niji returned to the Hyuga estate. Lee and Guy went off to do more training to continue to boost their flames of youth, and Naruto and Sasuke went to relieve Zabuza of their furry residence. But unaware to all of them, Kakashi had another motive for speaking with the Hokage alone. After he handed the old man the mission scroll, the legendary shinobi steeled his gaze after reading the fine details and leaned back in his chair. Is there anything of interest that I should know about, Kakashi? Like what you didn't write on the report? He asked the Jew/Nin. I'm afraid so, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied. Before we entered the village the night before, Naruto pulled out the bingo book. There was a brief argument between the 2 of us before Guy. Sasuke and Tenten sided with him after reading up on a few of the missing nin within the book. Chuckling in response, Hiruzen calmly wiped a tear of mirth away from his eye. Kakashi, I'm not worried about that. In fact, I'm actually proud of him learning from his encounter with Zabuza. Guy has been pushing for us to teach the academy students about this for years, and I must say I'm leaning towards having them learning it in the academy next year. But please, what else must I know about this mission? After a few seconds to digest his leader's words, the Jonin continued his report. When you said we need to keep tabs on Naruto, I created a shadow clone to follow him once we separated in the camp. And the old Kage pressed on more details. What I found out was truly shocking. Whatever skills we thought he had after his supposed death was completely blown out of the water, the copycat ninja reported. The first thing I saw was his genjutsu. It was barely above average, but it was efficient against the bandits we encountered. His motions weren't exactly fluid, his stances had a good amount of openings, but his footwork was amazing. Given proper training, he could very well become a master in the next couple of years. So now we know his skill in Kenjutsu. Sarutobi nodded in a pleased motion. What of his taijutsu? Surely it increased after his slight training period with Guy. You would be correct. He has become faster, stronger, and highly efficient with the few taijutsu techniques Guy taught him. From what I saw, each punch and kick he delivered critical damage. The placements of his strikes were precise, coordinated, and deadly. He's not on the level of Rock Lee by any means, though. Nodding in response, the Sandaime asked his next question, how about his mental stability? What were his emotions like when, Closing his visible eye, Kakashi thought for a moment before answering. Honestly, sir, it's debatable. Seeing his leader raise an eyebrow, he clarified what he meant. Naruto, he seemed like he could flip a switch. He was cold, calculated, and extremely efficient when everything started going to hell in a handbasket. He showed no restraint when he killed the enemy, but my clone could feel the anger behind his movements, especially in his minor interrogation session. Though after what he saw, I can't blame him. Interrogation session? Kakashi, what did he see? He encountered the bandit co-leader that he later interrogated early on in the day when he disguised himself as a woman. The man let his bodyguard try to have his way with him before they returned to camp. But Naruto killed the man's bodyguard, used a clone to take his place, and once he dispelled it, learned everything he could about the bandit camp. However, while his clone was undercover, he witnessed the bandit leader raping 3 young women. His eyes widening in surprise, Sarutobi lit his recently repaired pipe and proceeded to inhale the rich tobacco. After a few seconds, he let out a stream of smoke and solemnly nodded. What else can you tell me? Taking a deep breath, Kakashi dropped a bombshell that would leave the Sandame speechless. I also saw him using a new ninjutsu with his claws that he called Iron Reaver Soul Stealer. I don't exactly know how he did it, but all I do know is that it uses chakra concentrated at the tips of his nails. However, that is not the biggest shock I saw that night. My lord, the boy somehow knows the exploding shadow clone jutsu and earth ninjutsu. Not like the minor ones I use, but high-powered ones. Like your Great Mud River and your Mud Dragon Bomb to kill a group of at least 20 highly trained bandits. Accidentally inhaling too sharply, Herzwin violently hacked up large clouds of smoke in surprise. What did you say? Are you 100% sure? I'm 100% positive, Lord Hokage. Taking several long puffs from his pipe, the Sandame Hokage was silent for several long minutes. Finally, he nodded before letting out a sigh of exhaustion. I'm afraid to ask, but is there anything else I should know? Nodding in response, Kakashi brought his right hand to the front of his flak vest and pulled a sealing scroll from one of its 3 scroll pouches on that side. Setting it on the desk, he unrolled it, and in a small cloud of smoke, the Sandame was greeted with Hachi's decapitated head. His last victim of the night was the rumored shinobi ruling over the camp. His name was Hachi Dokabara, one of Kusagaku's Rouge shinobi. My clone caught Naruto impale, more like assassinate him with his katana before the man had the chance to completely run out of his tent. Hiruzen's eyes steeled when he saw the milky white eyes of the deceased poison master. Bringing his right arm up, he snapped his fingers, and immediately appearing next to him was an Umbu member with an eagle mask. Washi, Eagle, please take the head to the Umbu headquarters for proper identification, just in case. With pleasure, my lord. The eagle-masked Umbu member responded as he placed the head back in the scroll and disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. That is all I have to report, Lord Hokage. I'll take my leave for now. With a bow, Kakashi disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Leaning back in his chair, Sarutobi sighed in frustration. What he just learned threw everything he believed out of the window. Naruto was not the person who he thought he was. He was unstable, unpredictable, and also a hypocrite. With a heavy heart, he pressed on the secret button under his desk. Tenzo, Tiger, Nico, Cat, find Naruto Uzumaki and bring him here immediately. Meanwhile, with Naruto and Sasuke, who just got to the place Zabuza and company were residing, the black-streaked blonde swallowed the lump in his throat and knocked on the door 3 times. The two waited for a few minutes before an extremely haggard Gozu answered the door. Thank Kami you're here. Grabbing the two by the scruff of their shirts, he literally dragged them inside. The inside of the house looked fine, but when they reached the backyard, they saw a disaster area. The yard was turned up in a few places, the oak tree was scratched to unholy hell, and a bush was somehow on fire. But most importantly, Zabuza and Meizu were frantically trying to get Ichigo out of their hair as he jumped from or head to another, while Haku and Benaheim looked on from the sidelines in amusement. Breaking out in a fit of laughter, Naruto leaned on a shocked Sasuke for support. Oh, I'm so proud of him. He barely managed to wheeze out between his fit of laughter. His voice caused the 2 fox kids to pipe up and sprint over to him, where they began to cutely rub up against his legs. I missed you guys too. Were you good for Uncle Zabuza and his 2 lackeys? Oh, Benaheim was an angel. but that scar-faced pelt was a little hell spawn. Zabuza barked out as he pointed to his scratched-up face and his ruined shirt. For nearly a week, he tortured the hell out of us, while leaving Haku alone. Suppressing a chuckle, Naruto bent his knees and rubs the kids' heads, noticing that they grew a little bit when they were gone. Sorry about that, Zabuza, but you guys will be compensated money-wise, within reason, of course, and, of course, the gifts I got for my mission. Pulling his sealing scroll out of his right hip pouch, he opened it to reveal the gifts he bought them. Tearing off his ruined wife-beater, Zabuza immediately put on the black t-shirt with a crimson Oni head and a mist-like shroud on his chest. When Gozu and Meizu held up their crimson shirts, they had tick marks over their left eyes, when there was big, bold black letters on the front and back of the shirts that said, "I'm with Stupid," with a black arrow pointing at each other on their respective left and right sides. Haku, however, was fiercely squeezing the chibi rabbit plushie in her arms, proving once again that no matter how professional a woman was, they still loved cute and cuddly things. Once again, I thank you all for watching the two on such short notice. Hopefully, before Naruto could even continue, he was interrupted when both his arms were violently bound behind his back. "I'm sorry, Naruto Uzumaki, but you're coming with us. Is he secure?" Hiruzen Sarutobi asked the head of the torture and interrogation force. Looking back at his leader, Ibiki Marino, a towering bear of a man wearing a gray jumpsuit with a high-collared black trench coat, along with a black bandana that displayed his hitate. He brought his beefy right hand to scratch the two distinguishing scars on his chiseled and regal face before responding. "Prisoner KJ-3009 is secured, Lord Hokage." Nodding at one of his most loyal shinobi, Sarutobi looked through the one-sided window to see Naruto sitting in one of the many interrogation rooms. He was encased within a large stone crescent moon-shaped device that drained chakra, where underneath it he was stripped of his original outfit and was forced to wear a dark gray prison jumpsuit. Both his hands, wrists, ankles, and even his neck were bound by thick chains that were tightly secured to the floor, which were uniquely designed to fit within the device. And behind his head was another curved stone with 3 unique seals meant for 3 individual people to use. "Hokage-sama, it may not be my place to ask, but why do we have the Kyubi Jinchuriki in one of my interrogation cells?" Ibiki questioned the elderly Kage, while observing the former blonde scarred face that almost rivaled his own. "Naruto Uzumaki is being held for filing a false report and conspiracy." The Sandaime responded with narrowed eyes. "I would never imagine that he of all people would be in here." A voice piped up behind the two men. What greeted the two was a woman with dazzling lavender hair tied that spiked up into an exotic, comb-like pattern in the back, while the rest of it cascaded down the sides of her face to end slightly below her jaw, with her leafetate tied securely to her forehead. Her skin was flawless and radiated with perfection. She wore little to no clothing at all. Instead, she wore nothing but a single transparent chainmail bodysuit covering her naked and sexy figure. She wore a tan trench coat that barely covered her breasts, where a snake thong hung around her neck by a thick cord, a dark orange skirt that barely defied the word mini. Below that, her shins were covered up by hazy white shin guards and navy blue shinobi sandals. "Enko, how nice of you to join us." Ibiki's cool voice greeted his subordinate. "Same to you, you old grizzly bear." Enko greeted her boss with a happy wave, but then directing her attention to the Hokage, the playful look on her face disappeared. "Now, Hokage-sama, the brat is in for those 2 crimes. Isn't that room a little excessive? It was built for Jounin-level prisoners, after all. I'd rather it be overkill for a genin of his condition, rather than risk of him escaping." "What do you mean by that? Is the furry bastard inside him influencing his actions?" Enko demanded. "Or do you think a Wagakure turned him into a sleeper agent?" Ibiki suggested. "Kami only knows." Sarutobi sighed out. "Well, Blondie, you sure got yourself in a deep shit this time." Ishikawa boredly commented within Naruto's head. "No shit, Ishikawa. This is like a kick to the nuts. One minute, I'm thanking Haku and the others for watching the kids, and then I find myself bound, stripped butt-ass naked, sprayed down with a damn high-powered water jutsu, got my fingernails clipped, thrown into this prison jumpsuit, then chained down onto the floor and encased in a chakra-draining device." Naruto bitterly retorted. This is not unexpected, Ninjen. The bearded monkey has clearly figured out your ruse. Juggin bluntly said. Well, this is bad, isn't it? Naruto calmly replied to the sentient eyeball, a little too calmly for Ishikawa's opinion. Bad. Damn it, Blondie. The freaking Hokage had you bound and chained. And right outside is the infamous Ibiki Marino who will skull fuck you until he gets what he wants. A smoking hot chick that looks like she could castrate you with her nails. And no doubt, a freaking Yamanaka will come to probe your brain. But feeling the former full blonde shrug at the mere thought, the deceased Kemizuru blinked in surprise, but then a grin came to his face. Okay, what's the plan? Before Naruto could reply, the door to the room opened. Ask Juggin, he'll fill you in. Naruto replied before giving his full attention to the four people walking into the room. The first was the Hokage himself. The second was a scarred, scary-looking man. The third was an attractive woman. And finally, the fourth was Inoichi Yamanaka himself. Well, it looks like the Hokage himself has come to interrogate me. I must say it's an honor. He sarcastically said to him. Even in chains, you are still disrespectful. Sarutobi brushed his words away in response. Now, Naruto, do you even know why you're here? No. Now where's my freaking stuff? Ibiki answered in the Hokage's stead. Relax, Uzumaki. Whatever equipment you had coming in is in a secure and safe location. They better not touch my freaking sword. Naruto warned the group. I'm sure they won't, the Hokage promised him. In the Umbu storage room that was neatly stocked with confiscated equipment ranging from kunai, flak vests, and hitates from almost every major village to a few minor ones as well, and even a Zanbatsu here and there. But the newest additions baffled the rookie members of the Umbu force, and some of the senior members were scratching their heads in confusion. Now, where in the 9 levels of hell did the brat get this thing? A hawk-masked Umbu member asked, holding in his hands the Hanya mask that haunted his, among a few other veterans' dreams. The reports say that a Wagakure managed to produce 10 berserkers during the war, and once one of those bastards were taken down, their masks blew them, and everyone within 100 feet of them, to the afterlife. Hell if I know, boss, a snake-masked member replied. But what they say about Uzumaki is true. He has defied the odds before, and will continue to do so again and again. But the question now lies with his loyalty. A bear-masked member said, he's here under conspiracy and falsifying a report. Ibiki himself thinks that he's a sleeper agent or something like that. Now, Anko, Inoichi, and Lord Hokage himself are going to find out his loyalties one way or the other. I honestly hope they find him guilty. It would be nice to see the demon hang. A pig-masked rookie Umbu member butted in while twirling Henden Ryoko by the hilt in his right hand. I agree. An elephant-masked rookie member agreed with his colleague as he observed the bracers. For too long, that little menace has tortured us with his evil stench. And now that he has slipped up, Lord Hokage will have no choice but to put him down. Watch what you say, you little bastards, the snake-masked Umbu member hissed at the rookies. You both may be new, but that is no excuse for bad-mouthing one of Konoha's heroes. Now put that stuff back where you found it. Looking at Taka, Hawk, as he said this, the man nodded and placed the Hanya mask back on the mask rack that contained several hunter ninja masks from Kirikiri. Scoffing in response, the pig-masked member unsheathed the katana and gave it a few practice swings. That won't matter, Hebe. Snake, soon the demon will die. And this magnificent sword shall be me dash. The rookie didn't even get a chance to finish when his right hand, his dominant and sword hand, exploded into a shower of bone and cartilage. He stood stark still for 10 seconds, looking at his new stump and the extremely sharp, bloody blades protruding from the hilt of the sword, and then back again he let out a horrified scream of agony. His scream soon caused a small chain reaction. It startled the elephant-masked rookie, causing him to accidentally slip his thumb over the trigger device within the gauntlet. And because he was practically looking over the slot that held the hidden blade, he met his end when the blade shot out with a soft click, piercing through his left eye and lodging itself into his brain. That caused the bear-masked member to jump back in surprise and accidentally knocked into one of the shelves containing various types of weapons. The weight of his muscular body caused it to rock back, then caused the gigantic Zanbato, Zabuzes to be exact, to fall on Taka. Luckily for him, the flat of the blade landed squarely on his right foot, causing him to scream and clutch it while hopping up and down. Normally, this would have been an amusing scene, but he unfortunately slammed into the wall, causing the right side of the shelf to snap off, resulting in an iron box with shuriken locked within it to fall on his head, then an iron helmet, another iron box, an anchor, and finally what looked to be loose change. Little to say, he was completely knocked unconscious with an animated lump on the top of his head. Once the chaos was done and over with, the two unharmed shinobi quickly burst into action. The bare-masked Umbu member immediately went get a medic, while Hebe stopped the pig-masked rookie from bleeding out. Damn it all to hell, how am I going to explain this mess? He griped to himself before looking over at the bloody sword and watched the spikes that took the rookie's hand snap back into the hilt. He was definitely not going to touch anything in that room ever again. Back in the room, the interrogation wasn't going as well as the Hokage had hoped. Whatever question he asked was met with a wall of sarcasm. When he gave up, Abiki was the one who stepped in. So far, it wasn't bearing any fruit. Uzumaki, I recommend that you tell us information we wish to know. I do not want to sick ankle on you, the Scar Man said to him. And I'm telling you this, Scarface, I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto calmly replied. Come on, Abiki, let me at him. I'll get some information out of his whether he likes it or not. Anko complained to her boss, and cracking her knuckles in emphasis to her favorite way of getting what she wanted. I took several hundred beating within this village alone, and an extra 100 when IWA took my body. I'm sorry, Miss Interrogator, but any kind of pain you inflict on me would be useless. A cocky little brat, aren't you? The lavender-haired Kanochi said. Slamming her hands onto the table, she stared straight at his face and gave him her most intimidating glare that made many grown men wet themselves in fear. But Naruto, he just gave her a bored look, exactly like the one he gave Irika in math class. For Kami's sake, this kid is cool as ice. I try to please Miss Interrogator. Naruto gave her a cocky smile, which just seemed to irritate her. Quit trying to butter me up, brat. We're trying to interrogate you. Well, it's a little hard not to give you a compliment, Miss Interrogator. After all, you haven't chained me up, sick the Umbu to arrest me, or have orders to fly into my head should all else fail. The blonde replied as he glared at the three men within the room. Slamming his hand onto the table, the Sandaime Hokage stood to his feet and peered into his surrogate grandson's blue eyes. I know you are, and have been lying to me, Naruto, and I'm ashamed of you for becoming a hypocrite. I haven't been lying. Do not give me that boy. Sarutobi glared at him. You submitted a false report that would have brought us to war with IWA once again. But most importantly, you can't be trusted. There's a month in your life that is completely unaccounted for where you've changed from a bright and happy boy to this emotionless assassin with skills he shouldn't even possess. In response to the old man's shoddy reasoning, Naruto gave him the dullest stare imaginable. Really, that is the main reason I'm here, because I can't be trusted and having an assortment of skills that I shouldn't even have? Old man, it is a ninja's duty to become stronger to protect his village. If that's a crime, then I'm clearly guilty. Hokage-sama, Inoichi spoke up for the first time since the interrogation began. I believe this is as far as we can go without actually using extreme physical measures on him. It's time we enter his mind and find out what we need to know. I would disregard that action, Mr. Yamanaka, Naruto said in a surprising, respectful tone. Other than your daughter, I hold a decent amount of respect for your clan and what they have done to protect the village for 15 generations. But I warn you that if you dive into my mind, you and anyone else that accompanies you will regret it. We will take the risks, Naruto. Hiruzen authority responded. Inoichi, begin the process. Ibiki, please call in Tanbo Tobitake, Mizuku, and Shimon Hijiri. Silently nodding at the command, both elite jounin started their process for Inoichi's mind-reading technique. As the Yamanaka placed his right hand on Naruto's forehead and placed his left hand onto the Hokage's forehead to transfer their spirits into the young Jinchuriki's mind, three Chunin-level shinobi appeared behind the curved stone, gathered their chakra to their hands, and placed their hands onto the seals. I'm sorry to do this, Naruto, but we need to find out the truth. Inoichi apologized. Just be prepared for what you're about to see. Naruto warned him, and then shutting his eyes, the mind probing began. When both Inoichi and Hiruzen opened their eyes, both were surprised to see that Naruto's mind resembled a prison. Inoichi was especially surprised, since from his years of looking into other people's minds, he expected the genin to have something acute to a sewer instead of a prison. "This is quite unexpected," he commented. "Indeed," Sortobi agreed as he surveyed the surrounding area. "Tell me, Inoichi, what we should expect within Naruto's mind." His eyes peering down the straight hallway, the Yamanaka proceeded to walk down the single corridor with caution. "Honestly, I'm unsure about this one, Hokage-sama," Inoichi admitted. "Naruto, he is a complex individual. While his mindscape appears to be simply designed, it could be an elaborate hoax to throw us off." Nodding in agreement, Sarutobi followed the experienced mind walker down the long hallway. They found nothing for several long minutes, at least until the elderly Kage silently went over to what looked to be a blue door. "Inoichi, I may be a little rusty, but do the blue doors symbolize sad memories?" "I'm afraid not. The blue doors symbolize a happy memory. Here, let me show you." The special Jonin responded by opening the door, and were greeted with the memory of a young Naruto eating his first bowl of ramen. After shutting the door, the Yamanaka went over a red door. This, however, is a bad memory. Repressing a sigh, the Sandame turned his head to see that there were more red doors than blue ones. But to his surprise, there were a few gray ones and 4 pink ones as well. "What about the ones over there?" He pointed them out. The gray ones are memories that he forgot about, or repressed for one reason or another. And the pink ones, well, I personally like to call them interesta. When Inoichi saw his leader raise an eyebrow, he clarified what he meant. "Bluntly, my lord, they are potential love interests." "Are they now?" "Now, this is something I have to see." With his curiosity piqued, the professor went to open one of them. When he firmly clasped his hand on the doorknob, the entire floor underneath the two shinobi literally disappeared underneath their feet and plummeted down into the darkness. It took a few minutes for the 2 high-level shinobi to reach the bottom. Normally, a fall like that would have ejected them from Naruto's mindscape, but he wanted to personally confront them on his questionable loyalty. The 2 heard the snap of someone's fingers, and the entire area was bathed in bright light. Well, you 2 actually did it." Naruto greeted them. Opening their eyes, the 2 shinobi saw that he was still in his prison garbs, but was sitting in what looked like a very comfortable chair with a pure oak desk in front of him and absolute darkness behind him. "Please take a seat. We have much to discuss." "We have nothing to discuss, Naruto," Sarutobi responded as 2 wooden chairs materialized in front of the desk. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but we are not going to stop until we find what we came here for. Please make this easy on all of us and come out with the truth," Inoichi said. "And I fully plan on doing that. Listen, we're all busy people, so let's just stop beating around the bush. Go ahead, start asking me questions, and I'll honestly answer anything you ask." The black-streaked blonde replied. "What exactly has happened to you? What happened to the smiling boy who kept shouting how he was going to be Hokage someday?" "That dream has not died, old man, which is one thing that has not changed about me," Naruto calmly answered. "But the reason I'm like this is quite simple. After all, death can change a person's views on life." Still claiming that you came back from death itself, Naruto, this was not amusing the first time. And it wasn't pleasant when Kakashi drove his ultimate assassination technique through my chest, Naruto bitterly retorted as he unbuttoned the top of his prison jumpsuit and revealed the wound he received on the wave mission. "Now, I'm no expert, but a lightning-covered arm through the heart is supposed to kill a man." Not missing his opportunity to try and poke his logic full of holes, Sarutobi countered Naruto's story with his own. "Then how do you explain the month-long absence from the rest of Team 7's and Zabu's testimony? The room your body was in was covered in gore when your body exploded. Now how can you explain that?" "That is something I cannot fully explain, because even I don't exactly understand how that happened. But I believe I was reborn, and my sheer awesomeness blew my crappy old self to pieces." "That is probably the dumbest thing I have ever heard," Inoichi thought to himself. But despite himself, he opened his mouth to ask his question. "Then what happened?" "The reports say that after an entire month to recover and finish the bridge, Team 7 and company spotted you on top of the sign named after you, and dressed in stone clothing to boot. Where were you? And how did you get those clothes? That is unfortunately something I can easily answer. Naruto replied in a remorseful voice that honestly surprised both Inoichi and the Hokage. After I came back to life, I ran away, and I didn't stop until what I believe was 50 miles away from Tezuna's home, and I trained. I trained for 2 weeks until I came across these two missing shinobi standing over a slaughtered fox family. And long story short, I engaged them both in a long, grueling battle and came out on top in the end. I find this extremely hard to believe, Naruto. Hiruzen voiced out his displeasure at the pure lie. To him at least, his surrogate grandson was telling him. But since you seem to have all the answers, I guess you can explain how you came to possess the knowledge to perform a vast collection of Earth-style ninjutsu. I believe I can help with that. A laid-back voice alerted them. Turning around, the two mind invaders saw a 19-year-old teenager with shaggy neck-length brown hair, bored brown eyes, and was above average in physical fitness. He wore black cargo pants, black sandals, a black long-sleeve shirt that was missing its right sleeve, and Chunin flak vest. Giving the Leaf Ninja a dull smile and wave, he introduced himself. Hello, Leaf Shinobi. I am Ishikawa Kamizuru, the Killer Hornet of Awagakure. It's a pleasure to meet the both of you. The reaction to Ishikawa's presence went as anticipated. Both Sarutobi and Inoichi went on red alert and withdrew two kunai from their holsters and immediately went onto the defensive. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? The Hokage demanded. Oh my, where are my manners? Mr. Yamanaka, Lord Hokage, I would like you to meet Ishikawa Kamizuru. He's the one who mutilated my face. I killed him, and now he's a ghost whose mission is to help me with my role in this world. Naruto introduced his resident ghost, with his voice absolutely dripping with dry sarcasm. We're cool, though. You have a ghost in your head. A ghost of a stone shinobi of the nearly extinct Kamizuru clan. Naruto, do you realize how unbelievable this is? Inoichi bellowed at the black-streaked blonde. You see him with your own eyes, Mr. Yamanaka, but please put your kunai away. I don't think he can harm you with being dead and all. Indeed, I can't. Ghost cannot mold chakra. But gentlemen, please, let's put the weapons down before this becomes too troublesome for all of us. The deceased Kamizuru yawned out, which disturbingly reminded the Leaf Shinobi of the male Nara clan members. How do we know that we can even trust you? The Hokage carefully asked, palming his face in response and muttering about paranoid old people. Ishikawa slowly raised his right hand and placed it above his heart. For what it's even worth to you people, I promise that I will not deceive you, nor anything else that I can think of at this time. Seriously, what the hell can I do to your paranoid idiots? Ishikawa, please don't insult my interrogators. Now tell them how I came to learn a good amount of Earth ninjutsu. Naruto drawled out. Yeah. Keep your pants on, Blondie. Ishikawa boredly replied as he stuck his right pinky finger in his ear. Now I'm not going to beat around the bush. After Blondie here killed me, he went all Hunter Ninja on me, or Umbu, or whatever you want to call Black Ops Force. Using only a kunai, he dissected my and Muka's corpses, and after rummaging through our guts, he learned our ninjutsu techniques. From me, he learned, I think 12 of my various ninjutsu techniques, and from that jackass Muka, he learned only 2 water ninjutsu and that umbrella ninjutsu thing. Well, there you go. You heard it from the lazy ass's mouth. Fuck you too, Blondie. Wait. Naruto, how did you even know how to do that? But most importantly, Hiruzen brought his attention to Ishikawa. How do you know 2 of my jutsus? Huh? Oh, sorry, but you'll have to be more specific, old dude, because I know a lot about Earth ninjutsu. I'm talking about my Earth Dragon Bomb and my Great Mud River techniques. Wait a freaking second. Is that the main reason why I'm here? Over 2 stupid ninjutsu techniques. Naruto angrily bellowed out. Shut up, Blondie. If you continue on yelling, it'll just be a bigger hole for your grave, or something like that. Ishikawa barked at his killer before glaring at the Sandaime Hokage. And you, how dare you even claim those techniques as your own? Those 2 particular ninjutsu were created and mastered by a multitude of hard-working stone shinobi born before me. Now, I may be dead, but I'll be damned that I'll have you of all people boasting that you created Ho's 2 techniques. And you're just digging my grave faster. Naruto drawled at the ghost. I think I've seen what I wanted to see, Naruto, Hiruzen announced, which caused the two to turn their heads towards him. And it is with a heavy heart that I must announce that you're too large a threat, and that I must seal up your memories and newfound abilities until I've deemed that you're mature enough before he could continue, let alone go through with his decision. A black beam shot out of the darkness behind Naruto and impacted between the Hokage and Inoichi. I can't let you do that, you hairless ape. A dark, eerie voice echoed within the room. Almost robotically, Naruto smiled and snapped his fingers. The darkness behind him faded to reveal, to the elder shinobi's horror, Kyuubi's cage. Even though the great fox glaring at them with his crimson eyes nearly made their hearts stop, it didn't compare to the mass of black tentacles gripping on the cage and an otherworldly crimson eye glaring down at them. WWH in Kayami's Nami, Inoichi barely managed to stutter out in shock and horror. Mr. Yamanaka, Hokage-sama. I would like you to meet my Juggin eye, but I call him Juggin for short. Naruto introduced his 2 superiors to the demonic eyeball within his mind, while casually having his third eye open himself up on his forehead, much to Inoichi's disgust. Ah, look at his face. Nice one, dude. Ishikawa laughed at the green-faced Yamanaka. Puffed, you idiotic ninjas will do anything for a laugh. Kyuubi's malicious voice echoed within their ears. Hurry and be done with this senseless jabber. I want to go back to sleep. All you do is sleep, you giant furball. Were you a cat? Do not compare me to the Nibby, you ignorant whelp. Who said I was comparing you to the 2 tails? Naruto barked at the giant fox. This led into a shouting match between both Biju and Jinchuriki, leaving both Sarutobi and Inoichi to stare dumbfounded at them, especially when Ishikawa was dragged in with them. If anyone asked them yesterday what they would have expected during Naruto's interrogation, both of them would have expected for him to cave within the first 10 or 20 minutes. But instead, they both found out that he held not 1, not 2, but 3 beings inside him, and he was comfortable with it. Insane to boot. It would simply be unbelievable if it wasn't Naruto, the boy who defied logic itself. Eventually, the arguing turned into roughhousing. For whatever reason, Ishikawa grabbed Naruto by the neck and began to comically wrangle him like a cartoon character, only for the black-streaked blonde he'd kick him in the stones, and soon they both fell to the floor trying to strangle each other. That action caused the 2-leaf shinobi to sweat drop in realization that maybe Sane was pushing it. Naruto, Sarutobi cleared his throat in order to get their attention. I believe that you still need to answer our questions. Pushing the brown-haired stone Chunin off him, Naruto brushed the imaginary dirt off him and retook his seat. Yeah, I haven't forgotten. Let me guess, the next question is why I have an eyeball embedded inside my forehead. When they both nodded, Naruto sighed out in what appeared to be exhaustion. Very well, but I doubt you will believe me. Try us, Inoichi challenged. Fine, when I died, I was brought back to life by the Shinigami himself to become his avatar of death. And for my life, I must kill 3 others, plus any others he wants dead in exchange for it. And Juggin here is a tool that he gifted me to help me do it. Naruto sheepishly replied, which caused the 3 occupants within his mind to sweat drop at his bluntness. Words cannot describe the nonsense I just heard. Sarutobi replied in a deadpan voice. It's unfortunately true, you old monkey. Shinigami-sama told me that if I steer this little dude in the right direction and do something else, I get to go to the rightful place that ain't hot and damning. Ishikawa spoke up on Naruto's behalf while sticking his pinky fingers in his ear. Taking the insult in stride, for now, the Sandame sighed in frustration, which Inoichi mirrored as well. Things were definitely getting out of hand. What they both expected was a simple mind probe with the possibility of either erasing or suppressing whatever influence on him turned into an absolute nightmare. Not only did they learn that he had a ghost haunting him, but that he resided inside him along with a demonic eye. Say we do believe you, Inoichi said to get their attention. And I'm not saying we do what exactly you expect to happen next, that we forgive you for lying and let you off scot-free. I think not, Naruto. You are right. I don't expect to get off scot-free, and I fully expect to be punished. Naruto replied a little too calmly for their tastes. And for that I wish to enter a plea bargain. Trust me, they will be worthwhile to the village and reasonable, I assure you. What exactly do you have to offer us, especially when we hold all the cards? Sarutobi clasped his hands in front of his face. Well, as long as you keep the end of our bargain, no harm will come to anyone in the Leaf unless it's in self-defense, and I will happily share any and all information about Iwa's Berserker research and whatever you want on Ring. And I can verify what you want to know. I may not have been high up on the hierarchy, but I have heard whispers of them starting up their research once again, and my summons reporting to me one of the locations within my former home. How do I know that I can trust you? You have lied to me before like a hypocrite. Sarutobi emphasized the last word, and he saw Naruto's eyes slightly twitch in response. Consider us, even for you lying to me for nearly 13 years. Naruto growled in response. After several seconds of silence, the old Hokage sighed out loudly. I cannot do that, Naruto. What I see is nothing more than insanity at work. You're unstable. In fact, I see this as nothing but an elaborate mind game created by you and the nine-tailed fox. I won't negotiate with you, and I have a good mind to contact Water Country and send Zabuza and his companions back for immediate execution. You can't do that. Naruto slammed his fists onto the desk in a rare show of fury since they entered his mind. Gone was his cool and calculating persona, and in his place was the angry genin that Kakashi described during that bandit massacre. Like a Naruto, while I may not like the Mizukage, I'm not above sending deserved criminals to their deaths. And yet you showed that bitch of a matron neglect me to the point of starvation, and those who actually tried to kill me on my birthday mercy. They should have been jailed or executed, but I see them walking free and smiling at me, knowing that there was nothing I could do about it. Tell me, old man, where is the justice in that? Those were civilians, and they were tried and convicted in a civilian court. It was out of Hokage-sama's hands, Naruto. Inoichi reluctantly defended what happened to the civilians. Oh sure, let the bigots decide the so-called hero's fates for abusing an innocent child. I'm sorry, Mr. Yamanaka, but I'm not naive enough to not notice the deep corruption within the civilian council. Watch your tone, boy. I will not have you bad-mouth the people on the council. Hiruzen warned him. Open your eyes, old man. Naruto seethed angrily. Don't you see that they are rotting this village from the inside out? Did you ever in your life think that something was seriously wrong during the times you've signed those papers? Have you even checked the village's finances? What exactly are they going towards? Tell me that. That is enough, Naruto. I have heard what I wanted, and I have determined that you are untrustworthy, a liar and traitor to the Leaf. It's with a heavy heart that your chakra will be sealed off, your memories erased, that if it even exists, torn out, and you'll be sent to the Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. That's bullshit, man. If I were alive, I would kill you for this, you shitty old man. Ishikawa exploded in a rare form of fury. Damn it, Shinigami. Turn this stupid, transparent form of mine solid for 1 minute. I want to leave my mark on this monkey prick. You dare threaten me? Juggin roared as the pupil of his gigantic eye glowed with unholy black energy. I may not like this whelp, but he provided me his very own body so that I may live in this world. Now I will return the favor so that I may go on living. Despicable whelps, you dare threaten me. Kyuubi maliciously growled at the two shinobi. I will not be further sealed away because of my container. I will kill you all before that happens. And before anyone could react, his foul red chakra flooded out of his cage. But before either party could even attack each other, everyone was suddenly weighed down by an extreme force. It smothered them, made their breath fall short, their spines tingle, the hair stand on the back of their necks, and an insane feeling of death coursing through their entire beings. Then descending from the dark ceiling was a being larger than Kyuubi himself. From his purple emancipated skin to the two horns on his head showed the two experienced shinobi that this was an otherworldly being. His long bone white hair that flowed down to the giant's knees blew from his intense power, as well as his baggy white yukata. Opening his mouth full of sharp dagger-like teeth, he spoke in a voice that would haunt the Leaf shinobi's dreams for the rest of their lives. To think I was supposed to intervene again within the realm of the living, Naruto, you just cannot stay out of trouble. He spoke clearly despite the gigantic dagger held between his teeth. Shinigami, I apologize for you to intervene. I honestly thought I could handle this. Naruto apologized to the Kami of Death in a familiar tone. But can you please explain to these two that I'm more or less innocent on their charges, and that what I've been saying is true? Please, Lord Shinigami. I'm getting pretty tired of hearing this arguing, especially with this old jackass and his lapdog. Ishikawa pleaded. Sighing loudly for all to hear, Shinigami told both Inoichi and Hiruzen exactly what happened after Naruto died. The Kami of Death explained that he knew that Naruto's death was premature. How he removed a suppressing seal hat stunted his development, him granting the former full blonde with his katana, and finally deeming him as his avatar of death, where he served him and him alone until their contract was fulfilled, not that he told them of the targets or the bloodline within Noichi's presence. I don't believe this, Sarutobi whispered out in denial. And that is why you fail, Shinigami said before looking over to his avatar. This is the last time I become involved in humanly matters such as this. Next time, cover your tracks better. I expect more from you. I promise that nothing more will happen, Shinigami. I believe that I got my point across for these two. Naruto replied as the great deity faded away into the realm of purgatory. Now on to you two. I believe we have a little deal to discuss. Naruto, Sarutobi tried to find some sort of logic at what just happened. He looked to Inoichi, his eyes begging the man to tell him it was just a mind trick, but the veteran mind walker only shook his head. That was not any type of mind trick. No one could create something like that, and he entered the minds of psychopaths on more than one occasion in his career. So with a defeated sigh, the Hokage continued, What is it you want? I don't want anything big. Despite the bullshit you put me through, I want to help you. Naruto replied with pure honesty in his voice. I will still give you the information about Wagakure's Berserker program, and whatever I can about Amigakure. But in return, I want you to keep the promises made to me. And I implore you to look into the Civilian Council. You need to remind them that they should be involved in civilian matters and not shinobi matters. In fact, look closely at your paperwork because those stacks shouldn't even be that high. Inoichi raised a blonde eyebrow, especially when he mentioned these promises again. Turning his head, he saw his leader darting his eyes up and down, a nervous tic that most of the Yamanaka clan knew about. My lord, now, I may have no say in this, but this sounds like an offer that you cannot refuse. It sounds far too good to be true. Damn it, quit being stupid. How long have you known the kid? From what I've seen, he's okay for a leaf shinobi. So give the little guy some credit, damn. Ishikawa responded to the Hokage's doubts, while not so subtly insulting them all in general. I see why he's hesitating. The pitiful ninjin has to follow protocol. My container has to go under watch from his Umbu forces like the former Miss Shinobi for an undetermined amount of time. And that will take Team 7 off the roster until further notice, plus it will draw attention from that council of his. Juggin announced Sarutobi's nervousness after reading his mind. How the hell can you do that? Aren't we already in my mind? Naruto questioned his sentient eye. It's better not to question these things, whelp. Just hurry up and get these two out of here so I can sleep. Kyubi growled out at their lollygagging. Fine. Naruto rolled his eyes at his lazy tenant. All right, I believe I can do something for all of us to come out on top. Simply put, you guys know I'm not a threat. Just place me with Zabuza for a week, give Team 7 and Guy a week off, and order those involved in this to stay silent. All right, Naruto. I will give you a week of confinement with Zabuza, but only on the condition that you have a monthly session with Inoichi. And be honest with me. No more lies from the both of us. Okay. Deal, old man. Not more lies, that is a promise. Well, now that you're both done with your little pissing contest, get the hell out of here. Juggin roared at the two intruders. Unholy purple energy flared within his pupil. He blasted out a shock wave of energy that struck the two-leaf shinobi and sent them out of Naruto's mindscape. After they left, Ishikawa sighed in relief. Damn it, Blondie, that was close. If Shinigami-sama didn't spend a few precious minutes to terrify the crap out of them, you would have been screwed. No shit, Ishikawa. I probably used the rest of my luck for the year. Naruto responded. He was tired, scratched that he was exhausted. If someone told him that he would have to use his acting skills to keep a straight face, While being interrogated by the head of the Yamanaka clan and the Hokage himself, he would have laughed. But after what he went through, he definitely wasn't laughing. You're not out of the woods yet, boy. You still have to visit that Mindwalker monthly, and I'm not thrilled at having his kind poke around in here. Juggin voiced his opinion on the little deal his container agreed to. I know you're not happy about it, but if he tries anything funny, I'll let you do whatever you want to him. Good no Ninjin. Now get the hell out of here, so I can sleep. Kyubi growled out before he closed his eyes. Yeah, later, Fuzzy. Naruto flipped the giant fox the bird and faded from his mind. Damn it, woman, let me in. Sasuke bellowed at the old crone. I'm sorry, Sasuke-chan, but I'm under strict orders to not allow anyone to interfere with the Hokage's orders. The elderly Umbu secretary apologized to the Uchiha. You don't understand. My teammate was hauled off for no good reason. Come on, Mai. Please let me in, I need to dash. That is enough, Sasuke-chan. Mai's normally friendly tone turned ice cold. She then took off her thick glasses to reveal narrow, cold black eyes. I'm sorry, young one, but this is out of my hands. But it is quite all right, Sasuke. An equally elderly voice interrupted Sasuke's useless bantering. Turning his head, the Uchiha was surprised to see the Hokage himself step out into the secretarial room. The elderly man smiled. I am sorry for worrying you. It's not a problem, Hokage-sama. Sasuke bowed at the leader of the village. But what exactly is going on? Why did you have my teammate arrested? It was a mistake on my part. Hiruzen admitted. I'm not going to lie, Sasuke. Naruto was suspected of treason. The evidence was not in his favor. But when Inoichi probed his mind, we found nothing that proved him to be a traitor. Then he's off the hook, right? He's not going off to Konoha's strict correctional facility, if that's what you're asking. But he won't be joining you or the team for an entire week. Why is this dash? It's protocol, Sasuke. Sarutobi's voice stopped the Genin from continuing. While Naruto isn't in trouble anymore, he still has to be under watch determining on his current threat level. And since he is a mere Genin, it won't be long until he will be back with the team again. Sasuke barely held in a smirk. Sometimes he forgot why the Hokage was nicknamed the Professor. Granted, Hiruzen didn't even think of the plan. But as they say, ignorance is bliss, and for Sasuke's sake, Hiruzen was going to let him think whatever he wanted to. Very clever Hokage-sama. I just hope that I could at least see him from time to time. I'm sure it can be arranged. The old fire shadow eyed the secretary, who calmly nodded before she pulled out some paperwork. Thank you, my lord. I won't hold you up any further. Bowing towards them, both the Uchiha wasted no time in leaving. Nodding at the secretary, Sarutobi bid her a good day and left to do a few more duties around the village. Good Kami, what a mess. My side out, Naruto-chan was wrongly convicted, and while I'm grateful it was smoothed out, it could have been worse. Political nightmare worse. You have it easy, Shika. Dear Chan, all you have to worry about is your family, a risky mission here and there, and the lack of clouds in the sky. You're right about that, Captain, and it's just the way I like it. A lazy male voice agreed as he literally emerged out of the small dark corner of the room near the door, revealing a deer mask that obscured his face. It would be a few hours later until Hiruzen arrived back at his office, and surprised the paperwork piled up again. But this time, he was ready. Oh, he was absolutely ready for the menace that plagued him for half his life. Pulling one of the sheets up to his old, but sharp eyes, he scanned each letter of every sentence. He saw that it was a request for a shipment of food for one of the stores, a harmless request, but he looked closer in between the lines. To his surprise, there was also a request for money, a hefty sum of money that should not have been needed for a shop as successful as he personally seen it rise from a stand to a shop. Setting it to the side, Sarutobi picked up the next sheet of paper. This time, it was a request for a home expansion for Councilman Gendo Hikari, one of the village's weapons dealers. Once again, he read in between the lines and saw that it was a demand for him to get a share of Hiroshi Higarashi's profits from his shop, despite that the crippled shinobi was an independent store owner, unlike Gendo's chain of weapon and clothing shops. He then read a report on how 2 of his Umbu Black Ops members were injured, one losing his hand and having to be retired because of it, one with a cracked skull, a broken foot, and a concussion. He would recover in a few weeks, but it was unfortunate to lose him for that period of time. And finally, the last one was dead in the storage room of all things. And it was thanks to Naruto's belongings, too. Man, what a pain. And he continued on for 2 hours, not even halfway through the gigantic pile. Sarutobi was growing furious. He took deep pride at having a calm, level head, and he could only name 5 instances when he lost his temper. The first was the loss of his sensei to the Kinkaku force during the Second Great Shinobi War. The second was when his sensei's sword, the Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God, was stolen by the traitor Aoi Rokusho. The third time was the loss of his wife during Kyuubi's rampage in secret, of course. And he didn't blame Naruto for it either, mind you. The fourth time was him bellowing at his son, Asuma, for leaving Konoha to pursue his personal interests. And the final time was the complete anger and disgust at himself for failing to stop his favorite student from fleeing the village and becoming one of the most infamous criminals the village ever produced. Now, this would be the 6th time he would find himself nearly blind with rage. How long has this been going on? How long had his own council been squandering money from the village, destroying business rivals, performing more illegal activities than he wanted to admit? Before he could do anything rash, Hiruzen calmly breathed out of his mouth several dozen times. Then he brought his trusty pipe to his mouth, lit it with a small fire jutsu, and inhaled the sweet tobacco that calmed his nerves. I'm going to get them this. No one fucks with Hiruzen Sarutobi and gets away with it, he promised as smoke erupted from his nostrils like an angry bull. So, are we not going to talk about what the hell happened to the brat? Meizu asked Zabuza. Big trouble. That's all I know. The demon of the mist answered with a shrug as he laid down of their new couch. Then why are we in this new place? Not that I'm complaining, of course. Gozu questioned while he sat at the dinner table, trying and failing to hide his revulsion at the food the Umbu guys gave them. And he was kind of right. The new building they were in was larger than the one they were cramped in. It had more space, better furniture, rooms that they all could have for themselves, plus an extra one. That kind of confused them, but the men, easily passed it off for the Fox kids using it as their den until the Uchiha brat came back for them. Before Haku could tell them that they were wrong, again, several loud knocks caused her to cease those thoughts and went to answer it. Opening the door, she reeled back in surprise, seeing a heavily scarred male wearing gray sweatpants and a white t-shirt standing right in front of her. But then catching her breath, the ice user saw familiar blonde hair with several black streaks in it and blue eyes staring right at her. Hey, Haku-chan, looks like we're roomies. Naruto happily greeted her. Naruto! Haku cried out in surprise, seeing him at their doorstep. Her eyes blinked away, the small tears forming, and she wrapped her arms around him, drawing him into a tight but comfortable hug. Hey, it's all right, Haku, I'm fine, really. Naruto awkwardly rubbed her back. It wasn't he that was making him feel uncomfortable, but the gaze of the demon trio as they looked upon the interesting scene. It looks like I have some explaining to do, don't I? He asked when the Fox kids joined in the staring. I believe you do, kid. Hurry on in before you sleep outside tonight. Zabuza growled at the new occupant. And while Naruto was explaining his situation to the people he was forced to share a place with, Hiruzen Sarutobi was busy observing the council in front of him. It was late at night, and most of them, mainly the civilians, were still in their pajamas. That was his plan from the beginning. After the old Kage saw the corruption with his own 2 eyes, he played the waiting game. He let the hours pass him by until it was extremely late, and then he ordered the Umbu Black Ops to gather the entire council for an emergency meeting. And with them all in his sights, all sleepy and unprepared, the kami of Shinobi was about to get his well-justified vengeance. Staring at the council, Hiruzen first took note of the civilian side. The first being Jindo Ikari, a very popular weapons merchant, but he paled in comparison to Hiroshi Higurashi, who didn't cut corners on his work. He viewed several other members of the council. Several of them were pretty dirty, but out of the bunch, only 2 didn't have any known crimes, but they could be clear of the chopping block for now. He then observed the shinobi members of the council. Out of the 10 seats, only 3 were empty. They consisted of the nearly extinct Uchiha clan, the dissolved Senju clan, and the Kurama clan, who gave up their position in shame due to dwindling numbers. That left only the Aburame, Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Inazuka, and of course Sarutobi clans to deal with shinobi matters. The Hokage didn't know, if any one of them were guilty, so he would wait to punish any of them once he found out. And that included his own clan if any of them were guilty of whatever crimes they did. But for now, that would come later. It was showtime. Do any of you know why you were summoned here? Hiruzen demanded. The first response was a loud yawn from Shikaka Nara, Konoha's master strategist and leader of the Nara clan. We don't, Hokage-sama. Would you mind telling us why we're here so we can get back to bed? Did I mention he was the laziest bastard in the entire village? Yeah, what is the big deal? One of the civilians, a wealthy food merchant, demanded. In response, Sarutobi gave them a predatory smile that caused some Inuzuka's spine to tingle. He reached into his robe, producing a small stack of papers, and flung them at the council. All of you are here for one thing, and that is to witness the judgment of several members of the council for embezzlement, falsifying reports, and treason. That's absurd. Who in their right minds would commit such a betrayal? Jindo demanded. One of them would be you, Jindo-san. Shibi Aburame, the leader of one of the 4 royal clans of Konoha, answered the weapons merchant in his monotone voice. It's all in between the fine print, cleverly disguised, but not impossible to spot for a shinobi. The same goes for Rufi Sanahana, a man who I thought I could trust to help run my businesses. Choza Akimichi glared at a pudgy, civilian council member, the wealthy food merchant to be exact. Choza-san, please let me exp yak. The pudgy council member was cut off from any explanation when the leader of the Akimichi clan gripped his entire body with his now gigantic right arm. The biggest man in the room would have succeeded in crushing his disloyal partner if it wasn't for the Hokage's killing intent preventing him from going through with it. Choza-san, I understand your anger, but I will not allow any bloodshed within these chambers. When he saw Rufi smiling is what looked like triumph, the Hokage animated it with his next sentence. Each and every single one of them will personally be interrogated by Ibiki Marino, and if they will be dealt with in a fitting manner. With a snap of his fingers, several Umbu Black Ops surrounded the 8 guilty civilian council members, their ninjados, or katanas poised at their throats. You can't do this! Jindo raged at the leader of the village. We are the civilian council. We have the most experience that the populace deserves. You need us. I need you like I need the endless migraines you put me through. Take them away from my sight. Sarutobi ordered his subordinates, and once they did via body flicker, a weight was finally lifted from his old shoulders as he turned towards the remaining council members. Surprisingly, it was Shikaku who was the first to speak since the entire ordeal started. Well, since you have delivered your judgment, I suppose that we should watch our backs as well. You would be correct. Hiruzen answered the Nara. In 1 week's time, we will hold an election for newer council members, ones that will have to go through various restrictions and tests, so an incident like this never happens again. His eyes hardened when he spoke the next words. And as of right now, I'm putting all requests on hold, and a team of my most loyal shinobi are going to go through the previous ones so I can find out if any more of you have deceived me. We understand, Hokage-sama. Inoichi Yamanaka, the leader of the Yamanaka clan and member of the torture and interrogation division of the Umbu, said in a neutral voice. But I wish you to know that my own clan has not deceived you in any way. But should that be the case, I will hold all responsibility for their actions and punish them accordingly. I too will deal with any members of my clan who wrong the village. Tsum, the leader of the Inuzuka clan and captain of the Ninkan division, promised her leader. The same will go with my clan as well. Hayashi Hyuga, another leader of the 4 royal clans of Konoha, promised in a neutral voice. Incidentally, it was the first time he spoke during that meeting. Good. You're dismissed until further notice. Pleasant dreams. Once the entire chamber was cleared, Sarutobi took out his pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it, and slowly breathed in the nicotine. Damn, did it feel good. Tenzo, I figured you would have some questions for me, he said after several moments. I do actually. A single member of the Umbu team strike team for that mission stepped out of the shadows. Normally I would never ask, but why weren't the members of the Elder Council notified of this meeting? Exhaling a stream of smoke from his nostrils, the Hokage happily answered him. It's because they would put up a fuss, telling me I was overreacting despite the evidence. Before his shinobi could ask another question, he lifted a finger to shush him. I know what you're thinking, They're going to have a hissy fit over this. I will deal with them when the time comes. But as for now, I'm going to enjoy myself with the day off. Now please head off to the T&I department. I'm sure your skills will be put to good use. Silently nodding, Tenzo disappeared in a small cloud of smoke, leaving behind a highly satisfied Sandame to plot his next plan of action. After the successful sting operation, Naruto was finishing up his tale of why he ended up with them. So wait, you're telling me that the Sandame arrested you over ninjutsu? Gozu asked with a raised eyebrow. And that there was a wild speculation about you being Iwagakure's sleeper agent? Meizu continued for his brother. And possessing skills that a genin should not possess. Zabuza finished for his companions. Kid, that is probably the dumbest thing I ever heard in my entire life. Naruto's scarred face scrunched up in annoyance. Or were they deaf, dumb, or nodded as the truth? It was due to a misunderstanding, paranoia, and a good amount of idiocy that I wound up here. Now, I'm not complaining since it's a light sentence, but we're going to be roomies for the time being, so I hope we don't kill each other before then. Puffed. Like we could kill each other. Seriously, kid, we can't take a piss without anyone knowing. Meizu growled in annoyance before pointing at the corner of the room. I know you're listening, you sick bastards. Ignore him. Gozu's sweat dropped at his little brother's idiocy. We've been confined for so long that some of us are going stir-crazy. He indicated towards his obviously disturbed sibling, some more than others. You two are just being wimps. I'm perfectly fine. Zabuza leaned back in the couch at his boasting. Then why so I hear the wails of a little girl every single night from your room? Haku spoke up for the first time with a mischievous grin that matched the two fox kits. Every night I hear, "Oh Kubikurabocho, oh Kubikurabocho, I miss you, my darling blade." That's a lie and you know it. The demon of the mist roared in denial. Ha ha, Blondie, you have no idea how much I'm enjoying myself. Ishikawa laughed in glee when the demon brothers shrunk back in fear, and Haku's cute laugh echoed throughout the room at the dangerous man's misery. And I'm going to have so much fun here, Naruto thought with a smirk. 4 days later. Arf, I'm so bored. Naruto whined out from the backyard. Join the club, brat. Zabuza shouted from the inside of the house. 4 days passed since his incarceration, and Naruto found himself about to lose his mind. Not only was he not allowed to train physically, but he was also not allowed to do anything that was considered fun. There weren't any board games that any of them could occupy themselves with. Hell, there wasn't even a deck of cards. Whenever Sasuke came to visit, it only was for 15 lousy minutes, and that included Ichigo and Benaheim being escorted off the property once the Uchiha first arrived, the bastards. The only thing remotely entertaining was his interactions with his roommates. Gozu and Meizu somewhat entertained him by their hijinks when they were younger with what they called combination pranks. Some of them were good source material for future pranks he had in score for certain people in the village, but then they told him about all the people they cut into chunks with their gauntlets. Geez, he didn't need to know that kind of thing. Then there was Haku. Now she was pleasant to be around, with her cute smile, her melodious laugh. Hell, he even enjoyed it when she flicked the stray strand of hair from her face. He didn't know why, but being around her had a calming effect on the situation he was in, but it still didn't help cure his boredom, damn it. Finally, there was Zabuza. Quite frankly, the black-streaked blonde didn't know much about the scary man. Basically, all he had to go on was that he slaughtered an entire classroom of would-be genin when he was 8 years old. He became a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist and was a master of silent killing, water-based ninjutsu, and kenjutsu. That was it. Why don't you just go ask the big lug about his past? I couldn't hurt to ask, Ishikawa said within his head. Well, let's see. First he would say, it's none of your damn business, and then he would probably shove his foot up my ass for asking. Naruto dryly responded, I just think you're too sacred. But that doesn't surprise me that a ninjin is afraid of something. Juggin mocked his container. Shut eyeball, don't make me poke you. The preteen mentally barked back at the sentient eye. But as soon as that sentence left his mouth, he had to grit his teeth painfully when his third eye ravished his body with an untold amount of pain. Foolish idiot, that is what will happen if you or anyone pokes me. Your body will be racked in crippling pain, leaving you helpless as a newborn baby. Do you understand me, boy? Gah. All right, I get it. The black-streaked blonde sighed in relief when the pain stopped. After making a mental note to never ever threaten the eyeball with bodily harm again, he asked the sentient tool a question that had been bugging him for a while. Hey, Juggin, if that shit is going to happen, why don't you use your magical demon powers or whatever and combine yourself with a Kiro Shingen? Juggin briefly thought of sending another wave of pain into his container for that insulting question, but he figured it to be unnecessary. After all, it was just an innocent question. Boy, you're lucky I don't send another surge of pain through you for that question. But why don't you? Wouldn't you become the most powerful thing in the entire world? Listen, you've worked with tools before, right? Well, you cannot cut wood with a screwdriver in place of a saw. That is why I cannot combine myself with that dojutsu of yours. I'm just not designed to do it, so you're stuck with me on your forehead. Are you satisfied with my answer? I am actually. Thanks, Juggin. At least I know more about you than I thought I would. Well, later, I need to do something that will allow me to hold on to my sanity. After cutting the link, Naruto stood to his feet, stretched, and headed towards the house. Once inside, he was greeted by a member of the Umbu Black Ops. Damn it all, what do they want now? All right, stay calm. It was probably a summons from the Sandame or some other Umbu type of thing. Greeting, Umbu-san. What can I do you today? The head of the Yamanaka clan has instructed me to retrieve you. The masked shinobi answered. Let me guess, my mental evaluation? A mental evaluation? Is our new resident here crazy or something? Oh great. Why of all times did Zabuza have to bump into his personal business? That is classified information, Momochi-san. All you need to know is that Naruto-san needs to see him right away. Fine, take the brat and go. Oh, and before I forget, tell those assholes in your headquarters to prepare us some decent food. We're starving over here. The irritable demon of the mist griped at the masked leaf shinobi. We will see, the Umbu member said before he gripped Naruto's shoulder, and both disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Several minutes later, Naruto found himself within Inoichi Yamanaka's office within the Umbu headquarters. His hands were restrained to the iron arms of the chair. Along with his feet, a chakra draining tag was slapped to his jumpsuit, making him feel weaker than normal. He was not happy at all with being restrained, but it was procedure, and he asked not to be treated any differently lest any suspicion was aroused. The door opened behind him, and the footsteps of the owner of the office echoed until he reached his wooden desk. Uzumaki-san. Inoichi greeted his patient. Inoichi-san. Naruto nodded his head in greeting. We're on a first-name basis now. Interesting. Might as well be. You saw a good deal inside my head and cooperated into this charade. I guess you're right. Very well, Naruto-san. Inoichi nodded at him. Now, do you know what I'm going to do in this mental evaluation? Honestly, I don't. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Well, I'm going to dive into your mind for about an hour. And with your cooperation, we're going to root around in your memories. We're going to dig up some unpleasant ones, but it will help you with accepting and dealing with them with my help in the long run. I will also do anything else that may be appropriate. Very well, but promise me that if I don't want to confront something just yet, please respect my wishes. Trust me, I will be professional about this. Inoichi strolled over and placed his hand on Naruto's forehead to begin the session. Inside Naruto's mindscape. All right, where do we start? Naruto questioned Inoichi once they entered his mind. I was hoping to discover the sudden change in your behavior. I read up on the reports a few days ago, but I would like to learn the truth if you don't mind. Inoichi professionally responded as he pulled out a pen and small notepad. They weren't real. It was something his clan developed over the countless generations of mind, walking for them memorize particular memories of patients or prisoners. I did say I would cooperate. Just don't be too surprised when you see anything weird. The black-streaked blonde gestured towards one of the many red doors in his mind. Naruto, I've been into the minds of psychopaths. It would take more than what you have in here to faze me. The blonde special jonin gave the young man an assured grin. Inoichi opened the door and stepped inside before shutting it behind him. And so Naruto waited for 10 minutes. He whistled boredly while rocking back on his heels and toes. He was joined by Ishikawa 9 minutes into his waiting time. So, mind-probing time? The dead stone Chunin asked. Yep, Naruto answered. Do you actually feel you know him wiggling around in there? Actually, no. I always thought it would feel like some sword or worm wiggling around in my brain. Naruto admitted. He read up on the Yamanaka clan's abilities before his incarceration and thought how terrifying it was to be mind raped by a clan that could make you brain dead or into a mindless husk that could be reprogrammed. But instead, he felt absolutely nothing. It was just the professionalism in Noichi produced throughout the process that put him at ease. Really? Well, you ought to be careful. Back in IWA, one of our shinobi got into a scuffle with a member of that clan, and that Yamanaka guy messed him up. I mean, the dude had the IQ of one of our members, and he had to be put out of his misery. I mean, he could not control his own bowels, let alone form a single word. Hey, unlike you, I still have some sort of faith in my village. I trust Inoichi to be professional about this. You just know that QB and Juggin are watching the entire thing. And if he screws up, he gets eaten. Yeah, that too. After their conversation ended, the door to that particular memory opened and Inoichi emerged from it. The blonde Yamanaka's face was pale, his right eye twitching wildly, and his hair standing on end like he was electrocuted. How on earth are you still sane? He asked with an exasperated voice. Sanity is overrated. Naruto shrugged in response. Yeah, it really is. Ishikawa added his 2 cents. I should have known better than to ask the two of you. Inoichi rubbed the bridge of his nose to fight off a migraine. Good Kami Naruto sure knew how to push one's buttons. All right, I have the information I needed to gather on that subject, but now I want to investigate those gray memories of yours. Whoa, not a good idea, Inoichi-san. Those are gray for a reason. I chose to repress them for a reason, and I'd rather not bring up something that's long dead. Naruto waved his hands, signaling that it was absolutely not okay. All right, we will leave them alone for this session. But I do need to investigate one other door before this session is over with. Inoichi said, tapping on the notebook with his pencil. And I'm leaning towards one of the pink doors. None of them include your daughter. The black-streaked blonde deadpanned. I should hope not. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Ishikawa demanded. You think your precious little girl is too good for him? Huh, is that what this is? The fuck? Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering why the hell his ghost tenant was sounding like some cheesy gangster. Who? No. I said that because she has her sights set on Sasuke, and I'd rather not have Naruto go through unnecessary heartbreak. Inoichi answered with a straight face. Well, sorry to disappoint you, Inoichi-san, but I don't like your daughter. I never have and never will. And why not? This time it was Inoichi's turn to be offended. Because she is a bitch. She threw away a good friendship for a boy of all things, and is currently destroying her career by stalking the same exact boy. Naruto listed off the cold, hard truth. Naruto-san, that was back in the academy. She has changed since then. With Sasuke at the same time. Sasuke felt his spine tingle. Oh shit, that was not a good. That meant a fangirl was nearby. He knew it was only one because if it was 2 or more, the hair on the back of his neck would stand straight up. He turned his head towards the spot. He felt her unholy presence. Instead of seeing a female head, he saw nothing but a wooden fence. Turning his head towards the ground where the 2 fox kids were prancing around. It nearly put a smile on his face, seeing the 2 animals playing without a care in the world. And it was a shame his teammate could not be here to see it, but then again, he would have probably mauled the people secretly glaring at the 2 fox kids. Honestly, it was becoming annoying. Sure, the QB attack was still pretty raw, and if it wasn't for his presence, he figured they would have been impaled on pikes, but it was ridiculous. He then heard a rustle and snapped his head toward a nearby bush. There was still nothing, no leaf out of place. Damn it, at times like this, he wished he was a sensor ninja. Then he would not have to deal with this crap. The Uchiha felt a tail brush against his leg and saw Ichigo's scarred face looking up at him. Hang on, that gave him an idea. Hey, Ichigo, do you smell something? Sasuke asked the red-furred fox kid. The growing fox tilted his head in confusion. Listen, there's a fangirl stalking me. Do you know what a fangirl is? Ichigo blinked. That really didn't answer his question, but the duck-haired preteen figured it to be a no. Well, a fangirl is a horrid abomination from hell. They have forked tongues, sharp nails, and no souls. Rumors have it that they become giant spiders that spin webs, And when they capture you, they will slowly eat your souls. It's a long and grueling process as they extract it from you to increase their immorality. And when they gain enough souls, they will call upon their dark gods, gods known as the Great Old Ones, to destroy us all. Ichigo only blinked. That sounded like a giant load of bullshit to him, and he was a completely different species. Hell, even Benaheim rolled her eyes. How sad was it that two fox kids thought that their adoptive uncle bought into all that propaganda? Come on, I haven't mastered the chameleon jutsu yet. Please just take one sniff, and I will ask nothing of you for the rest of the day. Sasuke was close to begging. Sighing, or as much as Fox could sigh, Ichigo sniffed the air. He then began hacking in revulsion. Good Inari, what kind of human wore that kind of stench? The red-furred fox then pointed his tail in the direction of the nearest tree. It was then Sasuke scooped both him and his sister into his arms before bolting to the safety of their current home. After Sasuke departed, a part of the tree fell away, revealing one Ino Yamanaka holding a cloak for camouflage purposes in her arms. Kami damit. Sasuke-kun, why do you deny our love? I doubt that. Naruto responded in a dull voice. Ah, good one, Blondie. My daughter aside, I would like to focus on something before this session is over. If you won't allow me to open any more doors, then how about some information? Inoichi said irritably. Honestly, the boy was being more of a pain in the ass than usual. What kind of information? Naruto asked. We want to put on record several items, mainly your Kekkei Genkai, that third eye, or yours, or that katana. I only want one of the three for this session. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he mentioned those three. Honestly, the black-streaked blonde didn't want to reveal the secrets of his Kurashigan, Handen Ryoku, or even Juggin. They were his to keep, hopefully to his grave, or if he had any children. Man, this was a tough call. Either he had Inoichi dig through the memories he rather left alone, the pink ones that he was too embarrassed to reveal, or one out of three subjects that he could not really reveal without Shinigami's permission. Fuck it. He would just have to deal with Shinigami's wrath later. All right, I will tell you about my sword. Now please pay attention because I cannot repeat this, so I don't get into trouble with the big guy. If you know what I mean. Fair enough. Inoichi readied his pen and paper to write down the information. All right, my katana's name is Handen Ryoku. It's a one-of-a-kind weapon created by Priest Goro Masamune and Sengo Muramasa Dash. I am sorry. Inoichi interrupted the preteen. Are you telling me that this sword was created by famous dead sword smiths? Yes, Shinigami tore them from heaven and hell to create it. It took 7 years in purgatory for them to make it due to complications. But the result of their labor is nothing to laugh at because this sword has the power to send souls to their rightful place. Naruto stopped to catch his breath and to observe Inoichi paling a little bit as he wrote this information down. Before it was finished, Shinigami placed a sliver of his judging powers into it, so that it would judge any earthbound or newly deceased spirits wherever I go. It is also made of chakra steel, so I can pour my nature affinity into it. There's also a neat little trick with the skull. It's hollow inside for any herbal creams to put on cuts and other minor wounds. And that's it? Is there any more you can think of? The Yamanaka clan head asked. Not unless your Umbu guys found out something. Actually, while you were in the middle of your interrogation with a Biki, 2 rookie members messed with your equipment. The hilt of your sword caused one of them to lose his entire right hand, and it caused the second rookie to activate something on one of your gauntlets. Because of that, we have one shinobi that was forced into retirement and a dead one. Mind explaining that to me? Well, for one, shame on those 2 for messing with my shit. Inoichi sweat dropped hearing that. And second, I did not know about that feature with my sword. I had a feeling something would happen if someone other than I touched it, but not that. Also, those bracers are activated by some sort of switch. Seriously, am I going to be tried for their stupidity? No, they were at fault. But anyways, we're done for now. I'll see you again next month. It would be another hour later before Naruto found himself back in the company of Zabuza and company, and another 3 days before he was released from custody. Oh, by the love of the Shinigami, Naruto was so glad to be free of that place. Seriously, now, he knew why Meizu was going insane. Well, more insane than usual. He could literally feel himself growing weaker by the day of inactivity. But now that he was free, he was going to rectify that with many hours of physical exercise and some clones for his chakra exercises. After being released, the Blackstreak Blonde was escorted to some sort of supplier. He didn't really know what to make of it. And what he was seeing was some sort of service counter with a male Umbu member wearing a raven mask behind it. Of course, he wasn't just out in the open. The shinobi was behind shatterproof glass and chakra-draining steel bars. Mr. Uzumaki, the raven-masked shinobi, politely greeted Naruto. In his hands were his clothing that was wrapped in thick plastic, which he pushed through the small opening of the steel bars. One complete black outfit with fishnet chainmail shirt and belt buckle, 2 shuriken pouches, kunai holster, hitayate, and sandals. All cleaned and ready for use. After Naruto gathered up his clothing, the man pushed through the scrolls. 1 sealing scroll, checked, and everything clean and accounted for. After the preteen took the scroll, the man carefully pushed the demonic Hanya mask through the opening. And 1 scary as fuck mask. Your weapons will be given to you at the entrance of the Umbu building. The dressing room is the first door on your left. Have a nice day. The Umbu member then closed his area down by blocking it off with a steel shutter from the inside. All right then. It proceeded like clockwork after that. Naruto changed into his comfortable clothing, received his weapons at the entrance, and walked outside as a free man, where he was greeted by Sasuke. Dobe. Sasuke greeted with a nod of his head. Team. Naruto returned with a greeting of his own, a smile upon his face even though it could not be seen. Sasuke suppressed a chuckle and greeted him with a handshake. And with both Ichigo and Benaheim never too far away from their paranoid uncle, yipped in excitement seeing their dad. Using their powerful leg muscles, they easily hopped upon Naruto's shoulders and nuzzled him affectionately. The scene was so cute and so sweet, the observing Umbu operatives swore they got diabetes. So, what your first act as a free man? Sasuke asked with an amused twinkle in his eyes. I'm going to train my ass off, Naruto happily exclaimed. The usual place? Oh yeah. A week passed since Naruto's release, and everything became routine. It was wake up, eat, spar, do a D-rank mission, eat, and train some more on their own time, eat, and then go to bed. It was becoming so boring. After that B-ranked mission, the genin of Team 7 were feeling completely restless, but for one it changed them completely. Sasuke wanted to do another mission of that caliber again. He knew that he was ready. Just the thought of fighting in a life or death situation was getting his blood pumping. But instead of fighting mercenaries or bandits, he wanted to fight shinobi. The Sharingan user didn't care if it was someone from Mist or Stone or even shinobi from a minor village like Rain. He just wanted to fight side by side with his comrades and kick some ass. For Sakura, however, she found it really hard to be at home. After the mission, she went to report to her mother about anything incriminating they could use against Naruto. But instead of her reporting that he fought like a demon, she lied. She told her that her teammate did not do anything of the sort. The pink-haired genin instead said that he saved her life once, killed a couple of bandits, but she didn't remember anything afterwards after she killed her first 2 people. Her mother was not pleased, but didn't do anything further. Afterwards, Sakura tried to get closer to Naruto, to have him trust her again, and so far she had little to no success for these past 2 weeks. And then there was Naruto. All he wanted to do was get some more missions under his belt. Sure, he loved to kick ass and take names, but what he needed was experience. After all, how was he supposed to kill Orochimaru, Danzo, or Madara Uchiha? And as each day passed, he was growing more doubtful that the last one was even alive. But there they were. All 3 of them were heading towards their training field for another boring day. All right, Dobe, I'll bite. Why is there a rock following us? Sasuke boredly asked, indicating a square rock following them in the middle of the street. Oh, that's just the Hokage's grandson who by now should have learned that a rock is never a perfect square, he yelled, doing a perfect imitation of Irika's famous big scary head jutsu. As soon as he said that, the black-streaked blonde pivoted towards the rock and kicked it towards the gates of the village, revealing 3 children. Konohamaru was one of them, and he was accompanied by a short, brown-haired, nose-dripping boy with wire-rimmed glasses, wearing a blue long-sleeved sweater and white shorts, and a ginger-haired girl with a permanent blush with her hair pulled back into pigtails wearing a pink shirt and a tan shorts. What the hell are you three doing? Naruto sweat dropped, seeing the ridiculous scene. The girl reacted first, jumping in front of the two boys and striking a pose. I'm Moegi, Konoha's sexiest kunoichi. The snot-nosed boy with glasses jumped to Moegi's left and struck a pose as well. I'm Bogdan, and I love math. Konohamaru just stood there grinning. And you already know who I am. Striking various stupid poses, they shouted, "We're the Konohamaru Corps," they all said together. It feels like I just died a little on the inside, Ishikawa said next to his ward after he witnessed their antics. And he is already dead. I ain't handling this. You're on your own, Blondie. The deceased Kamizuru then bugged out and went to peek on the woman's hot springs. That was terrible, Kyubi agreed. Stupid Ningans. Juggin muttered in disgust. Naruto, I'm blaming you for this, especially since they have those stupid goggles on their heads. Sasuke internally sweat dropped. Oh, brother. Apparently Sakura's opinion of her teammate dropped a little that day. Konohamaru, what the hell was that? Your theatrics were awful. Plus, what kind of pose is that? I give that performance a 3 out of 10. Apparently Naruto was the only one who really thought something about it. Even though they were disappointed at first, the three young children then took a minute to gawk at their boss' radically changed appearance. Wow, boss, what did you do to yourself? You look. Awesome. Udon finished for his friend. Well, people do change, and I changed awesomely. Naruto chuckled in mirth. All right, what is it you all want? All right, boss, we're having a tough time with our shuriken throwing. Is there a chance you and Sasuke can come by the academy and teach us a few pointers? It did wonders for Irika-sensei the last time you visited. Konohamaru looked at the team with pleading eyes. Well, he wasn't wrong. Sasuke had been keeping tabs ever since both Naruto and himself terrified the academy students, and they were behaving for the most part. But Irika did threaten them all a few times that he would bring them in if they kept acting up. Sorry, Konohamaru, but my team and I are heading to see our sensei. We'll catch up another time. Okay, little buddy, Naruto said, trying to not disappoint them too badly. Sure thing, boss. Go and kick some ass for us, okay? Giving his rival to become Hokage a bright grin, Konohamaru and his small gang of friends left to go off and do ninja stuff. Well, you certainly have a way with kids, Sakura commented. They're all right. All they need is some proper training, and they can be kick-ass like me. Naruto replied with a huge hidden grin, but more on guard since she actually said something nice to him. Well, I'm sure you would one day be a great FA dash. Let go of me, you big bully. Immediately hearing Konohamaru's screams, the three genin rushed to where he was screaming. Once they arrived at the scene, the three genin saw the Sandame's grandson being held up by some guy dressed in a black outfit with a red and yellow circle on front, a strange object on his back wrapped in bandages, strange purple marking on his face, and a cat-like headpiece that bore the Hittite of Sunagakure, the village hidden in the sand. Next to the guy was a girl that had blonde hair that was split into 4 pigtails and piercing blue eyes. She was wearing a white dress that had a mesh shirt underneath. She also had a giant iron fan strapped to her back. Kankuro, put the kid down, he's not worth it. The blonde girl sighed tiredly. It was obvious that she was tired from the long travel from their village and just wanted to rest for the night. I don't care, Temari. This kid hit my leg, and he needs to pay for it. Kankuro responded rudely to the blonde. Already he was irritated from the long travel and wanted to let off some steam. Well, now he found an outlet. When he raised his arm to punch the kid square in the mouth, he suddenly felt cold, sharp steel at his throat. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Unprovoked assault on the Sandame's grandson would be a serious crime, more than punishable by death. Naruto hotly said to Kankuro he was barely keeping the kunai in his right hand steady. No one assaulted his friends and gets away with it. Temari was about to pull her fan on the masked shinobi when she too felt cold steel touching her neck. To her credit, she moved one eye over to see Sasuke holding the deadly tip of his Kusarigama to her jugular vein. Sorry, but my teammate does not like unprovoked attacks. You should count yourself lucky that we stopped you. And why should I count myself lucky about that? The kunoichi questioned her captor. Well, the one in the tree could do something worse to you, Naruto said, making everyone look towards the nearest tree. There they saw an auburn-haired teen no older than them, with black rings around his pupilless sea-green eyes that showed his insomnia. He wore black cargo pants, a black t-shirt with a fishnet shirt underneath it, black shinobi-styled sandals, along with a scarf tied around his neck, and had a gourd on his back. His most distinctive marking was a red tattoo with the kanji symbol for love above his left eyebrow. He disappeared in a swirl of sand and appeared near the captured Kankuro. "Kankuro, you are a disgrace to the village," the auburn-haired teen said. But Gaara, it wasn't my dash." "Shut up, or I will kill you." Gaara turned to face both Sasuke and Naruto, both by now released their captives. "I apologize for my brother's stupidity, but however I am curious as to how you discover my location?" Gaara asked. "You leaked a good amount of killing intent when you stared at the idiot," Naruto replied, pointing his thumb at peeved Kankuro. "I see you are skilled. Both of you are if you manage to catch my siblings off guard. What are your names?" Gaara asked. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke introduced himself. "And my name's Naruto Uzumaki. What is yours?" Naruto asked. "My name is Gaara of the Desert. I look forward to facing you both in the exams," the Sanjinin said. And with that confrontation finished with, they turned around to walk away with both his siblings in tow. And while that entire scene played out, Sakura found herself left out again. And as she witnessed how fast and how strong her teammates were, she honestly began to question her skills as a kunoichi. 10 minutes later. "Hello, my cute little genin." Kakashi greeted his team with his usual eye smile. Almost immediately, Sasuke brought his hands into the tiger seal and shouted, "Release." When nothing happened, the Uchiha was joined by Naruto to try and dispel the illusion. While it was amusing to watch his genin try and dispel a supposed illusion, the silver-haired man held up his hands to stop them. "I'm not a Jinjutsu. Come on, let's get started here, okay?" "You're early," the three genin shouted at the same time. "Yes, I am. Is that really surprising?" Kakashi asked, almost like he was sincerely confused. "Yes." Chucking in mirth, the copycat ninja reached into his left hip pouch and pulled out 3 slips of paper. "Well, now that you 3 have finally arrived, I can give you these. This is so that you can enter and compete in the Chunin exams coming up." "The Chunin exams? They're coming to our village?" Sasuke questioned. Oh, thank Kami, he was so relieved. This meant that he would have the chance of being promoted, go on higher and more dangerous missions, and be one step closer to his goal in killing Itachi. "Fucking sweet. Kakashi, have I told you how much I love you?" Naruto happily read his sheet over and signed it with a pen Kakashi provided. After signing his paper, the Jinchuriki handed the pen to Sasuke, and like his teammate, signed the paper without any hesitation. He then handed it to his sensei the same time his teammate did. But after handing it to Sakura, all 3 shinobi noticed her hesitation. She gulped several times, and her hands shook violently. Sakura. Surprisingly, it was Naruto who spoke up. "If you don't feel up to it, we would understand. After all, it's barely been 5 months since we became Genin, and we've done only 2 high-level missions and only have a few kills under our belts. We have a decent amount of experience, but we might need a little more time like Team Guy. We'd rather not have you go in without any confidence and have it end badly for you. But if you do sign the paper, just know that Sasuke and I will have your back." "Boy, what are you doing?" Juggin demanded. "What do you think I'm doing? I'm consoling my teammate and hoping to whatever god of luck or courage will have her sign it," Naruto replied. "But you dislike that pink howler monkey. Don't you remember all those punches to the head? The abuse she and that blonde bimbo cause you at your school? Why console this piece of filth when you could easily destroy her?" "It's because she's trying. I have not forgotten what she has done, but she is trying to change since I saved her ass on that B-rank mission. I would have to be my old self to not notice this before. PFT. So you're going to forgive her after all she has done. Ninjins, I will never understand your kind." "That's the problem, Juggin. You don't try to understand us." "And I don't need to." Feeling the sentient eyeball cut the link, he returned his focus on his pink-haired teammate. She looked at him, her expression surprised and relieved. She brought the pen to the sheet of paper and signed her name before handing it back to Kakashi. "Good job, you 3. You passed the test." Kakashi pocketed the papers and I smiled at his Genin team. "Test? What test?" Naruto demanded. To enter the Chunin exams, all members of the team have to sign these forms. If Sakura didn't sign it, none of you would have been able to enter this year. Now I want you three to be at the academy first thing tomorrow morning. Dismissed, and sleep tight, you're going to need it. Kakashi ordered the three before disappearing in a small cloud of smoke. Huh. Well, I guess I'll see all of you tomorrow. And Naruto, thank you. Sakura bowed to her two teammates and left to go home. Well, I guess we should dash. Let's get it over with. I'm sure Haku would love to look after them. Sasuke interrupted his teammate with a sigh. He didn't mind Haku too much. It was the other three that always shook his nerves to the core. Glad we're on the same page. Come on, duck ass, let's go. Don't call me that, dough. Hey, wake up. Sasuke grumbled and pulled his sheets over his head. Boy, team, wake up. Damn it, dope, it's... Sasuke cracked open his eyes and saw that it was 4 o'clock in the freaking morning. He turned to glare at his teammate with all the hate he could muster. Someone better be dead or dying for you to wake me up this early. No one important to my knowledge. Naruto shrugged, donned his full shinobi gear ranging from his black sandals, vest, skull belt buckle, to his Hanya mask and all. Listen, I know it's late, but I cannot sleep anymore with the exams coming up in a few hours. It does not start until 8 in the morning. Go back to sleep, dang it. You're right, I am far too pumped. Listen, we dropped the kits off yesterday, and we have a few hours to kill. Naruto then began pumping his arms in excitement. Come on, Sasuke team, get dressed and head out with me. We need to polish our skills to a fine point to become Chunin. I honestly hate you. Throwing off his covers, the Uchiha rubbed his tired eyes. It took forever to calm himself down and get some much-needed shut-eye, but then the idiot on his team just had to get him excited about their potential increase in rank. Fine. Training ground in 10 minutes. I will meet you there. Without another word, Naruto raced out of Sasuke's bedroom and into the night. I honestly thought I locked my door, Sasuke said to himself before getting to his feet. Oh well, no time like the present. Within 10 minutes, the two young shinobi were at their familiar training grounds, and at 7:30, the groundskeeper let out a horrific shriek. The grounds were torn asunder, grass was burnt to ashes and in dire need of being replaced. Large patches of neck-deep mud littered the ground along with hardened chunks of earth pointing out the ground like spears or walls. One even looked like a dome. Large cuts also littered the ground and trees, some being completely cut in half or set on fire. There was also the water issue where it was ankle-deep in some parts. Other areas were just soaked with uprooted trees. Little to say the groundskeeper was not pleased. Nor would the Hokage be pleased when he looked at the report, and the few shinobi who were proficient in the semi-rare earth release affinity, and one certain Umbu member were not pleased that they were assigned to clean up the mess of two overzealous youths. The academy, 8 a.m. What happened to you guys? Sakura asked with great confusion and worry in her voice. Naruto, who kind of looked waterlogged with mud caking his black pants, missing a sandal and minor scorch marks at the bottom of his mask, was unable to find a good excuse. Well, Sasuke was no better. His white pants were dirty and tattered at the edges, his hair a frizzy mess, and the right sleeve missing from his dark long-sleeve shirt. We were on our way here, but then a sinkhole opened up underneath us. Naruto tried to make a plausible excuse. Sakura crossed her arms and gave the both of them an unamused stare. I rather believe Kakashi-sensei's lies over yours. That was pretty terrible, dope. Sasuke seconded. I'll screw the both of you. Sighing like she was talking to a child, Sakura pinched the bridge of her nose. Do the both of you have a change of clothes? We want to give off a good impression. I don't really care about giving off a good impression. Naruto scoffed. For the village, you idiot. If we were to look like a bunch of bums, that would make the other nations look down on us. I don't know about you, but I do not wish to do that. Sasuke filled in for his pink-haired teammate. Thankfully, he planned ahead and had a second pair of clothes in his sealing scroll he bought a few days previously just in case something like this happened. All right, fine. Sakura, give us a few minutes, and we will join you in looking awesome. The black-streaked blonde waved them off irritably before making a beeline for the men's room. 5 minutes later, both Leaf Genin exited the restroom, their clothing replaced and bits of mud or soot awash from their faces. They arrived at their old academy, And honestly, the place had not changed since both Naruto and Sasuke visited the place more than once since they got back from their mission in Wave Country. The entrance was crowded. Genin that were a few years older than them were chatting with old friends. Others were from a few other villages, just hanging around. Quite a turnout. Naruto punched his right fist into his open left hand. I cannot wait to show off just who I am in there. Who easy there? Were first years remember. Sakura sharply responded to her teammate. She was still nervous about these exams. Two strong teammates, or not, she was still on edge. Let's try and stay low and under the radar. It will be safer that way. Sasuke only scoffed in retort, even if she did make a valid point. Fine, let's just go before the entire building fills up with weaklings. Team 7 did just that, pushing past excited Genin until they entered the familiar hallway where a good lot of them were cloistered together in confusion due to two hard-looking Genin blocking the path to room 301. What the? Is that team guy? Sakura asked her teammates. Yeah, it is. What in the world? Naruto then saw Tenten getting struck across the face by a Genin with a bandage across his nose. It caused the black-streaked blonde to growl behind his mask and advance towards them. It was thanks to Sasuke placing a firm hand on his shoulder to stop him from doing anything rash. Hold it, Dobe. You really think Tenten would allow herself to be struck like that? He asked. Leaning inwards, he whispered to both his teammates. There's a small but minor Jinjutsu covering the sign. He had his Sharingan activated to prove his point. This is just another test to weed out the weaklings. You're right. I can sense it as well. Sakura replied, her cheeks flushed by being in close proximity to her crush, but thankfully being professional about it. Damn, Blondie, you got worked up over nothing. The ghost of Ishikawa, Kamizuru, said in his head. Has my favorite Kurashigan user gotten bitten by the love bug over the panda girl? 1. Okay, 1, shut your damn mouth. And 2, I do not like seeing my friends getting hit. If you were still alive and that happened, I would have sucker punched the offender. Ah, you consider me a friend? Well, I am honored. Truly I am. For once, the deceased Kamizuru was not being sarcastic or lazy. He was actually flattered. But still, get your head in the game. All right. Naruto grunted in reply before following Sasuke and Sakura to get away from the cluttered hallway by not so subtly pushing past the two Genin and ignoring the shouts of the cannon fodder. The team passed through a large corridor and arrived at two large oaken doors where their sensei was standing in front of it. Joe, Kakashi greeted them. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Sakura asked in surprise. Oh, I just wanted to congratulate the three of you for making it past the first trial. The one-eyed Jonin said with his usual eye smile. If you couldn't get past it, then I would have to reconsider your career choice. It was Sasuke that saved that day. I was about to punch those Genin out. Naruto said, giving credit where credit was due. Luckily he stopped you. Those were two Chunin that would have easily stopped you. At least he hoped so. While Naruto had changed quite a bit, he was lacking in experience. And unlike him, Izumo and Kotetsu had plenty. Anyhow, from here on out is the real thing. Try to do well later. Giving them a wave, Kakashi disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Naruto only grinned underneath his masks. Finally, the real thing. No more bullshit. Grabbing the handles of the door, he pushed them open and were greeted by roughly 100 fellow Genin, all glaring a hole into his head. Well, this is a very cold welcome, Naruto said with a chipper voice as he began to leak killing intent from his body. How rude of them. Sasuke replied as he began to leak his own killing intent, glaring at the shinobi in front of him. With their combined killing intent, the glare completely tapered off, some even cowering away from the two Genin. Both Naruto and Sasuke certainly had the upper hand before a loud, fangirlish shriek destroyed the atmosphere. Satogakuin. The blonde form of one, Ino Yamanaka, flew at the raven-haired Uchiha. Nope. Sasuke stepped to the side, and the Yamanaka heiress hit nothing but air and tumbled onto the unforgiving floor. Naruto burst out laughing when Ino shot up, having a betrayed look on her face. Denied. Troublesome blonde. Sighed out an exasperated voice. It belonged to no one other than a narrow, brown-eyed Genin with his typical bored expression. He wore his shoulder-length black hair tied in a spiky ponytail, His attire consisted of a black pants, a short-sleeved gray jacket with green-edged sleeves, and the Nara clan symbol on the back, under which was green-lined mesh t-shirt. He also wore brown pants, a pair of silver hoop earrings, and wore his blue hitayate around his left arm. He was Shikamaru Nara. And finally standing next to him was a Rotown genin with markings on his cheeks in the form of swirls. Donned in a green, short-sleeved haori with a long, white scarf over a white shirt, with a kanji for food on it. He also wore black shorts, hoop earrings, and bandages around his legs and forearms. His blue hitayate was styled in a manner that allowed 2 tufts of his brown hair to poke out at each side. His name was Choji Akimichi. The 2 best friends stayed silent to watch the exchange, minus the rumpling of Choji munching on his usual bag of chips. Naruto's exclamation caused the blonde to bristle angrily. "Hey, who are you two?" Ino trailed off before backpedaling away when she saw the very same mask that scared her some weeks ago, her blue eyes wide open in fear. "What are you doing here?" My team and I were invited to participate in the exams." Naruto pointed to Konoha's symbol painted on the forehead of his mask. "Isn't that right, Sasuke?" That's right, Naruto." The Uchiha revealed the name of his masked teammate. "Naruto." Ino immediately got to her feet, her eyes blazing in anger from him, scaring her half to death twice. "You idiot, I'm going to punch you for scaring me to death." As Ino wound up to deliver a punch to his face, her arm was caught by a very unamused Sasuke Uchiha. His onyx eyes bored into her blue ones, and his grip tightened around her wrist. "I wouldn't do that if I were you, Yamanaka. My teammate does not like to be hit by anyone and will retaliate in earnest. If you don't believe me, ask Sakura." "Aiwa." Ino looked over to her former best friend and saw the pink cat nod in reply. The last time she laid a hand on Naruto, she got headbutt for her troubles, and that was going to be the last time she did it. Orders from her mother be damned. Ino looked over to Naruto and found him glaring daggers at her. She instinctively shrunk back and shook her arm free of her crush. "You chose wisely," Naruto said. "Yeah, gotta go Kropka." Backing away, the young Yamanaka made her way back to her team and didn't even look back. "Well, it seems you might have one less fangirl," Naruto lightly commented as he smirked underneath his masks. "Keep hanging out with me, and you might get rid of them for good." "I may very well take you up on that offer," Sasuke lightly said. "Well, looky here, the Rookie 9 are all together." A boisterous voice caused the 3 to look over. The voice belonged to Kiba Inuzuka, a young man with animalistic features that included sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, messy brown hair, pronounced canine teeth, and red fang marking on his cheeks. He wore a blue striped hitayate upon his head, grayish pants reaching to his calves, and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat, with a hood usually placed on his head. Resting inside his coat was a small white puppy with brown ears, and the fur on the top of his head styled to resemble a mohawk. Trailing behind him was the tallest member of their graduating class. He had dark, bushy, brown hair that was held up by his hitayate and sporting the extremely unique style of his clan, consisting of dark sunglasses and a sea green jacket with a high, upturned collar to conceal the lower half of his face, along with dark brown pants. He was Shino Aburame. Following behind him was a young woman with fair skin and pupilless white eyes with tinges of lavender. She wore her dark blue hair, the same hairstyle Naruto remembered from when they were children. It was kept in a Heim cut, kept just above her forehead with chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper sleeves and fur around the cuffs and hem. Along with this, she also wore navy blue pants and kept her hitayate around her neck. She was Hinata Hyuga. Seeing their once familiar orange traffic cone missing, Kiba sniffed the air to find his old trouble making friend before turning his attention towards the one in the mask. A feral smirk came to his face as he made his way over to his location. "Naruto, I did not recognize you. I like the new duds." "Thank you, Kiba. It's nice to be noticed." Naruto replied with a grin behind his mask and shook his friend's hand. "How are you doing?" "Doing well, kicked some ass, took some names." The feral genin boasted. "A lot of D-rank missions, huh?" The black-streaked blonde deadpanned. "Ugh, far too many." Kiba hung his head in response. Kiba has complained about this on a daily basis. How I know this, you ask? Because I had to live through it. Shino butted in, much to his teammates' displeasure. Sounds like a certain someone I know. Sasuke turned his attention to his not-so-subtle teammate. Bite me, team. Bite yourself, dope. Well, now aren't you the noisy ones? Once again, Naruto moved his head to meet a new speaker. He was a much older genin with onyx eyes and ash-gray hair, kept in a neat ponytail, and black-rimmed circular glasses. He was wearing a dark purple shirt with a high collar, a white undershirt, and dark purple pants with a white cloth waistband. He also wore dark purple, fingerless gloves with armored plates on the back of the hands and a blue hitate resting on his forehead. "And who the hell are you?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, where are my manners?" the man said with a smile on his face. "My name is Kabuto Yukushi, and I am a veteran of these exams." Kabuto greeted himself as he pushed his glasses up to the bridge of his nose. "A veteran? What is that supposed to mean to us?" Choji asked, stopping his snacking long enough to ask his question. "Well, this is my 7th exam, and take my word, it can be deceptively hard," he replied in gloomy manner. "My first exam was in Earth Country. My team and 50 others were to navigate through a cave system, collect the gold and silver ore, and fight our way out." "That doesn't sound too hard," Ino pointed out. "There were only 6 of each, and my team nearly got melted by the Sandaime Tsuchikage's granddaughter who stole it from us." He lightly rubbed his right arm at the memory. "Then in Lightning Country's exam, the weather screwed us over in the 2nd exam. And in my last exam in Earth Country, once again we were to go into a volcano, and my team barely escaped with our lives." "He's right about that, dude," Ishikawa commented in Naruto's subconscious. "That seriously happens?" Naruto dared to ask. "Oh yeah, I think I remember my cousin doing something like that. But be wary, this guy is making me uneasy." "You uneasy? But you're dead." "Exactly, man. I'm dead, and he is making me uneasy. That means something. Listen, I don't know what he's all about. Just keep a close eye on him, all right? And do not be afraid to use Jay, his lazy, but need to do something other than sticking to the furball's cage. Don't shorten my name, you Jen. I am the mighty Juggin, and I will be treated with respect." Juggin bellowed at the ghostly Kamizuru. "And don't you dare call me a furball. I will destroy you." Kyuubi also barked out from the disrespect shown to him. "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it, huh?" In Naruto's head, Ishikawa turned his back towards the cage, far out of Kyuubi's reach, pulled his pants down, bent over, and began slapping his bare ass. "I'm dead, motherfuckers. You can't do anything to a dead man? Na. He then turned his head towards the two, pulled his right eyelid down, and stuck his tongue out in a juvenile manner. How am I saying again?" Naruto asked himself before shutting down the link. He did not want to see that. "Now, normally I don't do this, but since you 9 are new, I figured I would give you all a helping hand." Reaching into his hip pouch, Kabuto pulled out a stack of orange cards with the kanji symbol for shinobi on the back. "My exams may have ended in me failing to become a chunin, but I succeeded in gathering information." What kind of information?" Hinata asked. "Vital information. Allow me to demonstrate." Picking up the top card from his stack, Kabuto channeled some of his chakra into it and laid it before the genin. Appearing on the card was a small map of the continent regarding the 5 great powers. All I need to do is add a tiny bit of chakra and the information I gathered appears. And I have information on almost everybody here. Just give me their description, the village they are from, or even how they wear their hitates will help me out. Both Naruto and Sasuke gave each other a curious glance. While Irika's lectures were boring to the point of falling asleep, he did instill at least one rule that they remembered. If something seemed too good, it probably was. The other rookies seemed enthralled by the promise of information. The only exceptions seemed to have been Shikamaru and Hinata, but they weren't about to make a move. So it was Naruto who broke the ice and thumbed towards a rain team that had been giving them the stink since the moment they walked into the room. "How about those guys from Amage Cure?" "Not my first choice, but sure, I'll show you." Picking up 3 cards, Kabuto channeled some of his chakra into them. Then he placed them onto the floor, showing their pictures, teammates, and known stats. Team Shigure, as they are unofficially called. This is their 3rd exam, and they have participated in 70 D-rank missions and 30 C-rank missions. Their leader Shigure has been wounded at least 2 times, causing them to fail their previous exams. Then how about Gaara of the Desert? Sasuke asked. An ally? Well, let me see. Picking up another card, the older Genin repeated the process and revealed Gaara's picture, his teammates, and stats. Well, he is on the same team as his older siblings. He personally has done 8 C-ranked and... Kabuto blinked and looked at the card more carefully. Huh, it says he has done 1 B-ranked mission, and he has returned from every mission without a scratch. Without a scratch? Naruto murmured to himself. That sounded off to him. No one their age came back from a mission without a scratch, especially a B-rank mission. Sasuke was a perfect example. During their first B-rank mission, he got clipped in the head by an axe, and Lee got his stomach nicked. Both were considered prodigies, Sasuke having natural talent, Lee of hard work. And yet both of them got injured. That meant something about Gaara wasn't right or natural. Is that all? Or is there more you want to know? Kabuto asked with a raised eyebrow. I got something. Kiba smirked in reply. I want everything you got on Sasuke, Uchiha. What? Kiba, you bastard. Why would you want to know anything about me? Sasuke demanded. Because if I want to get promoted to Chunin, I will have to be prepared for anything, and that includes you, pretty boy. You might as well include Naruto as well, especially with his recent changes. Shikamaru smartly replied for his own benefit. Clever boy, Ishikawa remarked with approval. Didn't I cut you off? No. Fuck. Well, I certainly cannot say no to such a request. Once again, picking up 2 cards and burning his chakra into them, Kabuto revealed the information on them, much to the 2 Genin's displeasure. Sasuke Uchiha. Rank, Genin. He's done 15 D rank, 1 C rank, and even a joint B rank mission. He excels in ninjutsu, recently has become above average with taijutsu, and is a basic practitioner in Kusarigama Jutsu. Special notes. Only survivor of the Uchiha massacre. Kabuto gave Sasuke an apologetic smile before reading Naruto's off. And here we have Naruto Uzumaki. Rank, Genin. Like his teammate, he has done the exact amount of missions, and is also proficient in ninjutsu, and well above average in taijutsu, but has no genjutsu to speak of, Hadada first, and is at least a novice in the art of kenjutsu. Special notes. He seems to be talented with earth-based ninjutsu, managed to bring at least 3 infamous people into the village, and killed B-ranked, missing Nin, Hachi, Dokabura. Yikes. Yikes in freaking deed. Haku, Zabuza, and the 2 idiots are classified until further notice. Something is not right with this guy. Naruto mentally fumed as he ignored stunned looks from his fellow Genin. One last question. What can you tell me who those guys in camo are? Oh, the ones with the musical notes. Kabuto channeled his last 3 cards to show that they were surprisingly barren of any useful information. I'm sorry, I don't seem to have much on them. All I know is that they hail from a new village that just popped up a few years ago called Otogeikure in Rice Country. So I guess that means we should not expect much from such a minor weak village. Barely after he finished his sentence, a kunai was flung at the older Genin, causing him to jump away. Then he was attacked by what the remaining Genin thought was a mummy, threw a punch at him with his right arm. He missed, but they all saw a strange device on his arm, and Kabuto's glasses shattered, and he fell to the floor where he lost his lunch with his right ear bleeding sluggishly. We heard you talking about our village leaf scum. The mummy man said, his one exposed eye glaring at them. Perhaps this will teach you not to mess with the shinobi of Otogeikure. With the room already full of high tension about to erupt into violence, 11 large clouds of smoke erupted to dispel any fighting about to happen, revealing 10 men in gray jumpers and 1 Ibiki Merino. That is enough, you worthless maggots. Ibiki barked at the Genin, his scarred visage glaring at the sound team. There will be no fighting until deemed otherwise. Failure to comply will get your asses kicked out of this exam faster than those with the quick-release bloodline. Is that understood? Sorry, it's our first time. Guess we're a little jumpy, sir. The mummy Genin apologized. Make sure it does not happen again. Now follow me. Your first exam is about to begin. It's about time. Sasuke commented. Yeah, I'm going to kick so much ass. Kiba punched his right fist into his open left palm. Not as much as me, Naruto proclaimed. And then some. The Jonin Lounge. So how do you think they're doing? Asuma Saratobi asked. He was a tall man, with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. His clothing consisted of a standard Konoha ninja uniform with the sleeves rolled up halfway, green flak jacket, regular black shinobi sandals, and Hittite on his forehead. Curiously, he also wore a gray sash that had the kanji for fire marked on it around his waist, a pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves. I believe they will succeed past the first round, Guy exclaimed, his powerful voice making the room shake a bit. I know my team will pass with their flames of Y-dash. A gloved hand covered his mouth, and the bored face of Kakashi silently shushed him with his single finger. Thank you, Kakashi. I was not ready for him yet. The son of the Sandame thanked his silver-haired friend as he took a pack of cigarettes out from his pouch. Want one? He offered to Kakashi, only to get a blank stare from the masked Jonin in response. Man, more for me. Ugh. Asuma, I honestly hate that filthy habit of yours, said Kurinai Yuhi, the ice queen of Konoha and resident Genjutsu mistress. She was a fair-skinned woman of slender build, had long black, untamed hair reaching her upper back, and very unique eyes that are red in color, with an additional ring in them. She wore makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her outfit was unusual, consisting of a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible and bandages with a pattern on it similar to those of rose thorns. Her hands and upper thighs were also wrapped in bandages, and she wore the Konoha Hittite proudly on her forehead in regular black shinobi sandals. It runs in my family. My old man smokes worse than a chimney stack, Asuma smoothly replied as he lit his cigarette and inhaled. Animal. If I didn't know any better, I swear you two were acting like an old married couple, Kakashi lightly said, causing the two to blink and flush scarlet. Absurd, Kurinai said. Ya ditto, Asuma seconded. Feeling quite uncomfortable, a Jonin sensei with short, sandy brown hair and dark eyes. He wore square-shaped glasses along with the standard Konohanin inclusive of flak jacket, Hittite, and sandals. The shirt he wore underneath his flak jacket came all the way up to his chin, cleared his throat. So, did you hear that they brought in Ibiki Marino for the first exam? Ibiki, Kakashi questioned. Imiki, Guy's voice was thankfully muffled by Kakashi's hand. Well, a lot of those kids are screwed, Asuma said after exhaling a breath full of smoke through his nostrils. Kurinai, however, looked confused. Ibiki? What are you all worried about? Oh yeah, that's right. You're a relatively new Jonin and haven't heard about him, Kakashi lightly commented. Ibiki Marino is the head of the Konoha torture and interrogation force. The man is considered a master of the mind, using mental methods to make his victims crack like eggs. This is a valued art because unlike physical torture where they give you false information to make the pain stop, if you break them mentally, they will tell you everything you want to know. Asuma inhaled from his cigarette once again. Now I am worried about those kids. But isn't that a little extreme? They're just children, Kurinai exclaimed. We were children once too, Guy said after removing Kakashi's hand from his mouth. We've got to trust in them, otherwise we might have no Genin team to come back to us. Back with the various teams, Ibiki had them draw from various lots and were seated at desks. Some like Kankuro and Temari were seated far away from Gaara, considered themselves lucky. Then there were people like Shino who were unluckily sitting next to members from a sound team. And then there were very fortunate people like Naruto sitting next to Hinata. When they were all seated, Ibiki spoke the rules of their assignment. Open your ears because I'm only going to say this once. My associates will be handing out some papers with 10 questions, 9 on the front and 1 on the back. Do not do the 10th question until I say so. Secondly, there will be no cheating. If we catch you 3 times, your ass is booted from this exam. And thirdly, your entire team must at least score 1 point each. If even one of your teammates scores a 0, then your team is booted out of here. And questions. Not giving them any time to even raise their hands, Ibiki continued. Good? Good. Now begin. Immediately, the Genin teams put their pencils to paper. When Naruto looked at the questions, he began to sweat underneath his masks. What the unholy shit is up with these questions? None of this was covered in the academy, and Kakashi-sensei has done jack regarding something of this caliber. Ishikawa know anything about this? Oh, nope, sorry, dude. My first exam was in Lightning Country, where I literally wiped the floor with the competition through straight battle tests. I left my teammates in the dust and became Chunin on my first try. Ishikawa replied with a shrug of his shoulders. Well, a mind helping me out by spying on the competition? Sorry, Blondie, but I'm not going to help you cheat that way. Cheat some other way, man. You're a smart guy. Yay, perfect. After communicating with a dead Chunin in his head, Naruto went back to looking at his blank test. The first thing he did was write his name, and then began lightly tapping his pencil on the paper irritably. While Naruto was having his mini freakout, the rest of his fellow genin were either excelling or flunking out. Barely 10 minutes and 7 teams were eliminated because they were caught cheating. Several individuals, however, were cheating beautifully. Sasuke was using his Sharingan to copy the arm movements of a very knowledgeable male genin. Kiba was using Akamaru perched on his head to relay information, while Shino was using a common housefly to steal from the competition. Ino herself used the mind possession jutsu to take hold of Sakura, who used her book knowledge to write down over half the answers, and used it to possess her teammates and write down the answers. For Team Guy, Niji used his Byakugan to gain the answers from Sasuke, while Tenten used a complex set of mirrors and wires to steal her information from her competition and relay it to Lee. For the genin from other villages, they used their own methods to gather answers. Gaara used his sand to create an eyeball to spy. Kankuro used an excuse to go to the bathroom, and one of the proctors came with him, only to reveal itself to be a puppet in disguise, which he used the information he gathered to hand off to Temari. The sound genin, however, focused their hearing the tapping of pencils for answers. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Fuck these answers. And fuck you, Abiki, for throwing them at me. Naruto mentally cursed out, much to the amusement of the 3 guests within his head. There was a simple way to do it, but they were enjoying the idiot sweat a bit until he figured out. Naruto-kun. A soft voice whispered to him. Moving his eyes to the right, Naruto looked over to see Hinata looking at him. He knew it was taking all her will to do so, thanks to the unlocked memories he had regarding her. Yeah. I have a few in swears. You can copy them if you want to. She managed to stutter out. The black-streaked blonde's eyes widened in surprise. She was willing to risk her own advancement for him. It caused his heart to skip a step, and he was almost tempted to take her offer. But then suddenly he forced it down into his gut. There was absolutely no way he was going to jeopardize her advancement. Definitely not like this. Thanks, but I can't do that to you. I'd rather fail than have you kicked out, because of you helped me. He thanked her, but politely declined her offer. I just got to find a way to get even a single answer, but that involves using eyes like yours. Without warning, Naruto violently face planted onto the desk, cracking the edge of it. Uzumaki, get your head up and don't destroy my table. Ibiki barked at him. Sorry, I just realized how much of an idiot I am. Bringing his head up, he whispered to the girl next to him. I owe you one. Much to her embarrassment. Oi, Juggin, are you there? Where else would I be? The sentient I growled out in irritation. What do you want? You said I could do almost anything with you. Is there a chance I can get an ability to spy on people? About time you asked the right question. The remote viewing does allow you to spy on people or object from vast distances, see into houses, caves, and whatnot, and even hear conversations from miles away. A littler experimentation could cause you to spy on anyone in this room if you're willing to suffer the headache. Ah, damn it, another headache? Will this happen with every ability? Only if you don't use them. What was it that ugly bug-eyed ninjin told you? Practice, practice, practice. Juggin did a horrible impression of Lee, but the sentient, I believe it got its message through to its host. 2. All right, I will practice with you more when I get the chance. But thanks, Juggin. I really appreciate it. Not another word was spoken, and Naruto closed his normal eyes and opened his third eye, hidden underneath his hitate and his mask. He at first saw nothing but the solid walls, but slowly he reined it in until he was viewing the ceiling. He slowly turned it upside down until he was viewing the heads of his fellow genin. He moved his line of sight side to side until spotting the mummy man and zoomed in. His paper was half full, just enough for him to cheat off of. Releasing the remote viewing, Naruto let out a jolted sigh and began rubbing his temples. Ouch, that hurt. He complained before opening both eyes. He only remembered one answer, and that was enough. The test came to an end 1 minute later, reaching the 45-minute mark, causing many to sigh out in relief. Oomph. So it seems we got ourselves some very good bookworms, or some very crafty cheaters. Almost the entire room flinched at that, causing the scary man to smirk. Well now, I got something for you little bastards. The 10th question. Almost every heartbeat ceased to exist when he said that. But first I got one more rule to impose on all of you. You must choose to accept or reject this question. If you reject it, then your team loses all the points you earned up till now, and your team will fail immediately. But then what was the point? Why would anyone reject the question? Temari demanded. A sadistic, malevolent grin formed on the proctor's scarred face. Because if you accept and take the question and get it wrong, well, then you will never be able to take the Chunin exams ever again, and you worthless maggots will be stuck as genin for the rest of your lives. The entire room reeled back in outrage and surprise. Ino stood up, flabbergasted. But we know there are people who have failed several times, but they always get a chance at the next one. Sucks to be you. This is my first year as a proctor, and what I say goes. So, who is willing to risk everything in order to advance? For several long, breathless seconds, nobody moved, let alone dared to breathe. This determined their lives. If they screwed up, they would kiss their careers goodbye. A genin team from Konoha stood up, and his head hung in shame. He said, "I'm sorry, guys, but I just can't do it." Then another got to his feet, apologizing to his teammates. Then several more rose. One even had to be escorted out by his teammates because he was bawling like a baby. Naruto looked over and saw Hinata shaking like a leaf. Her own hand was ready to be raised, and so were several others. Gritting his teeth, he shot up to his feet, knocking his chair over, and pointed at the proctor. "Bring it on, Scarface. I am not afraid to take a stupid answer. You do know that you are betting your career on this single answer. I don't give a flying damn if I remain a genin for the rest of my life. I'll become stronger regardless, and take the high-ranking missions to show my worth." He gave the proctor a glare from behind his mask. "I do not believe you for a second. You don't have any authority to prevent someone from taking the test again. This is above your rank and station." "Or is it?" Ibiki lightly cracked his knuckles in response. "Care to wager your life on it?" "You bet I am. Now quit jerking us off and tell us the damn question." For a full minute, Ibiki said nothing. He glared at the masked hoodlum before a smirk came to his face. "Well then, for all those remaining, you pass." That caused nearly everyone to scream out in surprise. "What the hell do you mean we pass?" Sasuke demanded. "You passed. Becoming Chunin is doing much more than having book smarts. It is also gathering information by unconventional means." 3 Chunin got out of their seats and waved at the genin with smug smiles on their faces. "And if you were caught, well, worse things could happen to you other than getting kicked out of an exam." Ibiki then removed his bandana to reveal his scarred bald head that was full of burns, cuts, and screw holes. As Chunin, you must be prepared to face consequences of your choices and actions. One screw-up could get you and your entire squad killed, or worse. This is why I made you face a choice. Sure, you could try again next time, but sometimes you got to take a risk to have a better reward. Ibiki then obscured his head and smiled at those who passed. "And it is because of this I proudly draw the first part of these exams to a close. Congratulations." The genin cheered, many in glee, others in relief. But Ibiki mentally counted to 3 before a black ball blasted through the windows, unrolled with 2 kunai attached to ropes pinned into the opposing walls to reveal the words Anko Mitarashi, second examiner, on them, and the woman herself standing in front of the banner. "Congratulations on passing, you maggots. I'm your second proctor, Anko Mitarashi, your absolute worst nightmare." She greeted the stunned genin. "You're late, Anko." Ibiki deadpanned as he moved her banner out of the way to reveal himself, much to the younger woman's displeasure. "Don't give me that, Ibiki. You're making me sound like Kakashi." She barked in a very Naruto-like response, making many of the Rookie 9 sweat drop. "And what's with all the brats? I count 26 3-man teams. Are you losing your touch? We have a surprising amount of outstanding candidates this year." The larger man simply said, "Ah, well, I will cut them in half by the next exam. Follow me, midgets." Anko then jumped out the window with a joyful laugh. "Please don't jump out the window. Use the stairs." Ibiki gritted out at the confused Chunin hopefuls. After Anko and the 26 three-man teams left to head to their destination, one that caused the older man to feel mighty sorry for them. Anko was a good girl most of the time, highly unusual, playful, but professional, but she also had a sadistic side that made tortures urinate themselves when she came in to gather information. Ibiki decided to gather the papers, while the test itself was to prove if they had the guts to advance. He always liked to see if there were any worth taking note of as a, let's just say, personal interest. Already he looked at those that came from Rice Country, the Jinin teams from Wind Country, and even those from Amigay Cure. Some showed talent that would need to be watched, others not so much. The ones from his villages were also the same. Some showed promise, but others not so much. He personally knew many of them would not be invited to join the Umbu Black Ops by their Kage if the time ever came. When he got to Naruto's, he raised an eyebrow. The answer he gave was incomplete. It was intelligently written before it trailed off and said the two words "fuck it," causing him to laugh. "Naruto Uzumaki, you got some brass balls on you," Ibiki said before his eyes trailed down to the bottom of the page where he silently read, "Something is not right about Kabuto." He has these info card with a lot of information regarding many Jinin in the room. So far he has information about some Rain team, those sound guys, Gaara of the Desert, Sasuke, and myself, including the information concerning 3 demons known only to few and not the general public. Eyebrows slightly raised in alarm, Ibiki filed the paper away and continued collecting the rest until he came across Sasuke's. His paper had more answers than Uzumaki's, but his message was almost exactly the same, detailing about the 3 demons yet to be released to the public. Once was a fluke, twice was a coincidence. But as the head of the torture and interrogation force, he could not overlook this. After collecting the rest of the papers, he left to start an investigation after reporting his findings to the Hokage. After the Chunin hopefuls followed their second proctor outside, they traveled for a bit until every team stood outside a giant metallic fence with 44 gates equally spread around it. Behind the gates were giant, ominous trees that shrouded the area in utter blackness. Anko smiled at the midgets who had the guts to follow her. "Welcome to Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. It is here you will take your second exam." A decent lot of the participants loudly gulped seeing such an ominous forest, some leaf shinobi seeing it for the first time, and surprised such a thing was in their backyard. Only 2 out of the entire Leaf Jinin populace who were not scared were of course the 2 who had been training in there for several weeks. They knew most of that forest like the back of their hand. Naruto and Sasuke could not wait to get back in their element. "Before we begin, I have some news for you." Snapping her fingers, one of the proctors in gray uniforms appeared with a stack of papers and some pens. "Before we continue, I need all of you to sign these release forms." "Release forms? What the hell for?" a Jinin from Sunagakure asked. "For the forest, you little idiot. If you die in there, these forms release us from any blame if you get impaled on a kunai or eaten by one of the animals in there." Anko replied with a slight smirk on her face. "Now form a single line or beat it. Either way, I don't care." Surprisingly, it took only 10 minutes for the Jinin teams, after some encouragement of course, to more or less sign their lives away. After that, Anko presented them with the Heaven and Earth scrolls, stating that it was essential and that they were to not be opened at any cost. Failure to show up at the tower in the middle of the forest without them was an automatic fail. To not show up in the 5-day period was also an automatic fail, or those who had a teammate die would not advance either. Nothing more needed to be said. The Jinin went to their station gates, and when a whistle was blown, the gates opened, signaling the start of the second exams. Are you sure you know where you guys are going?" Sakura asked her teammates a few hours later. "Of course we do, we're awesome," Naruto replied with juggins, eye open to lead the way and look out for any danger. Yeah, he was still getting a headache, but it toned down from the first time, and with each passing hour was hurting less and less. "If you say so, Dobe," Sasuke replied. Every so often he shifted his eyes to his right hip pouch where their heaven scroll resided. Suddenly Naruto stopped dead in his tracks and held up his right hand to stop them. "Naruto, what is it?" Sakura asked. "Gotta drain the lizard," the black-streaked blonde replied, causing his two teammates to drop their heads, and he ran off. "Cammy, he's such an idiot at times," Sakura huffed when he left. "What would you prefer, him acting like this, or the killer at the camp?" Sasuke smoothly replied. The pinkette had to swallow some bile that crept into her throat. Even now, she couldn't stomach the images from the camp where she took her first lives. "I don't want to talk about that." Barely 30 seconds later, they heard a rustle in the bushes, and the body of a yellow-clad shinobi flew out and impacted a tree. He let out a hitched breath before slowly sliding downwards, and Naruto came walking out whistling a merry tune. "Can you believe that guy? He tried getting the drop on me with my pants down. What an asshole." "Did he have a scroll?" Sasuke asked. "Nah, afraid not. That was the reason I threw him. Unnecessary, but I guess he deserved it. Come on, let's go." No sooner than Sasuke had finished his sentence and the team was jumping through the trees again, a violent burst of wind struck the three genin with violent force and sent them all flying away. Both Sasuke and Sakura were lucky enough to land near each other. Naruto, however, was unlucky enough to get swallowed by a gigantic snake in mid-flight. "Oh, son of a bitch. I cannot believe I got eaten by a snake." Naruto barked out in displeasure. "Well, you know what they say about snakes," Ishikawa said. "That they're a bunch of assholes and slimy on the inside." "Well, yeah, but guess where else snakes come from? Orochimaru." "Bingo. Now one of your targets is here. What are you going to do?" "I'm getting out of this damn snake for starters." Mentally communicating with Juggin, the sentient eyeball fired the darkness beam, and it cut through the gigantic serpent. Naruto tumbled through the opening and landed on the forest floor covered in slime as the snake began disintegrating in the black flames. "I hate snakes," he hissed through his masks. "Shame on you. Our master loves them," a harsh, raspy voice said. The hair on the back of his neck rising, Naruto immediately went on alert and saw two people resting on the trees. One wore a gray robe and tattered cloak to cover most of his body, black pants, and shinobi sandals. He had a very mean-looking face, and his head was mostly covered by a straw hat with a talisman that hung off the side that read death. The second wore an open gray yukata with fishnet armor that went to the middle of his forearms, black gloves, and pants and sandals. He wore a white rope belt around his waist. His straw hat was hung around his neck to reveal a bald head and disturbing mask that looked to be made from either bone or bark. "I assume you mean Orochimaru. Tell me, what business does the Snake Sannin have here?" Naruto demanded. "I'm afraid you will be departing to the underworld before you find out." The tattered cloak wearing genin unsheathed a kunai from under his cloak and darted towards the slime-covered former full blonde. Glaring at his opponent, Naruto immediately flipped away and placed his fingers into the familiar cross seal. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," he hollered out as 5 copies of him appeared in 5 clouds of smoke. All 6 Narutos then activated their Kurashigan and began watching his movements. His opponent growled and threw his kunai, which was deflected by a clone who unsheathed Handen Ryoka to block it. "It's going to take a lot more than that to defeat me," the clone exclaimed. "Well, then maybe I got something else for you." Reaching under his cloak, Naruto's opponent procured an ordinary-looking flute. "Allow me to play you a song of death." Immediately, his fingers began moving along the holes in the flute, and a haunting melody began playing. Naruto and his clothes soon felt their bodies becoming heavier and extremely hard to move. Immediately, he suspected it to be some sort of Jin jutsu. He moved to bite his lip to break the technique, but stopped. If he played the fool, then maybe he could get the drop on the bastard. The disguised grass shinobi finished playing his melody and smirked before turning towards his teammate. "See, I knew it was going to be easy." The masked shinobi crossed his arms and said nothing. You were never much a talker." Taking out another kunai, the flute wielder sauntered up to Naruto and his clones. "That smoke trick really made me lose track of you. Let's see which is the real one." Without a word, he placed his kunai at the throat of the one who had his sword out and slit it. It disappeared in a cloud of smoke, causing Naruto to smirk His opponent, however, was unamused. Lucky, but I got 5 more tries, and I don't usually need a third time. He then made his way over to another paralyzed Naruto and placed his kunai against his throat. Before he could move it an inch, the Narutos around him erupted into a large cloud of smoke, completely blinding him. He inhaled the smoke, coughing and wheezing in discomfort. The sound of a clicking noise alerted him. A sharp pain erupted in his forehead, and then he felt no more. When the smoke cleared, it revealed the Naruto he had his kunai poised for the kill was the real one, and one of the Shodaime Tsuchikage bracers had its deadly blade lodged in his forehead. It was a quick and relatively easy kill for the current onlooker. The masked genin uncrossed his arms and nodded his head. Thank you for ridding me of that annoyance. It seems the fabled Shin clan was nothing but trash. 1. Shin clan. Slowly the body slid backwards and the blade caught onto the skin. With a look of surprise that was animated by his mask, his dead opponent's face was skewered onto his weapon. When the body landed on the ground, it revealed a man with a pallid complexion. He had long black hair, which framed his face, and his confused black eyes were wide in alarm as the light faded from them. Oh, Cammy, that is so gross. You. Clever. The figure in front of him only shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. They were a potential clan eager to join my master's village. Their leader himself willingly came along to get a place in Odo Geikure. But if he was easily killed by the likes of you, then his clan deserves the same fate. It was a waste to kill this genin team for him to come along with. You're the one who killed this grass team? Just to sneak into the forest? For what? Naruto demanded as he grabbed the face with his opposite hand, retracted the hidden blade, and then tossing it to the forest floor. Those matters do not concern you. They are only for Orochimaru-sama, and Orochimaru-sama alone. The masked man calmly said, without a trace of remorse for his actions. Dude, be careful, Ishikawa said with caution in his voice. I don't know what this dude's damage is, but he's a strong one. I can tell it in his body language. Body language? Come on, Blondie, get with the program. He's relaxed, sure, but that is nothing more than a ruse. He's ready to strike like a very pissed-off viper. I bet you all my ghost money that he has a jutsu ready as we speak. Ignoring the comment of ghost money and why the hell a ghost would need any form of currency, Naruto set his activated eyes on his opponent. Let me guess. You're not going to allow me to leave, are you? Not unless you wish to serve Orochimaru-sama. The man replied. That is a no then. Slowly unsheathing his katana, Naruto readied himself. Before we get down to this, mind revealing your real face? It just feels super creepy fighting someone with another guy's face on his face. The masked shinobi paused, almost in thought. This is acceptable. First slipping his gloves off and tossing them to the forest floor, he then grabbed the sides of his face and peeled it off like a snake shedding his skin. In a very disgusting display of flesh ripping, he tossed the ruined ball of what used to be a person's actual face to the side. Naruto's opponent was revealed to have pale skin, vivid green eyes, masculine facial features, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead above his eyebrows with red markings under his eyes, and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. He also wore 2 red, tube-like hair ornaments, one on both sides of his head, securing 2 locks of his white hair. Holy shit, Naruto muttered out in surprise. He remembered those markings from one of the books his clones read. A Kagaya. So, you heard of my clan? He remarked with a raised eyebrow. Somewhat. It was said you guys had this remarkable Kekkei Genkai called the Shikatsumiako Dead Bone Pulse, but not many of you could use it to its full potential. And you were completely wiped out years ago when you attacked Kirigakure. Wiped out to the last man, woman, and child. I'm the last of my kind. The last Kagaya said, closing his eyes before calmly stating, all of that is inconsequential. Well then, can you at least give me a name to go with that mug of yours? I'd rather not just call you Guy or Kagaya, Naruto said, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Kimimaro, that is my name. Tell that to the Shinigami once you see him. You will be surprised what I can say to him. Without another word, Kimimaro's shoulder opened up to reveal the humorous bone. Without a wince or blink of an eyelash, the bone slowly rose up out of his shoulder, revealing red muscle mass and blood dripping down his shoulder. Then, gripping it, the Kagaya ripped the bone out to reveal a short, bone-hilted bone sword. His arm went slack for a brief second before the missing bone and skin grew back. Dance of the Camellia. Oh my Kami, that is so hardcore. Naruto blinked once, and Kimimaro was gone from his spot and in his personal space, his bone sword thrusting out to impale him. The Kurashigan user barely managed to deflect it with hand and Ryoku. Kimimaro swiped to the left. Naruto barely managed to sidestep. A sudden swipe upwards nicked him in his right bicep. Another thrust was parried, but the sharp bone cut through his side, cutting nothing but his vest and nicking the fishnet chainmail under it. Naruto then grabbed his arm and began to fire the darkness beam at his opponent to quickly end the fight, but Kimimaro harshly cracked his head against the mask. The Kurashigan user's head violently snapped backwards as a resounding crack echoed throughout the area. Kimimaro then brought his right foot up, kicking his opponent harshly and sent him flying. He watched as Naruto slammed through two trees before tumbling in the dirt where he belonged. Naruto harshly coughed when the air entered his lungs, his eyes wide behind his mask. Kimimaro was fast. He could barely keep up. The man was clearly a taijutsu master, bordering on Guy's level. Maybe. He couldn't fight him up front, at least not yet. So Naruto turned tail and ran. Kimimaro narrowed his eyes at his retreating opponent. Trash ninja, he muttered before bounding after him. They took to the trees, the landscape whizzing by them as they ran at rapid speeds. The Kagaya raised his left hand, thumb bent, the tips of his four extending fingers peeled back. Digital shrapnel, for bone bullets shot out from his fingers, spinning through the air. Naruto looked back and barely had time to judge the arc of the bullets with his dojutsu and dodge them. He then watched as the bone bullets blasted through the tree to the point he could see directly through it. Holy shit, this is so not good. He panted out in alarm. Well-made vest or not, that would have gone completely through him. Naruto continued to flee, forcing chakra into his limbs to go faster. The former full-blonde ducked and darted through trees, trying to lead his opponent to a spot where he could have the advantage. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed in slight annoyance. He didn't know what his opponent was planning, but he knew he was leading him somewhere for a more tactical advantage. This cannot be allowed. Bringing his left hand into a fist and then extending his index finger and thumb to take shape of a pistol, the last Kagaya took aim and fired his bone bullet from his finger. Before Naruto knew what hit him, a sharp pain struck his right leg in midair. When he landed on his destined tree branch, his leg buckled, and he fell to the forest floor, hitting multiple branches along the way until he landed face first onto the ground. Slowly, he turned over and looked at where he was hit. Immediately, he felt the flaring pain running up his leg. Kimimaro's technique struck him square in the thigh and created a see-through hole where so much blood was leaking out of it. As his opponent landed in front of him, Naruto didn't waste any time trying to back away, leaving an impressive blood streak in his wake. You made me chase you quite a ways, but in the end it was foolish to try and fight me, Kimimaro said in an even voice. With each step he took, Naruto continued to drag himself away until his back rested against a tree. That seemed appropriate for a leaf shinobi to die against a tree, in his opinion. He watched as the former blonde raised his sword against him, and he in response threw his bone sword, catching him in the wrist and pinning his right hand, sword and all, against the trunk of the tree. The last Kagaya then pulled another bone sword from his shoulder and felt the missing humerus bone grow back in a span of 10 seconds. Goodbye, trash ninja. Despite all the pain flowing through him, Naruto laughed loudly. Hey asshole, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, not trash ninja. And I got you right where I wanted you, you jerk. All that blood summoned them. Looking to where Kimimaro was standing in the bloody dirt, the light sounds of the trees rustling were the only warning before they came along. Suddenly leeches, 24 of the giant bloodsuckers, descended where Kimimaro was standing. Their sharp teeth latched onto his flesh and slowly began draining the blood from his body. Naruto lightly smirked under his masks. One of those giant bastards could suck all the blood out of a healthy man in less than a minute. 24 on Kimimaro? He would be lucky to last even 10 seconds. Dozens of sharp bones erupted from Kimimaro's body, impaling the leeches with deadly accuracy. The nasty blood-sucking worms let out a pained screech before expiring. The bones then retracted, and the bloodsuckers fell to the forest floor. Kimimaro was openly glaring at Naruto now, covered in green gore and his outfit full of new holes. Dance of the Larch, he coldly stated. Shit. Naruto wasn't the only one having a difficult time. After they were separated, both Sasuke and Sakura were attacked by some freaky Kusagakure shinobi with long, smooth black hair and black eyes. He wore a conical straw hat with a talisman hanging on it with the words evil written 3 times. He also wore plain gray garbs with a black polo and pants underneath, and thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back. The Kusagakure shinobi gave the two of a gruesome smile. Hello there, my prey. A little birdie told me that you possess a heaven scroll. Sasuke glared in response. Kukuku, no need to have such a face. I have exactly what you want. He reached into his outfit to pull out a brown scroll. You have what I want, and I have what you want. So, without any warning, he tipped back his head and shoved the scroll into his mouth. His long tongue swirled around it. His throat bulged from it, sliding down his esophagus and into his stomach. Now let's begin the battle for each other's scrolls. He then glared at them, his right fingernails touching his bare eyeball as he pulled his eyelid further down his face. With our lives on the line. Immediately, the both of them were blasted with a large dose of killing intent, and the two of them witnessed their own deaths, dying in a violent and brutal manner. The Kusagakure shinobi then withdrew 2 kunai knives and threw them at the both of them. Harshly gritting his teeth, Sasuke barely managed to pull out his own kunai and stabbed himself in the leg. The pain overrode the fear, and he bolted toward Sakura, scooping her up into his arms and running away to find cover. The grass genin did not pursue. He just smiled, knowing he could catch up to them anytime. That was the thrill of the hunt, after all. For the next few minutes, Sasuke ran, catching his bearings, to find anything familiar with the forest he and Naruto trained in. Finally, he found an old hollowed-out tree and hid in there to try and dress his wound and hide Sakura. Sasuke-kun, are you all dash? Sakura's mouth was covered by her crush's hand. Normally, she would have swooned at being touched if the situation wasn't so dire. Stay here. This is not someone to be taken lightly. Gritting his teeth, the Uchiha removed his hand from her mouth, and sorting through one of his hip pouches, he took out a roll of gauze and began bandaging his bloody leg. Ugh, that blood is never going to come out. I should stop wearing white. The Pinkette only looked on with dread, filling her stomach. She froze again, and because of her, Sasuke had to injure himself in order to save her. Already her low self-esteem was rapidly becoming even lower. Sorry. Don't apologize. Sasuke gritted out as he tightened the bandage around his right leg. Make up for it. Get stronger. Don't hesitate again. Slowly getting to his feet, the Uchiha put some weight to his injured leg. It hurt, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Stay here, he ordered before walking outside, and was immediately barraged by a gigantic boa constrictor. Satoke-kun. Sasuke barely had time to pull out his Kusarigama and jab the sharp tip into the serpent's scaly stomach when it began to constrict around him. With all his strength at his disposal, he tore the snake from what he thought was his stomach to his neck, spilling hot blood on him, leaving him well lubricated to slip out of its grasp. Barely having time to take a breath, he was assaulted by another boa constrictor. Sasuke's eyes widened as he pumped chakra into his legs and made his way into the air with the snake following him, its mouth wide open, sharp fangs gleaming in the light, its eyes glaring at him like the Kusagakure shinobi gunning after him. Get away, he screamed, dropping his weapon to let the chain tug on his waist. Sasuke pulled out 10 shuriken that was Hiroshi Higarashi's bestseller 2 months running and watched as the 8-sided shuriken flew from his hands and impacted the scaly hide, killing the creature. Cool, impressive, Sasuke-kun. But you should not relax even for a moment. Prey should always be trying their best to run away in the presence of a predator. To Sasuke's surprise and disgust, the Kusagakure genin rose out of the snake he had just killed, breaking the skin and being covered in slime. What makes you think I am running? Sasuke demanded, glaring hatefully at his opponent, his Sharingan blazing to life. the two tomos in his right eye, and the one in his left spinning wildly. He also brought his hands to his wrists and began peeling the wristbands off. Who's to say I am the predator? For resounding cracks echoed throughout the area when he finally rid himself of the weights on his wrists and ankles. And you are the prey. The grass genin balked at the surprising speed, and to Sasuke's surprise, his entire body stretched out, and he began twisting himself up the nearest tree like an actual snake. Not satisfied with the route his opponent was taking, Sasuke pursued him by running up the tree, his hands flashing through familiar seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He roared as a massive orb of roaring flame erupted from his mouth and shot off after his opponent, leaving behind nothing but burning devastation. The grass genin bolted away from the burning fire, arching in the air with glee on his face. He pulled up his right sleeve to reveal a black tattoo on his forearm, revealing a serpent wrapped around it. Cutting his thumb on his canine teeth, he quickly swiped it downwards on his exposed arm. Summoning jutsu. A gigantic cloud of smoke erupted, disrupting Sasuke's vision before he saw, to his shock, his opponent was standing on a monster of a snake. That is not going to scare me. Great Leaf Flash. The Sharingan user charged at his opponent and unleashed a powerful lateral kick aiming at his head. He unfortunately was dodged and was grabbed by his leg and thrown away. His hands flying into motion, the grass genin expelled a large gust of wind from his mouth. Wind style, great breakthrough. Sasuke yelled out when the technique struck him, sending him hurling through the forest until he managed to mold his chakra to his feet and stick to a tree. Sweat was pouring down his face from exhaustion setting in, but his opponent seemed to not running out of steam anytime soon. You're not going to beat me, you freak. He growled out in anger. Reaching to his pouch, he pulled out a Demon Wind Shuriken and 5 kunai already wired. Placing one in his mouth, he jumped towards his opponent and his summon. The Kusagakure shinobi's face broke out in a wide grin. He directed his snake to go forwards, eat his opponent, and he must. Sasuke threw 3 kunai at key points along the branch they were slithering on, then landing on another branch, he threw his Demon Wind Shuriken and watched as his opponent moved out of the way, and it missed, but he planned on that. Channeling his chakra into the wires, he jumped from his position and forced his opponent to stop and direct his snake towards his position. Sasuke then manipulated the wires to loosen and then harden as he swung circles around the grass genin and his snake. Each wire snared them, trapping them, binding them. The sharp wire dug into his gloves, and he could feel the skin breaking in his hands. But he ignored them until he tugged tightly and landed on a branch opposite of them. To finish his maneuver, the Uchiha removed his kunai from his mouth and threw it, and the remaining one he had in hand, lodging it in the snake's hide. Who's the prey now? He exclaimed with wire in his mouth, his left eye developing a second tomo, and both spinning wildly as his hands flashed through hand seals. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Sasuke breathed fire along the wires, which rushed forward in straight line, catching his enemy and his summon on fire. The giant snake and its summoner lit up like a bonfire on a dry, hot day. The smell of flesh and burning wood carried through the entire area. The tree branch broke and fell to the forest floor, taking its burning cargo with it. Sasuke sighed in relief and collapsed on the branch where he stood. His heart was pounding like a war drum, his nerves frazzled, and his chakra depleted until he could get a good rest. He was exhausted, but he couldn't keep the smile off his face. What a rush. Kukuku, I can certainly agree. Immediately, Sasuke's eyes popped open, and he got to his feet to see the grass genin several feet from him. His Sharingan still active, he saw that his opponent's clothing was crispy, but his face was melted to reveal on the right side of his face to show he had very pale skin, one golden eye with a slitted pupil, purple markings around it, and fawn-like teeth. Ow, how did you survive? Your dead eye killed you. Sasuke shouted in denial. Oh, Sasuke-kun, you're 100 years too early to defeat me. The grass genin chuckled and placed his hand upon the Hittite, ignoring as his fingers were burned by the hot metal. But to be able to use the Sharingan so well at your age, you truly are the one with the powerful Uchiha blood flowing through your veins. He grinned savagely. I want you. No thanks, I do not prefer guys. He immediately said right off the bat, Damn it, he had been hanging out with Naruto way too much. The dough was beginning to rub off on him. Kukuku, I do not mean it that way. But I had fun testing you. He then wiped his hand away to reveal a familiar music note on the metal. You may just surpass Itachi with those eyes of yours. Who the hell are you? How do you know of Itachi? Sasuke hotly demanded. My name is Orochimaru, and if you want answers, then survive and pass the exam. Without warning, his neck suddenly elongated, and due to Sasuke's fatigue state, he didn't have a chance in hell to dodge out of the way. He felt sharp fangs sink into his neck, and then the burning began. I'm going to give you a little going away present to remember me by. He whispered into his ear. Letting out a roar of anger, Sasuke grabbed his Kuzurigama and swung at Orochimaru. The man only laughed, and his long neck retracted back to his body several feet away. Good, you have spirit. I honestly hope we do meet again, and the power you crave shall be yours. Without another word, he disappeared into the tree and was not seen again. Sasuke growled and collapsed to his knees. Dropping his weapon, he grabbed his neck, and unknown to him of the 3 black tomo markings appeared on his neck. The pain caused him to scream and collapse onto that very tree branch. Sakura found him like that a minute later after overhearing everything. Not knowing what to do, she took his unconscious body back to their hiding spot. Hopefully Naruto would be able to find them. Unfortunately, for Sakura, they were the farthest from his mind. Kimimaro Kagaya was making him fight for his very life. Still sitting on the ground with his back to the tree, the former full blonde, with great pain, tore the bone sword from his wrist and placed them in the familiar cross-shaped seal. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a large cloud of smoke that engulfed the area, 100 Narutos appeared. The original smirked at his enemy. Beat that, you jerk. Frowning, Kimimaro tore away the remains of his outfit to reveal his pale upper torso. He had a slim build like that of a dancer, and he had what looked like a tattoo that consisted of 3 slightly curved lines, which spread in a rip-like pattern located at the upper portion of Ho's chest over his manubrium. This will not take long. Bones then grew out of his body, from his kneecaps, elbows, shoulders, and palms of his hands. Dance of the Willow. Fuck your dances, get in, boys. The clones let out a loud war cry, unsheathing their respective swords and began bombarding the Kagaya. Almost immediately, though, Naruto felt and saw the death of his clones. He knew they were just a distraction for Kyuubi to fix him up and to do something he hoped he wouldn't have come to doing so fast after his mission in Wave Country. First, he began removing the weights on his ankles and wrists, lightening his load by a milestone. Next, he closed his eyes and talked to the fox. Kyuubi, I'm going to need your help. I know. I'll give you enough to keep your mind clear. Any more, and I fear you will lose control. Thanks. Hopefully it will be enough. Sheathing Hinden Ryoku in its scabbard, Naruto felt a rush of Kyuubi's red chakra flooding his system. The wound in his leg healed, closed to reveal thin skin underneath, and his hand also healed to the point he could move it correctly, and finally the scars he forced himself to live with finally closed. He felt there was no need for them anymore. As a layer of red, wispy chakra began to cover his body, the former full blonde could not help but marvel from the memories. Kimimaro's dance was perfect. It was incredibly acrobatic. He used spins, charges, and long sweeping slashes to make his strikes more effective and to evade his clones' counter-strikes. He felt his clones getting stabbed through the gut. Their throats slit, skulls split open, and when some thought they were out of range, Kimimaro extended his bones to attack them without having to adjust his own movement. But even though he was greatly impressed, it did not stop himself from smirking. Boom! The 30 surviving clones bombarded their opponent and detonated in a brilliant flash of light that rocked the landscape around them. Trees were felled, chunks of ground torn asunder, and a crater was ground zero where Kimimaro once stood. The Kagaya, however, did not perish. When the smoke cleared, his skin was blackened. Parts of it were torn open, but not to reveal muscle, but pure white bone underneath that looked like armor with blood dripping from the open wounds, of course. I cannot believe I have to use this on trash like you. He forced out due to half his lower jaw, lacking any flesh before the tattoo on his chest turned orange-red and expanded in lines, spreading all over his body in contorting and parallel lines. When it was finished, it looked like he had black tattoos lined along his naked torso. and his skin had healed up, leaving no trace that he was even harmed. "Believe it, pal," Naruto growled out before placing his hands into the Tiger Hand seal. Earth style, Great Mud River. The ground underneath Kimimaro turned into mud, and the man was forcefully forced backwards from the surge of the wave of mud. After flaring through 3-hand seals, Naruto continued. Earth style, Mud Dragon Bomb. Forming out of the mud river, a dragon-like head opened its fanged maw and began firing high-velocity mud balls at his opponent. Bones erupted from Kimimaro's hands, and he began slashing at the projectiles. His eyes were narrowed in frustration now. Each mud ball he managed to slice in half was replaced by another one, and the ones he missed struck him to the point it actually hurt. After getting struck in the face for what felt like the 10th time, the Kagaya took a deep breath and dove under the mud. Watching his opponent disappear, the Jinchuriki released his technique and followed after using his hidden mole jutsu. The ground beneath him turning into sand, he burrowed down into the earth, searching for his opponent by any means necessary. 3 minutes later, both opponents blasted upwards in an exchange of flying fists. Kimimaro's bones soared diagonally cut through Naruto's vest and mesh armor, sending a shower of crimson upwards. But Naruto's claws caught him in the chest as well. Iron Reaver, Soul Stealer. He bellowed out, releasing chakra from his claws, and blasted his opponent away. Blood spilled from his open chest wound, but was closed in the span of 10 seconds, leaving Kimimaro to glare at his opponent. It felt like his lungs were on fire, his entire body was racked with pain, but he could not stop. Not now. Not when Orochimaru-sama's ambitions were not yet achieved. You're a pest. I've been called worse. Gah! Earth-style mud wall. Barely flashing through the hand seals in time and slamming his hand upon the ground, a primitive but very thick and sturdy wall made of earth rose from the ground to stop the bullets that Kimimaro fired from his fingers. His eyes, however, widened behind his mask when they came through, but tumbled to the ground. Kimimaro bit his lip in frustration before he began coughing that made his lungs rattle. When he pulled his hand away, he revealed it to be completely wet with crimson blood. "No, not now, not now." He panted out. "I have no choice. I must end this now before it's too late." "The hell are you saying?" Naruto poked his head over his mud wall to watch in horror when Kimimaro underwent another transformation. The transformation was monstrous. He took on a dinosaur-like appearance complete with a tail. 3 large bones protruded from the sides of his darkened skin, and along his spine were numerous sharp spikes. His hair became ash gray. 2 dark black curved like markings formed under his eyes, 1 under each eye and 2 as elongated eyebrows, 1 above each eye. Speaking of his eyes, they changed as well, the iris becoming golden yellow and his iris becoming completely black. Kimimaro bowed his head, and his spine slowly slipped out until he grabbed it and literally tore his spine out, only for a new one to replace it a second later. The new weapon expanded to reveal black gaps in the cartilage. "Dance of the Clematis, Vine," he calmly said. "So hardcore, but so nasty." Quickly placing his hands in the bird seal, Naruto barked out. Earth-style, Falling Earth Spears. The ground exploded from dozens upon dozens of spikes erupting from it. Kimimaro barely even blinked before bursting forward. The spears hit him, but didn't penetrate his skin or even leave a mark. Dozens more erupted in front of him, and he lashed out with his whip, and the spikes fell away. Then blasting through the mud wall and watching his backtracking opponent retreating, he snapped his bone whip. It extended to an alarming degree, wrapping around Naruto's chakra-cloaked body, and watched as the sharp bones pierced his flesh. Refusing to cough, even though doing so sent waves of pain through him, the last Kagaya raised his left arm, and out of his body formed massive bones until they twisted and became a gigantic drill-like weapon. Dance of the Clematis, Flower. Shit, I cannot move my arms. QB, I need more. You will lose control if you get any more. I know, but now is not the time for control. Now is the time for action. Don't say I didn't warn you, boy. Without another word, Kimimaro closed the distance between him and the mask wearer. He dodged to the right as the darkness beam flew at him, raised his arm, and stabbed to deal with the finishing blow. A blast of the foul red chakra and the sudden movement in the former full blonde's arms destroyed the bone whip he had surrounding him, and with wide eyes Naruto's body was engulfed in a shroud of translucent red, with bubbles of chakra forming all along it. Naruto's eyes flashed red underneath his mask, and a snarling noise erupted from his mouth as a single chakra tail erupted from the left area of his backside, and then another erupted on the right side. Naruto rushed forward on his hands and feet now, and they butted heads. Kimimura's near indestructible skull and Naruto's rock-hard mask exploded under the pressure as the sound of a gunshot echoed throughout the area. Both reeled back. Kimimura's head split open, and healing seconds later, Naruto's mask severely cracked around the forehead and right eye area. Gritting his teeth, Kimimura's entire body erupted in bone spikes, and he relentlessly began attacking his opponent without mercy. His bone drill clipped his left side, ruining his already destroyed vest even further. His clawed hand and bones popping from between his knuckles slashed and impaled his stomach. That just seemed to enrage the Jinchuriki even further. Raising his right fist, he clawed Kimimura's face wide open. Then with a demonic cry, he used his left hand to cut him through his left shoulder all the way to his right hip, tearing away the bones sticking out of him, and kicked him away. Falling onto all fours, he let out a primal roar that made all wildlife scatter, and he swung his clawed hands, watching them extend with his chakra cloak, tearing up the earth under him, and sent Kimimura flying. Thanks to the chakra pumping into his legs, the black-streaked blonde shot off like an arrow and collided with his flying opponent. Both bodies blasted through dozens, if not hundreds of the ancient trees, scaring or slaughtering any wildlife that got into their path. Once Naruto even swore he passed both teams 10 and 8. Kimimura, however, was not willing to just fly like a speeding bullet. Using everything he had, he extended the bones one more time and fully impaled the enraged genin. If Naruto felt anything, he certainly didn't show it. Instead, he brought his claws back and began scratching the shit out of his enemy like Tora did to him once upon a time ago. This continued, repeated stabbing, clawing, and self-healing until the two shockingly hit a wall. Well, it was not a wall exactly. It was more of a fence that was torn open like a hot knife through butter, forcing the two to hit the ground violently and carve a deep trench in the ground before they came to a grinding halt. Naruto regained consciousness after what felt like a few hours through hazy eyes and the damaged eye holes in his mask. He saw Kimimura slowly standing up under his own willpower. His entire body was normal again like his was, but he was feeling it. Naruto couldn't move. His body just couldn't. He had nothing left in him. Slowly, Kimimura pulled one last bone sword from his shoulder and slowly moved it forwards. "I win," he said after coughing out a mouthful of blood. "No, you do not." Naruto felt something odd, something new, something disturbing from the Juganai. He was always in control of what he did with it, but now, completely exhausted, the demonic tool took charge and did something he did not expect. Kimimura's eyes widened. His newly created sword fell to the ground, and he let out an uncharacteristic, horrifying scream as he gripped his head. By the love of Kami, it felt like scorpions were stuffed into his brain and were stinging him, pumping him full of venom. He swayed from side to side, clutching his head in agony before it all stopped, a blank look coming to his eyes, and he collapsed in front of Naruto. "Jugen, what did you do?" the horrified Uzumaki demanded. "I'll tell you what I did, Ninjin. I plunged into the mind of that Kagaya. I sorted through his memories and overruled the snake Sanin's brainwashing." The sentient I replied in a smug voice. "What did you do?" Instead of him being Orochimaru's loyal servant, he is now yours. All his memories are intact. I made sure of it. But now his loyalty lies with you. The fuck, I do not want this. This is wrong, Jugen. I don't want a servant. Fine then. If you're not willing for a servant, then I will fix him once he wakes up. If he wakes up, too. Cutting the connection, Naruto slowly moved his right hand to his mask and slowly peeled it away. Bright light assaulted his senses, but he saw several figures standing over him, and when his sight regained focus, he recognized the gray armor and white animal masks. He also saw the black trench coat and stern face of a Biki Merino, and he also recognized the familiar red and white robes and the figure wearing them. His newly repaired pipe in hand, an already lit Hiruzen Sarutobi looked down on the form of the most unpredictable shinobi within a village. "You just can't stay out of trouble, can you, Naruto?" he asked before placing the pipe in his mouth. I can explain," Naruto lamely said. Ibiki turned towards an member in a tiger mask and smirked in reply. "I cannot wait to hear this."